On a desolate wasteland, a fierce battle is taking place. Everyone is surrounding a man in black. A nagging voice echoes relentlessly inside his head. You must live for the family. That's what my father always said. What he meant was that I shouldn't hope for anything. Just live aimlessly like a shadow beside my brother. The man in black knelt on the ground, his hands limp, as if his last ounce of strength had been drained. From a distance, a man approached, remarking, "What a priceless sight." The man in black, his face covered in blood, glanced up. Surrounding him were countless knights, watching him with caution. Meanwhile, the voice continued to jeer, a lone knight fighting against the continent's strongest commanders. On the ground lay scores of knights, struck down by the man in black. A man dressed like a priest stood out from the crowd, remarking with a smirk, "So this is his brother, how interesting, Sian." The priest called his name. Sian glared coldly at the man before him, Boris. Boris wore a vile expression, looking like a total creep. Sian summoned his black sword, demanding to know who had instigated the king's men. A black and red mist enveloped him, and the oppressive aura he generated forced Boris back. He frowned, saying, "That disgusting black mist. So the rumors were true. You were the assassin from Mist." Sian unleashed his power, his aura overwhelming everything around him. Boris gritted his teeth and said, "Your Mist organization is nothing but a nuisance to us, the Knights of Light. I will report to my superiors that I have eliminated the abomination who dared to ally with heretics." Sian didn't back down, gripping his sword tightly as he taunted, "Fine, give it a shot, even if I give you a month after this fight. I guarantee you won't have any teeth left to tattle with." Unfazed, Boris confidently retorted, "If you were planning to use your secret power, just give up. There's a 9-star magic barrier here." Sian thought to himself, "I have to get out of here and tell my brother who the real culprit is." His eyes blazed red as he raised his sword. "Challenge the barrier. I will tear it into 100 pieces." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "That's enough, Sian." A man in golden armor stepped forward. Boris immediately moved to the side and bowed respectfully. Seeing the newcomer, Sian was stunned, and his fierce aura vanished. He recalled the words, "You must live for the family. That's what my father always said. Your brother is the face of this family. Your success is his success." The newcomer was none other than his brother, Arin Vert. Sian was dumbfounded. A moment later, he realized the mastermind behind it all was his own brother. While Sian was still in shock, Arin Vert drew closer. Sian couldn't believe it. His body slumped as if under a heavy weight. Arin calmly said, "You seem confused that I'm here." The two brothers faced each other, but the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Sian, still clinging to hope, asked, "What is going on?" Arin replied calmly, "Son, you have fulfilled your duties admirably. For the family, for the people, and for me." Those last two words flipped a switch in Sian's mind. He listened as Arin made his excuse. "So I just want you to lay down that burden?" Sian asked, bewildered. "I don't understand. What did I do wrong?" Arin frowned. "What did you do wrong? That terrifying mist of yours makes you no different from a murderer. I can't even consider you human anymore." Sian lowered his head without a word. He never imagined Arin would use his own powers as an excuse to kill him. Meanwhile, Arin continued his self-righteous act, blaming Sian for having deceived everyone for so long, and asked if he still didn't recognize his own sin. Sian's face was bloodied, his mind racing. "A murderer. My sin. What is he talking about?" Hatred was all that remained in Sian's eyes, which now glowed a deep crimson. He remembered the War of Succession, the invasion of the Demon King's army, and the Continental Unification War. He had helped Arin achieve it all, simply because he was born to serve him. Sian angrily slammed his fist into the ground, thinking, "And now you just going to cast me aside? I've slaved away for you for 20 years. A black mist erupted from Sian's body as blood poured from his wounds. He thought to himself, "I don't care if this body is exhausted. I will use every last ounce of my strength to destroy you." With that resentful thought, an immense wave of mana erupted, flooding the area. The surrounding knights were horrified. How can he still have so much mana left? Impossible. He's no longer human. Sian raised his sword, taking a fighting stance as he sneered. "How foolish, the great hero, trying to kill his own little brother out of fear. Have you no shame?" These words seemed to strike a nerve with Arin Vert. Veins bulged on his forehead. Sian gripped his sword and charged forward, a red mist enveloping his body. Arin and Sian clashed, unleashing a flurry of techniques. Their powers were almost evenly matched. Just one chance. Sian increased his speed, thinking that one hit was all he needed. Seeing Arin fight back, Sian charged with all his might, thinking that if he could just hit his weak spot, Arin wouldn't be able to recover. Just as Sian swung his sword, a shield materialized in front of Arin, blocking the attack. Sian looked around in shock and understood what had happened. Boris had helped Arin. Sian cursed in anger. "Damn it, Boris." A contemptuous voice rang out, cursing at a lowly bastard. Then an attack pierced through Sian's abdomen. His own black sword fell to the ground. Arin, holding the sword that impaled his brother, looked disappointed. Because you are my brother, I intended to grant you a painless death, but you've shown your true colors. Arin frowned, continuing with a self-righteous tone. I always knew you were a demon. It's a good thing I never trusted you from the start. These words were a huge shock to Sian, who had dedicated everything to Arin. Arin coldly kicked Sian's weakened body, then mercilessly turned and said to Boris, "Let's go." Boris bowed cheerfully and replied, "Yes, my lord." Sian lay on the ground, his body completely drained of strength. He looked up at the distant sky and cursed inwardly. Son of a betech, Sian's thoughts drifted. Is this how it ends for me? I've lived such a foolish life. His eyes slowly closed as Sian cursed himself. You fool. Suddenly, Arin sensed something was wrong and turned back, only to see Sian had gotten up and was rushing toward him. Sian screamed, pouring all his remaining strength into this one attack. Just as the sword reached Arin's neck, a flash of light erupted, sending Sian flying. In the endless darkness, Sian seemed to hear a voice calling, "Young master." "Young master." Sian shot up, clutching his neck and gasping for air. A maid, looking annoyed, scolded him, "How much longer do you plan to sleep? Get up now. You need to get ready." "Young master." Sian called out her name in shock. "Emilia, why are you here?" At that moment, he felt something was wrong. Sian observed Emilia. Realizing it had been nearly 20 years since he'd last seen her, she looked exactly the same as the last time he saw her. While Sian was bewildered, Emilia clutched her startled little heart and asked, "What are you talking about? Are you still half asleep?" Sian ignored her, his eyes scanning the room. He remembered this place. It was the room he lived in as a child. The decorations were exactly the same. Suddenly, he realized something and raised a hand to his face. "Wait, have I become a child again?" Emilia now had her hands on her hips, calling out loudly to the young master. He looked up blankly. Emilia said with a knowing look, "You were trying to stall so you don't have to go to training, aren't you? Snap out of it, and let's go." Sian couldn't remember at first and asked blankly, "Training? What training?" As soon as the question was asked, the room fell silent. In the Duchy of Vert, it was a beautiful day, with no clouds or rain. Sian looked at the shining sun and thought to himself, "I've definitely returned to the past." He wondered in confusion, could this be my life flashing before my eyes before death? Recalling the current events, Sian had a realization. I remember now. 20 years ago, in the year 985 of the founding, on the 1st of January, the year after I entered the academy, the duchy holds a sparring training session every year. My father, the lord of this duchy, the duke, also participates in the event, making it a grand occasion. My opponent is Granvert. He's the same age as me. My half-brother, his mother, Margaret, is the duke's wife. Because of this, Granvert receives a lot of attention. Even though we are both the youngest sons in the family, Sian recalled his useless self back then, thinking, I was a spoiled brat. After being ridiculed in this match, I became a laughingstock. Back then, my father said in annoyance, "Don't even bother trying." This very match was the reason my father stopped paying any attention to me. Emilia worriedly whispered to him in a low voice, "You should just surrender." But Sian replied calmly, "It's fine, I just have to win." He thought dejectedly, "Even the maid looks down on me." As soon as he drew his sword, Sian was startled. He tried to lift the sword. It was just a sword. Why is it so heavy? My strength is the same as it was back then. Emilia waved and advised, "Don't get hurt, young master." Sian gripped the sword tightly, deep in thought. This feeling isn't a dream, nor is it a pre-death illusion. I've never heard of a spell that could cause such a powerful hallucination. Thinking this, he pursed his lips tensely. Have I really returned to the past? Stepping into the arena, Granvert arrogantly taunted, "So you didn't run away?" At that moment, only one thought crossed Sian's mind. Does this mean I can change the future? He anxiously looked to the side, where Duke Vert raised his hand to signal the start. The moment he did, Granvert charged forward with his sword, a smug look on his face. "Hey, where are you looking? You idiot." Granvert laughed gleefully and swung his sword down. Sian witnessed it all and thought coldly, what is this? Is he a snail or something? He's so slow. Sian took a step back, causing Granvert to lose his balance and plunge his sword into the ground. Humiliated, Granvert gritted his teeth and cursed, "Dodging, are we? You coward!" Just as he prepared to attack again, Sian lightly swung his sword, knocking Granvert's weapon away, then followed up with a kick to his knee. Granvert cried out in pain, tears welling in his eyes. But for the sake of his pride, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Finally unable to bear it, Granvert collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. His mother, Margaret, screamed in worry. Sian's eyes glowed red. He thought coldly, all I have to do is point my sword at his throat, and this duel will be over. But that's not enough. Sian tightened his grip on his sword, remembering how Granvert had always bullied him when they were children, using him for amusement. Even when they went to the academy, he was the same, with that despicable, smug face that Sian could never forget. And so, Sian was consumed by the thought of retaliating to make sure he would never dare to do it again. Sian calmly prepared to kick Granvert, telling himself, "In this life, I will carve my own path." Meanwhile, Granvert screamed in fear, and in the end, he lost the match, lying on the floor foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. The Duke ordered Sian to come see him, and also allowed him to rest. Sian was suspicious. Was my victory that impressive? He glanced at the large knight beside him. He was even being escorted by the high-ranking knight Yunel, the Duke's right-hand man. Just then, Margaret and her servant approached. Seeing her, Sian could already guess what was coming. He thought with contempt, "Looks like she's about to go on about her son." Seeing her expression, like she just stepped in dog crap, Sian couldn't resist provoking her. "Is Granvert all right, my lady?" Margaret gritted her teeth in anger and snapped, "After beating your own brother into that state, you still have the nerve to ask. How shameless can you be?" Sian paid her no mind, casually strolling past with his hands in his pockets. He said with unconcealed smugness, "That's just how duels are. See you around." But unexpectedly, Margaret retorted, "This is why bastards like you should never be treated like a legitimate child." Growing more agitated, Margaret continued her tirade, "Like mother, like son, this is all because of your filthy mother. You should be begging on some street corner, and yet you dare to cause trouble. You should be grateful." Her words finally struck a nerve with Sian. He turned his head, revealing glowing red eyes and a terrifying expression. He thought to himself, "She's crossed the line. Should I just kill her?" Sian gave a wicked smirk. He, better than anyone, knew the perfect way to torment her. He would make her suffer slowly. Sian began to speak slowly. "My lady, you're aware that I'll be attending the academy with Granvert, correct?" Margaret immediately grew wary. "What are you implying?" Sian gave a sinister, threatening smile. "Surely you want your son to graduate in one piece. I suppose you're not that concerned about your son, are you?" Lady Margaret gritted her teeth, her blood boiling. She raised her hand to strike him, shouting, "You insolent brat. How dare you?" Sian looked expectantly at the knight beside him, who stepped in to stop Margaret, saying politely, "My apologies, my lady. The Duke has summoned the young master for an urgent matter, so I don't believe we can delay any further. We must go now." The knight's words were flawless, leaving no room for argument. Yet they carried an undercurrent of impatience. Margaret gritted her teeth. As much as she hated it, there was nothing she could do. Sian smugly hid behind the knight, thinking to himself that the Duke's command was absolute, and he was currently under the protection of the knight tasked with that command. A knight who didn't even yield to the Duke's wife. What a kind and reliable person. Sian was led to the Duke's office. After knocking a few times, he heard a voice from inside say, "Enter." Sian stepped into the room, greeting him respectfully. "Sian, the youngest son of House Vert, greets his father." Sian bowed his head, thinking it had been nearly 15 years since he and his father had met privately like this. Duke Willis Vert spoke up, "Sian, have a seat." He was the great Lord of Velius, a territory in the western part of the Yip Kingdom. The world also knew him by another name, the Guardian of the Continent, the hero who had once stopped the demon invasion with his immense magical power and profound wisdom. This was a man who shouldered a responsibility no one forced upon him, fighting until his very last breath against the Demon King's army. All he ever wanted was peace for the entire continent. But Sian's memories of his father were completely different. A man who would willingly spend his entire life serving another, a fool. Sian Vert maintained an innocent expression, but inwardly, he judged Willis Vert. Willis Vert broke the silence. "Your eyes precisely tracked and dodged the blade." Sian Vert was bewildered, not yet understanding what he meant. Willis Vert immediately pointed out the moment Granvert charged. "You looked directly at the path of the swinging sword, and turned to evade the attack." Willis Vert had pointed out every characteristic of Sian Vert's performance in the match. Then he asked, "When did you learn to wield a sword?" Sian Vert thought tensely. As always, he's incredibly perceptive. He tried to answer calmly, "It's not that I learned it. I've just been practicing on my own every night, of course." Willis Vert didn't believe this excuse and continued, "As I recall, you had no interest in swordsmanship. Why would you hide your abilities?" Sian Vert scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. "To be honest, I didn't want to attract any attention." Willis Vert continued, "Even so, you truly gave it your all to defeat Granvert." But when Willis Vert paused, Sian Vert was startled. Willis Vert brought up his final kick, saying, "Wasn't what you did after that a bit excessive?" Sian Vert immediately grasped the point, thinking, "So he's asking these questions to gauge me. Is he trying to gauge my abilities?" He quickly came up with a plausible explanation. "I wanted to prove myself." Willis Vert asked skeptically, "Prove? Prove what?" Sian Vert answered bluntly, "Prove that I'm better than Granvert. Although we share the same blood, that's the meaning I derived from our duel." The moment he finished speaking, Willis Vert burst into laughter. He praised him joyfully. "Well done, a clear, Precise answer that shows your caliber. I never expected you to be so talented. I'm very pleased, Vert thought. One day, you will surely become a capable right hand for Arin Vert. At the mention of Arin Vert, Vert flinched. His entire world felt like it was collapsing. What? Why am I supposed to become his aide? The memories from before his death flashed before his eyes. Sian Vert looked at Vert, and the same seething rage welled up inside him. He still only ever thought about Arin Vert. Sian Vert clenched his fists. Trying his best to remain calm, Vert didn't notice anything amiss, and said cheerfully, "It's not a trophy, but I want to reward you for the match. If there's anything you want, just say it, Sian Vert." As if he had made a decision. Thought to himself, "Then I'll destroy everything that bastard Arin Vert wants." With that thought, Sian Vert said confidently, "The thing I want is..." Emilia screamed in horror after hearing Sian Vert's request. "You want to go to the battlefield?" Sian Vert replied calmly from his bed. "Yes, though nothing is set in stone yet." Emilia shrieked, "That's insane! Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea what that place is like? It's crawling with beasts and terrifying demons." Emilia trembled at the thought. The western territory of the Up Kingdom is the only place on the continent considered a battlefield. Even so, within this territory, only Limwell Valley serves as the front line, a brutal arena, where the war against demons has raged for hundreds of years. That's why his father had been adamantly against it from the start, and gave him a condition. Sian Vert had 1 month to prove he was worthy of going to Limwell Valley. Sian Vert looked at his own weak body and told himself, during that time, "I have to build up my physical strength. Compared to others my age, I'm still weaker. My only advantages are the combat instincts I've hopefully retained from before my regression, and the small amount of mana I can feel within me. If I train my body along with my abilities, I can definitely make the most of it. Perfect. I will start training today." Staring at the red mist in his palm, Sian Vert's resolve hardened. Suddenly, a voice shouted from outside the door, "San!" and a girl burst into the room. Recognizing the visitor, Sian Vert called out in surprise, "Alicia!" Before he could process what was happening, Alicia rushed forward and grabbed him by the collar. Emilia asked, bewildered, "Lady Alicia, are you all right?" But Alicia ignored Emilia and angrily scolded Sian Vert, "Are you out of your mind? I heard you made a request to father. Is that true?" Sian Vert could barely breathe with her gripping his collar. He struggled to say, "Alicia, let me go." Alicia released his collar, looking down at her weak younger brother on the floor. She said in frustration, "So you beat Granvert and now you've gotten arrogant, is that it?" "That's not going to happen." Alicia ordered sternly, "Follow me to the ramparts." Now the sky had already begun to darken. On the ramparts, Alicia stood facing Sian Vert and commanded, "We will start when I draw my sword. If you can withstand my attacks for 3 minutes, I'll let you go to the battlefield." Sian Vert asked helplessly, "Do we really have to take it this far?" Alicia replied sternly, "I don't care. Just answer me one thing. Are you aiming for the family title?" Alicia's gaze sharpened. Sian understood the situation, probably thinking, so that's why she's doing this. "I don't have the slightest interest in it." Seeing he didn't answer, Alicia assumed her suspicions were correct. She drew her sword and said, "So it's true then. Draw your sword." San warily drew his sword. Having only rested for half a day after his fight with Granvert, and today had been completely chaotic, seeing Sian draw his sword, Alicia charged straight at him. San thought she was joking, but it turned out to be real. Staring blankly ahead, he saw Alicia quickly attack him. Fortunately, Sian instinctively drew on his past life's experience and managed to parry the blow. This astonished Alicia. "No way he blocked my sword. He's only 10 years old." While Alicia was in shock, Sian gritted his teeth to block the blow. He thought, is she really going to use her full strength against her brother, who is 7 years younger? Alicia stepped back, noting that the willow sword's blade was very thin, yet he still managed to block her longsword. Those 2 times must have been luck. A vein popped on Alicia's forehead. She gave a chilling smile and said, "Your instincts are better than I thought, my dear Sian." The moment he saw that smile, a chill ran down Sian's spine, and he thought to himself, "I'm done for." He hesitantly called out to Alicia, hoping for some mercy. But Alicia paid him no mind. Charging again with a relentless barrage of attacks, she spun and swung her sword in a beautiful maneuver. Sian struggled to block the heavy blade pressing down on his shoulder. He quickly slid along her blade for some distance, using the opportunity to escape Alicia's hold. Sian then swung his sword at her. This horrified Alicia, who had assumed Sian was weak. The moment he broke free from her hold, Sian took the opportunity to thrust his sword at Alicia, but the power gap was too wide. Sian gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, he channeled strength into his wrist, spun his sword in a full circle, and then quickly knocked Alicia back. Sian leaped backward, widening the distance between them. He landed on a nearby stone pillar. Panting heavily, fear welled up inside him. That last attack could have been truly dangerous. If I hadn't twisted my sword to redirect it then, I would have killed her. The mist's thick-bone sword style mostly consists of techniques aimed at vital points, designed for instant assassination. It's hard to fight without aiming for weak points, especially since Sian's current physical strength is so low. He thought worriedly, how much time is left of those 3 minutes? His sword hand trembled slightly. He thought anxiously, I'm compensating for my lack of strength by coating my sword with magic, but I'm about to reach my limit. Meanwhile, Alicia, unable to defeat her brother who was 7 years her junior, grew angry, gritted her teeth, and began to chant earth, wind, and water, come and empower my blade. Sian recognized it the moment he heard it and was horrified. A 6th-tier spell. As expected, Alicia used the water sword technique to coat her weapon. She took her stance, preparing to put all her strength into it. Was crying on the inside. Is she trying to kill me? I thought this was just a test of my skills. It seemed Alicia's competitive blood was boiling. She said with determination, I can't lose. Sian watched this unfold, helpless. It's over. I can see the killing intent in her eyes. He readied a defensive stance, thinking worriedly, even if I block this move, I will be thrown from the wall. I just have to bet on what's about to happen next. With that thought, Sian leaped forward, charging directly at Alicia as she prepared her ultimate technique. As Sian swung his sword, he prayed, please intervene and stop this fight. Alicia spun to attack, and Sian screamed Yunel's name in his mind. Sure enough, just as the two were about to clash, a voice shouted, stop. Yunel grabbed Sian by the collar with one hand and blocked Alicia's sword with the other. The clash of the blades created a massive shockwave across the wall, and a blue light bathed everything. Yunel said with a stern expression, Lady Alicia, you were being too harsh on an opponent so much younger than you. Sian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I was wondering when he would appear, but thankfully he made it in time. At that same moment, Alicia snapped back to her senses with a gasp. She rushed to hug Sian, crying, I'm so sorry, Sian, I must have lost my mind for a second. Alicia wept pitifully as she explained. I just wanted to keep you from going to the battlefield. I was too obsessed with it. Sian helplessly felt his sister's tears, thinking to himself, this is so like her. She always tries too hard with everything. Sian's sister had been an elite among elites, achieving ranks in all subjects at the Royal Academy, a place where all talented children gather if they have an aptitude for swordsmanship, magic, or other academic fields. Above all else, her beauty was so astounding that people called her a child of the gods. From a young age, she underwent rigorous swordsmanship training, and she was mentioned as a future defender of the continent along with the eldest son. But not long after joining the Order of the Light Knights, she was assassinated. Memories of his past life came flooding back. Sian emotionally hugged Alicia tightly, thinking to himself, I missed you so much, Alicia, this time I will protect you. Alicia was bewildered, sensing that Sian's emotions were unstable, and tried to call his name, but Sian didn't answer. Alicia then remembered something and turned to ask Yunel, come to think of it, aren't you the Count's guardian knight? But the Count has already left for the battlefield. Yunel looked away guiltily and replied, I am under the Count's orders to protect the young master for a while, although I can't tell you the details, because I must keep it a secret. Sian knew his lie well. Feeling contemptuous, I've felt his presence ever since I left the Count's office. Would he have appeared if this battle hadn't happened? But why did Father order Yunel to secretly protect me? Sian suddenly felt drowsy. His eyes about to close, he fell into Alicia's arms and slept soundly. Alicia sighed, looking at him with a helpless, doting gaze, looking at the star-filled night sky. She remarked, he's still like a child. The next day, Alicia returned to the academy. It was clear she had only returned for a short while to see their father before the graduation ceremony. At this moment, Sian was doing push-ups, counting to 9. After a struggle, he managed to do the 10th one. Sian thought to himself, I feel like I need to get stronger. So I've been focusing on strength training for the past 2 weeks, but 10 push-ups is my limit. I've been stuck at this limit for 2 weeks now. Realizing this harsh reality, Sian was utterly desperate. He recalled his past self with envy. I used to be quite confident in my strength. In my past life, I wanted to return to how I was before. I need a solution to increase my physical strength. Suddenly, Emilia came in and announced, Young master, a package has arrived from Miss Alicia. Sian asked happily, really? Emilia pinched her nose, holding out a vial filled with a lingering scent, and said, What is this? It smells disgusting. Sian only dared to answer in his mind. It's a bit of hellhound blood that I asked her to get for me. It's a rare item that can only be found in Limwell Valley. But I guess the rumor about it appearing on the black market is true. As Sian poured the vial of blood into a bowl, the contents began to bubble furiously. He told himself, the blood of this demonic beast is considered a poison because of its terrible stench, as well as the burning sensation when consumed. But it actually permanently increases a user's mana and strength on the first use. Many people think this is just a baseless rumor, but I know it's true from my past life experience. Seeing Sian pick up the bowl, Emilia asked worriedly, "Young master, are you really going to drink that?" Sian nodded in response, adding a thought in his head, "Don't worry, Emilia. I'm the only one who can adapt to your cooking." Sian raised the bowl and drank it in one gulp, his mind inevitably recalling the past. I still remember the first time. It was the wild mushroom soup. I remember. My heart stopped beating the moment I took the first bite of that thing. Compared to that soup, this stuff. An image of the soup bowl, moving like a monster, appeared in his mind. Sian slammed the empty blood bowl down on the table, hypnotizing himself. "It's delicious." His blissed-out expression made Emilia wary. Suddenly, Sian shot up and called for Emilia. She replied blankly, "Yes." Sian's eyes were glowing red. He smiled and said, "I'm going for a little walk." Sian thought excitedly. "Now then, let's see if it works." Sian went to a clearing, noting it was quite far from the castle, and remarked, "It's been a while since I last came here. I've been waiting for this moment for the past 2 weeks. A private moment when Yunel isn't following me, because he's giving his regular report to father. He's so annoying, always tailing me." Sian used to come to this place whenever he wanted to be alone. Then one day, Arin Vert received a revelation from the god of light, Lumendal. It was said that an ancient temple was hidden somewhere in these mountains. Sian didn't fully believe it. But there really was a place where the flow of mana was concentrated. It seems to be somewhere around here, of course. The divine revelation has come. Sian excitedly channeled mana into his hand, thinking happily, "So only I know about this right now." Sian used his mana to tear up the ground beneath him, thinking smugly, "Oh, I bet you can't even imagine what I'm doing right now. It looks like it's right here." Just as expected, after the earth and rocks were turned over, a tunnel leading underground appeared. Sian Vert thought to himself, "Let's go." Sian Vert ventured deep inside, looking around and taking it all in. It was completely different from the last time he was here. This place was an ancient temple dedicated to the god of light, Lumendal. Until the history of this land was wiped out by the war between gods and demons 3 years ago, Sian Vert looked at the shining temple ahead. His face was cold as he remarked, "Who could have imagined this place existed right on the mountain behind the castle?" Sian Vert walked towards the altar. Seeing the shining object ahead, he said excitedly, "I see it. The master of this castle is none other than the sword of succession of Astro. In the year 999, before the nation's founding, on the 12th day of the final month, humanity successfully drove the Demon King's army out of Velias. The Demon King's army was many times stronger than humans, but humanity discovered ancient holy relics, known as the weapons of the gods, which helped them achieve victory. One of those holy relics, Durandrak, was a holy sword carrying the power of the god of light, Lumendal. This sword was probably the main reason humanity managed to defeat the demons." Sian Vert looked at the sword, thinking, "And I'm destined to die a bitter death by this very blade in the future. It would have been better if I hadn't remembered that Astro possessed this. Now that I remember, this sword is just an eyesore." Sian Vert looked at the shining sword before him, thinking, "It seems Durandrak is connected to my regression." Sian Vert reached out to touch the sword's intricately engraved surface. When nothing he expected happened, Sian Vert sighed. "Just as I thought." Nothing happened at all. He kicked the sword hard in frustration. Sian Vert turned away, grinding his teeth and cursing, his mood completely soared. "This damn sword. Let's just get this over with and leave." If the sword could talk, it would have definitely cursed him back. Sian Vert recalled the saying, "Once you step past the light, a strange shadow will appear." He walked to the area opposite the sword Durandrak and found what he needed. There it is. At a glance, it looks like the shadow of a sword, but it's not. There is no shadow at all. Sian Vert smiled cheerfully. He placed his hand on the spot where the shadow was and channeled his mana. He thought to himself, "Where there is light, there must be shadow. This is a passage to another room, a secret passage hidden beneath the altar of light." Sian Vert followed the passage to a door, cracked it open, and peeked inside. Just as he expected, the sword he was looking for was here. Sian Vert said cheerfully, "There you are, my sword." He gripped the demon sword Karam, unlike with the sword Durandrak. This time when he touched the demon sword, a powerful surge of energy erupted. The gem on the sword glittered as if to welcome its new master. Sian Vert excitedly raised the sword and said, "Good morning." He gave Karam a few swings. Sian Vert felt it wasn't like his past life and asked in annoyance, "You still haven't awakened?" But that didn't lessen Sian Vert's happiness in the slightest. He laughed excitedly. "This familiar feeling is the best. It really makes me want to cut something down." Suddenly, plumes of black mist began to rise from the ground. A shadow appeared and asked, "Hey kid, aren't you scared? Do you have any idea what the consequences of awakening me are?" Sian Vert replied coldly, "I don't know, huh? Does that mean this sword is mine now?" The black shadow rose up to reveal its gigantic form. and it began to threaten the insolent brat who had awakened the demon's sword. It's too late for regrets now. The little shadow creature grew excited. Laughing slyly, it rushed forward, roaring, "Your body belongs to me now." But to its surprise, Sian Vert caught the black shadow's neck with just one hand. He calmly watched as the shadow, now in a humanoid form, struggled to breathe. "You weren't in such a rush before, were you?" The shadow struggled to speak. "What are you? How are you able to touch me?" Sian Vert smirked triumphantly. "I told you this sword is mine." The shadow refused to back down. Raising its hand to reveal its pink claws, it swung to attack, shouting, "Get lost." Seizing the opportunity, Sian Vert released his grip. The shadow quickly backed away, now on high alert. It stared at him. "Who are you? Don't tell me you read the successor." In the shadow's eyes, Vert was surrounded by a strange red and black mist. It grew suspicious. "Why do I sense the aura of you coming from you?" Sian Vert answered calmly, "That's right, I am the successor of you." He added with a wicked smile, "Your master has returned, so kneel." The spirit of the demon sword Karam angrily gnashed its teeth. "You read just a brat. I refuse to accept you." As soon as it finished speaking, Karam lunged to attack Sian Vert, but Sian blocked every move using the sword itself, while smiling and parrying the blows. Sian Vert thought to himself, "It's probably useless to keep talking. The demon sword's ultimate goal is to take over its wielder's body." Watching Karam attack with all its might, Sian thought to himself that he had no other choice but to yield a little. With that thought, Sian took a slight step back, making Karam think it had the upper hand and charge forward again. Suddenly, Sian let out a cunning smile and used the demon sword subjugation technique, causing Karam to fall to the ground. It screamed in pain. Sian interrogated it. "I'll only say this once. Why won't you accept me as your master when I'm being nice?" Karam struggled against the pressure of the technique. "Damn it. How do you have that technique?" The arrogant brat Sian coldly used the demon sword subjugation again, slamming Karam's head into the ground. He repeatedly chanted, "Demon sword subjugation, demon sword subjugation, demon sword subjugation." After a few times, Karam was already halfway buried in the ground. Took pity and spared it, asking, "How about now?" Of course, Karam had no other choice and replied, "I accept you," seeing Karam's still impudent attitude. Sian was about to use the technique again, but Karam immediately trembled in fear and called out, "Master," with everything settled. Sian walked out the door, thinking to himself, "Now that I've finished what I needed to do, time to go back, right? I've been gone for too long." Meanwhile, Karam, residing within the holy sword, exclaimed joyfully, "It's been so long since I've breathed fresh air. It's so refreshing." Karam playfully emerged from the sword, forming a small, adorable shadow. It circled him and asked, "Hey master, what's your name?" Sian replied coldly, "Sian." Karam was skeptical. "Sian? I've never heard that name. Did Aru really choose a brat like you?" Sian answered seriously, "Yes, from my past life." Karam was confused. "Past life? What the hell are you talking about?" Sian said nonchalantly, "I've died once before." Karam thought in astonishment, "What?" Its eyes scrutinized him. Suddenly, Sian walked over to the sword Duran Drak. Karam remarked, "Is he still sleeping?" Sian then said, "He'll have to wait for his master for another 20 years. Hearing him speak with such certainty, Karam scoffed. "You talk as if you know the future." Suddenly, Sian raised his sword and cut the hilt of Duran Drak in two. Watching the sword fall to the ground, Karam was horrified. "What do you think you're redoing?" Sian gave a sinister smile. Looking at the severed hilt in his hand, he said, "Who knows, maybe this will make the future more interesting." As dawn broke, a carriage set off from the castle. The wheels came to a stop in a desolate wasteland. The carriage door opened, and Sian, clad in armor, stepped out. He looked around, assessing the area. "I can't believe this day has finally come. Time really flies." Sian approached Willis and bowed to the Duke. Willis spoke seriously. "I will ask you one last time. Are you determined to go to the battlefield? If you want to back out, I won't stop you." Sian, with a look of determination and confidence, replied, "Yes, father. My heart is already on the battlefield." Hearing this, Willis didn't ask any more questions. He turned and ordered Yunel. "Open it." Yunel immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." He took out a scroll. Sian recognized it as a magic scroll at a glance. "Are they trying to summon something?" Yunel then waved the scroll, and a magic circle appeared from within. A beast slowly materialized right in front of them. It had giant paws with sharp claws. A ferocious hound appeared, growling in front of Sian. He was surprised to recognize it as a hellhound. Sian smirked confidently. A low-level beast from Limwell Valley. Father and the knights must have put a lot of effort into preparing this test. With that thought, he grew even more excited, gripping his sword and taking a ready stance. Surrounding them were knights with their swords drawn, ready to assist at any moment. Sian noticed this as well. He mused, "Will they intervene if the situation gets dangerous?" Willis stood behind with his arms crossed, instructing seriously, "You must take responsibility for your own actions. Prove your abilities, pass this test, and show us what you're made of." Meanwhile, Yunel was spacing out, thinking about the test. He recalled a few days ago, while he was walking with his sword, Yunel looked at the person before him in alarm and asked, "Young master, did you just say you want to duel me?" Sian stood before him, acting as if he had no choice, and said, "There are only 3 days left until I have to fulfill my promise to my father. I can't just keep swinging my sword at the air, right? I need to learn how to fight for real, so please help me." Sian put on a sincere expression as he pleaded, and a tense Yunel replied, "This duel, at your age, young Master Granvert." Before Yunel could finish, Sian cut in. "I don't know why, but every time he sees me, he runs away." He recalled the sight of Granvert running for his life and his desperate scream, "Stay away from me!" Yunel thought in despair, "What a pain, I can't find any other reason." Yunel reluctantly agreed, "If that's what you want." "All right," Sian beamed with joy. Yunel raised his sword and set a condition. "Instead, I will only use my scabbard to fight you. I'll focus on defense. You can attack with all your might." Sian drew his sword, smiling brightly as he replied, "Thank you, Yunel." Suddenly, he spoke up. "Ah, I have one more thing to ask of you. From now on, no matter what happens, don't say a word to my father." This was an order. Sian's demeanor flipped in an instant as he uttered the threat. Yunel frowned, puzzled. In just a moment, Sian lunged forward, attacking at a dizzying speed. Yunel hastily raised his sword to block the surprise attack. Yunel thought to himself, "This sword is heavy. I can't believe it belongs to a 10-year-old child." Sian used his small frame and speed to his advantage. Quickly moving to the side, Yunel thought in astonishment, "He's so fast." Suddenly Sian vanished from before him. It turned out Sian had leaped into the air, somersaulting behind him, which startled Yunel, since when. He quickly composed himself and spun around, their swords clashing and creating a powerful shockwave. Sian didn't give up, moving to another spot to continue his assault. His eyes glowed red, filled with killing intent. As his small body charged forward swiftly, the two exchanged a few more blows. Yunel managed to block all of Sian's attacks. Sian leaped back inside. As expected, "I still can't defeat you." Sian sheathed his sword, turned, and said, "That was great, Yunel. Thank you for your help." Panting, Yunel praised him. "Well done, young master." He thought to himself, "I never expected the frail young master to have improved so much." A memory of Sian's bright, happy smile surfaced, back in the present. Told himself, if my intuition is correct, the young master should be able to pass his test now. At that moment, Sian was facing a demon hound. The demon hound suddenly charged. Preparing to attack, Sian thought tensely, "Here it comes." The demon hound opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. Suddenly, it saw a sword slash flying towards it. Sian struck, forcing it to swerve to one side. He observed coldly and thought, "With my current strength, fighting a monster is too much for me. I have to end this fight as quickly as possible. I'll finish it with this one blow." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Sian charged forward to attack. He stood up straight, controlled his wrist, and swung his sword. The slash stopped right at the demon hound's neck. Not only that, Sian also leaped into the air and threw his sword, pinning the demon hound's head to the ground. All of this stunned the surrounding knights. Willis smiled with satisfaction, looking at the demon hound's corpse on the ground. Sian couldn't help but think, what a waste. This much blood could fill a few bottles. He pulled the sword from the monster's head, thinking to himself, if I did that here, they'd think I'm crazy. I should have at least brought a cup, right? Willis approached from behind, applauding. "Well done, son." Then he turned and said, "I will see you on the battlefield." His cape fluttered, and Willis probably thought he looked cool. Sian bowed respectfully and replied, "Thank you, father." Just then, Karam slowly emerged. "Master," it asked angrily, "do you think I'm some kind of fruit-peeling knife?" Sian answered guiltily, "Of course not. You re a demon sword. Why would you ask that?" Karam gnashed its teeth. "Damn it, then use me." "Damn it, I need to absorb blood to get stronger." It flew miserably to the demon hound's corpse, begging, "Please, just let me have one sip." Witnessing this, could only feel helpless. He spoke to console it, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A black mist enveloped his body, and holding Karam in his hand, he explained, "Because soon, I will use you for something big. Just you wait." On the battlefield, ferocious monsters were rampaging all around. The knights immediately surrounded them, shouting, "It's an ogre!" An ogre from the northwest. They quickly rang the alarm bell. Willis spurred his horse to the front and commanded, "Form a defensive line and annihilate them for me. Leave none alive." As the monster suppression campaign began, the knights immediately raised their swords in response. A giant magic circle was created, enveloping the monsters. It split into smaller circles that appeared under the ogre's feet. From the magic circles, ropes emerged, tightly binding the ogre's limbs. Seizing this opportunity, Willis ordered the attack. The knights quickly charged in, slashing and killing the monsters. Each one was focused on complete annihilation to prevent any future threats. In particular, the giant ogre leader was 10 times the size of a normal person, but a knight still charged forward coldly with his sword. and with a single slash, sent the ogre's head flying. The head landed right in front of Sian. While he calmly stared at it, Amelia, who was behind him, screamed in terror. Crying, she called out, "Young master!" Amelia, still unable to understand, asked, "Why would you want to come to a place like this? Aren't you scared?" Arin Vert didn't answer. He looked around and remarked, "Coming back here brings back memories. This place is still a living hell." After finishing his business, Vert also approached him and asked, "Sian, how does it feel to be on the front lines?" Sian, without a change in expression, replied calmly, "I'm just a little nervous," Vert advised. "As you can see, the battlefield is a place of death. You never know when you might lose your life, so don't let your guard down." Sian replied seriously, "Yes, I'll remember that, father." He thought to himself, on the front lines, a situation like this is all too common. There are 3 or 4 battles a day, and each battle has its own detailed strategy, focusing on skilled high-level knights to deal with all the monsters that try to break through the front line. The battle ended, and the entire group returned to their tents to rest. Sian peeked out from inside his tent, observing that his tent was in the rearmost area, which was also the safest place. Arin Vert thought in annoyance. With the guards always watching so closely, there's no chance for Karam to absorb blood. Do I really have to wait until dinner? He turned to see Amelia trembling under the blankets and wondered, "What are you doing, Amelia?" Amelia poked her head out from the blanket and screamed, "Didn't the Duke say we wouldn't know when we were going to die? That's why I'm scared." Arin Vert sighed helplessly. "Unbelievable. Are you planning to pack up and go home?" Seeing his expression, Amelia angrily scolded him. "Can you even imagine it? When will you ever be able to stand on your own without me?" Amelia gritted her teeth. "Damn it, there are monsters everywhere. Suppose I ran away. Who would take care of you?" "Young master." She stormed out of the tent in frustration. "Let's go. It's almost time for dinner." Sian suddenly asked Amelia, "What about the cloak I asked you for?" But by then, Amelia had already left without answering. Veins popped on Arin Vert's face. He wondered if he should fire her. Is this how she treats her young master? When night came, Arin Vert gently placed a 1-to-1 scale doll of himself on the bed and covered it with a blanket. He looked at it carefully for a moment and thought to himself, "This should do it." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, asking, "Are you still planning to go out and train in a place like this?" Startled, Arin Vert replied, "Yeah, did I wake you up?" Amelia sleepily rubbed her eyes and praised him. "You re so diligent. The Duke would be so proud if he knew." Arin Vert scoffed at that, pulled up his hood, and instructed, "Well, I'm heading out. Just act normal. I'm still sleeping, got it?" Amelia tiredly replied yes. Sian used his mana to increase his speed, thinking that since this was the front line, the soldiers' night shifts were frequently reinforced, and their patrols were quite strict. It would be difficult to move freely if he didn't leave the camp now. With that thought, Sian immediately ran out of the encampment. He used the third form of the bone arts, Descending Mist, to leap off the cliff and land on the ground. Sian realized that if he remembered correctly, there were a ton of monsters here. Sure enough, a pack of bloodhounds had already surrounded him. Sian's eyes turned red. He gave a sinister smile and assessed, "A perfect place for Karam to absorb some blood, isn't it, Karam?" As he finished speaking, he summoned the demon sword. Karam, smelling the scent it had craved for so long, Karam said excitedly, "The smell of blood is so strong, master. I don't think I can hold back any longer. Hurry up and let me cut something." Sian did not disappoint it, raising his sword to face the pack of bloodhounds that were charging at him. Oblivious to the danger, Arin Vert charged forward excitedly, saying, "All right, Karam, I will do as you wish." He slashed powerfully towards the pack of bloodhounds, then spun his sword, preparing a technique. From behind, he used the Misty Tempest sword dance technique, destroying countless bloodhounds in a single move. His agile movements and sharp blade left the monsters no time to react. The night was still young, and the sky was pitch black. Sian forcefully plunged a straw into the neck of a dead bloodhound, then used a cup to catch its still warm blood. As soon as the cup was full, Sian raised it and drank immediately, draining all the blood he had just collected. Not only that, but Sian was also a considerate master. He held out the cup and offered, "This is for you," Karam exclaimed excitedly. "This is the first time I've felt so refreshed since awakening," Sian said with satisfaction. "Great, let's keep training like this," Karam said in support. "Look, how long will it take for us to get stronger against weaklings like these?" Vert smirked, smiling confidently. "Don't worry, the night is long, and there are plenty more monsters." In Sian's line of sight was an army of monsters preparing to attack. Karam, of course, saw this as well, trembling and crying out, so excited. At the same time, on a mountainside, a convoy was on the move, and a white-haired young woman sat in a carriage looking out the window. Opposite her, a worried voice advised, "I still think the front lines are too dangerous. Let's go back, princess." The one called princess remained firm in her decision. She said, I've already told you, don't treat me like a child. I am the princess of this kingdom, and I have a responsibility to help my father, the king. How many more times do I have to tell you? Her voice was filled with seriousness. If you mention again, I will get really angry, the princess threatened. The servant replied awkwardly, yes. Princess. Suddenly the handmaiden spoke up. Ah, that reminds me, there's news that the youngest son of the Vert family has also gone to battle. He's about your age, the princess asked in surprise. He brought his youngest son with him. The handmaiden quickly explained, the duke didn't intend to bring him. The young master requested it himself. You two are the same age. You should try to get to know him. The princess shyly turned her head and said, you make it sound like I care about such trivial matters. Forget it, I need to get some sleep. Thinking she had angered the princess, the handmaiden quickly bowed and replied, yes. A moment later, the princess suddenly asked, what's his name? The handmaiden hurriedly replied, it's Sian. I'm pretty sure his name is Sian. The princess mumbled his name to herself, Arin Vert. She crossed her arms and looked out the carriage window. The gentle moonlight illuminated her beautiful face. A harpy-like monster, slashed several times, cried out in pain. Willis Vert rode his horse around. He ordered a check for any injuries. The knights immediately shouted, everyone is all right, sir. Willis nodded and said, good, let's return quickly. The knights replied in obedience. Yes, sir. He looked around, deep in thought. In the distance, a sword was pulled from the monster's body. Sian stepped on its corpse. He sighed. Sheathe your sword. Willis approached and asked, how were you able to adapt and survive in your very first battle? Sian bowed respectfully and answered, I'm always learning something new every day, father. Of course, Willis didn't believe him, saying, is that all? I thought you wanted to return to the family quickly. Willis smiled gently. You've endured here for quite some time. I am very proud of what you've accomplished on this battlefield. Sian thought in astonishment. What? He's proud of me. Willis turned to leave with Yunel. Before leaving, he instructed, I have something to discuss with you tomorrow. Come to my tent early in the morning. Sian replied, yes, father. He was still reeling from the sudden praise, telling himself, father has never treated me this well before, not even in my past life. Night fell again, and a giant monster swung its tail, smashing everything around it. Sian's feet suddenly stepped back. He gritted his teeth, looking at the monster before him. Seeing this huge, long, writhing monster, Sian immediately recognized it as a death worm. They usually only appear deep within the valley. Karam quickly suggested, Master, it seems you're in trouble. Please, switch places with me. Let me possess you to fight. Sian said contemptuously, switch places with you. You think I don't know what you want? Karam replied confidently, I swear it will only take a moment, and I will give your body right back. Green veins bulged on the death worm, looking grotesque. Seeing the slashes on the monster's body heal, Karam seized the opportunity to persuade him see. It instantly regenerates its wounds. Continuing to attack it is useless. Sian also realized the current problem, thinking worriedly, that's right, this won't end well if it keeps going. It had been 1 month since he came to the front lines, and recalling the monsters he had slain, Sian told himself, I've drunk the blood of countless monsters, but it's still not enough. Facing the giant monster rushing towards him, Sian sighed. So be it, he said seriously, I agree to switch places with you, no matter what you replanning, Karam said cheerfully. Alright, let's do this. Sian used the 9th form of the mist technique, Demon Sword Burst. With Karam possessing him, he attacked the monster with a single slash. Sian thought to himself, I will tear your thick hide to shreds. The death worm was slashed and let out a horrific, painful scream. Sian leaped into the air. Under the bright moonlight, he continued by using the mist sword flower plucking slash technique, slashing down powerfully along the length of the worm. The monster was cut in two just like that. Sian seized the opportunity to land many more slashes, completely annihilating the monster. Meanwhile, in another place, a group of people was examining the monster corpses on the ground. Yunel, leading the knights, assessed that the amount of residual magic here was immense. A demon might have done this. Willis looked at the blood on his hand, agreeing. He stated that they couldn't take this lightly, if it was related to the demon race. He ordered an immediate search of the area and the destruction of the corpses. The knights immediately shouted their compliance. Looking at the wound on the demon hound's neck, Willis pondered. This slash looks very familiar. Or am I mistaken? Willis frowned, not wanting to think about it anymore. Suddenly, Yunel called out from behind, Sir, you should see this. Willis walked over to him, wondering, what is this? Yunel nodded. That's right, it's a death worm. Looking at the tragic state of the high-level monster before him, Willis was horrified. Who could have done this to it? He thought worriedly. Perhaps it was that organization. Meanwhile, back in the carriage, Sian was thinking about what had just happened. The demon sword incarnation allows Karam to control my body and unleash its full power. but I can still regain control if it lets its guard down during a fight. Recalling that scene, Sian lay in bed, thinking that was why he allowed it to take control when fighting the monsters. He had drunk all the monsters' blood after defeating them, and his strength had also increased a bit. A month ago, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Sian sat up, clutching his head and groaning. My body hurts so much. Suddenly, Karam spoke up. I get it now. It flew over and said confidently, you look like a kid, but you don't talk or act like one. When you re-in-action with me, you were very fast and skilled. You also know the geography of Limwell Valley very well. Your swordsmanship is as if you've practiced for at least 30 years. Plus, you said you died once, right? I'm sure of it now. Karam smirked, grinning slyly at Sian's surprised expression as it asked. You were reincarnated, weren't you? But after hearing its conclusion, Sian looked at Karam as if it were an idiot. I already told you I died once. It's pretty obvious. Embarrassed and angry, Karam yelled. How is it obvious? You never explained it to me. Sian replied coolly. I was too lazy. Karam clicked its tongue, then grew suspicious. Anyway, killing someone like you isn't easy. I'm guessing you were killed by the wielder of Durandal. There are two possibilities. You were either killed in a one-on-one battle, or you were betrayed. All of Karam's speculations were correct. Sian's face immediately darkened. Karam said confidently, I have a feeling it's most likely the second one. Sian asked doubtfully, why do you think that? Karam immediately explained, you have great contempt for the holy sword, so I'm guessing you don't have fond feelings for it. Realizing it had guessed correctly, Karam flew in front of Sian and said, so your goal is revenge, no matter what, always remember. If I find out you've failed or given up, I will devour you. Karam laughed smugly, threatening him. Sian calmly swatted it away and scoffed, devour me. I'm not stupid enough to let you do that. Karam was knocked into a bookshelf, getting dizzy and passing out on the ground. Sian chuckled, thinking it still hadn't changed. It still had the same personality as in his previous life. With nothing else to do, he stepped out of the tent and saw everyone around looking tense. Sian wondered, what's going on? Everything seems chaotic. Just then, Emilia ran over. Young master, you reawake. Sian asked her, Emilia, what's happening? Emilia immediately replied, yes, the corpse of a high-level monster was suddenly discovered at the entrance to the valley. Sian was startled, thinking nervously, is she talking about that worm? Seeing his confusion, Emilia explained, this is a serious problem. It's been a long time since a monster like that has appeared near the campsite. Sian asked, is there anything else? Emilia was confused, huh? Sian quickly asked again, besides that, is there anything else? Like a suspicious person being spotted or anything about me? Suddenly Yunel approached and called out, young master Sian. He bowed respectfully, saying the Duke wanted to see him right away. Sian thought worriedly, this is bad. I couldn't dispose of that monster's huge corpse right away. Recalling the other corpses, he realized it was because the patrol soldiers had suddenly appeared. Sian gritted his teeth anxiously. My plan to enjoy life before entering the academy. He entered Willis's tent and bowed respectfully. Father, I am here. Sian clung to the hope that his father wouldn't realize he was the one responsible. Willis called out, come here, son, have a seat. Seeing his father's serious expression, Sian thought to himself, if he asks about yesterday, how should I explain it? Sian pressed his lips together as he looked at Willis. Willis sat opposite Sian and began the conversation. Father spoke bluntly. What did you do last night? Arin Vert awkwardly replied, I went to bed early because I was too tired. Willis Vert suspiciously recalled what he saw last night. Went to bed early. But those slash marks are clearly Arin Vert's swordsmanship. He frowned, looking straight at Arin Vert. Have I overthought this? Arin Vert put on an innocent expression, anxiously asking, why would you ask that, father? Willis Vert looked at him, thinking it was hard to believe a kid like him could handle a death worm. Seeing no response, Arin Vert nervously asked, Father, is something troubling you? Willis Vert continued observing him before answering. You must have heard about what happened near the camp last night. He probed. I still need to investigate. But it seems like there are traces of the Mist Assassin Organization's activity. Vert tensed, his face serious as he asked Mist. Willis Vert explained. It's an organization that has existed for thousands of years. No one knows their true purpose. But they have assassinated countless nobles under the guise of purging. Wherever they go, they leave behind a distinctive black mist. But one day, they completely disappeared. Their last known activity was 300 years ago. Yet the death worm last night was enveloped in that black mist. The black mist is the trace left by the god Yu, the god of darkness and the source of their power, Willis Vert confirmed. If my guess is right, that death worm was created by them and the monsters they control. Hearing Willis Vert's analysis, Arin Vert thought tensely. Amazing. Just from that, father could already guess who's behind this. Even though that organization was last seen 300 years ago, Willis Vert, unaware of his thoughts, seriously warned. We don't know why they've resurfaced. But you need to be careful. I will report this to the king and investigate further. Sian Vert obediently replied, "Yes, father." He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, maybe father believes me now. Indeed, Willis Vert thought it was absurd to involve Sian Vert in this, especially since he was still so young. Thinking that, Willis Vert said, "That's all then." Suddenly, he asked, "By the way, who did you say was visiting today?" Sian Vert honestly answered, "I heard the king was supposed to visit, but it was supposed to be today." Willis Vert smiled and said, "I also want to ask you for a favor." Sian Vert curiously asked, "What is it?" Outside, the knights raised their trumpets, their voices echoing everywhere. "The king has arrived." Willis Vert led his troops to kneel and salute. "Your servant, Lord Willis, greets your majesty." The king rode forward, smiling warmly as he called Willis Vert. He dismounted and helped Willis Vert up from the ground. The king sincerely said, "We've been old friends, no need for formalities." Willis Vert seriously replied, "But your majesty." Suddenly, the king looked behind Willis Vert and asked, "Oh, is that the child?" Sian Vert knelt respectfully, bowing, "I am honored, your majesty. I am Sian Vert, the youngest member of the Vert family." The king looked at him kindly, praising, "So young and already out fighting. Your children truly are exceptional." Sian Vert thought disappointedly, "I wonder what father wants me to do. But it turns out he just wants me to introduce myself." He recalled how in his past life he always had to hide indoors whenever the king came. Being trusted by father like this was touching. He thought of himself upstairs, looking out the window excitedly, telling Amelia, "Look, Amelia, it's the king." Back then, Amelia always pulled him back, saying, "Come inside, young master." Suddenly, the king spoke. "Willis, I want to introduce someone else." Small feet stepped down from the carriage, revealing the white-haired princess. She bowed and introduced, "This is the 5th princess of the Uship kingdom, Arin Severus." Sian Vert immediately recognized Arin Severus, the tragic 5th princess. He recalled father's request, "I need you to escort Princess Arin that day." At the time, Sian Vert didn't understand why and asked, "Why?" Willis Vert didn't say much, just instructed, "You just need to stay close to her. She's about your age. You will meet her again when you enter the academy." Sian Vert lowered his head, remembering he had met her in his past life. Several times in academy classes, Willis Vert continued advising, "Getting close to the royal family won't hurt. It won't last long, but I want you to build that relationship." Sian Vert thought bitterly, "But I don't want to at all. I understand father's intention. Maybe he wants me to have a relationship like his with the king." He sighed thoughtfully, "But he chose the wrong person. She can't be my friend." Sian Vert felt helpless. "Even though I can't explain why, since it's a future only I know, it's really frustrating, but I'll just pretend to go along with it." With that thought, he followed Willis and the king's group up ahead. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard beside him as Arin asked, "Why is that river red?" Sian asked, "You mean the river of blood?" Hearing its name, Arin asked doubtfully, "The river of blood." Sian explained, "This current flows all the way through Limwell Valley, and there's no complex reason why the river is red. Old monsters or those fatally wounded and unable to survive will instinctively jump into the river of blood. Then their bodies decompose in the current and undergo a magical transformation, turning the river red." Arin recoiled in horror. "So it's all actual flesh and blood?" Sian replied nonchalantly, "That's right, they even drink and bathe in that water. So it's disgusting. Stay away from it." Arin's face twisted in disgust. "That's horrible. Then what's at the end of the river?" Sian continued, "The demon world." Arin asked, "The demon world, where the demons live?" Sian chuckled teasingly. "That's right, if you follow this river, you might even meet the demon king." Sian smirked with a wicked grin. Not that anyone would be crazy enough to actually do it to her. He was just trying to scare her a little. Suddenly, the sky lit up as a flare shot into the air. Arin asked, "What is that light?" Sian explained, "That's a signal from the 3rd Western Outpost." Yellow men, a demon beast had appeared. His expression darkened. This was serious. Arin was shocked. "There are monsters here." Nearby, Willis was ordering his knights to protect the king. "Scout knights, follow me to the 3rd Western Outpost." Suddenly, the king spoke up. "Don't do that, Willis." Willis called out to the king in confusion. The king drew his sword and said coldly, "Did you think I came all this way just to sightsee? I'm getting rather bored." Willis understood his intention and sighed in resignation. "Yes, your majesty." The king turned to his men and ordered, "We will join the raid on the demon beasts. Kill every last one of them." The knights roared in agreement. "Yes, your majesty." Willis turned to Sian and said, "You were participating too, Sian?" He quickly replied, "Yes, father." Arin asked worriedly, "You can fight demon beasts?" Sian nodded. "Yeah, but only as rare support. You should get to a shelter." But to his surprise, Arin said, "Take me with you." Sian was stunned. What did this girl just say? Her handmaiden also disagreed and tried to dissuade her. "But princess," however, Arin shouted, "You said you were my age, so I want to go too." Sian reminded her, "People die there. This isn't a playground." Arin threw a tantrum, shouting, "I don't care!" I want to go, and no one can stop me. Annoyed Sian called out Yun. Yun quickly approached. Yes, young master, Sian told Yun. The royal knights will escort the princess to safety. Yun then turned to Arin. Let's go, princess. Arin suddenly spun around, pointed at Sian, and yelled, You insolent boy! How dare you treat a princess with such disrespect? Sian glared at her and said impatiently, Knights could die because of your stubbornness. A single moment of hesitation determines life or death on the battlefield. Are you prepared to take responsibility for their lives? Sian's aura was incredibly intense, and it terrified Arin. Her eyes welled up with tears, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Sian paid her no mind, turning to leave. Go cry like a child, princess. In the end, only Yun, Arin, and her handmaiden were left standing there. A giant, grotesque monster attacked. It had already devoured countless knights, while the others surrounded it. Attacking the beast, a sword was raised as a voice commanded, Form ranks. Protect the king and kill them all. Show no mercy to a single beast. Willis roared. The knights immediately charged into battle. Dionysus, the king of the Up Kingdom, had 2 wives. Diana Quiz was his first wife, but she passed away. Cassandra Nepalis is his second wife, considered a powerful judicial figure in the kingdom. The former queen gave birth to 2 daughters, the first and second princesses, while the current queen is the mother of the third and fourth princes. However, Arin Vert, the 5th princess, was the daughter of a commoner, giving her a humble background. She was treated like a puppet princess because of her common blood, but she paid no mind to how others saw her and always fulfilled her duties as a royal, studying more diligently than anyone else. However, she was branded a traitor by those who were jealous of her and was exiled by the royal family and the kingdom. It's rumored the princess died alone from an illness on an island. That's why people call her the tragic princess. She would have lived a happy life if she hadn't been greedy. Someone like her is better off living without ambition. After hearing the story, Karam wondered, Isn't that what your father always told you in your past life? Sian retorted while slaying monsters, It's different. Royal politics are just like that. A monster was struck by lightning magic, watching the monsters fall one by one. Sian marveled that the king must be a talented man. A blade covered in lightning stabbed into the ground. Dian held his sword and used the holy thunder technique. Instantly, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the monster. Sian witnessed the whole thing, thinking in awe that Emperor Dian was famous for being a level 8 mage. And if he hadn't taken the throne, he would have become the head of the Mages Association. Looking at Dian's powerful back, so different from Willis, Sian gave a helpless smile. A mid-level monster like this was probably nothing to him. Being king must just be a hobby for him. After everything was settled, Dian brought out some wine. Looking at the bottle on the table, Dian remarked, It's been a while since we had a drink together, hasn't it, Willis? I feel lonely when I drink by myself. Willis replied seriously, Forgive me, your majesty. I don't allow myself to drink on the battlefield. Suddenly Dian brought something up. By the way, about what you asked me regarding the situation in the kingdom. There have been many assassinations of nobles lately. It's quite worrying. Willis frowned and asked, Do the assassinations have anything in common? Dian answered, his expression grave. All the murdered nobles were corrupt officials, and black bones were found all over the scenes. What do you make of it? Willis stroked his chin thoughtfully and began to recount the situation here. Yesterday, I found traces of them here. It seems the followers of the Black Bone Society that the assassins belong to are active again. Dian nodded in agreement. That makes sense. But you need to investigate it thoroughly. Dian cheerfully poured some wine and said, Thanks for taking care of those bodies. Willis reminded him. But I can't just sit by and watch them live in constant fear. Suddenly, Dian spoke up. There's one more thing that's bothering me. Willis wondered. What is it? Dian said slowly. Those damn nobles are blabbering on, blaming the 5th princess. Willis was shocked. You mean they trying to pin these cases on Princess Arin? Dian recounted. I've dismissed those ridiculous rumors to shut them up, but it seems a certain faction wants to use her. He gave a serious instruction. I want to ask you for a favor. As a friend, not as a king, if I pass away before you, please take care of her, Willis replied with a solemn face. I, Willis, will obey your majesty's command, Dian said with satisfaction. Thank you. Outside, it was raining heavily. Emilia suddenly asked, Is that all? Sian was skeptical. What more were you expecting? Emilia hurriedly said, She's a princess. You just escorted her here. At this rate, it'll be a long time before you get married. Seeing Emilia's angry expression, Sian was bewildered. I'm not on a date. Sian stepped out of the tent, instructing before he left, While I'm gone, I'm leaving everything to you. Emilia wondered. Are you going to train again? It's raining really hard, Sian advised. Don't worry, and don't wait up for me. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the rain up ahead. Emilia screamed in fear. Who's there? The cloak was lowered. The person asked him, Are you going somewhere? Arin asked seriously, Excuse me, but if you were not busy, Could you talk with me for a moment? As soon as Amelia saw Arin, she got excited, her eyes sparkling as she called out, Princess. Outside the tent, countless guards were running past, keeping watch in the rain. Arin looked around and then asked, How long have you been here? Sian replied coldly, About a month. Then he asked, Why did you come to see me? Arin froze, glancing at him guiltily. She turned to the excited Amelia and hesitated. Could you give us some space to talk privately? Amelia kept staring, so Sian ordered in embarrassment, Get out. Amelia left happily, giggling as she said, All right. You two have fun. As soon as Amelia left, the atmosphere became quiet and tense. Sian thought scornfully, Have fun with a 10-year-old kid. No way. I'm 40 years old. Just then, Arin spoke up shyly, her cheeks blushing. I'm sorry about earlier. I feel like I didn't act in a way that befits my status as a princess. Sian scratched his head and replied, You don't have to worry about it, and I'm sorry for being rude. Seeing his apologetic look, Arin chuckled and said, Not at all. If I were you, I would have said the same thing. Her expression fell. You re-acknowledged by so many people, unlike me, and you so much more mature. Sian raised an eyebrow, thinking with some surprise. So this is what she's like. Suddenly, Arin spoke up, Oh, by the way, you were planning to join the academy too, right? As if he had guessed her intentions. Sian coldly refused. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help you with anything. Arin was startled and shocked. Sian continued. If you came here to make friends, you can leave. Arin said, trembling. I just want us to have a good relationship. Are you this difficult? Or do you also think I'm just a princess on the outside? Arin's expression changed, and tears streamed down her face. Sian said nothing, neither refuting nor explaining. Arin cried in anguish. I understand. There's probably no benefit for you in being my friend. I'm sorry for wasting your time. I must have been blind. I thought we could at least talk to each other. But it turns out you were completely different from Lord Arin Vert. That familiar name suddenly rang out. Sian froze, stunned. He quickly turned to look at her. As she spoke, anger surged within him, and Sian grabbed her arm. His strength made Arin cry out in pain, unable to escape his grip. Arin shouted, What do you want? Sian asked coldly, Oh, how do you know my older brother? Clutching her arm in pain, Arin answered, Last year, while walking around the Royal Academy, I met him. He advised me not to care about what other people think, and to just focus on being a princess. Sian's eyes went blank. He couldn't believe his ears. Advised my ass. I know that demonic bastard's personality better than anyone. From the moment she met him, everything was already set in motion. A plan to overthrow Princess Arin. Sian gritted his teeth and growled, I'm warning you. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside forced them to stop their conversation. Amelia ran from a distance, calling for the young master. She hurriedly shouted, Sir, run. But it was too late. From above, the tent roof collapsed, as a monster holding a pillar smashed it straight into Sian's tent right in front of Amelia. The surrounding knights shouted in alarm, Cows. Damn it. That's the young master's tent. Hurry and see if he's in danger. Amelia collapsed to her knees, a lump in her throat rendering her speechless. She cried and wailed desperately. Her calls for the young master echoed through the encampment. But the monster showed no mercy. A subordinate reporting, the two were astonished. Diane's face darkened as he asked, What did you say? The reporting knight immediately replied, A horde of high-level monsters just ambushed the encampment in the borderlands, and I believe the princess is there. Hearing this, Diane quickly stood up and ordered, All royal troops, head to the encampment immediately. We must ensure the princess is safe and sound. The knight quickly accepted the order. Yes, your majesty. Diane then mused, She's at the encampment. Who did she go there to see? Meanwhile, several monsters were wreaking havoc. They carried weapons and roamed around the encampment. Sian observed from the side, assessing the death worms and the others. They usually only live in the deeper parts of the valley, but they've suddenly appeared here. Something must have changed. Behind him, Amelia, Arin, and the other knights were hiding, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Just as Sian was wondering if this was his fault, Amelia called out to him, with tears streaming down her face. She said, I really thought you were gone. From now on, I'll never leave your side again. Flashing back to that moment, just as the tent ceiling was smashed, Sian had reacted in time, grabbing Arin and escaping the tent. He snorted contemptuously. I've killed demon kings before, as if these things could kill me. Suddenly, Arin asked, Do you think the knights in the encampment will be okay? Amelia's eyes shone as she answered confidently, Princess, don't worry. The knights are very strong. Arin covered her mouth and sobbed. If I hadn't come here, none of this would have happened. The knights who came with me are all. The surrounding knights quickly comforted her. We are right, Princess. Protecting you as knights of the kingdom is our duty. Another knight smiled brightly in agreement. He's right, Princess. We will protect you with our lives. It was a touching scene, but suddenly Sian yelled, Get out of the way. A giant hand appeared from behind that knight. It squeezed the knight tightly, making him cough up blood, just like that, right before Arin's eyes. The knight who had just sworn to protect her was captured by the monster. His desperate screams echoed. Before Arin could even react, Sian quickly dashed forward to shield her. Get back. The monster grinned triumphantly, as if it had found its target, just from this gesture. Sian confirmed it. Just as he thought, it was targeting him. The monster tossed the knight aside and advanced. Sian quickly ordered the others. I'll distract the hellhound. You get the princess to safety. Emilia immediately obeyed, replying, yes. This made Sian pause for a moment as he felt Emilia grab the princess and flee. Veins bulged on Sian's face. He thought irritably, is she really in that much of a hurry to leave? While holding Arin, Emilia didn't forget to call to the remaining knight, Sir Knight. What are you waiting for? Let's go! The monster, having waited long enough, roared in anger and raised its hand to smash down. Sian gripped his sword and charged, quickly leaping up to slash at the monster. As he attacked, he wondered, why do I keep attracting these high-level monsters? It feels like they can smell something on me. Karam emerged and reminded him with a laugh. You've drunk the blood of countless monsters to become stronger. That's why you reek of them. It would be strange if they didn't target you. Sian retorted angrily. You knew this all along. Why are you only telling me now? Karam gave a sinister laugh. Have you forgotten? What I want is your body. Sian squeezed Karam without mercy, making it yelp in pain. He stopped trying to escape and then summoned the demon sword. Karam panicked. What are you doing? Son, losing his patience, yelled, shut up. Karam cried and begged, please be a little gentler with me. Sian stood before the monster, which was 10 times his size, and coldly replied, I don't care how many monsters come after me. Sian charged, and the hellhound swung its fist at the same time. He quickly leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful slash. Curse howl. With a single slash, Sian sent the hellhound's head flying. He landed gracefully, as if he had just finished an artistic performance. Sian sighed in relief, saying, now that no one is watching, it's time to drink some high-level monster blood. He was surrounded by countless ferocious monsters. Karam exclaimed excitedly, it's like a grand feast. Suddenly, Sian's expression turned to horror. Wait a minute, is that, from a distant cliff? Another monster landed. Sian realized with horror, an evil dragon. The evil dragon roared furiously. Karam calmly corrected him. Not really, it's still just a whelp. It must have smelled you too. Sian gave an excited, sinister laugh. He thought to himself, why this dragon appeared here doesn't matter. What's important is that I'm going to capture it. His body became shrouded in a red mist. Karam exclaimed in shock, hey! Sian simply commanded, you have to catch that dragon. No, you have to devour it. He pointed his sword toward the evil dragon. Elsewhere, hellhounds were being struck by countless lightning bolts. After finishing one off, Diane asked, that was the last of them, wasn't it, Willis? Willis nodded in response, yes. It seems so. Diane frowned. And what about the princess and your son? Willis replied with concern. I haven't found any trace of them since they left the camp. Diane sighed comfortingly. Don't worry, you must be very concerned about your son. Willis frowned. Why would I worry about him? The princess is what matters most. Diane asked in confusion, you being so cold, is he even your real son? Willis simply stated indifferently, members of my family must know how to protect themselves. Just then, a royal knight rushed over to report, Your Majesty, we have found the princess. Diane was stunned, is that true? Arin ran towards him, calling out to her father. Diane rushed to her side, worriedly asking his daughter, are you injured? Arin said frantically, hurry, father, we have to save him. Diane asked, save who? Arin answered through her tears, Sian, because of me. He behind them. Willis's face grew grim. Diane said urgently, calm down and tell me everything. Willis stepped in front of Emilia and asked, you are Sian's servant, correct? Emilia quickly replied, yes, I am, my lord. Willis's eyes filled with killing intent as he demanded, tell me what happened to Sian. Emilia trembled from his intense pressure, thinking, this is terrifying. I've never seen the Duke so frightening. She hastily replied, the young master acted as a decoy to buy time for us to escape. Willis's frown deepened. The knight who had escaped with them quickly spoke up. I remember where he was. Just give the order, and I will go with the others to rescue the young master. Hearing this, Diane urged him, what are you waiting for? Willis, go. But to everyone's surprise, Willis said 2 words, not necessary. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Diane asked, stunned, Willis, are you serious? Willis calmly stated, I have to manage the situation first. If this camp collapses, monsters will pour into the kingdom. We must rebuild it immediately. It's the only way to prevent further casualties. Emilia couldn't believe what she was hearing and asked in a panic, but what about the young master? In response, Willis simply said coldly, he did his duty by keeping the princess safe. That's how the Vert family must be. Arin was terrified. Why? Why? She was in despair, blaming herself for everything. Just then, a roar echoed everywhere. The crowd panicked. Hearing this scream, Arin looked up at the sky in fear. A dragon. In the sky, she could only see the evil dragon that had confronted Sian Vert. Suddenly, Arin's eyes widened as she called out Sian Vert's name. It turned out he was clinging to the flying evil dragon's leg. He held on tightly to the thrashing dragon's leg, crying in terror. Dragons are the creatures closest to the creator. They are a noble species, a sight one might never see in a lifetime. A supreme species that a lowly race like humans could hardly approach. Sian Vert was fighting, thinking to himself, what an honor it is to be fighting against such a noble species. But why does it keep flying back and forth towards someone I can't see? Down below, Arin Vert watched the sky, only seeing the massive dragon flying back and forth. Suddenly, as if seeing something, Arin's eyes filled with tears as she cried out in panic. Sian Vert, the king and Sian Vert's father, Duke Vert, also couldn't believe it. The king said in amazement, unbelievable, that's a dragon. Then he asked Duke Vert, why did your son climb onto that dragon? What are you waiting for? Why don't you save him? Despite the king's words, Duke Vert furrowed his brows, his eyes deep in thought. Meanwhile, Sian Vert was still trying to control the dragon. On its back, he thought with annoyance, damn it, I really want to drink its blood. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. At that moment, the dragon seemed to change, becoming more ferocious. Sian Vert observed and made a judgment. Is it an evil dragon? To adapt to the fight, Sian Vert then transformed into a different form. He pointed his sword at the dragon and said he had to eat it. Then, facing the horde of monsters rushing in, Sian Vert commanded loudly, all of you, get lost. I don't have time to deal with you. Sian Vert used his Fogstorm sword dance, killing countless monsters with a single slash, filling the air with piercing screams of pain. After dealing with the monsters, Sian Vert flew towards the dragon, looking at the ferocious dragon before him. Sian Vert said, it's not a fully grown dragon. Its size proves that, from its mouth, the dragon gathered power and unleashed a breath attack, hitting Sian Vert directly. The blast sent his entire body flying backward. Sian Vert struggled to regain his balance, cursing angrily, you bastard, you insolent dragon. How dare you spit in my face the first time we meet? Then I'll just have to slash your face. As soon as he finished speaking, Sian Vert's sword struck, leaving 2 clear gashes on the dragon's face. The painful wound made it roar and thrash about. Sian Vert was also thrown a great distance. Even so, the dragon didn't forget to attack. Its sharp tail stabbed down towards where Sian Vert was falling, but he reacted quickly. Sian Vert used Void Sword, followed by 8 Blossom Slash, striking the dragon, hit by 2 consecutive attacks. The dragon lost its ability to fight and fell to the ground. Having defeated his opponent, Sian Vert rubbed his arm, panting, I can't ride it now. My shoulder is too sore, and I'm running out of time. Realizing time was passing quickly, Sian Vert gripped his sword tightly and looked ahead. Despite its injuries, the dragon was still very powerful. It had taken flight again and was ready to attack. This time, Sian Vert thought cautiously, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Just as he was about to attack, the dragon suddenly turned and flew in another direction, surprising Sian Vert, who yelled, it's getting away! Stop right there, don't you dare run. With that, he gave chase. After a while, Sian Vert caught up to the dragon. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I've caught it. That was lucky, so how should I handle this situation now? Sian Vert was now on the dragon's back, thinking of a way to deal with it. Just then, Karam appeared, speaking to Sian Vert with annoyance. What's wrong? Why aren't you doing anything? Sian Vert didn't understand and replied irritably, what do you mean? Don't you see the people down there watching us? This answer didn't satisfy Karam. Instead, she shouted angrily, so what? If you chose me, then you should do something about it. Sian Vert didn't back down, retorting, do you want me to use the demon sword to kill everyone down there? If they see what I can do, they'll burn me alive. Karam persisted, so what? Are you just gonna cling to this dragon forever? Sian Vert replied, I'm already trying to think of a way. Down below, Duke Vert was doing something with the sword in his hand. Sian Vert noticed and thought in astonishment, is that 8-star magic? Is he planning to use the celestial secret sword? Even when he knows his son is about to be carried away with it. Duke Vert was setting up a formation on the ground. Up above, the dragon flew towards where he was standing. Without hesitation, Duke Vert immediately attacked once the target was in position. This action made Sian Vert overjoyed, thinking to himself, Father truly is worthy of the title, Protector of the Continent. Father! The dragon flew towards Duke Vert. Unable to get any further, it was immediately assaulted by a barrage of swords from the formation. Sian Vert, sitting smugly on the dragon's back, said, oh, that's more like it. You re my good little dragon. As Sian Vert was looking for a way off the dragon's back, one of his father's swords from the formation flew right at him. Sian Vert, trying to both get off the dragon's back and avoid the sword, said, let's dodge it. However, the outcome wasn't quite what Sian Vert expected. He said in bewilderment, I don't think that's how you were supposed to dodge it. The sword had pierced one of the dragon's legs. Sian Vert fell off the dragon's back as well. Now in freefall, Sian Vert covered his face in regret and said, "Damn it, I can't believe I just missed my chance to enjoy a special meal." Sian Vert was thinking about his dragon meat meal, not even realizing he was in freefall. At that moment, Karam appeared and angrily said, "What are you doing? Fly up. Do you want to kiss the ground?" Sian Vert casually replied, "I can't. If I use the mist technique, I'll be running low." Karam then furiously shouted, "Then just fall and die." Sian Vert replied with a smirk, "I don't know, maybe I should reconsider." Sian Vert glanced behind him, an idea sparked, and his eyes lit up. Sian Vert flipped over, his face filled with excitement as he said, "Wait a minute, I have an idea." Karam, not understanding him, asked doubtfully, "You don't actually want to kiss the ground, do you?" Looking down, Karam saw they were about to land in a lake. She asked skeptically, "That's water, right?" But without explaining, he replied that there was no other choice. With that, both of them plunged into the lake below, despite Karam's reluctance. Someone else was observing from a distance. It was the Demon King. Watching the dragon in the sky, he remarked, "An evil dragon is flying around here." "Yes, that's a rare sight indeed," another person behind him added. "It's quite small. It looks like it lost its prey, because it ran into some trouble." The Demon King continued, "It seems to be a fairly powerful demonic beast." But his companion replied, "No, that was a human." This astonished the Demon King. He said doubtfully, "A human? Impossible. There's no way an evil dragon would lose a human." After he said that, they all fell silent in thought. The Demon King's companion asked, "Is something wrong?" The Demon King pointed ahead and said, "I sense a strange energy over there." "It's strange, it's somewhat familiar," his companion suggested. "Then let's go check it out," but also made sure to warn the Demon King. "But please, don't go on a random killing spree just cause you re-bored." The Demon King eagerly replied, "You got it, okay, I won't cause any trouble." With that said, he spread his wings and flew away. Meanwhile, back at the lake, bubbles rose to the surface. A moment later, Sian Vert emerged from the water. He pulled himself onto the shore and leaned warily against a rock wall. Sian Vert seemed to be in pain somewhere, wincing slightly and muttering a curse under his breath. He turned to his right and asked, "Karam, are you still alive?" Karam replied curtly, "Don't even talk to me. I'm trying to figure out how to kill you." Hearing this, Sian Vert sat up and said seriously, "Don't be ridiculous. I have to go back." Karam didn't pay much mind, but still asked skeptically, "So you really want to go back? We should go together. This is the demon realm, you know." Sian Vert understood what Karam meant and replied, "Don't worry. There's no way we'll all run into a high-ranking demon in a place like this." The moment he finished his sentence, a voice spoke up. "I knew it. I knew some fun was waiting for me." The voice made Sian Vert anxious, and his eyes widened. Sian Vert thought to himself that he remembered that voice. A voice that was seared into his memory, one he could never forget. The Demon King was now standing behind Sian Vert, looking at him, and asked skeptically, "Are you a human?" Sian Vert already knew who the voice belonged to. It was the Demon King Vishen. Sian Vert recalled that in the past, everyone who met him said it was like looking at the very embodiment of evil. And that was precisely the person standing in front of him. Damn it, why now? As this thought crossed his mind, Sian Vert instantly snapped into a defensive stance. His sharp sword gripped tightly and pointed forward. The Demon King grew annoyed and spoke loudly to Sian Vert. "I asked you, are you a human? Why don't you answer me?" The Demon King's eyes narrowed, his pupils turning a deep crimson. The Demon King now seemed enraged, completely losing his cool as he yelled, "You little punk, are you trying to pick a fight with me?" Sian Vert looked at the sword in his hand and then glanced behind him. He swung his sword at the Demon King without hesitation. As the blade connected, a strand of the Demon King's hair drifted down. You'd think he would be furious, but it was the complete opposite. The Demon King let out a delighted laugh and said, "I've heard you humans have limitless potential, and it looks like that's true." The demon sword Karam in his hand then asked, "This might be a bad time to ask, but who is that?" Sian replied, "The Demon King." Karam was slightly panicked and exclaimed, "The Demon King? With your current condition, how do you possibly plan to defeat him?" Sian knew it was an impossible task, thinking to himself, "My only option is to try and run," but Sian's grip on his sword tightened. He wondered if he could possibly survive against an opponent like Valkyrian. As he was lost in thought, the Demon King spoke up, "Hey, lighten up. What am I gonna do to a little squirt like you? Just take it easy." Seeing that Sian still didn't trust him, the Demon King promptly changed his demeanor. He lay down on the ground and said with a completely sincere look, "Look, I'm not gonna do anything to you. I'm serious. If you're that scared, we can talk while I'm lying down. Even a scoundrel like me wouldn't pick a fight with a kid." His words and actions left Sian utterly confused. He wondered, why did he just lie down all of a sudden? The Demon King asked Sian, "Let me ask you again, are you human?" Sian answered, "Yes." The Demon King asked another question, "How did you get here?" Sian replied, "I followed the river's current." The Demon King pressed on, then, "Is this your first time in the demon realm? The aura around you is a little strange. Who are you?" Sian remained on guard against the Demon King and answered cautiously, "Just an ordinary human being." The Demon King repeated with amusement, "An ordinary human, huh?" Then he added, "But you seem to know who I am." Sian was starting to sweat, but still managed to reply, "We've never met." The Demon King rolled on his back, casually resting his head on his hands, and replied, "That's true. This is my first time seeing a human, so when could you have possibly met me?" Seeing the Demon King's completely unfazed attitude, Sian grew even more wary and asked, "Why are you?" He wondered to himself, with this laid-back attitude, is he really the Demon King I know? The Demon King answered, "I sensed a strange energy while I was on patrol." Sian repeated, "On patrol." The Demon King explained, "That's right, as the Demon King, it's only natural that I have to look after the domain I rule over." After saying that, the Demon King suddenly sat up and asked Sian with a goofy grin, "Hey kid, what did I just say?" Sian repeated his words back to him, "That as the Demon King, you have to look after the domain you rule over." After Sian finished, the Demon King asked innocently, "Aren't you surprised?" "I'm the Demon King." Then he jumped to his feet, annoyed, and shouted, "I knew it! You must have heard about me from somewhere. What kind of kid reacts like this? Didn't your mother ever warn you that the Demon King would come and get you if you misbehaved?" His words and actions only strengthened Sian's conviction that this person couldn't possibly be the Demon King he knew. Sian recalled his past, thinking, if everything happens the same way as my previous life, then the demon invasion is about to start. But this guy doesn't seem like the type to do something like that. If this is his true personality, then what could have made him change? A flood of thoughts ran through Sian's mind. He asked the Demon King, "If you truly are the Demon King, what is the one desire you wish to?" If the Demon King chuckled and asked Sian, asking the Demon King a question like that, "You're pretty bold." He rubbed the back of his neck and replied, "It's nothing grand. I just want my people to eat well and live good lives. But if anyone dares to get in my way, I'll slaughter every last one of them. That's the responsibility of the Demon King." Those words were overflowing with killing intent, striking Sian to his core. He thought, it was just for an instant, but I definitely sensed the true, savage nature of the Valkyrian I knew from my past life. Right now, it's being held back, but something must have happened to shatter the chains that are restraining this side of him. I have to prevent that from happening. With his mind made up, Sian asked the Demon King, "Hey, Demon King, would you be interested in making a deal with me?" Sian continued, "Something is going to happen to you in the near future. It will threaten the people of your domain." The Demon King furrowed his brow at Sian and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand a single thing you re-saying." Sian went on, "I don't know what it is exactly, but I'm certain that some event will spark a great war between humans and demons." These words enraged the Demon King. He gritted his teeth, his pupils changing color. Growling each word, he asked Arin Vert, "Are you implying that I would want to take over your lands?" Facing this pressure, Arin Vert calmly said, "That's why I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will not start a war." Although the Demon King didn't understand what Arin Vert was saying, he compromised, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? Fine, let's just say I won't start a war. In return, what will you give me?" Hearing this, Arin Vert smiled and replied, "I will help you. No matter what happens to you, I will do my utmost to help you." Vert's face was serious and full of sincerity. Hearing these words, the Demon King moved closer to Arin Vert and looked at him, saying, You know something, don't you?" Being seen through like that, Arin Vert became a bit tense. But then the Demon King laughed and asked, "What is your name?" Arin Vert answered, and the Demon King continued, "All right, Arin Vert, as the master of the demon realm, I promise you that no matter what happens, I will not invade your lands." With that said, the Demon King spread his wings and flew into the air, intending to leave, but not forgetting to add, "But you must also be responsible for your own promise. After all, we have made a pact." Arin Vert looked at the Demon King with a determined gaze. The Demon King understood, smiled, and said, "Very well, then the pact is complete." After making the pact with the Demon King, the investigation team easily found the unconscious Arin Vert, and he successfully returned. Afterward, Arin Vert learned he had been given the nickname, the boy who survived the evil dragon's claws. They returned to a monastery on the Willis border, which the army was temporarily using as a hospital. Arin Vert was being treated there. He had now woken up and heard something that made Arin Vert ask again in surprise. Arin Vert said to Arin Vert, "Let me repeat myself." Arin Vert was both surprised and a little tense, thinking to himself, "I thought everything had been resolved smoothly. Arin Vert mustered all her courage and said, "Will you become my person?" Hearing these words, Sian Vert froze, thinking to himself, what is she talking about? Sian Vert replied, no. This blunt refusal stunned Arin Vert, who then grew sad. With her eyes welling up with tears, she said, of course, I'm just an incompetent princess. After all, Sian Vert looked at Arin Vert with concern, thinking, you re such a handful, I know she's incompetent. But that attitude makes her even worse. I know it's something that will happen in the future. But I can't stop thinking about how that bastard is connected to her tragic death. With that in mind, Sian Vert spoke up, you were right. You can't offer me or anyone else any benefits. With how useless you are now, you have neither influence nor grace. Getting close to you would actually be a disadvantage for me. However, I will continue to watch you from afar until you've fully developed into a better person. Hearing Sian Vert's words, Arin Vert's expression darkened. She repeated, watch me. Yes, Sian Vert, wanting to comfort her but not showing much emotion, replied, yes, and don't be disappointed by it. He expected Arin Vert to be upset or angry, but she remained calm. Regaining her composure, she said, no, I understand. I just need to improve enough for you to acknowledge me, right? With that, Arin Vert pointed a finger at Sian Vert, then said to him enthusiastically, just you wait. I don't know when it will be, but I'll become so strong that you won't be able to ignore me anymore. Outwardly, Sian Vert replied, I'll be looking forward to it. But inwardly, he felt a bit helpless. He thought, she recovers her spirits so quickly. She's still just a kid, after all. Arin Vert turned to leave, but seemed to have something else to say. She glanced at Sian Vert for a long moment, then said, thank you for staying alive. I mean it. With that, she opened the door and left, leaving a confused Sian Vert sitting on the hospital bed, in the camp area at the edge of the forest. Someone was moving with great caution. He carefully observed his surroundings, holding a cube in his hand, which emitted a flickering light. This man was Rynen Grimson, a 7-star engineer from the Garam Kingdom. Looking at the cube in his hand, Rynen Grimson said excitedly, there's not much time left. Suddenly, a voice rang out, so was you, Rynen Grimson. These words made the color drain from Grimson's face. His body was now restrained, unable to move. He tried to struggle, but to no avail, thinking to himself, why can't I move my body? It's as if I'm bound by invisible chains. The mysterious voice spoke again, a small spatial box. It seems its ambient magic has already spread. An artifact that can create a dimension and has enough mana for infinite capacity. It's a masterpiece from the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association. Isn't it? I've been watching it for a whole year, because I had a feeling someone from the Empire was smuggling it. As he spoke, the mysterious figure used his energy to control the cube in Grimson's hand. Cube was now in the mysterious figure's hand. The figure said to Grimson, so that's how you do it. I'll be taking this. Rynen Grimson, the 7-star magic knight of the Garam Kingdom, was stunned, his face a mix of shock and fear, as he stammered, you re Sian Vert. The mysterious figure is Sian. He now stood there majestically, holding the newly acquired prize in his hand. Grimson fearfully backed away, asking Sian, why are you here? Sian didn't answer his question, looking at the pile of goo next to Grimson, then picked up one of them and said, I assume you've been extracting blood from the corpses of demonic beasts and transporting them on supply wagons across the border. It seems there's also a spy who helped you in the department that supplied this box. Grimson, having been found out, angrily retorted, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know anything. Sian cut him off, saying there's no need to play dumb. Their blood is already being sold on the black market. Grimson looked at Sian before him, thinking that Arin Vert must have gotten the hellhound blood through him. So who was the traitor? Never mind the freshness. They were too big to be eaten. Besides, I can't let him get away. I don't know how he's restraining me. But I can start to move now. As he thought this, Grimson gathered energy in his hand, using Dragon's Breath. A second later, he attacked Sian, arrogantly shouting, die. Letting your guard down will get you killed, kid. A powerful blast of energy shot towards Sian. After the attack, thinking he had won, Grimson panted and said to himself, damn it, I'm lucky to be alive. So the rumors about him are true. The aftermath of his attack was still visible in front of Grimson. He said regretfully, I've lost the precious spatial box. I can't believe this happened during the transport. Grimson was so focused on the item that he didn't notice something wrapping around his body. Immediately after, Grimson let out a pain scream. His arm was attacked and his hand was severed. Grimson clutched his severed hand as blood flowed endlessly. He looked at the black bones flying in front of him, wondering what are these black bones? Suddenly, Sian appeared before him and Grimson, in disbelief, stammered, can't be. Before he could finish, Sian punched him in the throat. Sian pinned Grimson against a tree, immobilizing him, and said, make your choice. Tell me the smuggling route and the spy's name and die an easy death, or die so painfully that even Satan would pity you. At the Vlaya's western exchange point, People were bustling with activity. Two young men glanced at each other as if they were old acquaintances. They quickly met up, looking at the goods before them. The young man in the white hat said with interest, 2 crates. The young man in the red hat replied, "We'll be getting a little extra this time." An excited young man reached out to open the lid of a nearby crate, saying, "I wonder how much this one is worth." Opening the crate, they were startled. Looking at the contents, the 2 men screamed, "Lord Rynan, who did this?" In the middle of the busy exchange point, people were coming and going. The 2 young men stared at the crate on their cart, panicking and unsure of what to do. Next, this scene was observed by someone from a distance. It was Sian. The demon sword Karam asked him, "Aren't you going to do anything to them?" Sian replied, "Yeah, this warning is enough. The 7-star magic knight of the Garam kingdom, Rynan Grimson, was smuggling demonic beast blood from the front lines behind the Uship Empire's back. The smuggled items were all sourced from the Garam Kingdom's Magic Association, the Magic Association of the Garam Kingdom, a place where all mages obsessed with magic gather. They study the origins and foundations of magic, as well as the art of creating new magic. They are an association dedicated to surpassing the current limits of humanity. They are creating artifacts like the spatial box, but in the future, they will create all sorts of crazy things with demonic beast blood." Hearing this, Karam asked teasingly, "Did you just change your class from assassin to problem solver?" Sian ignored the sarcastic remark, saying, "Shut up, I told myself I had to stop this." Karam didn't stop there, continuing, "I thought you were going to live for yourself. But this isn't for you at all." Sian's gaze turned thoughtful as he replied, "I just don't want anyone else to use demonic beast blood." In a residential area within the Uship Empire, in a building, a young man stood looking out a window, holding a piece of paper. After reading it, he said with annoyance, "Sian is going to the front lines with father." In the room, a woman was sitting on the bed, a blanket covering her body. She tossed her hair and asked, "San, your half-brother." This man was Arin Vert, Sian's older brother. He gave a scheming smile and replied, "Yeah, he seems to have become a bit of a nuisance lately. I think I'll need to go pay him a visit." The suitcases were packed, and Amelia shouted with joy. The horrible life on the front lines was finally over. "I'm so excited!" The academy is obviously going to be better than this terrible front line, right? While Amelia was daydreaming, Sian said dejectedly, "Yeah, and for me, it's the start of a new hell." The academy was nothing like what Amelia expected. In reality, it was a place rife with schemes and tangled political interests. It was a place for people to form connections, but jealousy and envy were rampant, and building relationships was more important than academics. Unaware of the reality, Amelia remained cheerful and excited, saying, "I heard there are a lot of handsome teachers at the academy. Oh my gosh. What am I going to do?" The more excited Amelia was, the more dejected Sian became. He wondered why she was so thrilled. Amelia continued to daydream. "Maybe I will meet a new love." Sian thought helplessly, "Is she really planning to come to the academy with me?" The next day, Sian arrived at the academy. Suddenly, he saw someone in front of him. It was Granvert, Sian's half-brother. When Granvert saw him, he looked terrified and stammered Sian's name. Sian was a bit surprised, but then started to greet him. "Granvert, but before he could finish his sentence, Granvert quickly ran away. Seeing Granvert's panicked escape, Karam asked, "What was that? Who's that idiot?" Sian replied, "That's Granvert, my half-brother. Don't worry about him." Karam continued, "Why are you so at odds with your family? Just like when you met your father." Sian denied it, saying, "That's not true. My sister Alicia and I get along quite well." But in his heart, Sian thought, "The one I'm truly at odds with is someone else." A door opened and Sian stood there. Inside, all the servants bowed their heads and said in unison, "Welcome back, young master." This scene was unfamiliar to Sian, and he felt a bit tense. He thought, "Before, they wouldn't even give me a second glance. But now they were being pointlessly polite. Just like when father or that bastard arrives. So much has changed in just 1 year. I guess my efforts paid off." Sian opened the door to his room and stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. He felt something was wrong, thinking in a panic, "I know this presence. The presence that makes me tremble this much." Sian gripped the doorknob tightly, his thoughts racing. "That's right, that bastard is behind this door." Outside the door, Arin appeared. He smiled and said, "Long time no see, son." Sian told himself to remain calm, but when he didn't react, Arin asked again, "Don't you remember me?" "It's understandable, the last time we met was before I entered the academy." Sian kept trying to calm himself down, but it was difficult to remain composed. Sian's eyes changed as he thought desperately, "How can I stay calm? I'm going to kill him." Sian looked like he was about to go berserk, his hand on his sword, radiating killing intent. Just then, Karam emerged from the sword, grabbed Sian's hand, and said, "If you don't want to get your head crushed, then get a grip. There's nothing to be gained by killing him, is there?" Hearing this, Sian's eyes gradually calmed. He lowered his gaze, then bowed deeply and said, "The youngest son of House Vert greets the eldest brother." Seeing Sian's actions, Arin asked, "So you do remember me?" San replied, still bowing his head, "As your younger brother, how could I ever forget your face?" Arin reached out to pat Sian's head and said, "I'm so glad." Sian hated the gesture, clenching his teeth tightly. Trying to keep his composure, Arin continued, "I was worried you might not remember me, but this is a relief." As he spoke, Arin, "I heard your swordsmanship has improved a great deal. One day, you will be able to help House Vert. No. You will be able to help me and run rampant on the battlefield." He glanced at Sian as he spoke, his words laced with hidden meaning. Hearing this, Sian seemed to be losing control of himself again. His eyes began to change, but he still replied, "Yes, I'm looking forward to that day as well." His older brother, Arin, looked at Sian with suspicion in his eyes but replied nonetheless, "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, because the only reason I came here was to see you." Hearing these convoluted words, Sian thought he was the type of person who wouldn't even glance at someone he deemed useless. Now that Ivy realized his intentions, Ivy became strangely calm and rational, thinking this to himself. On the outside, Sian forced a friendly smile and replied, "I wanted to see you too, big brother." At that moment, Emilia was outside, carrying luggage with both hands, and said in frustration, "Honestly, he doesn't even have that much luggage. Is it so hard to help me carry it?" After walking a short distance, Emilia was exhausted. She put down her 2 suitcases, panting and complaining, "I'm so tired." Then Emilia opened the door and shouted, "Young master, how could you just leave on your own like that?" After speaking, she looked at the person standing in front of her. It was Arin Vert. Emilia said, stunned, "Eldest young master." Arin Vert gave Emilia an affectionate smile and said, "I heard you re very close to Sian, and it seems your relationship is quite good. Please, continue with your work." With that, Arin Vert walked away. After Arin Vert left, Emilia composed herself and said with a sigh of relief, "I thought I was going to die from the stress," she said, then turned to scold Sian, "Young master, if he was coming, you should have told me beforehand." Sian ignored her words and said, "Emilia, could you step outside for a moment?" Emilia, a bit confused, replied, "What?" But before she could finish speaking, Sian cut her off. His eyes had now turned red as he growled, "Don't make me repeat myself." Seeing Sian like this, Emilia felt a bit worried. Sian collapsed over the toilet bowl and vomited. After he finished, Sian struggled to stand up and asked Karam, "Why did you stop me?" Karam asked in return, "Shouldn't you be thanking me first?" Sian continued, "That was an opportunity for you too. The moment I collapsed was the perfect chance for you to take over my body." Karam laughed and replied, "Don't get me wrong, I simply want your rage to grow even stronger. That way, it'll be even more delicious." Hearing that, Sian scoffed and said, "Right, that's more like you." In the hallway, someone was moving, standing before a large door. He knocked. From inside, Arin Vert's voice called out, "Come in." As soon as he entered, the man bowed and reported, "I have followed your orders and located the second young lady." Arin Vert, who was sitting in a chair reading a book, looked up after hearing the report and asked, "Where is she?" His confidant replied, "It has been confirmed that the young lady is in the northern part of the continent, the land of the White Elves." Grina. Arin Vert rested his chin on his hand with interest and said, "Grina, huh? I didn't expect her to be living with a race that despises outsiders, which just goes to show how charming she is. If there are any signs of her returning to the Empire, report to me immediately." The confidant acknowledged the order, but before leaving, he asked Arin Vert, "If I may ask, has something happened to put you in such a good mood?" Arin Vert asked in return, "What makes you think that?" The confidant replied, "Because you seem much more cheerful than usual. Was your meeting with your brother that interesting?" Hearing this, Arin Vert laughed loudly and replied, "Interesting. I see, it's true that one could interpret it that way. But you were wrong, I'm actually in a very bad mood right now." As he said this, Arin Vert's pupils turned blue. Seeing this, the confidant immediately realized the situation, bowed his head in fear, and said, "Please forgive me for misrating your mood." Arin Vert recalled the moment he met Sian, thinking to himself, his eyes looked as if he were facing an enemy. Was I mistaken? Arin Vert spoke aloud, "Indeed, there are many things to worry about with that boy. I'll have to watch him closely to make sure he doesn't go astray." Hearing this, the confidant replied with relief, "Yes, I will have someone monitor the young master." The confidant left. Arin Vert sat there, looking out the window, the image of his meeting with Sian replaying in his mind. He began to calculate and wonder, "See, what exactly is my dear little brother hiding?" In the courtyard of the duchy, a group of people stood waiting, preparing to go somewhere. Emilia called out loudly, "Hey, young master, how could you do this?" Sian, sitting in the carriage, replied, "My hands are tied. There's nothing I can do. Do you think I wanted this? But the academy doesn't allow us to bring extra servants, so I have no choice." Despite what Sian said, Emilia, standing outside, said angrily, "You already knew that, so why didn't you tell me?" Young master, telling me at the very last minute, how am I supposed to accept this? Sian said helplessly. Alright, that's enough, you stay here with the family, and don't cause any trouble, okay? We'll figure things out later. Hearing that, Emilia's attitude immediately changed, and she replied gently, Alright, young master, you can rest assured. The one I'm worried about is you. Don't cause any trouble at the academy. Okay. Arin Vert laughed and replied, Of course, I'm not a child. He called out to the driver. Alright, let's go, everyone. The convoy started moving, Emilia tried to add. Remember, young master? Don't forget it. After saying that, she looked sad. Her eyes welling up with tears as she called after him. Be careful with everything at the academy, young master. Don't cause trouble or let anyone push you around. If anything happens, tell me. You must study well and then come back to the family. Hearing these words, Arin Vert was secretly relieved, thinking, damn, it's a good thing she agreed to stay with the family. Otherwise this would have been a hassle. Arin Vert remembered when he was 8 years old, on a rainy day, he had a very high fever, was delirious, and completely unaware of his surroundings. In the family, no one cared about him. Despite the heavy rain and storm, thankfully, there was Emilia. She carried him on her back all night, running all over the city, knocking on every doctor's door. The scene flashed back to that rainy night. Emilia carrying Arin Vert on her back, constantly shouting, Is anyone home? Please open the door and save my young master. Fortunately, a kind old man opened the door and said, Alright, come in quickly, bring the boy in here. Arin Vert recalled that, if she hadn't been there during that difficult time, he probably would have died alone in his room, without anyone knowing. Thinking about this, Arin Vert stuck his head out the window, smiled, and said to Emilia, Alright, don't you worry, I promise. I will find a way to bring you to the academy, back at the family estate. Don't overthink things. I will write to you if anything comes up. Arin Vert continued to think, because of those feelings. I don't see Emilia as just a maid at all, but as my own family. Hearing Arin Vert's words, Emilia happily waved goodbye to him, saying, Alright, young master, rest assured. I will wait here obediently for your good news. Arin Vert was finally at ease, but then became suspicious, wondering now that one thing is settled. But thinking back, it's quite strange. Why would the family send as many as 6 knights to escort me to the academy? Even though I'm a duke's son. I don't have any standing in the family to warrant an escort like this. This trip to the academy is going to be quite complicated. There are still many things I can't predict, however. It's also something to look forward to. The carriage carrying Arin Vert to the academy was still moving. 2 soldiers looked at each other and nodded. Arin Vert was lounging inside the carriage. A soldier came to the window and said to Arin Vert, It looks like we'll be making camp here for the night, young master. Arin Vert replied. Alright, if everyone's tired, let's rest here. How far have we traveled from the family estate? The soldier looked at a map and answered, We've already traveled a long distance, young master. In fact, we've almost reached the center of the Sparring territory. By my estimation, we should enter the city in that territory tomorrow afternoon. After hearing this, Arin Vert said, Alright, let's do that. Everyone get some rest and regain your strength. Report to me if anything comes up. The soldier acknowledged the order. After giving his instructions, Arin Vert returned to his seat, his eyes pensive, thinking this is a mess. As far as I know, there are no forests near the Sparring territory. They must think that, because I'm young and have never been here before, they could fool me. It seems they've steered us slightly off course, towards the border. That's the only way there would be so many dense forests like this. I don't understand what their purpose is in bringing me to this gloomy forest to camp. As he was thinking, a soldier came to report, Young master, the camp is set up and the fire has been lit. You can get out of the carriage now. Arin Vert stepped out of the carriage, asking casually as he walked. It's really quiet and the air is fresh here in this forest, isn't it? But I don't understand why you surrounded my carriage like this. Did Arin Vert really send you to escort me like this? Arin Vert was now surrounded by the group. The soldiers looked at each other, and one of them gave a cunning smile. Arin Vert observed this behavior and thought to himself, they were smiling. Arin Vert's entire demeanor changed. His eyes changed color. He repeated his words, I'm asking you, who is behind this? Who ordered you to do this? A soldier replied with a dangerous smile. You are quite perceptive, young master, but a dead man walking like you doesn't need to know. As he spoke, his hand gripped the hilt of the sword at his hip. Another soldier continued, it doesn't matter how you ask, our job is to follow orders from above. We can't make our own decisions whether we want to or not. On our honor as knights, we promise not to let you die a painful death, but we'll send you to the other side as quickly as possible. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the afterlife. All you need to do right now is stand still and don't think. Everything around here will be over soon. The group of soldiers, bantering back and forth, approached Sian as they spoke. One of the soldiers was already in front of Sian, raising his sword to strike down hard. He didn't forget to say, "All right, that's enough talk. Now it's time to say goodbye." The soldier's sword swung down, but Sian easily dodged it with a slight tilt of his head. A moment later, something flew into the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. On the ground, the head of the soldier from before now lay there. His eyes wide open in death, Sian held a sword in his hand. He said to the remaining soldiers, "You guys are in for it now. One of you is dead, so you should be scared enough to answer my questions." The soldiers who witnessed the scene were all terrified, their earlier confidence completely gone. Sian repeated, "Is no one going to say anything? I guess you all too scared to speak, huh?" Sian's whole body glowed red, filled with rage and a hint of madness, as he added, "If you remain silent, the only outcome for you is death." Brian Kenrick watched what was happening, stunned and in disbelief, thinking it was impossible for a kid to act so decisively and powerfully. The other soldiers still tried to attack Sian, but they all failed. Each one lost a body part, some a limb, others their head. Blood-curdling screams echoed all around. Brian Kenrick grew more and more bewildered, thinking it's impossible. How can this kid, who's only 11 years old, be so strong and cold-blooded? With him being like this, no wonder he survived on the battlefield after being dragged away by that dragon to the demon territory. This mission is probably a failure. We were too careless. We never thought he'd be this terrifying. From the very beginning, things didn't go as smoothly as I thought they would. Lost in thought, Brian Kenrick suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face etched with fear. Sian was standing in front of him, saying, "You're the only one left. Are you going to talk?" A murderous aura radiated from his body. Brian Kenrick, terrified with tears welling up in his eyes, said, "Young master, this was ordered by the Duchess. Lady Margaret ordered us to take you into the forest and quietly assassinate you." After hearing this, Sian thought to himself, "This guy is a real coward, but I guess it can't be helped. All his comrades are dead. If he didn't confess, he would have followed them." Brian Kenrick was terrified, tears streaming down his face nonstop. With the problem solved, the carriage started moving again. Brian Kenrick was now the driver, and as they traveled, he said, "From what I know, many rumors have been spreading within the family recently. I don't know if you've heard. Young Master Granvert, out of extreme fear, asked Lady Margaret to do something, as I guess. The lady's actions were in response to young Master Granvert's request to eliminate a future threat to himself." Hearing this, Sian recalled his encounter with Granvert and said, "All right, so it was him. No wonder during the trial, he ran away from me like he was avoiding the plague. The next time I return to the family and see him, I'll make sure to punish him thoroughly." Brian Kenrick hesitated and asked, "Young master, what about me? What do you plan to do with me? I beg you to spare my life. I've told you everything. I was only following orders from above." Sian asked, "You look like you've lost all your will to fight, huh? But at least you still want to live." Brian Kenrick replied sorrowfully, "In any case, it would be difficult for me to return to the family after failing the mission. If the young master decides to kill me now, I can only accept it. What else can I do? Although I was ordered to assassinate you, it is still my fault." Sian, too lazy to listen his whining, said, "All right, we'll deal with that later. Right now, I need an attendant, so just keep driving the carriage. Whether you live or die, we'll talk about it later. I know what you did. I'll decide your fate based on your attitude from now on." He said this out loud, but inwardly, Sian thought with a smirk, "Looking at how cowardly you are, I don't understand how you even became a knight. At least you're pretty good at driving a carriage." Hearing these words, Brian Kenrick was surprised and thanked Sian for not killing him. Sian looked ahead and said, "It looks like we've arrived in the central city of Sparring." At the family mansion, Margaret was fuming. She furiously smashed a vase, screaming in anger, "What the hell? It was a failure." Her body trembled with rage. She clenched her fists and asked again, "Are all the knights dead? How is that possible? And one is still missing, and that little brat has disappeared too." The servant could only bow his head in fear and reply, "Yes, that is correct. Young Master Sian arrived in the central city of Sparring last week." "What?" Margaret covered her mouth with her hand, asking again in a panic. "The fact that 7 of those guards failed to assassinate a mere brat is just unbelievable. This is truly beyond my imagination." The servant bowed his head deeply, answering with remorse, "It seems we greatly underestimated young Master Sian. He may be young, but his power is truly immense." Margaret roared furiously, "You're the one who told me to do this. That brat is just a child. How could he possibly be so strong? We even sent 7 knights along." Facing Margaret's wrath, the attendant broke out in a cold sweat and hastily replied, "This is also my fault. But I suspect that some other power may have aided the young master." He pleaded urgently, "I beg you, my lady, please give me one more chance. This time I won't be so careless. The job at the academy is guaranteed to succeed." Margaret was furious, hissing with rage, "Just drop it for now. If we try again and fail, things will spiral out of control. If he's pushed into a corner, He might do something unpredictable to me and young Master Granvert. As she spoke, Margaret unconsciously recalled Sian's cold threat from that day. If you want to make a move against me, you'd better be careful, my lady. The things I could do to you and your son are beyond your imagination. This threat constantly lingered in Margaret's mind. Just thinking about it sent a chill down her spine. She felt a surge of fear, turning away, drenched in a cold sweat, and ordered in a low voice, "Let's end this here for now. Don't push it, or things will get complicated." The servant bowed and obediently replied, "Yes, my lady, I understand." Margaret added one more thing, frowning at the servant with a threatening tone. "No one is to know about this. Do you understand? This is a very serious matter, therefore, deal with everyone involved." Quietly, the servant bowed and replied, "Yes, my lady." Margaret's attendant then left the room, unaware that from a distant, hidden corner, Arin's assistant was silently observing. A few days later, as he left the city center of Sapphire, Sian was in a carriage, with only a single driver named Brian. He faithfully served as both coachman and attendant. As the carriage ambled along, Sian thought to himself, "The Duchess must have figured out what happened after finding the bodies of those knights in the forest. Of course, I can't predict her next move, but for now, I just need to head to the academy." He continued to think, "I'll figure out what to do once I'm there. But after this failed assassination attempt, she'll probably have to be more cautious with her actions against me." Suddenly, Brian pushed open the carriage window and poked his head inside, announcing, "Young master, we've arrived at the next city." Sian lazily cracked open an eye, glanced at him, and mumbled, "All right." He thought to himself, "This prosperous, bustling city brings back so many memories." The academy building was visible in the distance, with flocks of birds soaring across the vast blue sky. The carriage carrying Sian crossed a bridge and headed straight for the academy gates. Sian was lost in thought, recalling memories from his past life, a time when he had suffered greatly here. But it was also at this academy where many events occurred that changed his life for the better. Sian entered the building and walked straight to the admissions desk. Presenting the crest of the Vert family, he told the administrator, "I am Sian of the Vert family, here for my scheduled appointment." The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment as everyone heard the name Sian. They all stopped what they were doing to stare at him. The administrator forced a smile, stood up, and spoke quickly. "Yes, young master, everything has been arranged. Please, follow me. All that's left is for you to register at the dormitory. You can rest there for the time being. In a few days, we will have the opening ceremony and a placement exam for all newly enrolled students." Sian was a bit surprised by the female administrator's enthusiasm, but he brushed it off. He put the crest back in his pocket, thinking, "Well, that's settled. Now I just have to wait." The administrator pushed a silver tray in front of Sian. On it lay a letter sealed with formal red wax and a golden key. Sian looked down, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are these the things I'm supposed to receive here?" Brian carried Sian's luggage to the designated dormitory room. The bags in his hands dropped with a thud the moment he laid eyes on the room. He froze, his jaw agape, and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, young master! This room is way too luxurious." Indeed, the room for Sian was several times larger than his room at the Vert family mansion, fully furnished, with everything sparkling with a golden sheen, and no less extravagant. Sian had never stayed in a room like this in his previous life, and even he was surprised, thinking to himself, "Is this a room for royalty? What kind of dorm is this?" In the past, no student enrolling in the academy had ever been temporarily housed in a royal room like this. Not even my bastard of an older brother. Someone must be behind this. Even so, Sian showed no particular reaction, turning to ask Brian, "You've brought all my luggage up here, right?" Brian was still stunned by the splendor he was seeing for the first time, sweating and dazed as he replied, "Yes, everything has been brought up. Young master, please don't worry." Sian's voice suddenly turned ice cold as he slowly reached into his pocket, turning to Brian and saying, "All right, I'm finally settled in for enrollment. All that's left is to wait for the entrance exam." He glanced at Brian, his eyes devoid of any emotion, and continued in a flat, indifferent tone, "Therefore, thank you, Brian, but your journey ends here." Faced with Sian's sudden, emotionless change in attitude, Brian was terrified, trembling uncontrollably, sweating, and stammering as he pleaded, "Young master, please don't kill me." But Sian suddenly pulled out a bag of gold coins and tossed it to him. Brian stared at the bag of gold, asking in bewilderment, "What's this?" Sian turned and walked away, waving his hand dismissively as he replied, "That's your payment. Take that money and run away. Don't bother returning to the family. With that money, you can live a different life. Listen to me. Don't you dare come anywhere near the family's territory again. If the Duchess finds you alive, you a dead man. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying, right?" Brian stared silently at the young master's back. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, speaking hastily. "Your subordinate, Brian Kendrick, a knighted knight, Sian turned his head in surprise to look at Brian kneeling before him, his face filled with determination. He declared firmly, "Thanks to the young master's mercy, I am alive today. Since you have shown me compassion, I beg you to see it through to the end. Please allow this subordinate to serve you, young master, no matter how arduous the task may be in the future. Please command me as you wish. This subordinate will not refuse even if it means death." Sian glared at him and said heartlessly, "Nice words. But what kind of knight are you?" Still too weak in Sian's eyes. Brian was just a hired carriage driver and porter. Brian answered awkwardly, "Yes, I am a knight. But because I lack experience and my skills are still poor, I still perform more menial tasks than other knights." He bowed his head and explained hesitantly, but deep down, "This subordinate has always remembered my father's teachings. If I ever meet a master who treats me with sincerity, someone I can trust, then I must resolve to follow that person with all my heart, without regret even in death. This subordinate's loyalty is now directed to you, young master. I beg you to let me serve you." Fell silent for a moment, then sighed, and reminded him coldly, "Do you really think I'm that sincere? It seems you still not experienced enough, are you, Brian? You need to think this action through first." Brian looked up at him in surprise, asking in confusion, "What do you mean?" Sian stepped in front of him, his sharp, emotionless eyes glaring down at him, emanating a murderous aura, and asked in a cold voice, "Do you think following me will get you what you expect? If I lead you to your death in the future, will you resent me for it?" Faced with his cold attitude, Brian, though a little frightened, still affirmed decisively, "No, sir, this subordinate is already loyal to the young master, so no matter what happens in the future, I will have no regrets." Sian fell silent, then patted his shoulder and replied, "All right, I understand." He turned and left the room, leaving behind an instruction, "You stay here and listen for what's happening in the main hall. If there's any news at the academy, report it to me. I'm not interested in the academy's opening ceremony at all. I'll probably just show up when it's time for the entrance exam." Brian looked up at his departing figure and immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir, understood." Watching the door close, Brian was bewildered, unable to understand what kind of person Sian truly was. A few days later, in the academy headmaster's office, the headmaster was having a discussion with an instructor. After the entrance exam had concluded, he clasped his hands in front of his chest, deep in thought. What a quality entrance exam. I never thought we'd have so many talented students from all over the Empire joining the academy this time. Hopefully, the future of the Empire will be bright thanks to this new generation. At the entrance exam a few days ago, the new students were gathered around the assessment platform. The first student, Arin Vert, stood on the platform in a golden aura, 2-circle magic, B-rank mana power, 52% holy body aptitude, royal light attribute. Next student saw a 3-circle magic, a rank mana power, 53% holy body aptitude, earth attribute. The headmaster was extremely impressed as he read the results in his hand, stroking his beard thoughtfully. It seemed these two students truly had extraordinary aptitudes. But there was another rather special student. Sian Vert. This kid had 1-circle magic, rank mana power, and a 92% holy body aptitude for dark magic. The academy's instructor, Sarika, pushed up her glasses and exclaimed with some surprise, "I really didn't expect him to have such a unique aptitude." The best top-ranking student to ever graduate from our academy was Alicia Vert, a person of extraordinary talent and intellect, who was called a sage even from a young age. At graduation, her holy body aptitude had only reached 88%. The academy's headmaster, Yunel, replied with a slight frown, "It's true. That family always produces exceptional talents. I thought that after Alicia, there would be no one else like her, but in this exam, a new talent has appeared. Her younger brother. He is truly a talent that needs careful nurturing," Sarika said with some hesitation. "However, one thing to note about this boy is that his aptitude is of the dark attribute." Headmaster Yunel nodded. "That's right. With this aptitude, his power and agility are beyond question. But if he can't control his dark power, it's very likely he will walk the path of evil in the future." The headmaster placed the information sheets on the table, slowly stood up, and turned his back to Sarika, musing, "By the way, do you know why a boy so young was sent to our Royal Academy?" Sarika answered frankly, "Well, there are many rumors about that. But from what I know," the headmaster calmly interjected, "he was sent to this academy by the Emperor himself." Hearing this, Sarika was startled with surprise. Yunel glanced at her and continued, "After the battle on the border with the demon tribe, the Emperor witnessed his power firsthand. Furthermore, he saved the princess from the hands of monsters. Therefore, the Emperor sees him as a good match for his little princess. His Majesty is very interested in that boy." He thought about the future of Princess Arin and Sian, then nodded thoughtfully. From this, one can see the future. If the 5th princess, who was thought to have no chance in the succession, and was always considered talentless, gets betrothed to a rare talent from the ducal family of Vert. This will lead to unpredictable changes in the future for the princess, as well as for our empire. Surika had a realization, covering her mouth in astonished speculation. Yes, it's simple, incredibly easy to understand. From a princess with no real power, always seen as the underdog in the power struggle, she would become a newly emerging power. The war for the throne will become even more fierce. This could plunge our empire into endless war. Civilians and soldiers will shed blood ceaselessly. Yunel looked at Surika with regret and reminded her in a low voice. Now that things have come to this, we can only acknowledge it. This is the Emperor's decision, and we cannot interfere. Everything in the future is unpredictable. The only thing we can do is observe the situation. Let time prove and answer whether this boy can join forces with the princess to create a new power, or if he will perish in this brutal war for the crown. Returning after the entrance exam, Arin Vert walked alone down the empty hallway, head bowed and thought, 92%, right? To think it increased that much in my past life. After the entrance exam, my holy body aptitude was only about 80%. Seems things are very different now. He thought to himself, this increase in aptitude is probably because I drank too much monster blood, so my physical constitution has improved and been enhanced a lot. Just then, he unexpectedly ran into someone in the hallway. It was Granvert and his friend. Granvert looked at Sian as if he'd seen a ghost, took a terrified step back, and shrieked, "What the hell?" Sian thought to himself, this bastard must have thought I was already dead in the forest. That's why he's so surprised. While Granvert was sweating in fear, his friend seemed calm. The friend, who was built like an elephant compared to the scrawny Granvert, stood behind him like a solid wall, and spoke up. Is this the kid? In my family, you treated him like a servant and taught him plenty of lessons during your sword fights, right? Granvert nervously stammered in reply. Ah, that's right, so that kid is my brother. He was a weak kid named Sian. Sian looked at Granvert's friend, thinking to himself that this fat guy was Bob Fenelon, the son of Marquis Fenelon from the Duchy of Graham. In front of him, Bob smirked contemptuously at Sian with a smug look and asked a sarcastic question. Hey, you little punk, you seem new to the academy. So there's a lot you don't know, huh? I heard you don't even know who your own mother is, right? Sian didn't react. He recalled his past life, being bullied by Granvert and Bob, and thought resentfully, that bastard was truly my nightmare in my past life. He and that damn brother of mine relentlessly tormented me during my time at this academy. But this life is different. Sian smirked, an excited smile on his face as his eyes glowed red with killing intent. He was delighted, thinking to himself, it's perfect that I ran into both of these scumbags at the same time here. Seeing that Sian didn't bother to answer, and was just looking at him with a grin like he was ready to eat him alive, Bob, trying to save face, patted Granvert on the shoulder and said arrogantly, it seems this kid is new to the academy. We need to teach him a little lesson to make him a bit more obedient, right? Granvert didn't feel reassured at all, panically warning, hey Bob, wait a minute, he may be weak, but you need to be careful. Bob thought Granvert was just worrying needlessly, and stepped forward, smugly replying, it's fine, leave it to me, don't worry, since we've run into each other here, we might as well get acquainted. Granvert was still sweating bullets, and weakly tried to stop him. I think we should just go, we can talk to him later. It's time for lunch. Despite Granvert's pleas, Bob aggressively charged forward anyway, but before he could even make a move, Sian kicked him, sending him flying into a wall and shattering a large chunk of it. Granvert trembled at the sight, and screamed in horror with tears in his eyes. No, Bob. Bob. Wanting to show off in front of Sian and defend Granvert, Bob had foolishly charged at Sian to challenge him, only to be knocked to the ground by a single kick, with tears streaming down his face. Granvert screamed in panic, Bob. After neatly taking Bob down, Sian looked directly at Granvert and calmly asked, shall we have a little chat? Now it's just you and me. Granvert sobbed in fear, trembling as he stammered, why yeah, what is it? Sian didn't answer immediately. He coldly approached Granvert and slowly placed a hand on his shoulder. The mere touch made him tremble uncontrollably, sweat pouring out and mixing with his tears. He leaned down, glaring at him with a smile, and whispered in Granvert's ear, I don't care what you're replotting, but I'm a merciful person, as you've already seen. But if you ever dare to mess with me again, Sian smirked, whispering a chilling threat, you won't be graduating with your spine in one piece. A chill ran down Granvert's spine, his limbs went limp, and his face turned pale. He let out a sob and collapsed in terror next to his unconscious friend. Sian turned and walked away, a thrilled smirk on his face as he thought, it seems my life at the academy is about to get very interesting. The academy library was deserted. With sunlight slanting through the glass panes, Instructor Suriko was leisurely walking through the restricted section. Deep in thought, she adjusted her glasses, thinking to herself about Sian, whether he becomes a future disaster or a hero, I should keep an eye on this student. Sian. Surika approached a bookshelf and reached out to search through the volumes, but found that the book she was looking for was missing. She narrowed her eyes in confusion, thinking, it's not here. Behind her, Sian was leaning against a bookshelf, holding the book in his hand. He smiled and suddenly spoke, are you looking for this? Surika jumped in surprise, quickly turning to face Sian with a flustered, awkward smile. How did you manage to get in here? This is a restricted area. Surika was bewildered, thinking to herself, I couldn't sense his presence at all. She approached Sian and asked with an awkward smile, your name is Sian, isn't it? Could you please return that book to me? I need that material for my research. Sian, holding the very book she was looking for, smiled innocently and asked, oh, you mean this book? Of course I'll return it to you. Surika reached out to take it, and smiled politely. Thank you. Suddenly, a sharp blast of black energy shot straight toward Sian, causing him to freeze. The book in his hands was ripped in half. He stood among the torn pages fluttering in the air, warily watching the purple energy dissipate before him, then smiled and asked with a hint of bewilderment, weren't you looking for this? Instructor Surika. He then asked bluntly, are you the leader of the mist? Miss Surika clutched a black piece of paper in her hand. Her arm was still covered in a mysterious black mist. She glared at Sian and asked coldly, who are you, kid? How did you find this? Sian recalled that in his past life, his first impression of Instructor Surika was rather unremarkable. She had once scheduled a talk with him and politely asked social pleasantries like how his life at the academy was going. Back then, Sian was much more pathetic. He didn't answer, just kept his head down in silence. At that time, Surika still cheerfully encouraged him. I know you want to end this boring conversation quickly, but face-to-face interaction is very important for a student's development. At that time, he had wondered how they could expect him to develop, when all he ever received was bullying from that damn brother of his. He replied warily, I don't care to him. Everything at the academy back then felt like a joke. Despite his cold reaction, Surika kept smiling. To be honest, I'm quite interested in you. Sian, that statement surprised him. Surika continued. An unusual amount of dark element at 84% is quite rare. Sian lowered his head and replied. But they say it's an element with no special properties. Surika took this opportunity to plant a thought in Sian's mind, that it's because there are many aspects of the dark element that humanity has yet to fully understand. On the contrary, she thought his potential for growth was limitless. These words from Surika changed Sian. Back then, he naively thought he had been enlightened, filled with many mixed emotions. Surika maintained her friendly facade, smiling encouragingly. I wish you success in the future. At that time, Sian silently wondered if she could guide him, since she understood the dark attribute so well. Now, knowing Surika's true face, Sian looked at her warily, smiling helplessly, thinking about how mistaken he had been. However, I was deceived. Sian thought bitterly about the deception from his past life, staring straight at Surika's terrifyingly silent figure. She now stood amidst tattered book pages, her arm enveloped in black mist. Sian was cautious, thinking to himself, never be fooled by that friendly, smiling face behind those glasses. Her position as an instructor at the Royal Academy is just her cover. Her true identity is that of an assassin. Watching Surika slowly remove her glasses, Sian thought to himself that she was one of the leaders of the Mist organization. All this time, she had hidden her identity behind a demon mask. Surika held the glasses in her hand and calmly offered a compliment that surprised Sian. Well done. She turned away, then glanced back at Sian with an emotionless expression and said, I'll hear the details about this in the laboratory. Before we go, clean up all these messy books. Following her, Sian froze, still unable to fully process the situation, thinking in confusion, how can she be so calm? The Academy's laboratory was exactly as Sian remembered it, with messy test tubes on the chemical bench and quartz spheres. He looked around nostalgically, thinking to himself that this place was still the same. He leisurely took a sip of tea, looked up at Surika, and asked with an innocent smile, did you poison the tea? Thin wisp of purple smoke rose from the cup in his hand. He thought to himself, no wonder she's so nonchalant. Surika also laughed heartily and replied, it won't kill you, so you can rest assured. It's probably just enough to melt a few of your internal organs. Sian wasn't surprised, as his opponent was an assassin. He lowered his head and chuckled to himself, remembering the things he had put into his stomach before. He thought to himself that it wouldn't work, because he had already tried drinking the blood of countless demons, and the poisons Amelia created. He glanced at Surika, a challenging smirk on his face, hoping she would increase the dosage next time. Surika, astonished by this situation, looked at him and began to speak. So can we start our conversation now? She asked directly, how did you find out my identity? She paused for a moment, then mentioned the book from earlier. You even knew the exact location of the Mist organization's directive. Placed among obscure books in the library, she smirked suggestively and asked, or are you trying to tell me that you were also a part of the Mist organization? Sian rolled his eyes in exasperation and asked back, do I need to prove anything else? Sarika suddenly glared at Sian, her gaze filled with bloodlust and excitement. She smirked, laughed, and let out a sarcastic remark, thinking, are you bragging just because your dark element value is high? Sian didn't answer, turning his face to look out the window, and said with a smile, this is unrelated. On the way to Sparring, everyone asked me, is it really okay for you to bring only one knight? Even though for the entire journey, he was just the coachman, Sarika still didn't understand how this story was relevant, as Sian continued to speak. I heard that recently, the noble children enrolling in the academy have been dropping dead one after another on their way here. Sian glanced at Sarika, smirking knowingly. Since when did the purification process begin? Sarika seemed surprised, muttering in disbelief, the purification process. Sian had intentionally mentioned the characteristic assassinations of nobles, carried out by the Mist organization. She smiled. Deciding that Sian was a threat, her eyes turned emotionless, filled with killing intent. She replied with a cold smile. I have no idea what you were talking about. Around her, a black mist erupted, enveloping the carriage, a cold, characteristic red mist swirled around him like a vortex. He loosened his tie and asked coolly, isn't that sort of thing usually related to the Mist assassination organization? The look Sarika gave San was terrifying. She gritted her teeth, her lips curling into a sneer as she hissed, You'll regret the words you just spewed. Wasn't one to back down, meeting Sarika's gaze. He smirked and asked, are you threatening a student? Quick as a flash, Sarika kicked the table over, sending the large wooden table flying straight at Sian. While giving him a ghastly smile, Sian clenched his fist and asked coldly, so you were going to play it this way? He punched straight through the large wooden table, breaking it in two. Sarika took this opportunity to lunge at him from behind with two sharp daggers in her hands. He glanced at her, sighing in disappointment. I thought I had already proven my identity. Sarika smirked, diving down like a hawk swooping on its prey, and scoffed. Even if you really are one of the Mist. As one of the organization's leaders, I know the faces of almost all the other members. She lunged at him, slashing twice. But Sian dodged both attacks. She pressed her advantage, laughing heartily as she exclaimed, you can't escape, little boy. Sian, tired of this cat and mouse game, sighed and muttered, I guess there's no other way. He held out his hand and summoned the demon sword, Karam, without hesitation. He gripped the sword and swung it hard at Sarika, blocking her attack. He gripped the sword and charged forward fiercely, muttering, if you don't believe me, then I'll just have to prove it. Sian's attacks were so fast that Sarika couldn't even see them. Unable to react in time, although he intentionally avoided vital spots, Sarika seemed stunned and cried out, wait! Sian's assault forced Sarika to jump back. She seemed stunned by the weapon Sian was using. Her eyes widened, and she broke into a sweat, exclaiming, that sword. Could it be? She was referring to his demon sword, Karam, and exclaimed in shock, a weapon that can only be used by the Chosen One, the demon sword, Karam. Sian raised the sword before him, deliberately letting Sarika see it, and asked bluntly, have you finally acknowledged me? The organization is currently searching for the heir to their power. Right? Sarika exclaimed in alarm, how do you? Sian rested the sword on his shoulder, looked at Sarika, and answered decisively, look here. The heir they were looking for is right here. That night, on a random street in Limwell Valley, it was silent and deserted, with only the dim glow of streetlights. The whole street was dark, with doors shut. Deep in a quiet slumber, Sarika led Sian to a silent, closed-up wooden house, its gate tightly secured with an iron chain. She opened the gate with magic, and the door swung open, clearing a path for Sian. Seeing his unremarkable reaction, Sarika asked coldly, aren't you surprised that the base of the Mist assassination organization is in a place like this? Didn't answer, Sarika gazed into the deep darkness beyond the door. A chilling wind blew out from within as she continued indifferently. This is the entrance to the hall you wanted to visit. From now on, you'll have to walk alone. Sian entered without hesitation. He was very familiar with this house, so he walked straight ahead. Thinking to himself that this was an independent space, created by Iru's power, he looked towards the end of the dark path and thought, that's why it's much larger on the inside than it looks from the outside. As he walked and thought, 2 blades from the 4 o'clock direction, and 3 throwing knives from the 11 o'clock direction attacked in an instant. He drew his sword and, with a single swing, blocked all the throwing knives that flew towards him. Immediately after, 3 assassins from the Mist organization lunged from the darkness above, heading for Sian. He glanced at them, his face expressionless. Feeling a bit annoyed, he thought, I knew it wouldn't be normal, but I didn't think they'd go this far. Isn't this a bit much? He spun around and jumped back, successfully dodging the assassin's initial strike. They didn't waste a second. Immediately rushing forward together in a relentless assault, Sian moved fluidly, evading every blow, leaving behind the sharp clashes of blades and flying sparks of metal. In an instant, the tip of his blade aimed straight for an assassin's face, startling him, but the assassin quickly dodged and managed to counter his attack. Sian glanced at the daggers he'd thrown, which had been deflected back, thinking, he managed to block my dagger in that brief moment. Impressive. He looked up at the assassin, who was now furious. The eyes beneath his mask were filled with killing intent, directed right at him. He gripped the blade in his hand tightly, deciding to use a secret offensive technique. At the same time, 4 assassins charged at Sian from 4 directions. All using the Death Omen secret technique, Sian calmly raised his hand. Countering with another secret offensive technique, a red mist erupted from his body. The startled assassins shouted to each other, "That secret technique is impossible. How can a kid like him use that technique? It's the blood tide." Sian calmly extended his hand, and the red mist emanating from him exploded into sharp weapons, piercing through the charging assassins. The blood tide secret technique, a high-level technique used by the organization's top assassins, allows the user to transform their bloodlust into physical attacks. The red mist coiled around the assassins, suffocating them, causing them to clutch their necks, their bodies tensing up as they struggled to gasp in terror.
"I can't breathe!"
In just a moment, Sian had defeated 3 of the assassins, rendering them unconscious within his red mist. He glanced over at them, his face expressionless, thinking to himself, they'll be out for a while. He suddenly looked forward, murmuring to himself, still one more. He was quite surprised to see one person still standing against him, seemingly having taken little damage. He wondered, one who wasn't taken down. Is he a high-ranking assassin? Even so, San remained unfazed, parting his lips to whisper as the demon sword Karam materialized in his hand, enveloping him in the red mist. His eyes glowed with a deadly light. He was about to use his next secret technique, the unshakable roots of the great tree. Suddenly, the last assassin charged toward him. To Sian's surprise, the assassin charged straight in, interrupting the technique he was about to unleash. He was stunned and a bit confused, thinking, he was able to interfere and interrupt my technique. Who is he? The last assassin threw off their mask and said to him mockingly, "Looks like you've mastered the assassin's skills." It turned out the final assassin closing in on him was Sirika. She smiled, pressing her blade directly against Sian's demon sword, challenging him. "In that case, I won't hold back anymore." Sian froze, stunned as he realized who he was dueling with. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Huh. Master Sirika. She looks rather strange." The mix of excitement and killing intent made her seem frantically agitated. She panted and laughed loudly. "Show me your true power." Immediately, Sen used the bone armor, 8th form continuous slashes, launching a preemptive strike against Sirika with a barrage of consecutive slashes. Pushing her back, his attack only managed to sever the band tying her hair. Sirika bent into a defensive stance, smiling at him with amusement as she said, "You've mastered both bone armor and sword dance, haven't you? You're making me more and more interested," she exclaimed excitedly. "Show me how great your potential is."
"San!"
But before she could finish her sentence, San had already turned and fled deeper into the room. He wasn't running out of fear, but because he realized something, that battle spirit was affecting Sirika, causing a master to become consumed by the desire to fight. He thought in a panic as he bolted with Sirika hot on his heels. "She'll want to fight her opponent to the death. Anyone who's fought her would understand. So I need to get away now." The battle-hungry Sirika chased him closely, a crazed smile on her face. Her eyes held nothing but bloodlust, her face flushed with excitement, as she laughed maniacally and called out, "Come back here. Sa, you were choosing the hard way, are you?" After saying that, she immediately used her Mist Storm sword dance, descending upon Sian like a frantic whirlwind. Very quickly, Sian spun around and blocked her descending blade. He leaped backward, thinking in annoyance, "I don't have a twisted desire for battle like you do." Sirika realized Sian wasn't fighting with his full strength. She wouldn't accept this and looked him straight in the eye, saying, "This dimension was created by you, so no one outside can detect your aura. You don't need to worry." He looked at her, frowning in annoyance, and thought, "That's right. I can unleash my full power here." He thought to himself, "I'm strong enough to kill her." But Sian hesitated a little, because that wasn't why she brought him here. Even so, he still raised the demon sword, forcing himself to use its demonic power. A red mist floated around him. Suddenly, Sian felt dizzy. Collapsing to the ground to Sirika's surprise and confusion, a demonic voice echoed through the space, saying, "I see." At the same time, the demon sword Karam in his hand gradually vanished. The demon sword materialized in its true form within a thick black mist, telling San, "You can rest now." Sirika was quite surprised by this sight, and immediately asked, "Who are you?" The demon sword Karam crossed her arms, looking at Sirika with displeasure, and grumbled, "I don't feel like talking much. You know who I am, don't you?" Sirika immediately knelt and bowed her head respectfully. "Yes, you are the demon sword Karam," the displeased demon sword demanded. "What is this situation?" She glared at Sirika irritably, her face contorted as she growled. You also worship Eru, yet you attacked my master. Sirika showed no fear, her expression remaining cold as she lowered her eyes and replied. I was just testing to see if he was as strong as the rumors claimed. To see if he is truly the chosen one. Hearing this, the demon sword scowled and shouted. Then why didn't you summon your master from the very beginning? Her rage sent the mist swirling violently, but Sirika simply kept her head bowed in silence. The demon sword glanced at her, a cold smirk playing on her lips. I'll declare this, since you took the initiative. I will take that as a challenge. Sirika remained perfectly calm, even letting out a mocking sneer as she said. I think we should be more concerned about the boy first. The demon sword froze, exclaiming what? She suddenly remembered Sian and looked down to see him lying unconscious in a small pool of blood flowing from his nose, and immediately shrieked, Hey,
why do you look like you're about to die?
Sirika glanced at the demon's sword and said with an amused smile, You've appeared in your true form, but that has a side effect. She laughed in delight. It corrodes the host's life force. The demon sword Karam was sustaining herself by draining Sian's life. Annoyed, Karam grabbed Sian by the collar and lifted him up, grumbling angrily, Hey, this shouldn't affect you that much. You just drank a whole bunch of beast blood. Sian was still dazed, blood trickling from his nose while the demon sword was busy trying to wake him. Sirika stood up and said slowly, Sirik Nigris, master of the Mist Assassin organization, never refuse a fight. She looked at the demon sword again with a psychotic, bloodthirsty gaze, her breathing growing heavy. She licked her lips and continued. In my excitement, if you are my opponent, I have all the more reason not to refuse. The demon sword looked at Sirika's psychotic expression. Suddenly feeling unnerved, she covered her mouth, her face turning pale, and thought, what the hell is wrong with me? I'm actually a little scared. Sian, having regained consciousness, pushed the demon sword's hand away and ordered, Let me go. Karam turned to him and exclaimed sarcastically, Oh, so you're still alive. He didn't bother with a comeback, just glared at her irritably and asked, Why did you suddenly materialize? Karam didn't answer him. Instead, turning back to Sirika with an amused smile, she spoke arrogantly, Step back and let me teach that wench a lesson. Sirika tightened her grip on her blade, which began to glow with an eerie purple light. She looked at the demon's sword with great anticipation, and said joyfully, It is a true honor to fight you. The demon's sword Karam smirked, raising an eyebrow as she said, She better not come crying to me when I'm done with her. Sirika looked back at the demon's sword, excitement surging in her eyes, and replied with a wicked grin, I hope you can push me that far. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space. That is enough. Sirika froze, and asked in confusion, Lord Aru. From the darkness, a halo of light appeared beside the demon's sword. Sian focused all his attention on it. A pitch-black portal appeared before the three of them. Aru's voice commanded, Bring the chosen one to the hall. Sirika quickly knelt and bowed her head. Yes, my lord. Sian smiled in anticipation, thinking to himself, I'm finally gonna meet Aru, the Lord of Darkness. In the hall, Aru sat on a throne shrouded in darkness, waiting for Sian. Everyone said that Aru was incredibly evil, that he killed without hesitation and justified it by claiming it was for the benefit of others. He had replied that it was exactly what they wanted. His red eyes blazing like fire, he said, Others cannot decide what is right or wrong for you. If death allows you to protect your own principles, then that is enough. Sian thought to himself. Everyone said that this way of thinking was insane. But I want to tell them that this god only wants to protect the weak. He's a foolish god. Finally, Aru summoned Sian. He immediately stepped through the spatial gate that the god opened. The gate led him to a dark hall with dozens of endlessly long steps before him. After climbing these steps, he would have an audience with Aru, who was sitting atop the tower. The god sat still with his chin in his hand, waiting for him to approach. He spoke once Sian was standing before him. Do you know who I am? Sian looked up at him and calmly replied, Of course, Aru, the god of darkness. Aru stared at Sian with piercing red eyes, scrutinizing him, and asked coldly, Is your name V? Why have I never met you? What proof do you have to claim you are my successor? Faced with Aru's question, he didn't waver, simply replying calmly, Surely you can feel the power of the mist inside me. Aru fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment. Before replying, there are two ways to become the successor. The first is for me to personally give someone the mist stone. He looked directly at Sian and continued. The second way is when the mist stone manifests on its own in a worthy individual. Sian looked at the god, listening in silence as dark power erupted around him. As if to illustrate Aru's words, Aru pointed at him, continuing, I don't know who you are, so I'll assume it's the latter case. He added thoughtfully, Indeed, the mist stone that was supposed to be in this hall suddenly vanished last year. His eyes widened as he looked at Sian and muttered. Above all, his gaze was drawn to the demon sword, Karam. Now back in the form of a small fireball, he exclaimed with amusement, I can't believe you managed to awaken Karam. I couldn't even find her myself. You control her quite well. Hearing this sarcastic remark, Karam flared up in anger.
See thing? Hey, look here!
Who's controlling whom? Sian remained still, listening to Yuru's judgment. He turned his attention back to Sian, remarking on his eyes, the light in them doesn't match your age at all. Then, as if he'd seen something amusing, Eru covered his mouth and chuckled, exclaiming, I see. You re an outsider from a timeline unknown to me. Hearing this, Sian was quite surprised, thinking to himself, he doesn't know. He blurted out, I thought you were involved in me being here. At that, Eru just sighed warily and waved his hand dismissively. If you were looking for an omnipotent, all-knowing God, you've come to the wrong place. I'm not strong at all. My divinity was stripped from me long ago. Witnessing Eru's apathetic and lazy demeanor, Sian could only sigh to himself. Thinking he's right. I shouldn't have expected anything. Eru pondered for a moment, then rubbed his chin and muttered, but this is actually quite convenient for me. Sian frowned and asked, what are you talking about? Eru leaned back in his throne, smiling lazily in delight as he shrugged and explained. Perfect successor has delivered himself right to my doorstep. Now I have less work to do. I don't even have to lift a finger. Both Sian and the demon sword were left speechless by Eru's laziness. Sian grumbled, you re as lazy as ever. After observing him for a moment, Eru narrowed his eyes and said seriously, by the way, you've brought something rather troublesome with you. That was because he had spotted the fragment of the light sword's hilt, which Sian had broken long ago, while searching for the demon sword. Sian had always kept that hilt fragment with him, and he had it now. Eru asked nonchalantly, having the demon sword isn't enough for you. Do you plan on taking the power of the holy sword too? Sian smirked, understanding the implication in his question. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the broken fragment, and replied with a mysterious smile, for the time being, I don't plan on doing anything. He gazed at the dazzling hilt fragment in his hand, a wicked glint in his eyes. He chuckled with excitement and added, I was just thinking that if the world were unaware of its existence, it might just become useless. Sensing the seriousness behind Sian's calculating smile, Eru slowly rose to his feet and remarked, you have some rather vicious hobbies, don't you? Fine, I won't ask any more questions. It has nothing to do with me. After all, he leisurely strode in front of Sian, each step shrouded in a blood-red mist. But I will abide by the law, he said. Eru raised his hand, and a burst of light erupted from it. The red mist swirled around him as he proclaimed, as your supreme god, I ask you this, O successor who has received my power. The red mist spread, coiling around Sian's body. Eru posed his question. What will you do with this power? Sian remained silent, thinking to himself, in my past life, I was asked a similar question. Back then, I answered that I would live for my brother, thinking of Arin and his betrayal. Sian grew annoyed, thinking to himself, what a foolish answer. In my past life, the people in this temple, from Eru to the temple master Sirika, didn't care about my answer, even though Sian possessed world-shaking power in his past life. Those from the Mist organization just stood by amidst the ruin without a care for him. He wondered why that was. Didn't I also have something I desired? In his past life, Eru had only reminded him of one thing. Remember this. Nothing is more dangerous than blind faith. Recalling his own tragic end after placing his complete trust in someone only to be painfully and shamefully betrayed. Sian thought to himself, perhaps Eru had foreseen my tragic fate. Sian walked towards Eru and calmly replied, I don't have any grand plans. Like a noble purpose or some sacred belief. He looked at Eru, thinking to himself, this time, it has to be different. Eru, seemingly not understanding his meaning, furrowed his brow, waiting for an explanation. Sian clenched the power of the mist in his hand and declared firmly, I will only use your power for my own personal goals, and for myself alone. Hearing that answer, Eru slowly approached him and asked pensively, so you will decide for yourself what is right and wrong. Are you confident you won't regret it? He observed his successor, warning him, you'd best answer carefully, depending on your answer. I might just kill you right here. The last sentence was more of a threat than a warning. His eyes glowed from beneath his large cloak, and a dark red mist flared up around him. Sian felt no fear or hesitation at his threat. He looked straight at him and replied calmly, I don't care what consequences my actions bring. He stepped closer to Eru, calmly continuing, I will not follow anyone's orders. That is the path I will walk. Faced with Sian's calm and decisive attitude, Eru nodded, looking pleased, and rubbed his chin as he asked, it seems you already have a plan. Can you tell me about it? Sian scowled and answered bluntly, nope. Eru immediately sighed, pouting like a sulking child. Giving orders isn't important, as long as you clear my name, alright? I won't ask you any more questions. You were quite boring. He suddenly fell silent, his gaze shifting to the floating orb next to Sian. Suddenly, Eru dashed over to the demon sword Karam. His eyes gleaming, he rubbed his chin and exclaimed, well then, I'll have a chat with my daughter now. Karam flinched as Eru grabbed her. He pinched her cheek, and asked affectionately in a doting voice, as if cooing at a child, "You've changed quite a bit, haven't you? Do you like your master that much?" Such a good girl," Karam broke out in a sweat, shrieking in confusion. "What the hell are you talking about?" Aru wasn't bothered, nor did he seem fazed by Karam's cranky attitude. He potted his lips and told her innocently, "Seeing you like this makes me very happy." In stark contrast to him, Karam screamed and shrieked, "Get away from me!" "Stop it." Aru hugged his daughter, exclaiming, "I'm trying to be nice to you, because I have nothing to give your master." Karam stubbornly pushed her father's face away, looked at Sian, and yelled for help. "Master, do something about this crazy old man." Aru tried to fight her rejection, hold still. Meanwhile, Sian played dumb, turned his face away, and chuckled nonchalantly. Such a touching father-daughter moment. Karam furiously shouted, "What did you say?" Aru reached out, preparing to kiss his daughter's forehead. Suddenly, something faint appeared, leaving him stunned. A small, glowing magic circle appeared before Karam, causing the demon's sword to break out in a confused sweat. She cried out in alarm. "What's happening?" A crimson mist suddenly enveloped her body, wrapping around her completely, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a human form. When the mist dissipated, Karam was no longer a floating orb of fire, but was in human form. The demon's sword was utterly bewildered, muttering in astonishment, I have a body now." Even Sian was completely astonished. He looked down and sensed it, thinking in shock, "It didn't even use my mana. Did Eru use his own power to create that body?" Instead of being happy, Karam grabbed her father's collar and shrieked, "What did you do to me?" Eru replied, amused, "It wasn't much. I'm just giving you a little of my life force." He seemed dejected when his daughter's reaction wasn't what he expected. So he asked again, "What's wrong?" "You don't want it. You need a body to be able to get intimate with my master, don't you?" This answer made her furious. She grabbed his collar, shaking him violently and screaming, "What did you just say?" "You fool!" Aru just smiled foolishly and even turned to wave at Arin Vert. Witnessing this scene, he could only remain silent, flustered, thinking to himself, like father, like son. The next day, at the academy dormitory, the attendant Brian ran over, calling in a whisper, "Young Master Arin Vert," he asked in a panicked whisper, "Sir, what is going on?" Arin Vert gave a strained smile and whispered back helplessly, "I don't know either, just ignore it." Hearing Arin Vert's completely indifferent answer, Brian glanced around worriedly and mumbled, "But young master, there are 2 women in your room right now. One is an instructor, and the other is the woman you brought back." The 2 of them were staring at each other with sparks flying from their eyes. Brian hid behind a chair in terror, whispering in confusion, "I don't think this is something I can just ignore." The demon sword, Karam angrily twisted a lock of her hair and growled, well, an instructor visiting a student so early in the morning. Don't you think people will start talking, wondering just how special your relationship is?" Across from her, Surika smirked with delight. She pushed up her glasses and retorted with a growl, "Of course, I'm doing this to guide him onto the right path. This is a perfectly normal relationship." The demon sword was as irritable as an animal whose territory was being eyed by a predator. She grumbled angrily, "Shouldn't a hall master like you be more careful?" Surika's large eyes widened, glaring at Karam like a fierce tiger fighting a lion for territory. She replied defiantly, "What I do is none of your business, so mind your own." Trapped between the 2 perplexing women, Arin Vert listened warily as they screamed at each other,
Master, you only need me!
"You stay away from him, he's my student." He decided to retreat from this mess, standing up to leave and telling Brian, "I'm going for a little walk." The terrified attendant called after him in desperation, "Young master, please don't leave me here with them." Behind him, the hot-tempered demon sword hissed, "Hey you witch, draw your weapon, let's fight." Hallmaster Surika cheered with excitement. How could I possibly refuse such an offer? Brian broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, too scared to even breathe heavily. Arin Vert escaped from the dorm room and made his way to the academy's clock tower. Outside, students were mingling with the city's residents, shopping animatedly along the streets. Looking down on everything from above, Arin Vert let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "I can finally relax." He suddenly looked down as a familiar metallic scent wafted past him, thinking he smelled blood. Not far away, a student from the academy was beaten to a pulp, collapsed on the ground. He coughed violently, struggling to sit up, cowering and clutching his sore arm as he looked fearfully at his bullies. 3 guys were laughing gleefully, pointing at him and chattering with amusement. "Hey, let's try using that damn, you re-so wicked, then let's do it while it's hot." The leader held out his hand, and a translucent, fiery-colored gem appeared in it. He walked closer to the student kneeling on the ground and called out gloatingly, "Hey, look at this." He grabbed the boy's face, lifted him up, and squeezed his cheeks to force his mouth open, then laughed with amusement. "I brought you a little snack." He aimed the orb in his hand, pointing it straight at his fellow student and laughing with great pleasure. If your friend brings you a handmade snack, you'll eat it, right? The boy knew what it was, and fearfully clenched his jaw, shutting his eyes tightly, resigned to his fate as he couldn't struggle. Fortunately, at that very moment, a loud shout cut through the air. Stop right there. The person who appeared was the fifth princess. She shouted sternly, how can you do something so cruel to a fellow student? Aren't you ashamed to call yourselves nobles? Being interrupted at that moment extinguished the bully's excitement. Annoyed and disappointed, he glanced at the princess and answered curtly, I am Barrett Louismin, the eldest son of the ducal Lisman family from the Garum kingdom. Who are you? The fifth princess crossed her arms and looked at him, replying proudly, I am Princess Arin Severus of the Uship Empire. Hearing her name, Barrett curled his lip in a sneer. He said mockingly, I was wondering who it was. But you read just the fifth princess. The princess frowned at him, annoyed that her status was being looked down upon. He stepped in front of her, a good 2 heads taller, looking down at her as if she were a child, and smirked contemptuously. A pleasure to meet you, faced with such a large opponent. The fifth princess tried her best not to falter or reveal any weakness. She replied firmly, I don't feel like shaking your hand. She glanced at Barrett's 2 henchmen and the small student cowering on the ground, demanding loudly, you'd better explain this situation. Barrett rolled his eyes, sneering. He glanced at the student on the ground and answered arrogantly, you must be misunderstanding something here. Why don't we ask her? He then yelled at the student. Tell her. The girl flinched and cried out in fear, huh? Before she could react, Barrett strode over, grabbed her by the collar, and hauled her up. He slung an arm around her shoulder, smirking maliciously as he asked in a menacing tone, are we bullying you? The weak student clutched her aching arm, her head bowed, having lost almost all will to resist, and muttered helplessly, no, they were not bullying me. The fifth princess knew full well the girl was being threatened by the nobles. So she immediately stepped closer and said urgently, you don't have to hide it, just look at yourself. Before she could finish, the student helplessly cut her off. It's fine, please just leave. We were just joking around. She averted her gaze, not daring to look directly at the princess. Hearing that the student had finally submitted to him, Barrett burst into a vile laugh. His eyes gleamed with malice. He gloated, you heard her, right? I'm starting to get displeased. The fifth princess was determined not to let this go. She stubbornly stepped forward, reached for the student, and said decisively to him, I don't care, but she's coming with me. But before she could do anything, Barrett grabbed her wrist and squeezed it so hard that the fifth princess cried out in pain. He showed no respect for the princess, growling at her in annoyance. Do you have a hearing problem? He let go of the student. He advanced on the fifth princess with an undisguised threat. Although she was panicked inside, she tried to keep her voice as firm as possible. What is the meaning of this? Barrett tightened his grip on Arin's wrist. Her stubbornness irritated him. Didn't you hear Limus tell you to go away? But despite his threat, the fifth princess remained resolute. She tried to threaten him back. If you don't let go of my hand right now, I swear on my name that you will regret this. He seemed completely unfazed by the title of a fifth princess who held no power in the royal family. He burst out laughing, looking at Arin mockingly, as she was nothing more than a small, weak child. This was when Sian decided to intervene. He had been watching from the side for a while. He suddenly rushed forward and tripped Barrett, causing him to lose his balance and fall flat on his back. He cried out in shock, not yet processing what had just happened. The fifth princess was also extremely surprised by his sudden appearance. She blushed and called out, Sian. But Sian was only focused on the small, bullied student. When he heard her name was Limus, he looked at the terrified young student in front of him. It was actually a girl. He was shocked internally. That little girl was Limus. Behind them, Barrett's 2 henchmen were rushing to his side. This encounter made Sian recall his past life, back then, in the kingdom of Garum, at Glen Castle. He was dueling a swordsman in the middle of the night. The female swordsman was no slouch, relentlessly attacking him and forcing him to retreat. Even though he wielded a blazing red sword at the time, he still struggled against her. He already had a few scratches on him. His opponent was none other than Limus Clan, the continent's #1 swordsman. She was born in the Glen Empire, but for some unknown reason, after graduating from the academy, she joined the house of Count Glen in the kingdom of Garum, and even changed her nationality. Limus truly lived up to her title. Her sword strikes were as fast as lightning, leaving only a faint streak of light as the blade sliced through the air. Even Sian could only hold his ground thanks to the demon sword in his hand. A single swing from her could shatter the very earth, forcing him to leap away. Just as he regained his footing, she nearly caught him off guard. She had already leaped from her spot, bringing her sharp blade down on him. However, no matter how fast she was, she couldn't match the speed of a missed assassin. She only managed to tear his cloak. In her moment of carelessness, Sian launched himself into the air and dove down from behind her. In an instant, he plunged the demon sword straight into Limis's back. His weight drove her straight to the ground. He pinned her to the cold earth with the demon sword still in hand. She let out one final cough. And then her life was over. Sian recalled when the Empire ordered him to kill her. He thought to himself, I received the order to assassinate her, however. After infiltrating the castle, I ultimately decided to face her head-on in a duel. In that battle, the victory belonged to Sian, he panted, looking down at her motionless body at his feet. Thinking, there wasn't any special reason. I just didn't want to sneakily assassinate someone who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, even without mana. She was a person who had earned the title of the continent's greatest swordswoman, and that same person now stood before him, looking like a weak student, bullied and scraped up by a group of nobles. Simus saw him just staring at her without saying a word, and she naturally began to panic. The nobles' lackeys frantically tried to wake him. Hey, Barrett, wake up. After a moment, Barrett came to his senses from the jarring fall caused by Sian. He pushed his followers' hands away, struggling to sit up, and shouted resentfully, Get out of my way! Why are there so many bastards sticking their noses in other people's business today? He knew who San was the moment he heard his name. He stood up, a furious smile on his face as he looked at him. You Sian, I've heard about you. You just got back from the front lines. Didn't you? Do you want to join our little game? Sian looked at him coldly, thinking to himself, a game. Ridiculous. He had been watching and knew he was trying to force Simus to swallow a mana gem. He thought with contempt, using a mana gem incorrectly can destroy the mana within one's body. So this was why Simus couldn't use mana in the previous life. He looked at the bullies and asked coldly, a game of forcing someone to eat a mana gem. He raised his hand and said indifferently, if you want to play, let's play. A purple orb of mana formed in his palm. Barrett's eyes widened in terror as he watched the mana orb grow larger and larger, until its purple light washed over his face. Sian created a massive mana gem, so large he could have used it to destroy the entire street, even blotting out the sun. Even the fifth princess Arin had to step back in fear. Sian growled, what was he trying to do? His eyes lit up with a deadly glint. He glared at him and asked coldly, aren't you going to open your mouth? After that incident, the noble bullies were scared off and ran away. The fifth princess and Sian took Simus back to the academy to have her wounds treated. Simus had one arm bandaged and a patch over one eye, looking utterly pitiful. The fifth princess Arin brought her to her own room and said kindly, your external injuries are almost all treated, but you need to rest in bed for your internal injuries to recover, Arin announced cheerfully, with her hands on her hips. So just take it easy for the rest of the day. Behind her, Sian simply leaned against the door, watching silently. Simus looked up at the princess gratefully, saying with immense gratitude, thank you so much. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Hearing this, Arin puffed out her chest and boasted proudly. You saw how those scoundrels tucked their tails and ran when our Sian scared them. We just did what anyone should. So you don't need to worry about it. Sian in the background was taken aback. What do you mean, our Sian? He lowered his gaze, thinking about Simus's injuries, a fractured bone and a mild concussion. And yet she endured it. It's shocking. I guess being the greatest swordswoman really makes a difference. Simus suddenly turned to Sian and asked timidly, do you perhaps know me? He was stunned, not understanding. She immediately blushed, lowering her head and saying shyly, I just get the feeling that you keep staring at me. Sian replied calmly, I thought I knew you, but I don't. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. Arin turned to look at him, becoming flustered. Simus also lowered her head and whispered shyly, it's nothing. The fifth princess turned back to her, now twice as flustered. She walked over and asked with concern, Simus, where is your dormitory? What if those bastards come looking for you again to bully you? For revenge or something? Simus replied hesitantly, the commoner's dormitory. Arin exclaimed in surprise, the commoner's dormitory. Are you a commoner? Simus lowered her head and replied softly, yes, I was able to enroll thanks to Instructor Vio. He promised to pay for my tuition. But then the academy suddenly fired him. She trailed off. Sian then asked, so in other words, you have no one here to support you? Simus answered sadly, that's right, he continued calmly. Then there's a chance you'll have to drop out. Hearing this, the fifth princess suddenly felt a pang of pity. She looked at Simus and exclaimed sympathetically, oh no, you poor thing. But Sian immediately looked at the princess and calmly suggested, then why don't you take her on as your handmaiden? You could learn swordsmanship from her at the same time. Arin, who had thought Limus was a boy this whole time, pointed at him in confusion and asked, what are you talking about? Limus is a boy. Sian looked at her as if she were an idiot and replied commandingly, she's a girl. This announcement left the fifth princess completely stunned, frozen on the spot and unable to speak. Limus suddenly became flustered, stammering hastily, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you, Your Highness. She scratched her head, her cheeks turning red as she confessed in embarrassment. It's just that having short hair and wearing boys' clothes is more comfortable. So many people mistake me for a boy. The fifth princess wasn't angry at all, on the contrary. She felt helpless about her own perception. She said tearfully in embarrassment, "No, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize. Since Sian figured it out, I must be a failure as a woman." Limus hurriedly reassured her. No, I should be the one apologizing. Now that she knew Limus was a girl, the fifth princess immediately made a sincere offer. Anyway, what do you think? I think Sian's idea is a good one. She looked down at Limus's wounds and said with pity, "If you come under my wing, bad people won't be able to bully you anymore. You can learn anything you want, and you will have a comfortable life." Limus lowered her head, completely flustered by the fifth princess's kindness. She asked softly, "Why me?" The fifth princess smiled awkwardly, scratching her cheek as she replied, "Well, to be honest, I don't really like being alone. And I can't just do nothing, since I'm a princess after all." Limus bowed her head and answered in a small voice, "Thank you." She looked up at the princess, her eyes welling with tears as she spoke with immense gratitude. "I promise you, I will become someone who can bring you honor." "Thank you so much." Arin laughed when she saw Limus sniffling and said cheerfully, "You don't have to thank me. It's all thanks to Sian." She turned to look for him, but he had already left. The fifth princess called out in surprise, "Sian." He had already left the princess's dormitory, thinking to himself, "I've done enough. I'm sure the fifth princess Arin will handle the rest." He mulled over the events, deep in thought. But I now understand why Limus left the Empire. If it weren't for Barrett Lee's Min back then, she would have never lost her mana. Sian thought back to his past life and imagined a Limus with overwhelming swordsmanship and mana at her disposal. He thought to himself, the continent's #1 swordsman who never lost her mana. Even I would have a hard time defeating her. He pondered, reaching into his pocket while thinking, "Anyway, I'm interested in something else now." This morning when Sirika came to see Sian, she had given him a black plaque, much to the annoyance of the demon sword Karam. He thought to himself, "This morning, I received an order from Master Sirika." He looked at the black card in his hand and smiled with amusement. "This is my first elimination mission as an assassin for the Mist organization." Sian looked at the black card detailing the mission in his hand, thinking, the first mission is a bit difficult. But Sirika confidently gave me a thumbs up, telling me she believed in my potential. He suddenly wondered if she was being sincere or just sarcastic. He thought to himself, no way. He was lost in thought on his way back to his dorm room, worrying, if she's already planning to give me this kind of trouble, I'm afraid things will get even more annoying in the future. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar energy about to be launched at him. Immediately after, the wall beside him exploded, sending rubble and dust flying everywhere. Sian ducked, covering his face with a grunt. He immediately looked up, trying to peer through the dust cloud. Thinking in alarm, was that just, could it be a demonic beast inside the academy? Before he could even compose himself, a person with a gigantic build appeared, looming like a mountain in front of him. He looked down at him with blazing red eyes, gritting his teeth as he asked, "You re Sian, right?" Sian was a bit bewildered, looking up at the giant before him and asking in confusion, "You know me?" The man, like a towering boulder blocking his path, replied in a deep, rumbling voice, "Of course." He crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smirk, "You possess 1-star magic and rank physique, the youngest son of the Vert family." He was arrogant, looking at Sian as if he already had him in the palm of his hand. He raised an eyebrow, proudly introducing himself. "My name is Sisaken, a new student just like you." He glanced at Sian as if looking at a tiny, timid mouse at his feet, despite being only 11 years old himself. Sian was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at him and wondering in confusion, a giant like that is a new student. How is that possible? Was there any student like this in my past life? Saken paid no mind to his expression, flexing his arm. His muscles bulged with popping veins as he proudly boasted, "I've heard a lot about your achievements. You defeated a demonic beast." He flexed his other arm, his muscles rippling again, and continued, "And you even survived a dragon's attack, didn't you?" He slammed his fists together, causing the muscles on his chest and back to swell, his 8-pack abs flexing menacingly. He smirked, a self-satisfied grin on his face, his eyes lighting up as he looked at him with excitement and exclaimed, "Moreover, you have an rank physique that even I couldn't achieve." With his rock-solid body primed, he roared in excitement, "Fight me." The very air seemed to churn at his feet. Sian looked at him, startled, and thought to himself, "I remember now." He looked up at his solid, bare chest, observing a strange circular emblem on his left pectoral, and thought, that mark on his chest is the symbol of Spania. So the rumors about the Sand Prince coming to the academy were true. Spania, a nation founded in the desert, is located in the eastern part of the continent. thanks to its powerful military force under the leadership of the Crown Prince, who possessed a natural talent for magic and combat. Even the Yip Empire had difficulty conquering the nation, but the powerhouse, which once prided itself on its strong unity, quickly declined and was eventually destroyed. It was all because of the sudden death of the Crown Prince, the sole heir. The cause of his death was believed to be an illness brought on by the cold. The Crown Prince was so focused on physical training that he neglected his health. Sian looked at the colossal figure before him. Thinking he never expected to meet the Sand Prince, said Sian. The man before him was still burning with an irrepressible fighting spirit, constantly urging, "Make up your mind." Sian looked up at him, thinking with annoyance, "This encounter didn't happen in my past life. What a pain." He suddenly remembered. "But from what I know, he's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed." He then asked him, "Right now?" Set, still smiling confidently, replied decisively, "That's right, we'll decide who's stronger between you and me. I won't take no for an answer, because I know you feel the same way I do." However, Sian calmly turned away. Flatly refusing nope. Set seemed surprised and exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "Why?" Sian pointed at him and instructed, "Sparring without permission is forbidden in the academy. You have to submit a formal request at the administration office." Set pondered for a moment, hands on his hips, and asked, "All right then, where is the administration office?" Sian, seeing that he had taken the bait, pointed and instructed, "Third floor of the main building." Immediately, Set turned his head and shouted enthusiastically, "Got it." He shot off like the wind, still eager for a fight, laughing as he said, "I'll be right back, you just wait, Sen." Sian just watched him go without a word. He watched the excited figure, sprinting headlong, and mused to himself, "They say even his brain is made of muscle. Looks like the rumors were true. The administration office is in the opposite direction." Sian rolled his eyes, thinking about the lie he just made up, and thought with some uncertainty, "Although I don't even know if there's actually such a thing as a sparring request. I probably won't be seeing him again for a while, right? First, I should focus on the assassination mission." Sian began his mission, gearing up and heading to the location written on the black card. The place was a large cellar, with a squad of mercenaries standing guard inside and out. One of them approached the master of the cellar, a nobleman, and asked, "Sir German, we've finished preparing the product." The old man turned and glared at him, grumbling in annoyance. "Then stop standing around and deliver the goods to the client." The soldiers quickly shouted, "Yes, sir." This nobleman, German, was one of the 3 wealthiest men on the continent. In the eyes of the public, he was an upright and virtuous man, but behind that mask, he was a scoundrel who owned a slave market and trafficked in demi-humans. This cellar was his warehouse, where countless slaves of various races were imprisoned. He stood with his arms crossed, looking into a cell, then turned to order his subordinates. "Today, I will exhibit my greatest work of art, so make sure you watch over it carefully." The mercenaries shouted in compliance. From a hidden corner of the cellar, Sian was silently observing them. He scanned the situation, assessing internally. Target identified. "Looks like I'll finish this much sooner than expected." Suddenly, the demon sword in his hand began to glow. Karam let out a low hum, and Sian looked back at it, wondering, "What's wrong?" The demon replied, "I sense a very complex energy." He widened his eyes, as this was something he couldn't sense. He quickly asked, "Complex energy?" The demon answered, "Your target is hiding something very strange." The noble stared intently into the prison cell. Looking down at a slave curled up on the cold floor, he chuckled sinisterly and muttered with satisfaction, "It's finally being obedient." The old man laughed deceitfully, uttering vile words to the slave, "Sleep tight, my golden goose." He didn't notice a fog creeping in at his feet. He was startled to see the fog gradually rising around him, and he raised an eyebrow, muttering, "Black mist." Suddenly, a streak of crimson light flashed around him, piercing straight through the surrounding mercenaries. The old man's eyes widened in shock, and he fell backward to the ground when he realized the mercenaries had suddenly dropped dead. With fresh blood pooling around them, the old man was so terrified he was frozen in place, as the mercenary commander drew his sword, stood in front of him, and shouted in confusion, "Who's there?" The entire mercenary squad just dropped dead. The noble was too scared to even stand up, pointing at the commander and stammering, "What are you doing?"
Go catch them!
"Damn it, earn the money I paid you." The mercenary commander was also panicking, as he couldn't see who or how his men had suddenly died like flies. He tried to maintain his composure and yelled, "Stop hiding. Show yourself." As if on cue, Arin Vert shot out from the middle of his black mist. He held the demon's sword in his hand, rushing toward him like a deadly breeze. With a single move, he knocked the sword from his hand. With the next, he aimed for his leg, slashing straight into his calf, causing him to collapse to his knees. For the third move, he was already behind him, pressing the demon's sword against his neck, so fast that the commander hadn't even seen his attacker's face. He only had time to hiss one last word. Damn it, Sian Vert swung his arm, directly slitting the last mercenary's throat. He screamed in pain, to the noble's utter shock. The noble, breaking out in a cold sweat from fear, yelled, "Damn it, where did the rest of them go?" Sian Vert glanced at him, and casually replied, "You'll find out soon enough, because you're about to join them." He looked down at the mercenary squad, now just a pile of lifeless corpses in their own blood, and said coldly, "You hired so many soldiers, yet they were completely useless." The terrified noble collapsed to the ground, trying to crawl backward, holding his hands up in front of his face, and screaming in terror, "What do you want? Money. If it's money, I have plenty." Sian Vert gripped the glowing red sword and slowly advanced on the noble without a word. He said nothing, suddenly slicing off the hand the man had raised. The noble screamed in terror, not even realizing what had just happened. When he saw his hand was gone, he doubled over, clutching his arm, and let out a pained shriek. Sian Vert glanced at the noble, then at the slaves imprisoned in the dungeon, who had already collapsed from exhaustion. He coldly called out the man's name, German. Countless inhumane experiments and crossbreeding between various races. You even own a slave market, which is strictly forbidden by law. His eyes blazed with disgust as he once again witnessed the noble's inhuman cruelty and brutality. He glared at the man and coldly asked, "That alone is reason enough for you to die? Don't you think so?" He coldly declared, "I will now give you 1 minute to repent for the sins you have committed. After that, the pain will disappear." The noble tried to glance at him, his face pale from the pain, drenched in sweat, with tears streaming down and drool forming a small puddle on the ground. He collapsed on the ground, tears flowing, and hissed, "So you were going to kill me?" He looked at Sian in despair, whimpering through his tears. "I only did all this to make a living. Don't you see that I only sell these products and slaves because there's a demand for them? The ones who buy them are the bad guys. Damn it, what did I do wrong?" Sian looked at him emotionlessly, thinking that a beast like him would never know how to repent. He coldly announced, "Your 1 minute is up. I will send you off in the most painful way possible." Hearing that, the noble screamed in fear. Wait, but Sian didn't want to hear another word from him. He raised his sword and executed the 8th assassination technique, chaotic strike. Sword slashes appeared in the air like dazzling red flashes of light, piercing the old man's body from all sides. The old man let out his final, desperate screams of pain before collapsing for good. He glanced at the target's body, thinking the job was done. He let out a sigh and muttered, "Should I take a look around before I leave?" He still remembered the complex energy the demon sword had sniffed out earlier. He followed her directions to the slave cell the nobleman had been staring at. He asked, "Karam, is this the place?" The demon replied, "That's right. I can feel a combination of 2 energy flows." Sian swung his arm, slicing through the iron bars of the cell door. He stepped inside, his eyes widening in shock. Inside the cell, a skinny girl was sprawled on the ground, tightly clutching something as if it were a treasure. He stood silently watching her for a moment, then uttered in confusion, "She's not moving anymore. Isn't she already dead?" He looked at the girl, seeing nothing special. He frowned and asked the demon sword, "It's just a human. There's nothing to see here." Karam turned into a speck of fire and shot towards the girl, staring intently at what she was holding, saying to him, "No, look at what she's holding." The thing the girl was holding was quite large, looking like a giant pine cone with an outer layer of pinkish-purple horny scales. Glowing faintly, Karam announced that it was a dragon egg. For some reason, Sian decided to take the dragon egg back to his dormitory. He placed the sparkling dragon egg on a cushion in the middle of the table. The egg glowed magically under the room's light. Brian, who was still astonished by the item his master had brought back, asked in amazement, "Sir, where did you get this?" He simply replied calmly, "I picked it up on the way here." Brian clearly didn't believe him, shrieking, "Who just picks up something like this?" But Sian remained nonchalant and replied, "I'm telling the truth. I picked it up while I was on a walk." He crossed his arms, glanced at the egg, and thought to himself, "A dragon egg. I can't believe he was trying to sell something so dangerous. Was he planning to move it somewhere else?" Brian was still panicking, screaming in terror, "What if it hatches?" However, Sian remained very calm. He answered calmly, "That won't happen, so you don't need to worry." He explained to Brian, "Each dragon is a mass of mana created from a different element. Even if you continuously infuse it with mana of the same element, there's no guarantee the egg will hatch. So in most cases, a dragon egg without its mother is just like a stone that can't hatch." But as soon as he finished speaking, the egg suddenly trembled. A few scales cracked open in a corner, and both Sian and Brian froze. Looking at the egg, they exclaimed in unison, utterly shocked, "It's cracking." Immediately, faint purple beams of light shot out from inside the egg. The egg trembled, making loud cracking sounds. Both of them were stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. Watching it without a word, The dragon egg Sian had brought back suddenly trembled, wobbled, and cracked open, revealing mystical purple rays of light radiating from within. The outer horny shell fell off piece by piece. The crack gradually widened into a large hole, and then split the egg in two. From inside the egg, a little girl with two small horns on her head and tiny wings on her back emerged. Brian clutched his head in terror and shrieked. It hatched, what do we do now? Sian's eyes also widened, staring in shock at the creature born from the egg. He hadn't expected the egg to hatch into a creature like this on its own. He stared at the little girl born from the dragon egg, thinking in astonishment, this isn't a dragon, nor is it a human. Could this be what they call a dragonkin? Brian clutched his head in panic. It was the first time he had ever seen such a strange creature. Sian stood frozen, looking at the child, thinking in confusion, a hybrid of a dragon and a human. This turned out to be much more troublesome than I thought. The child turned to stare at Sian, her eyes wide and sparkling. She suddenly cried out, "Ah!" Her eyes shone brightly, and her cheeks flushed pink. To Sian's horror, the child leaped up and hugged him tightly, cuddling and rubbing her head against his chest, repeatedly shouting, "Dada." Sian thought in panic, "Dada." He stared at the child in shock. Is she calling me her father? Witnessing this scene, the demon sword Karam suddenly burst out laughing. She pointed at Sian, cackling and teasing him mockingly. "Hey Dada, you're a father at just 11 years old." The baby looked at the demon sword and smiled innocently. Brian still hadn't processed all this new information, while Arin Vert, extremely annoyed, picked up the child and turned to glare resentfully. He resentfully thought, "This is all your fault." Karam returned to the dungeon. Back then, after taking down an assassination target, he had found this dragon egg in a slave cell. Arin Vert had taken the dragon egg from the arms of a dead slave, looked at it, and asked the demon sword, "Should we just take it with us?" The demon sword flew around the egg, urging, it would be a disaster if this thing fell into the hands of ordinary people. Vert was a bit swayed by that. He squinted at the egg and said hesitantly, "That makes sense, but it probably can't hatch on its own, right?" The demon added these reassuring words. "Hey! I've never seen a dragon hatch without its mother. This thing is nothing more than a dangerous rock." Back then, she had asserted it so firmly that Arin Vert brought the egg back, and yet now, she stood before him, smiling nonchalantly as if she knew nothing, and shamelessly said, "Live long enough and you will see all sorts of strange things." Arin Vert looked at her, filled with indignation, and seething with murderous intent. He hissed, "You just said you'd never seen it happen." The demon averted her eyes and replied with a shifty, awkward smile, "That's why I said you see strange things when you live long enough." She immediately changed the subject. "Anyway, a half-human, half-dragon. What if its very existence is a danger?" Arin Vert resentfully crossed his arms, looking at the child who had fallen fast asleep on his lap. He was extremely annoyed. And glancing at the child, he thought to himself, "She's right, this is big trouble." The child continued to sleep soundly, drooling and snoring with its mouth open, as if it didn't have a care in the world. But Arin Vert knew clearly that this child's fate would not be a smooth one, being half-human, half-beast, and moreover, a dragonoid born from a human and a dragon. This world is too dangerous for such a creature to exist. If it were discovered at the academy, the headmaster would immediately worry about the external threat and find a way to eliminate it. The pure-blooded dragons, upon learning of this child's existence, would try to destroy everyone who knew about it. Arin Vert closed his eyes and thought with annoyance, "Such a danger, do I really need to shoulder this burden?" He opened his eyes slightly to look at the child sleeping on his lap, thinking to himself, "Its fate is to live in misery anyway, it's better if I act now." With this thought, Arin Vert decisively reached out his hand, realizing what he intended to do. The demon sword smirked and asked him with amusement, "So you've finally decided?" On second thought, doing this might be better for it. Arin Vert didn't answer. Coldly placing his hand on the child's neck, the demon sword frowned slightly, thinking to herself, "Yes, if it's destined to live in misery, it's better to end it now." That was also what Arin Vert was thinking. A deadly glint appeared in his eyes. He bluntly gripped the small neck of the half-dragon child, suddenly feeling the tickle of his hand on its neck. The child suddenly woke up, still drowsy. The baby opened its eyes to look at him and called out, "Dada." His large hand was wrapped around her neck, as if a slight squeeze would be enough to break it. His eyes were blood red, and the baby's single call was not enough to change his cold, emotionless expression. But to his surprise, the baby suddenly lunged forward, hugged him tightly, and laughed with innocent delight, shouting, like Dada. She thought he was just playing, and Arin Vert froze. For a rare moment in his life, he felt the sincere embrace of a child. He unconsciously exclaimed in his heart, "So warm." This feeling was like a ray of light, instantly soothing his coldness and murderous intent. He lifted the child, wondering in confusion, "What is this feeling?" He stood up and lifted the child high, and she burst out laughing with delight. In the end, He couldn't bring himself to do it. He looked at her and mumbled. It'll be okay, looking at the pure, innocent smile of the child in his arms. Arin Vert suddenly said, let's just raise her, Karam, the demon sword. Rolled her eyes at him. He was smiling. She resentfully crossed her arms and thought with exasperation, are you planning to raise her just to order her around? How boring. Meanwhile, at the ducal castle, Duchess Margaret was losing her composure, pacing back and forth, lost in confused and panicked thoughts. What should I do? What do I do now? Her assassination plan had failed miserably. Not only that, but the news that Sian Vert had encountered Granvert at the academy and beaten his large best friend half to death made her burn with anxiety. Unable to sit still, she broke out in a cold sweat, biting her nails in fear, and thought in a panic, that Sian Vert brat, if we just leave him be, our Granvert will be in danger. Suddenly Arin Vert loomed up behind Margaret, calling softly mother. She jumped in surprise, letting out a startled cry. He glanced at her with a fake, warm smile, placed a hand on Margaret's shoulder, and said gently, if you're having any trouble, please tell me. You look quite worried. She looked up at Arin Vert, her face flushing, and stammered, thank you Arin. Even so, she knew she couldn't get involved with this son of hers. She quickly scurried away, waving at him awkwardly and saying hurriedly, I am fine, what trouble? I have something urgent to do. I have to go. Arin Vert waved back, keeping the fake smile on his face. As soon as the door closed, his smile vanished. He glanced at his assistant and said coldly, report, Kalin. The assistant stepped forward, bowed his head, and reported, 6 bodies of knights belonging to the domain have been found in the mountains near Bass. The last one was confirmed to have entered Limwell Valley with the young master. He announced, the mastermind, as you predicted, is Duchess Margaret. Arin Vert's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked coldly, is there anything else? Kalin bowed low, replying respectfully. After the news broke, he was assigned to the royal section of the academy. For some reason, all the spies have disappeared. Suddenly, Arin asked in a cold voice, is this all stuff I already know? He glared at his assistant, a smirk mixed with bitterness and frustration on his lips, his eyes looking like he wanted to eat Kalin alive. Arin hissed through his teeth. So in short, you couldn't find out anything about my little brother. The tone of Arin Vert's voice and his cold gaze sent a chill down Kalin's spine, and sweat poured down like a river. He thought in panic. Ivy disappointed him. Immediately, he reminded himself in terror, he doesn't keep incompetent people around. Ivy climbed this far. I can't fail just like this. This thought spurred him on, and he hurriedly shouted, I will go myself, please trust me. I absolutely will not disappoint you. Despite Kellen's panic, Arin remained perfectly calm. He slowly walked towards his assistant, gently patted his shoulder, and said in a low voice, I am well aware of your enthusiasm, Kellen. All right, get started right away. The assistant smiled in relief. Arin Vert walked away, clenching his fist, and ordered coldly, my little brother is definitely hiding something. Investigate it thoroughly. The assistant bowed his head low and quickly said, yes, Lord Arin. During a break at the academy, Instructor Surika was angrily storming towards Sian Vert's dorm room, clutching a piece of paper. Seeing Instructor Kim, the master of the Mist Assassin Guild, barge into his room, Sian Vert grumbled, it's not a day off, what are you doing here? He was in no mood to deal with this instructor right now. He was struggling to feed the half-dragon baby milk with Karam's help. The demon sword immediately rolled her eyes and clicked her tongue at the sight of someone she hated. Surika froze at the strange sight before her, asking in confusion, why is there a baby in the dorm room? The child saw the instructor and babbled out a word, Mama. Sian Vert bowed his head and sighed warily, grumbling it's a long story. Just get to the point. Surika pushed up her glasses, glanced at the child, and raised an eyebrow inquisitively, but then decided to put it aside for now. She replied, I'll hear about this later. There's something more urgent right now. She looked at Sian and announced, You've caused big trouble, Student Sian. He looked at her, confused, not understanding what was happening. Surika held out the paper in her hand in front of Sian. On it was a picture of him and Set. It was a notice confirming the approval of Set's duel request. She snapped, here's the duel challenge. What were you thinking? The principal will be there to watch it too. Sian Vert glanced over the paper, thinking to himself, I haven't even had enough sleep. And you re-screaming like you, re-desperate for attention. His words had just been a random answer so he could be free to do his mission. He never expected that guy to actually get the duel challenge approved. He thought in alarm, that Set guy actually dared to send a duel challenge. And now she's come looking for me. The demon sword showed no interest in the matter. She frowned at Surika and ordered, what are you so worked up about? What's so interesting about a couple of 11-year-olds fighting? Sian was flustered, thinking to himself that this particular 11-year-old was no ordinary student. He quickly asked the instructor, so when is the duel? Her answer struck him like a bolt of lightning. In 2 hours, in the end. Arin Vert had to drag himself to the dueling grounds. The bratty Prince Set was already waiting there, laughing maniacally and soaking in the excited atmosphere from the watching crowd. He gloated. A duel. Arin Vert clutched his head and sighed in frustration. "Whew, that was fast." After he finished laughing, Seth glanced at Sian and exclaimed excitedly with a confident smile. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time," Seth said. "You must feel the same way, right?" Sian didn't answer, just sighed warily. Seth slowly drew his sword, asking excitedly, "I originally wanted a martial arts match, but they only have sword fighting and magic duels here. Are you planning to use magic?" Sian didn't want to entertain a child, so he just replied warily, "If you don't use it, I won't either." Seth was quite pleased with this answer, smirking as he said, "All right, I like that." Quick as a flash, he shot towards Sian without warning. He leaped, raised his sword, and shouted, "Then let's see what your swordsmanship is like." Sian didn't even flinch as Seth brought the sword down on him. He calmly glanced over, assessing him internally, pretty fast for his build, and his sword technique is quite powerful. In an instant, he drew his sword from its sheath and swung it up to block Seth's attack, thinking to himself, "But an attack that focuses only on power like this is easy to neutralize." Seth didn't expect Sian to block his sword so easily with so little movement, causing his strike to miss and hit the ground, chipping a piece of the tiled floor as he grunted in frustration. Sian spun his sword, sensing his opponent turning to launch another attack from behind. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "For someone like you, finesse and sharpness are needed, not brute force." Seth was still burning with determination, mixed with the frustration from his recent missed strike, shouting as he swung at Sian, "It's not that easy." But Sian had already turned swiftly, once again blocking Seth's powerful slash. The sound of blades clashing created a hair-raising screech. Seth awkwardly twisted his wrist when he realized his opponent had used the defensive move to counterattack. Crying out in anger, Sian easily neutralized Seth's attack, leaving him to wonder in confusion. Did he combine the downward force with a rotational force? Even so, there's no way he could block my sword with that tiny thing. He immediately leaped backward, preparing for his opponent's next attack. And this time, he decided to use martial arts to take Sian down. Sian suddenly crouched down, just as Seth was aiming his sharp blade at him from behind. He sheathed his sword and in the blink of an eye, grabbed Seth's shin, catching him completely off guard. This time, Seth was truly startled, crying out helplessly as his entire body was yanked away. Seth thought in a panic, "Do you have eyes in the back of your head?" Sian then effortlessly lifted Seth's large, muscular body, slamming him to the ground as if it were child's play. Sian had caught Seth at a weak point, now holding his ankle and slamming him to the ground. He was so shocked he couldn't react in time. But Seth was still quite agile. After years of physical training, just as Sian was about to slam him down, he managed to plant his hands and brace himself, supporting his entire body weight. The impact so strong it shattered the stone floor in front of him. He strained to support himself, luckily stopping just before his face hit the ground. But it was enough to make him break out in a sweat and let out a grunt. Immediately, he arched his lower body, swinging his leg to kick directly at Sian in a counterattack, but he only managed to hit the sword in his hand. Sian had already leaned back to dodge. He glanced at his opponent, an amused and excited smirk playing on his lips as he thought to himself. He countered in such a short amount of time. He's pretty agile for such a big guy. The students watching the match gasped and buzzed with astonishment. What was that move just now? Is he even human? Everyone was utterly shocked by Seth's powerful counterattack, however. That move had taken a considerable toll on him. He knelt on the ground, head bowed, panting heavily. He smirked, letting out a laugh as sweat poured down his face. He looked up at Sian, his eyes shining with excitement, even as veins bulged on his face from the strain and sweat streamed down his forehead. He looked at his sword lying on the floor and admitted bitterly, "In terms of swordsmanship, I've lost Sian." Despite admitting defeat in sword skills, Seth wasn't one to give up easily. He braced himself, recovering his strength as streams of magical light flared up around him like a blazing fire. He smirked, laughing excitedly as he shouted, "If it's come to this, then I'll use any means necessary to win. I'll use my full power." Sian rolled his eyes at his opponent, who was just a belligerent brat. He slung his sword over his shoulder, chuckling helplessly and thinking to himself, "What a character. What a pain." Seth stomped his foot hard on the ground, shattering a large section of tiles, and shouted, "You should start fighting for real." Immediately after, he powered up, unleashing a massive wave of magical energy forward. The immense power tore the shoulder of his shirt, and the ground in front of him shattered. He looked at Sian with excitement, his eyes burning with excitement as the energy around him flared up brightly. He roared his name, "Sian," from above. Headmaster Kuro calmly watched the match. He slowly stroked his long white beard, deep in thought. So now they intend to compete with magic. The headmaster raised an eyebrow in surprise, remarking, Such bold children. I didn't expect them to start with swordsmanship and then switch to magic. Instructor Surika was still watching the match tensely. She commented, it seems San completely overwhelmed him when it came to swordsmanship. The headmaster had also noticed this. Agreeing, I thought so as well, Surika. He looked at the two students, thinking to himself that Set's physical constitution was a rank, while Sian's was rank. He sat among the school's instructors and professors, lost in thought. Considering their physical constitution ranks, this result is understandable. However, he told himself, a person's physical constitution is merely a basic requirement for using higher-level magic. The headmaster narrowed his eyes, recalling the information he had on the students from the entrance evaluation. He mused to himself, Set's magic level is 3-star, the highest among the new students. He frowned slightly as he looked at Sian, thinking, what will you do now, Sian? Next to the headmaster, Instructor Surika was seething with rage, her entire body radiating killing intent. She was already furious that Sian had accepted the duel, on edge because of Sian's status in the Mist organization. Now this situation made her grit her teeth in frustration, thinking, why don't you just announce to the whole world that you want attention, Sian? Ugh! A giant mountain of sand erupted from the ground, breaking through the arena floor. The mountain of sand formed into a giant fist covered in sharp rocks. This was Set's magical energy, the fist of death. He raised the fist, smirking in amusement. Eager to get his revenge on Sian immediately, Sian remained unfazed, his sword still resting on his shoulder, even as the force from Set's magical energy sent debris flying all around him. He thought to himself, so he's planning to use magic now, huh? Set's sand fist shot straight towards Sian, slamming down with immense force. But Sian quickly leaped to the side, causing it to miss and smash a large section of the arena. Seeing him dodge instead of blocking, Set once again used magic, causing the ground beneath Sian's feet to crack. He swung his arm up and yelled, don't even think about escaping. Giant mounds of sand continuously erupted from the ground, rushing forward with a roar, crashing down on Sian. Chasing his every step, Set grabbed one of his arms, tensing all his muscles to focus power into it, unleashing a new wave of energy, glowing brightly like sparks of electricity as he launched the Fangs of the Desert attack. Stopped short as a new mountain of sand shot up in front of him. One after another, sharp mounds of sand like giant claws shot up from the ground, surrounding and trapping him in the center. Sian thought urgently, his magic level is 3-star. A deafening explosion erupted, blowing away the earth and rock around Sian. The sand mounds pierced straight towards Sian in the center, causing a massive sand explosion that obscured the entire arena. However, Sian had quickly escaped the attack's pincer trap, landing successfully on the ground without a single scratch. He looked at the destructive power of the attack, frowning slightly as he thought, but at this rate, won't he be able to use 4-star magic? He glanced at the protective barrier around the arena and the instructors maintaining it, thinking, the instructors maintaining the barrier might have a hard time. Set was getting frustrated that he hadn't managed to land a single hit on Sian. He looked at his unharmed opponent and hissed angrily, how long are you going to keep running away like a rat? Sian rolled his eyes and retorted, so you want me to just stand still and take your hits? His nonchalant attitude infuriated Set even more. He was fuming with anger, his eyes wide as he glared at Sian, and snarled through gritted teeth, if you re a warrior, you shouldn't dodge my attacks.
You brat!
Sian didn't understand why such a childish duel was getting him so worked up. He raised an eyebrow skeptically. He's lost his mind. He asked blankly, don't you know we were both brats? Driven mad by Sian's attitude, Set roared furiously, shut up. He once again powered up with all his might, raised his fist, pouring all his energy into it, and unleashed an explosive spell. Witnessing this, Headmaster Kuro exclaimed in surprise, ah. Instructor Surika was startled, her eyes widening in shock. Wait a minute, Set's magic level is supposed to be 3-star, but isn't that 4-star magic? Set poured all his strength into it, unleashing a swirling sandstorm towards Sian and shouting, this one won't be easy to dodge. The sandstorm raged like a furious tornado. Sian had already anticipated the situation, predicting that he would use 4-star magic. He calmly watched the sandstorm roaring towards him and replied nonchalantly. All right, this time, he smirked, grinning with amusement as he answered, I will take it head on. Meanwhile, back at the dormitory, Brian had just successfully prepared a baby bottle. He cheerfully dripped a few drops of milk onto his arm, muttering, this temperature is just right, that's good, what a relief. It's a good thing I have experience with young children. He thought back to his own family. He himself was the eldest brother to 4 younger siblings, thinking to himself, even though it was a hassle sometimes taking care of my siblings, who would have thought this experience would be so useful in the future. Brian happily took the bottle and ran to call the half-dragon baby, Princess, it's time to eat. But when he saw her, he froze, exclaiming in astonishment,
No way!
In front of him, The half-dragon baby had suddenly had a growth spurt, and was now able to stand on her own, and she even turned to ask him food. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the situation was impossible to discern, because Set's massive tornadoes had completely obscured the protective shield on the floor. The students couldn't see what was happening and began to murmur in confusion. What's going on in there? Set's sandstorm had created a cracking in the protective shield. The instructors outside shouted in alarm. The protective barrier is collapsing. Hurry and reinforce it. The instructor struggled to maintain the shield, grumbling in frustration. What kind of students are these two? The instructor had to use all his strength to stabilize the energy, to keep the shield from breaking. Sweating, he hissed, "This situation has become critical. What is the headmaster doing?" Up above, Sirika also spoke up in a panic when she saw the headmaster wasn't making a move to stop the fight. "Headmaster, we must stop this duel immediately." However, the headmaster just calmly replied, "Let's wait a little longer." He narrowed his eyes at the arena below, muttering, "Something is happening." Sian stood in the center of the sandstorm, opening his palm to create a sphere of darkness. He activated his secret art, the void sphere. Sirika saw Sian's intention and cried out in horror.
She thought frantically, "No, stop!"
Sian's sphere gradually swelled into a giant orb, shooting out purple bolts of lightning that wrapped around each tornado, swallowing the sand into the sphere's dark void. The other instructors were stunned by Sian's dark power, and yet the headmaster leisurely stroked his beard and laughed with great interest. "The more I watch Sian, the more amazed I am." But Sirika was on edge. She rushed to the railing, wanting to scream in panic. Why is he using that technique here? Gradually, the dark sphere in his hand grew to an immense size, sucking in every one of Set's sand tornadoes. In just an instant, all of his efforts vanished into thin air. His uniform was tattered, and he was drenched in sweat. He panted, bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. The students in the stands were also confused and amazed. His magic disappeared in an instant. A buzz went through the crowd. Was that black sphere a spell? I've never heard of magic like that. What in the world is he? Sian slowly closed his fist, and the sphere gradually vanished into space, leaving only faint dark streaks and a wisp of black mist on his hand. He leisurely asked his opponent, "Are you going to keep fighting?" Set's jaw dropped, gasping in terror as he stared at Sian. He was completely unscathed, his clothes still neat and tidy. In that very moment, he knew he could never win against Sian. At least not right now. He dropped to his knees, bowing his head dejectedly as he answered, "No, I've lost. I can't believe I'm the one who lost." Sian looked at him, surprised. Set was drowning in despair, his face contorted with disappointment as he mumbled, "In both swordsmanship and magic, I've been completely defeated. I feel so discouraged." Sian stared at him, stunned, thinking to himself in confusion, "I feel a little bad for him. Did I shatter his confidence too much?" Suddenly Set slammed his fist on the floor, roared, "Excellent." He suddenly burst out laughing, hissing with delight, "Very good. I'm tired of defeating the weak. My desire to train is surging." Sian immediately narrowed his eyes at him. He thought the man would give up on training. But it seems he had worried for nothing. Set stepped in front of him, holding out his hand. He looked at Sian with amusement, smirking as he asked, "I don't know when it will be, but I will definitely challenge you again, when that time comes. Will you accept my challenge?" Sian looked up at his opponent, deep in thought, then shook his hand and answered bluntly, "Nope, I refuse." After the duel, Sian rushed back to the dormitory. His eyes widened in shock when he learned that the half-dragon girl had grown at a dizzying speed. Witnessing this firsthand, he thought in alarm, "I knew dragons matured faster than humans." Looking at the dragonkin child, Sian was stunned, but she already looked like a 6-year-old. The half-dragon girl could now jump around and speak more fluently than before. She excitedly ran to greet him, waving and smiling brightly. "Hi, Dad's back." He stared at her blankly, his heart filled with confusion. The growth rate of a dragonkin is also quite fast. At this rate, will she soon be as big as me? The demon sword Karam could still sleep soundly, but Brian was utterly bewildered. He scratched his head, looking at Sen and said awkwardly, "About that, while I wasn't looking, she grew up a lot." He looked down at the girl joyfully hopping around him, and said to his attendant, "If she keeps growing at this rate, it'll be difficult to raise her here in secret, won't it?" While he was lost in thought, a sudden voice from behind made him freeze. "You can't hide it forever, right, Sian?" He turned around to realize that Instructor Sirika had been standing there all along. She slowly pushed up her glasses, lowered her voice, and said, "I've already overlooked your demon sword, but it's hard for me to overlook this dragonkin as well." She shot an angry glare at Sian through her glasses, hissing through gritted teeth, "Especially when you pull a crazy stunt like you did today. What on earth were you thinking?" The demon sword Karam had been sleeping the whole time, since Sian left for the duel. Now that he was back, she woke with a start and asked dazedly, "Who just mentioned me?" Sian looked at the dragon wings fluttering on the dragonkin child's back and exclaimed in amazement, "She's growing incredibly fast. Her dragon tail has also appeared, longer than the dress she was wearing, whereas before the child had no wings or tail." She now obediently welcomed Sian back. Standing there smiling at him, he marveled, "I just took my eyes off her for a moment, and she's already grown this much." Instructor Sirika was furious. Radiating a palpable killing intent, she crossed her arms and declared coldly, "You have to take responsibility for what you picked up during your mission." She glanced down at the child and grumbled, "But something like this will be hard to hide." Sian showed no sign of panic, calmly replying, "Brian will be the one to take care of her." Brian was dumbfounded, pointing at himself. "Me?" Sian calmly continued, "There's also a barrier set up in the dormitory, so the presence of Karam and the child won't be exposed." Sirika decided not to press the issue further. She held out an envelope with a gold seal to Sian, telling him, "As long as you don't cause any more trouble, it's fine." He looked at the envelope and asked her with a forced smile, "This as a victory prize for the match is a bit disappointing, isn't it?" Sirika didn't comment further. She turned and walked away. Before leaving, she turned back to warn him, "You should be careful for the time being." She glanced at him over her glasses, warning coldly, "Attracting too much attention won't lead to anything good." He didn't answer, opening the letter to read it after Sirika left. Brian leaned in curiously and asked, "Young master, what is that?" He replied calmly, "Oh, a warning letter," while the little dragon girl was happily running circles around the two of them. The demon sword went right back to sleep. Brian still hadn't adjusted to the situation and blurted out in confusion, "A warning letter." Sian turned to him and replied with a wary smile, "Yes, it says we'll be expelled for improper conduct." Hearing that, Brian cried out in panic, "Huh? Expelled?" The little dragon girl froze, as if she understood everything they were saying. She also panicked and chimed in, "What are we going to do? Daddy, are we going to live on the streets?" Sian looked at the little girl, stunned, thinking to himself, where did she even learn that phrase? Do you even know what it means? The little girl just kept looking at him with sparkling, expectant eyes. He thought in alarm, "She's growing up way too fast." He slowly patted the child's head and replied, "Not yet, you don't have to worry." Though he was very calm, Brian was not. He was still panicking and asked anxiously, "My lord, are you sure this will be okay? If we were going back to the Duchy of Vert, I would understand your concern." He lowered his eyes and said, "Don't worry, I'll file a complaint." He had noticed the signature on the envelope. Thinking it wasn't from the administrative office, the headmaster sent the letter himself, which means he wanted to speak with me privately. He recalled his past life at the academy, when he had gone to speak privately with Headmaster Condell. Back then, after hearing his aspirations, the headmaster had sighed regretfully, "You want to join the Knights of Light? Have you finally decided to dedicate your entire life to your older brother?" At that time, San was more mature than he is now, and he had simply bowed his head and answered briefly, "Yes." The headmaster had tried to dissuade him, "That path doesn't seem to suit you very well." But at that time, Sian had no other goal than to support his older brother. He had glared at him angrily, thinking the man was overstepping his bounds. The headmaster noticed his glare. He just laughed loudly and continued, "I'm sure you already know, so let me give you some advice." He clasped his hands in front of him, lowered his eyes and said sadly, "Choosing this path will bring you nothing good. Whether you face trials or a cruel fate, you will receive nothing in return. Just like living as someone else's puppet. No matter the outcome, in the end, you will only come to resent your brother." Sian felt bitter as he recalled those words. His hands still on the little dragon girl's head, he smiled bitterly, thinking that was what the man had told him in his past life. "I wonder what he'll say to me this time." Brian suddenly asked, "Young master, shouldn't we give her a name?" Still patting the child's head, Sian turned and asked, "A name?" Brian said seriously, "Yes, we can't just keep calling her kid." Sian casually threw out a name, "How about Nana?" Brian exclaimed in shock, "Huh? You didn't even think about it." But before he could object, the half-dragon girl cheered.
That's great!
She jumped up and down, her big, round eyes sparkling with joy as she exclaimed, "Nana, it's still Nana backwards." "I'll be Nana V." Sian was only concerned about one thing. He helplessly watched the girl happily run circles around him, thinking to himself, "How does this kid know my last name?" Brian buried his face in his hands and sobbed, "Damn it, it's over. She's going to get bullied by the other kids for sure." Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at the Royal Academy, Headmaster Condell put down his pen. He still couldn't stop thinking after witnessing Sian's recent duel. He bowed his head in silence. "Sian V, I knew that boy had great potential." He thought about the nullification technique that led to Sian's victory, frowning slightly and closing his eyes in thought. But to be able to absorb 4-star magic with a 1-star black orb, that's a terrifying talent. He slightly opened his eyes, thinking with a serious expression. But it didn't even seem like he struggled that much. I want to know your limits. The headmaster stared at the closed door before him, waiting for sign. He was the one who had taught the current emperor, Diane Severus, and was also the father of the last queen, Diana Quiz Kundel, one of the few 9 circle mages on the continent. He had focused entirely on educating students at the academy after Diana's death. On his way to the headmaster's office, Sian thought deeply, there's one thing I want to know about him. But in this life, he suddenly interfered in the royal succession war. He looked up. The hallway leading to the headmaster's office was pitch black and completely empty. He could see a faint shimmer right in front of him and thought, it seems his personality hasn't changed at all. Sian lightly tapped the empty space in front of him. A halo of light appeared, revealing a protective magic circle. It flared brightly, illuminating the entire dark hallway. The moment he touched it, he knew. He smiled in amusement, chuckling to himself. He knew I was coming and still put up a 9-star barrier. He looked through the barrier at the headmaster's silent, closed door and muttered, all right, if this is a test, then I accept. Inside the office, the headmaster grinned. Knowing Sian had arrived, he slowly stroked his silver beard, watching the door and waiting, thinking to himself, now then, what will you do? Only an archmage can destroy that barrier. Suddenly, from above, Sian crashed into the room through the window, curling his body to shield his face from the shattering glass. The headmaster was startled as he landed gently right in front of him. He could only sit there stunned, watching Arin Vert look back at him. Shards of broken glass, glittering in the sunlight, rained down around him. I am Arin Vert, a new transfer student. I've come to file a complaint, he said. The headmaster lowered his head and chuckled to himself. He was a bit surprised, not expecting him to choose this method to bypass the barrier. He thought to himself, he just ignored the barrier and jumped in through the window. I've lost. He looked up at Arin Vert and slowly asked, as if he knew nothing, a complaint. Arin Vert stood facing him and calmly replied, yes, the letter came from you. But after seeing the barrier out there, I became certain of one thing. That warning letter was just an excuse to test my abilities, wasn't it? The headmaster answered frankly, yes, it was a bit crude, but you have proven your talent. He said leisurely, but I still won't retract the warning. Or you could try to convince me. Arin Vert looked at him with dissatisfaction, thinking to himself, so this is why Sarika kept nagging me to live a quiet and hidden life. He decided to ask directly, then may I ask you a question? The headmaster replied, go ahead. He fixed his sharp gaze on the headmaster and asked bluntly, do you wish to see the expansion of the empire or the glory of your family? He narrowed his eyes at him, his gaze becoming wary. He answered calmly, that's a bold question, but it's neither. Arin Vert asked sarcastically, is that so? He then asked another question without any deference. Then after the emperor's death, if the 3rd or 4th prince tries to seize the throne instead of the crown prince, you won't take any side, will you? This question pushed Headmaster Kundel to his limit. His eyes blazed, and he growled angrily, you were not brave, you were arrogant. Arin Vert still couldn't forget the impression the headmaster had of him in his past life. Thinking resentfully, am I Arin Vert's puppet? I don't think you were much different from my past self. He didn't know that in the previous life, during the war for the throne, Kundel had contributed greatly to helping Crown Prince Yunel Severus become emperor. Yunel was a cruel and lustful man. He slaughtered all his siblings, and when Kundel opposed him, he accused him of being a traitor to the empire and sentenced him to life in prison. He had dedicated himself to brightening someone else's future, only to be betrayed by that very person in the end. At this point in time, he still hadn't realized the Crown Prince's true ambitions. He considered Arin Vert's words arrogant and out of line, angrily slamming the table, standing up, and roaring. Nonsense. He roared in anger. Do you think the peace of the last century will collapse so easily? I thought you were a genius, but you were nothing more than a fool. Arin Vert remained calm in the face of the headmaster's fury, leisurely asking him, you think so? The mothers of the Crown Prince and the 2nd Prince had died of illness. The 3rd and 4th Princes were on equal footing with the Crown Prince. The Nepalis family, where Queen Cassandra came from, was notorious for its obsession with power. He calmly told him, that family will do anything to maintain its power. In my opinion, the empire's peace is already hanging by a thread. He gave an ambitious smile and told him bluntly, on the day that peace shatters, this academy will fall with it. These were things only he knew for certain, as they had already happened in his past life. Once the headmaster was sentenced to life in prison, the academy would collapse. Recalling that, Headmaster Kundel stared at Arin Vert in astonishment. He couldn't believe that a new student, only 11 years old, could say such accurate things to him. He thought in shock. Are these the thoughts of an 11-year-old child? He knows everything about the current political climate. At this thought, his anger subsided a little. He turned and walked away, calmly asking Arin Vert, why are you telling me this? He answered frankly, To negotiate, he smiled confidently and continued, I will help you, for the peace of your family and the academy. Please retract the warning. He looked at the headmaster expectantly. He kept his head down in silence. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, leaving Sian Vert confused. Instead of answering the question, he created a giant magic circle on the ceiling and said leisurely to Sian Vert, Do you have enough power to back that up? Sian Vert was startled. Looking up in surprise at the giant magic circle illuminating the entire room, he turned to look at him. His eyes flashing like lightning, he flicked his finger and said nonchalantly, Feel the weight of your arrogance. As he finished speaking, giant golden chains shot out from the magic circle above like a downpour. His chains of judgment wrapped tightly around Sian, yanking him into the air to his surprise. He gritted his teeth and smirked. He sneered at the headmaster, thinking, You want to go all out, huh? Headmaster Kundo looked at him sternly and warned him, No matter how talented you are, you can't easily escape the 9-star Samsara prison spell. He leisurely stroked his beard and added a sarcastic remark, It seems I've overestimated your talent. Sian didn't bother arguing, he just smirked slightly and said, Then I'll show you. After he spoke, the headmaster was startled. He was stunned by the magic Sian used. Combat manosphere, the magic enveloped his body in a black mist, as if he had vanished into the darkness. The chains were gradually stained by the smoke. The black smoke seeped through every crevice of the chains, slowly engulfing them. The black sphere gradually increased in size. It completely enveloped the chains. Even the headmaster had to take a step back and cover his face, thinking in astonishment. Impossible, a mere tier 1 manosphere is devouring my magic. Soon, the violently shaking golden chains began to crack. When the sphere reached its maximum size, the first chain snapped in two, crashing to the ground. Headmaster Kundel couldn't take his eyes off the scene. Sweat was already pouring down his forehead. His eyes were filled with terror. Just how far did this kid's talent go? In the blink of an eye, the chains were completely shattered. The manosphere gradually vanished into space. Sian was completely unscathed. He casually dusted off his clothes and asked the headmaster, Is this enough to convince you that I'm useful? Even though he maintained his arrogant attitude, the headmaster no longer wanted to continue the punishment or test. He bowed his head, growling at him, and asked cautiously in a low voice, I admit it, I'll retract my warning. Are you sure you don't want anything else? Sian narrowed his eyes and replied with a relaxed smile. Yes, I just want to study peacefully at the academy. The headmaster was quite surprised by his answer. He asked again, Is that all? He replied firmly, Yes, that's all. He lowered his eyes, remembering the tragic end of this academy in his previous life, and thought to himself, I don't want to witness the academy's collapse a second time. That afternoon, the bright sunlight covered the entire street. Brian, following Sian's orders to buy a bunch of things for the children, was on his way back to the academy dorms with a pile of snacks in his hands. He happily thought to himself, he must be buying all these snacks because there are kids at home. He walked along, grinning happily, and Brian's mood lifted just thinking about Nana eating deliciously. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling and stopped. Looking ahead, Brian realized he was all alone on this road, with not a soul in sight. He thought uneasily, Why is the street so unusually deserted today? Or am I just being too sensitive? Reaching a turn with an empty alley, he glanced nervously into the small, dark, and cold alley. It gave Brian a profound sense of unease. He felt something vague around him. Staring straight into the alley's darkness, he muttered, I think something's coming. From the darkness of the alley, someone was slowly approaching. Brian's eyes widened as he looked at the person who appeared before him. Frowning slightly, he let out a confused sound. Who are you? Brian's bag, filled with tons of food, dropped to the ground with a thud. He had vanished from the street, leaving only the abandoned bags of food, with snacks scattered everywhere. After his conversation with the headmaster, Sian had agreed to try to attend all his classes today. He just needed to get through the afternoon session. But he couldn't sit up straight. He was sprawled out on the desk, drooling in his sleep, and moaned in frustration, This is boring as hell. He decided to sneak out of the classroom. As he quietly closed the door, he grumbled that listening to things he had learned 30 years ago was nothing short of torture. He decisively turned and walked away. He thought dejectedly, Studying is boring, I might as well go there to train. However, Sian's plan to escape to the Mist Organization's headquarters was shattered when Arin suddenly intervened. She had been standing menacingly behind him for who knows how long, her eyes gleaming as she asked sharply, Where are you going? Class isn't over yet. Sian jumped, startled, and glanced back in alarm. He turned to look at Arin, who was radiating a murderous aura. He quickly made up an excuse. I was going to the restroom, Your Highness. But the princess knew better, judging him bluntly, a lie. She crossed her arms and said loudly, The restroom isn't in that direction. Limus quickly tried to intervene, when he saw how strict the princess was being. Arin, what in the world are you saying? But Arin just ignored him and continued to question Sian. Were you really going to the restroom? He didn't know how to answer, so he deflected by targeting Limus. Do you allow him to call you by your name like that? The princess was startled and flustered, but she just calmly asked, What, are you trying to change the subject? Yes, I allow him to call me that when we in private. Immediately, she got close to him again, angrily demanding, Then why do you still call me your highness? We were friends. Sian turned away, answering in confusion, I'm just a commoner, and you are a noble princess of the royal family. How could I possibly call you by your name so casually? Arin immediately started to argue. Re so rigid and old-fashioned. You re just being lazy and sarcastic. I will take that as a compliment, your highness. Just then, someone came down from upstairs. Arin was startled to hear someone call her Arin. She turned her head to look, and Limus was immediately stunned. Sian noticed the princess was trembling, sweat beading on her forehead. He also turned to look out of curiosity. 2 older students from the academy were leisurely walking down towards them. Those 2 seemed to know Arin. They mockingly said to her, Long time no see, Arin. She looked up at each of them, saying in turn, Brother Fabian. The one with silver hair frowned slightly at her. Then she greeted the other one, Brother Nerovian. The one with reddish-brown hair just smirked arrogantly. The princess bowed her head respectfully and curtsied. It's been a long time. Fabian stepped in front of Arin, looking at her disdainfully and clicking his tongue mockingly. Hanging out with commoners. Nerovian also chimed in to provoke the princess with a smile. Barely grown up and you already bringing servants along. Birds of a feather flock together. The lowly stick with their own kind. Arin just bowed her head in silence, unable to say a word. Beside her, Limus also bowed in panic upon recognizing the 2 in front of them. Sian had also recognized them by now. They were none other than the 3rd and 4th princes. Sian frowned slightly as he looked at them, thinking to himself about the people of the Nephilim race. They didn't even try to hide their contempt for Arin. At that moment, the 2 arrogant princes finally noticed Sian. Fabian was startled. That guy is Nerovian also hesitated in confusion. Arin Vert. Seeing that they had mentioned him, he didn't hold back and greeted them directly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Arin Vert, the youngest son of the Vert family. As if waiting for that cue, the 2 princes walked past Arin, completely ignoring her. They eagerly spoke to Sian with a condescending air. How could we not know the son of Duke Vert, our father's close friend? We were very impressed with your recent sparring match, they shamelessly announced as if bestowing a great favor. Next time we host a tea party, we will definitely invite you. Sian couldn't care less about these royals, but his bored gaze fell upon something, and that was Arin, the princess, ostracized and ignored, was still bowing her head deeply. She hadn't moved or said another word since her formal greeting to her 2 royal brothers. Meanwhile, the 2 obnoxious princes were still rambling on. Let's talk more then. Let's get closer. Nerovian even condescendingly patted Sian's shoulder, saying with an arrogant laugh, This isn't an opportunity that comes easily for you. Sian didn't want to exchange words with these shallow royals, so he just gave a perfunctory reply, Yes, thank you. Hearing that answer, Fabian was also satisfied. Well then, see you later. Arin remained silent. But suddenly she heard her brother's voice, right next to her. Nerovian had somehow gotten behind Arin, placed a hand on her shoulder, and whispered in her ear with a cruel and arrogant smile, Except for you. I'm not inviting you. Arin's eyes widened in shock as he continued mockingly. You re just a lowly princess anyway. Don't get ahead of yourself. Princess Arin clenched her fists. She trembled with anger as he spared no insult, a disdainful and haughty smile on his face. He even warned her in a threatening tone. You should know your place. Understand. Beside him, Fabian just frowned at Arin, as if looking at something vile. They turned their backs and walked straight away, leaving Arin drowning in terrible emotions. Limus couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't help but burst out, exclaiming as he watched the 2 princes leave, Are they really princes? He cried out in confusion. Why are they so cruel? Arin, still looking down, replied coldly, We were family after all, blood relatives, and yet, Sian suddenly spoke up. Who knows? From what I can see, they were worse than savages. Arin was startled and looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion and sadness. He continued grimly, Whether we're blood relatives or strangers, it's all useless in the face of power. Sian has always known that in the royal family. Everyone will eventually kill each other to fight for the throne. He coldly watched the silhouettes of the 2 arrogant princes, and reminded Arin, That's why their coldness is just them being wary of you. Little princess. Limus looked at him, but he paid it no mind and just calmly continued, If they want to be wary of you, then you don't need to bother with them. I'll be on my way now. Hearing these words, the princess's cheeks flushed red, and her heart began to flutter. She was in no state of mind to stop him from skipping class, feeling like she might faint from how hot her face was. Seeing Arin's flushed face and dazed expression, Limus worriedly tugged on her sleeve and asked, Hey Arin, Are you not feeling well? Having lost his motivation to train, returned to his dorm room and called out, I'm back! But he only found the little dragon girl, Nana, sleeping soundly alone. He looked around the room, muttering, what, is no one here? He then called out loudly for Karam, and upon hearing its name, the demon sword lazily flew over, grumbling, I'm here, you disturbed my sleep. He looked at Karam, which was now a flickering orb of dark fire, and wondered, why are you in spirit form? The demon sword just replied lazily, it's easier to conceal my aura in this form, so, what did you call me for? Sian didn't hold back, pointing at the demon and ordering, go find Brian for me. The demon sword paused. Scowling irritably, she shrieked furiously, am I a dog that you retelling me to go find someone? What's with that attitude? He knows his own way back. Sian silently endured her tantrum without saying a word. Suddenly, the demon sword paused. Sniffing the air intensely before letting out an exclamation, she cried out, the smell of blood. Sian looked at her, startled and utterly bewildered. At that moment, Brian was being shoved around violently in a small alley. His attackers were a group of thugs led by a smug young nobleman from the academy. He said contemptuously, I tried to be nice earlier, so why didn't you just listen? It was none other than Barrett, the arrogant nobleman who had bullied Limus, only to be scared off when Sian intervened. Now, he was back to take his anger out on Brian and get revenge for that day's humiliation. He smirked excitedly, glaring at Brian and saying, now you're in big trouble, understand? He watched as Brian coughed up a glob of blood onto the ground. Gloating mockingly, the master's only guardian knight is this weak. What a piece of trash. He looked down at Brian, who was lying helplessly and motionless at his feet, and declared arrogantly, now I'm going to cut off every part of your body and send them as a gift to your master, seething with rage. He ground his teeth and hissed bitterly, this is the price for daring to lecture me. Barrett burst out laughing with glee. I get chills just thinking about it. Brian struggled to let out a groan. Coughing violently, his small act of defiance infuriated Barrett. He hissed, what did you say? And Brian bluntly retorted, how insulting. Barrett's brow twitched as he shot a furious glare at Brian. Even though he had been beaten to a pulp by Barrett's men, his face completely disfigured. As an unyielding knight, he showed no fear and retorted sarcastically. With a smirk, he said, who's challenging whom? How ridiculous. His attitude only enraged Barrett further. He ground his teeth and sneered bitterly, his eyes glinting with a vicious, wild light. You lunatic, you've been beaten senseless. He casually directed his sword-wielding thugs to move in and surround Brian. Brian just replied emotionlessly, I only feel pity for you all. His defiant voice echoed through the alley, kill him. Barrett cackled, thrilled to see Sian's subordinate beaten to a pulp on the ground. His eyes shone with a chilling wickedness, and he hissed with excitement, what a madman. The beating must have scrambled your brains. He signaled for the mercenaries to surround Brian. Sighing as if bored, I've had enough of this, kill him. Just as one of the mercenaries was about to draw his sword, Sian appeared on the roof of a nearby building, and asked coldly, what do you think you're redoing? The mere sound of Sian's voice sent a chill down Barrett's spine. He jumped, startled by Sian's sudden appearance. His entire body breaking out in a cold sweat, Sian stared down at him, clenching his fists as ethereal black bones began to materialize at his feet. He hissed, Barrett, so it was you. Brian recognized him. He managed to crack his eyes open, groaning with great difficulty. The young master looked at his subordinate and muttered, you look pathetic. It seems your vocal cords were damaged too. Although initially startled by Sian's appearance, Barrett was still confident he could defeat him. Relying on just this squad of mercenaries, he looked up, glaring at him with a contemptuous smirk. You dare to come here alone? This is even better. I will tear you to pieces. Sian's lips curled into a furious smile as he hissed, I'm looking forward to it. Immediately, he gripped the sword Karam tightly and charged down using the 8th killing technique, Chaotic Strike. He aimed straight for the necks of the mercenaries below. Karam's blade flashed with a brilliant, blood-red light. The mercenaries couldn't even see Sian's attacks. They died in an instant. In a flash, the entire squad of mercenaries was defeated, their bodies sent flying in every direction. It happened so fast that only the brilliant trails of Sian's blade were visible. Lingering behind, Barrett panicked and cowered in a corner. Covering his face with his hands, he stared, mouth agape in terror, at the unbelievable sight before him, thinking helplessly. He took down my mercenaries in an instant. Is there really no way to defeat him? He remembered the scene from that day, when Sian scared him to death by creating a giant mana orb, and he screamed in terror internally. What kind of monster is he? Having dealt with the mercenaries, Sian raised his demon sword, his blazing red eyes filled with killing intent fixed on Barrett. Barrett panicked as he saw him charging, but he stubbornly raised his hand, gathering mana and screaming frantically, damn it, I'll kill you. He had just shouted the word fire when Sian lunged and kicked him squarely in the stomach. The blow sent him flying to the far end of the alley, where he tumbled a few times before collapsing. He was in too much pain to even get up. Groaning in agony, Sian stepped before him and asked coldly, "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" He approached slowly, questioning him in a low growl. "Is it fun, torturing those weaker than you?" Barrett smirked, glaring at him with a mocking laugh. "Are you trying to meddle in other people's pleasures? Are you going to use this as an excuse to kill me?" Barrett Lewis Min, the eldest son of the Lewis Min family, was considered part of the ruling faction in the Garam kingdom, even in the previous life. His troublemaking nature was notorious. He habitually beat servants and even burned small animals alive for amusement. Later, his cruelty went too far, and he committed murder. He brutally killed a female classmate. His excuse was that he wanted to test his magic. Eventually, Mist issued a mission to eliminate him. San remembered his past life. He was the one who had received that very mission. And when he arrived at Barrett's mansion after he had been expelled, he witnessed a horrific scene. Countless corpses of servants were strewn across his basement, piled up so high they nearly touched the ceiling. He shuddered, remembering his plan to torture him first before killing him in the most agonizing way imaginable. To this day, he vividly remembered Barrett laughing mockingly and saying, "Don't waste any more time. Just kill me already. Because I've already had all the fun I wanted." His smile at that moment was so repulsive it made one's blood boil. His eyes held nothing but a perverted, inhuman emptiness. And just recalling that scene made Sian seethe with rage. He glared at him, thinking furiously. On second thought, perhaps killing him like that wasn't a severe enough punishment. After all, he got to have his way until the very end. He recalled what Barrett had done to Lysimus, and the thought fueled his rage. The price he paid for completely ruining another person's life was far too small. Sian suddenly grabbed Barrett's mouth, squeezing hard to force it open. He then created a small mana orb in his hand. Barrett instantly realized Sian was going to make him swallow the mana orb to destroy his mana. He was horrified, but his battered body couldn't move, and he couldn't break free from Sian's grasp. He screamed, "Stop!" But Sian only asked coldly, "What was it you said you were going to do to me?" As the mana orb moved closer, Barrett became even more frantic. He yelled madly, "You bastard! Do you think you can get away with doing this to me? I am Barrett Louis Min. I am at the apex of power in the Garam kingdom." San muttered, "You talk too much." Then he bluntly shoved the mana stone deep into his throat. He forcefully pushed the stone into his mouth and clamped it shut to make him swallow. He hissed coldly, "You can find me an eyesore. You can dislike me." Barrett struggled frantically, trying to break free and resist swallowing the stone. But San pressed down on his mouth even harder. He continued, "I don't care what you say behind my back, but you shouldn't have touched my subordinate. This had nothing to do with you." Sian smirked, his eyes flashing with a vicious glint. He hissed with amusement, "You worthless piece of scum." He was forced to swallow the mana stone. He thrashed wildly from the gut-wrenching pain caused by the stone's effect, letting out agonizing screams. The light from the stone seemed to be consuming and burning him. High above, a figure hidden in a shabby cloak was watching in secret. Arin's subordinate was watching him in horror from a distance, gritting his teeth and thinking, "I can't believe young Master Sian was hiding this kind of power. I have to report this to Lord Arin." He frowned worriedly. Perhaps the young master will be a major obstacle to his plan. Suddenly, an arm reached out from behind him. Sirik, in the cloak of the Mist Assassin Guild, grabbed his mouth and held a knife to his throat, whispering, "So it was you, the stalker who's been tailing my student for the past few days." After dealing with Barrett, Sian turned and walked back to Brian. He had managed to get up and was leaning against a corner, covered in injuries. He looked sadly at Sian with a swollen face, not daring to meet his eyes. He whispered, "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't expect them to bring so many people to attack me." Sian stared at him blankly, frowning slightly as he thought, his face is disfigured. He asked bluntly, "Are you really my subordinate? You don't even know how to fight, so why did you try to resist them?" Brian lowered his head and mumbled. San looked at his swollen, disfigured face, and asked coldly, "Is this the loyalty you were talking about?" He crouched down in front of Brian, rested his chin on his hand, and asked with a teasing smile, "Why didn't you run? I can roughly understand what you were trying to do, but are you an idiot?" He looked at him seriously and reminded him, "No loyalty is worth dying for. Don't do something so stupid again, 'cause it really pisses me off." He stood up and sighed, "This is unbelievable. Just remember we're gonna get an airful when we get home." Brian lowered his head and whispered, "I'm sorry." Sian had finished dealing with his personal matters, and now called out loudly, "You can come out now, Sirik." She chuckled in admiration, "Oh my, have I been discovered?" Sian glanced at her and all the members of the Mist Assassin Guild hiding nearby, replying calmly, "How could I not know when you brought all your members with you?" The other members silently withdrew as Sirik appeared. She leaped down to the ground. With Kalin tucked under her arm, she said with amusement, "I've got a present for you." She threw him onto the ground, tightly bound. Sian didn't look surprised and said indifferently, "He's the one who's been tailing me lately." Sirik exclaimed in surprise. "You knew too," he slowly nodded. "A little." Sirik bowed her head and sighed. "First of all, I will acknowledge your abilities." She thought about the process of secretly observing Sian all this time, praising him. His strength surpasses even that of a mist assassin. His eloquence is enough to negotiate with the headmaster, and his tenacious spirit allows him to wield the demon sword perfectly, showing he is an excellent heir. After that, she frowned slightly, looked at him seriously, and lowered her voice to warn him. "But if this continues, it will be very troublesome. More people will start to find you strange. Just like today." Sian looked at her calmly and replied, "I will take your advice." He glared and continued in a cold voice, "But I have no intention of being treated like a fool. If anyone dares to touch the people by my side like they just did, I will hunt them down and crush them all." Sirik bowed her head and chuckled. "I understand," she thought to herself, "so he means he'll protect the people close to him on his own." She decided she no longer needed to interfere, casually turned her back, and waved goodbye to him. "That's fine then, the hare can do as he pleases. I will be going now." Was confused by her very calm reaction. Thinking doubtfully, her reaction is really unexpected. Before leaving, she suddenly turned back, pointed at Kellen lying sprawled on the ground, and continued, "Oh, and make sure you deal with that guy. I'll take care of Barrett and his cronies." Sian glanced at the subordinate and replied, "I understand." Just then, Kellen began to struggle violently, hissing hatefully, "What are you planning to do to me? Are you going to kill me?" Sian looked down at him, a sinister smirk on his face as he narrowed his eyes. He asked, "Kill you? I think that would be letting you off too easy." Kellen was sweating bullets but still tried to talk big. "If you were planning to interrogate me, just forget it. I'm not going to say a single thing." Sian scoffed, pointing at him mockingly. "You re Kellen, Arin Vert's most trusted subordinate, right? I already know everything." Kellen was flustered, stammering, "How do you know?" Sian thought to himself, "How could I forget? You've been by Arin Vert's side all this time." He also remembered Kellen's gaze from that time clearly. He had always looked at him with no small amount of hatred and jealousy, thinking to himself, "He's the one who was jealous of me and Arin Vert in my past life." He gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, looked at from another perspective, "This guy might actually be quite dangerous." Sian held out his hand, and a stream of dark energy began to gather in his palm. He looked at Kellen on the ground, thinking, "It wouldn't matter if I killed him now, but he's that bastard Arin Vert's subordinate." He smirked gleefully, playfully beckoning the black mist around him as he thought, "At the very least, he'll be quite useful for my plans." Kellen was horrified by Sian's terrifying, calculating expression in the hazy, dark purple mist that was slowly surrounding him. He screamed in fear. "What is that?"
"Stay away from me!"
Sian scoffed, his eyes glowing intensely as his body lit up, launching the shadow persona creation attack straight at his brother's subordinate. The swirling black mist surged forward like a current, rushing into Kellen, pouring into his mouth and eye sockets. In no time, the black smoke had completely taken over his body. It erupted from his eye sockets and mouth. He thrashed about relentlessly, letting out terrified screams. That morning, the sound of wooden swords clashing echoed through the academy. Limus gripped the wooden sword in her hand, charging forward resolutely. She swung a direct blow at Princess Arin, but the princess managed to turn her sword and block it. Even so, the power behind Limus's attack made the princess struggle. With a grunt, Arin knocked her sword aside, pushing Limus back and shouting. It was as if this was nothing to her. However, Limus was a step faster than Arin, circling behind the princess in a flash. Before the princess could even register where her opponent had disappeared, Limus pointed her sword at her back, cheerfully exclaiming, "I win." "Your Highness." Startled by her own carelessness, Arin gasped. She turned to Limus with a pout, grumbling in dissatisfaction, "I can never seem to win against you." "Limus," she nagged, "didn't I tell you to just call me Arin when it's just the two of us?" Limus scratched her head in embarrassment, replying awkwardly, I'm sorry, Your Highness." Arin glared at Limus, pouting as she grumbled out each word, "Lady Arin." This made Limus even more flustered, and she quickly corrected herself. Yes, Lady Arin." Just then, a loud yelp echoed from the training ground next to them. Arin glanced over and commented with a puzzled look. "Looks like their training is pretty intense over there too." On the next field over, Sian was putting Brian through some intense physical conditioning, but Brian was getting absolutely thrashed by him. He had just taken a devastating punch to the gut. Sian attacked relentlessly, and before Brian could even recover, he took another kick to the back of his knee. Sian continued to attack like a raging storm, while Brian could only cry out in agony, unable to block or counter a single hit. After a merciless barrage of attacks, Brian doubled over, clutching himself as he gritted his teeth against the pain. However, Sian realized that Brian had impressive stamina. He glanced at Brian, his brow furrowing slightly. He thought to himself, he claims he's just an Aran boy, but he's surprisingly good at taking a hit. His stamina is incredible too. He observed Brian carefully. He saw that although he was covered in bruises, his body had withstood all the attacks. Brian just clutched his stomach, gasping for breath for a moment, before seemingly recovering right away. Sian thought with satisfaction, he's going to be quite useful later on. Then he glared and asked, "Is this too hard for you?" Brian quickly replied. He coughed up blood as he spoke. "Not at all, young master. I will endure it to the very end." Sian flinched, making a face as he looked at him. "You re-spitting up blood while you re-talking." Sian became pensive, thinking to himself, although this method is a bit brutal, there's no other choice. Because there's no guarantee that something similar to what happened with Barrett won't happen again. At the very least, Brian needs to be able to protect himself. Sian was still fuming, unable to forget Barrett's malicious smile as he vented his anger on his subordinate. Brian, who seemed to have recovered, approached and hesitantly asked, "But master, can we really keep that person named Kellen?" Sian realized he was still concerned about that day's incident and seriously reassured him. "You don't need to worry about him. He's on our side now." The incident that day was when Sian bestowed a spell upon Kellen. At that moment, Kellen had been grabbed by Sirika and thrown to the ground. He writhed and screamed in agony as Sian's spell gradually took over his body. Brian witnessed it all. Even though he was exhausted from being tormented by Barrett and his hired thugs, his face was all swollen. He stared at Sian in shock. This was the first time he had ever seen him use magic. Before long, Kellen stopped struggling on the ground and lay completely still. Casting this spell had also taken a considerable amount of Sian's energy. He was sweating as he lowered his head and thought to himself, "It's been a while since I've used this spell, so it was quite difficult." A 9-star dark magic spell. Shadow Personality, a spell that creates a new personality from the shadows. It allows the caster to control the target according to their will. Sian recalled using it only once in his past life. He walked over and used a knife to cut Kellen's ropes. His demeanor had completely changed from before, now appearing calm and serene. Coldly asked him, "Now, who are you?" He knelt, bowing his head at Sian's feet, his body still enveloped in a faint, dark purple mist. He replied, "I am Kellen Diego, the official guardian knight of Elias." He lowered his eyes, answering straightforwardly like a machine. "And I came to Ven after receiving orders to monitor Master Sian." Witnessing the subordinate who had been so defiant just moments ago now obediently answering every question, Sian smirked and thought to himself, "He's become obedient." He then asked a question to confirm, "And who is your master?" Kellen bowed his head, his face devoid of emotion, as if he had been programmed to completely eliminate all feelings. He replied, "Although I initially served Master Arin, I now wish to become Master Shine's subordinate. Please accept me." Sian smiled in satisfaction and calmly replied to him, "Very well, from now on, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Return to Arin's side in Velius and tell her." Sian's smile suddenly turned chillingly sinister. He glared at Kellen, hissing with amusement through his teeth as he spoke. "Every single word, don't you dare miss one, do you understand?" Immediately, Kellen decisively slammed his fist on the ground, bowed his head, and declared loudly, "Kellen Diego hereby pledges to obey Master Sian's command." He looked up at Sian with eyes full of determination and burning loyalty. It was all thanks to the control of the spell Sian had cast on him. Recalling that look, Sian shuddered and averted his eyes, thinking, his look of absolute trust is putting some pressure on me. That guy is definitely dangerous. Seeing Sian remain silent and lost in thought for a long time, Brian called out in confusion, "Master." Sian was still deep in thought. He'll probably be fine. Just then, Princess Arin and Lysimus arrived at his training ground. She placed her hands on her hips, looked at the two of them, and called out, "Are you training with your guardian knight? I didn't expect to see you here." Seeing the princess, Brian quickly bowed deeply in greeting. "Ah, your highness." Sian turned to the two girls and replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, are you here to train as well, your highness?" Arin walked closer to him, smiling as she enthusiastically shared, "That's right. I come here every week to practice swordsmanship with Lysimus. Because of that recent incident, I thought I should be prepared." Hearing the princess mention that incident, Sian glanced away, thinking to himself, it seems she's talking about what happened a week ago. A week ago was the day Barrett ambushed Brian to get revenge on him. In the pouring afternoon rain, Barrett Louis Min was found unconscious in front of the infirmary. Although his body was covered in bruises, he refused to reveal who the culprit was. Sian knew better than anyone that the one who cleaned up the mess was Sirika. She was the one who dumped him in front of the infirmary. He thought to himself, actually, it's not that he won't talk, but that he can't. He will never be able to use magic again. He had forced Barrett to swallow the mana stone. This was the same trick Barrett had used to destroy all of Lysimus's mana and condemn her to a harsh fate in the previous life. Sian thought she would surely be delighted to hear the news, so he turned to look at Lysimus. He thought to himself, but Lysimus's reaction was a bit surprising. Lysimus wasn't happy at all. This made Sian wonder silently. I thought she would at least feel a little satisfied. Lysimus just lowered her head in silence whenever someone mentioned the Barrett incident. Suddenly, the little girl Nana let out a loud shout, "Papa!" All 4 people on the training ground were startled, looking up toward the source of the voice. Nana was floating in the sky, right above the 4 of them. Brian cried out in alarm, "Young master, over there!" Even Sian was startled, exclaiming in shock, "Nana, didn't I leave her with Karam?" He didn't know that at that moment, the demon sword Karam was busy sleeping, its snores echoing through the house, still holding a toy in its hand. Nana let herself free fall, landing right in the arms of Princess Arin. She confusedly held the little girl, asking in bewilderment, where did this child come from? The little girl paid no attention to anyone but Sian. She looked straight at him, and shouted with joy, "Papa!" Nana found Papa. The princess froze, following the little girl's gaze, and muttered doubtfully, "Papa." The little girl then pointed at Sian, shouting once more as if to confirm it for the princess, "Papa." Princess Arin stared at him, stunned, her face darkening as she broke into a sweat, and asked angrily, "Father? Since when and with whom?" She fumed internally. Sian, suddenly exposed, had no other choice but to sigh in defeat, thinking to himself, how could this happen? In the end, he had to tell the princess the whole story, including the fact that the little girl was a dragonkin. After hearing it, Arin exclaimed in relief, "So that's what happened." She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed, "This girl isn't your child. Thank goodness. I misunderstood when I heard her call you Papa." By now, they had returned to the princess's dorm room. Lysimus was playing with the little girl. Arin immediately believed the story Sian told, exclaiming happily, "Who would have believed you had such a kind side to you?" What a surprise, but Sian wasn't happy at all. He was sweating, thinking dejectedly, "This is bad. If this keeps up, the princess will have a weakness to hold over me." Brian, sitting next to him, was just as worried, his face pale and drenched in sweat, thinking in a panic, if the academy finds out, he'll be expelled. And she even knows that Nana is a dragonkin. However, Princess Arin took the initiative to reassure Sian. She smiled confidently at him and said, "Don't worry, Sian. I won't tell anyone." Both Brian and Sian were completely astonished by the princess's firm declaration. Sian asked in surprise, "Your Highness, is that all?" Arin turned to Lysimus and answered directly, "Definitely, of course, right, Lysimus." She glanced at Lysimus beside her, who was still thoroughly enjoying playing with little Nana. Lysimus immediately looked at the princess and replied with an innocent smile, "Yes, I don't have any friends, so I have no one to tell anyway." Arin froze when she realized her question was a bit thoughtless, but before she could react, Sian asked bluntly, "What's your reason?" Arin tilted her head at him, her expression softening into a gentle smile as she replied, "A reason. I just feel that the little girl is pitiful." The princess turned to look at Nana, who was incredibly happy in Lysimus's arms. She continued with a smile, "She's neither human nor dragon, so she won't be accepted by anyone." Then she turned to Sian, praising him sincerely, "But it's a good thing you taking care of her." Arin took this opportunity, mustering all her courage to ask directly, "In exchange, can I visit your room sometimes?" Sian asked, confused. "My room?" Arin suddenly blushed, looking down and wiping away sweat as she answered awkwardly, "Don't get the wrong idea, I just want to see Nana." Sian realized the princess had no ill intentions, so he accepted frankly, "Sure, it doesn't matter." Just that one word of confirmation from him made Arin's cheeks flush red. He narrowed his eyes at the princess and proposed directly, "Then from now on, this will be our secret. Okay." Princess Arin nodded her head repeatedly. "Yes, I will keep that in mind." She interpreted Sian's words in a different way, thinking shyly to herself, "Our secret." Brian then picked up little Nana. Sian stood up to leave with them, saying to the princess, "Well then, we will be going." Lysimus ran over, bowing politely. "Please be careful on your way, Sir Sian." After Sian had left, Lysimus realized Arin had been silently lost in thought. She turned back to the princess and asked, confused, "My lady?" But Arin was still lost in her own fantasies. The smile was frozen on her lips, her cheeks were still flushed, and her heart was pounding. She thought joyfully to herself, "Does this mean I've gotten a little closer to Sian?" Lysimus shrieked, startled by the princess's strange behavior. "Miss Arin, are you sick?" When Arin Vert returned to his dorm room and woke the demon sword Karam, he finally learned what trouble he had caused. But all she did was smirk, raising an eyebrow and exclaiming, "What? Something this fun happened while I was sleeping. At this rate, why don't you just get caught living with a demon sword?" Arin Vert angrily pointed at Karam and snapped, "You shut up and just stay there and reflect on your mistake. You were the one who fell asleep while babysitting." The demon sword Karam didn't feel the least bit guilty. She casually sat with her legs crossed, rolling her eyes and muttering, "The kid is just like her papa, always doing unpredictable things." Brian was holding the little girl, but she kept squirming to get down. So he suggested, "How about we take her for a little walk?" The little girl had been indoors all this time, so she must have been feeling cooped up. Sian Vert crossed his arms, thought for a moment and said, "Oh, that's not a bad idea." Seeing this, Brian exclaimed happily, "Thank you, sir. We'll head out now then." That evening, in a distant mountain range, two dragons in human form were soaring through the sky together. Suddenly, the male dragon paused. Sensing something faint, he stopped in midair, causing the female dragon to halt in surprise as well. She turned to him and asked, "What is it, Lord Lukin?" The male dragon, Lukin, seemed annoyed and muttered, "Katerina, I just caught a very full stench. Where are we now?" Katerina immediately replied, "It's a bit of a distance, but it looks like we're on the outskirts of ruin." Lukin's face contorted in disgust as he grumbled, "Is this stench coming from Duel Academy? It seems I'll have to pause our journey home." His eyes glowed a deadly red. He glanced down below, pointing toward the source of his discomfort, hissing with a scowl, "I sense an energy that I absolutely cannot tolerate. An energy that, as a dragon, I cannot allow to exist." That night, Sian and Brian had taken little Nana to a clearing on the outskirts of the city. Nana was thrilled to be able to fly freely in the sky. She flapped her small wings, zipping around ahead, which made Brian rush after her, shouting breathlessly, "Nan up, it's dangerous over there." Sian calmly walked behind, watching the little human dragon who was joyfully exclaiming, "This place is so big. Nana is so happy." He could see she was truly enjoying her freedom and smiled to himself, thinking that the little one seemed to be in a great mood. This clearing was 10 kilometers from ruin, and he watched Nana's face light up with a radiant smile, thinking to himself, "Out here, Nana can do whatever she wants." Karam, hearing his thoughts and seeing his smile, flitted around him, rolling her eyes and taunting, Well, playing the father already. While you re-at it, why don't you find her a mother too? Like that princess from earlier, for example." Sian lowered his head, gritting his teeth in a bitter smirk, before he could even respond. A faint chill suddenly ran down his spine. Karam had also noticed something, pausing to mutter, "Wait a minute. Something's coming." Just then, two dragons appeared right before them. The male dragon hissed through gritted teeth, full of contempt. How disgusting. Brian immediately sensed the danger as well. He frantically yelled to Nana, "Be careful,
Nana!
and instantly dashed toward her, grabbing her and pulling her into a tight embrace. Just as a colossal wave of power crashed down right beside them, Sian rushed to their side, asking worriedly, "Brian, is Nana okay?" He quickly scanned them both. Little Nana was clinging to Brian, terrified. Brian held her close, using his body to shield her from the flying debris. He answered frantically, "She's all right." Sian stepped forward. With the demon sword behind him, he calmly told Brian, "Both of you, get behind me." In the middle of the clearing, now completely torn apart, the figures of the two dragons appeared amidst a blinding light and a deafening roar. Sian stood protectively in front of Brian and Nana, staring at the two newcomers and wondering why great dragons were here. He instantly recognized what the two beings in front of him were. He observed them both carefully, thinking two great dragons. They were looking toward Brian and the child. So that was it, the source of the pungent odor. Brian immediately tightened his embrace, hiding the child, and glared at them warily through gritted teeth. The male great silver dragon, Lucayan, narrowed his eyes in annoyance and disgust. He hissed contemptuously, "What a truly disgusting stench." His companion, the great red dragon Catalina, also glared at them with contempt, uttering with a look of revulsion, "A dragonkin. How can such a disgusting being exist?" She glanced at Arin Vert and his demon sword, sneering disdainfully, "Are you the master of that half-breed? Human, it seems you also possess a demon sword." He just looked at her with caution and defensiveness, while the demon sword felt insulted. Karam grumbled angrily, "What? Who do you think you are, calling me an object?" Catalina immediately shouted in annoyance, "Shut up, you lackey of a lowly human." Karam flew into a rage. She glared and snapped angrily, "Are you looking for a death wish?" Catalina fumed, growling through gritted teeth, "A lowly thing like you dares." She impulsively wanted to charge forward, but Lucian quickly put out a hand to stop her. He stepped forward, glaring at Arin Vert and the demon sword, and though he wasn't angry, his tone was filled with contempt. "Rest assured, we have no interest in you. We have no intention of fighting lowly creatures." He turned to look at Brian and the child in his arms, and said in a low voice, "But you must hand over that half-breed to me." Nana seemed to understand their malicious intent towards her. The little girl clutched Brian's shirt tightly, trembling in his arms. Brian turned completely around, glaring at the two dragons. Even though he himself was a bit scared, Nana burst into tears, nestling into Brian's embrace. The two dragons still wouldn't give up, and Lucian even uttered some heartless words. A half-human, half-dragon creature, carrying the blood of both races, is perfect as a research specimen. He stared intently at Arin Vert and coldly declared, "If you do that, I will be merciful and spare your life." Arin Vert gripped Karam and snapped angrily, "Shut up." Lucian became enraged, his face scrunching up slightly, and he asked irritably, "What did you just say?" Arin Vert glared at him, his eyes glowing red and radiating killing intent. He replied coldly, "He said to shut up, you damn divine dragon." Lucian lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curling up as he hissed out a laugh. He suddenly swung his sword, slashing the ground right beside them. It was a warning shot. Though it wasn't close enough to make anyone dodge in panic, Brian, startled, jumped back with Nana in his arms, shouting worriedly, "Young master!" Looking straight at the enemy, Arin Vert calmly ordered Brian, "I'm fine, you two get away from me." Brian immediately ran off with the little girl, hastily replying, "Yes, sir." The dragon's power tore up the ground next to Arin Vert, leaving sparks of electricity arcing across the ground. Arin Vert looked at the scene, thinking to himself, that last attack was terrifying. Lucian gripped his weapon tightly, bolts of lightning flashing continuously on his sword. He flew up, sneering disdainfully. "This is why lowly creatures like you are beyond saving." Arin Vert didn't answer him. He responded with the 9th assassination technique, demon sword manifestation, allowing the demon sword Karam to use his body. He became one with Karam, his skin darkening and his hair turning into a flickering red flame. The two dragons immediately recognized Arin Vert's new form. Catalina exclaimed in shock, "Lord Lucian, could that power be?" Lucian was only slightly surprised and replied calmly, "That is the power of the exiled one." He frowned slightly, grumbling contemptuously, "Today is certainly full of surprises, but no matter how hard he tries, he's still just a lowly human." In an instant, Arin Vert shot up right beside him, preparing to swing his sword. Lucian was startled as his opponent had vanished from his line of sight. He glanced at him, stunned. Since when was he? Without a word, Arin Vert immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks, forcing Lucian to hastily raise his sword to block passively. This enraged him to no end. He growled through gritted teeth, "You are nothing but a human!" He swung his sword straight at Arin Vert, but Sian quickly flew backward to dodge. Seeing the attack had no effect, he thrust his hand forward, activating a shockwave. Flickering bolts of lightning flashed in his palm. A giant magic circle appeared in the sky right above Arin Vert. He was startled, and looked up to see blinding rays of light shooting out from the magic circle straight at him. In just an instant, Arin Vert was engulfed in the giant pillar of light from the magic circle. It shot straight down to the ground, blasting away the earth and rock below. Arin Vert had quickly used the 3rd assassination technique, Fog Shadow, to escape the spell. Appeared behind Luki, he sensed Sian's presence and was startled. Sian unleashed his next move, the Misty Gale Sword Dance, swinging the demon sword and slashing repeatedly at him. But Catalina quickly shot up, shielding Luki from behind and blocking with her fire shield dagger. She was incredibly confident, laughing as she said, "I will stop him." But Luki sensed something was wrong and quickly yelled, "Get back, Catalina, you re no match for him." She stubbornly ignored him, smirking smugly. Even though she was breaking a sweat, she arrogantly replied, "Don't worry, Lord Luki, I won't lose." She arrogantly thought to herself, "This is the barrier of a dragon that has accumulated mana for 10,000 years. A mere human who can't even live for 100 years couldn't possibly break it." Sian switched to the 8-blossom sword slash, his eyes narrowing with a smile as he launched his attack directly at Catalina's fire shield. She was taken aback, her eyes reflecting utter shock as her smile vanished. Sian's consecutive slashes all struck the center of the fire shield, causing a massive explosion and a blinding flash of light. Catalina's fire shield shattered into 100 pieces, much to her absolute horror. She couldn't believe her eyes, thinking in terror, he actually managed to break it. Before she could even recover, Sian's dual slash combo landed dozens of slashes across her body. All she could do was let out a piercing scream. Luki watched helplessly as his subordinate was torn into 100 pieces. Her last call faintly echoed in his ears, "Lord Luki." Catalina had turned to dust. The loss of a close subordinate pushed Luki to the peak of his rage. He clenched his jaw and snarled furiously, "Just who in the hell are you?" He glared at Sian, but Sian didn't say a word. Enraged, Luki roared, "Isn't the martial god supposed to be powerless? How can you possess so much power?" Seeing that Sian remained silent, he screamed impatiently, "Answer me, who the hell are you?" Sian simply looked up at him without a word. Rage completely consumed him. He drew a new magic circle in the sky, his blazing red eyes fixed on Sian. He hissed coldly, "It seems you have no intention of answering me. Fine. I'll admit you, worthy of being my opponent." Sian immediately understood his intentions. Watching silently and thinking to himself, Luki launched himself into the magic circle, his body glowing brightly in a vortex of flashing light. Sian silently witnessed the transformation, thinking to himself, incarnation. a spell that allows dragons to shed their human form and return to their original state. Luki's body began to change. His jaw elongated into a snout full of sharp dragon teeth, his hands became claws, and massive dragon wings unfurled from his back, transforming him into a white dragon, who opened his maw and let out an earth-shattering roar. Sian faced him calmly, leaping off the ground and charging toward him, thinking. In other words, he's in his most vulnerable state right now. He launched himself above the dragon's head, startling and confusing it with his maneuver. The dragon gnashed its teeth, growling, what are you trying to do? Sian was now right above its snout, looking directly down at the large horn on its head. The dragon was shocked, thinking to itself, could he possibly know the weakness of my incarnation? But he's just a lowly human. Without hesitation, Sian dove straight down in front of its snout, plunging his demon sword deep into the base of its horn. The dragon roared in agony, Luki's eyes turning bloodshot from the pain and shock. The black mist began to cloud his vision as he shrieked in fury.
You bastard!
But his heart was filled with terror. I have to escape now, Sian smirked. As if reading the thought in the dragon's eyes, he replied with a smirk. Too late. His next move, the immovable tree sword. All of his power was channeled into the demon sword. He drove the blade deeper into the dragon's only weak point. The black mist erupted from the demon sword in his hand, surrounding the dragon and forming into sharp blades that tore into its body. Helpless and paralyzed, Luki roared in excruciating pain. Soon its body disintegrated under the relentless assault of the venomous black mist. Luki crashed to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Worried because he couldn't see his master, Brian rushed over while carrying little Nana, frantically shouting, "Young master, are you alright?" He froze when he could clearly see the scene ahead, his mouth agape and speechless. He immediately covered Nana's eyes, and the little girl cried out in confusion, "Nana can't see anything." In front of them, San was casually carving up Lukian's corpse, enjoying a very large piece of meat. Held out a piece to Brian and said innocently, "Hey, Brian, have some, it's fresh meat." Brian froze, not knowing how to react. The little girl, Nana, huddled in his arms and naively cried out, "Nana wants some too." Sian clicked his tongue and sternly reminded her, "No, I wasn't talking to you, kid." To him, the great dragon was nothing more than a nutritious meal. Kellen returned and reported everything he had learned while tailing them. After hearing the report, Ace asked pensively, "Are you saying some mysterious force is backing my little brother?" Kellen bowed his head and calmly replied, "That's right. It seems the spies we planted have also been eliminated by them." Ace looked up at him, frowning slightly, and asked, "Is that all?" He calmly replied, "Yes, I'm afraid this information isn't enough." However, it was his unusually calm demeanor that caught Ace's attention. He thought warily how strange. He stared at Kellen, wondering, where did his earlier anxiety go? It's as if he's a different person. He maintained a calm expression, careful not to show any suspicion, and bowed his head, saying, "Indeed," Ace said probingly, "I want to ask you a question." Kellen flinched and froze, looking up to meet Ace's sharp, scrutinizing gaze. He said nothing, his slight frown betraying a hint of worry as he thought to himself, "This is a test, which means he's starting to suspect me." Immediately, Kellen placed a fist on his chest, bowed deeply before him, and solemnly recited his usual slogan, "May the god Duel protect you." Ace slowly curled his lips into a smile, calmly replying, "Thank you for your answer, Sir Kellen." Seeing Kellen's anxiousness, to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, Ace said leisurely, "Please don't misunderstand. It's just a routine procedure. You may leave now." Kellen turned to leave, but he remained on high alert. He was lost in bewildered thoughts. "It seems I need to be more careful. Once suspicion takes root, there's no turning back." Lost in thought as he opened the door, he muttered, "I can't let anything stand in young Master Sian's way." As soon as he opened it, Kellen was startled to see someone standing right on the other side. He was shocked, thinking, this girl. On the other side of the threshold, Amelia had her hand raised, about to knock. She smiled shyly when Kellen appeared, and said awkwardly, "Hello." She nervously thought, "I'm young Master Sian's maid." Kellen frowned slightly, asking suspiciously, Why are you here right now?" Ace walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "I called her here." He looked at the maid, Amelia, and asked with a smile, "Your name is Amelia, isn't it?" She hastily replied in a fluster. Stammering, "Why yes, young master," Ace put on a fake, friendly smile and asked, "Could you do something for me?" Seeing that smile, Amelia blushed with embarrassment, and shyly asked back, "Help you, sir?" Meanwhile, in the dragon's lair, high-ranking dragons were gathering for an emergency meeting. The lead dragon exclaimed in astonishment, "Lord Lukian and Lady Colline are missing." Other dragons hidden behind small magic stones reported anxiously. After manifesting their divine presence outside Orwin, their auras completely vanished. Hearing this, the supreme dragon roared, "How can the energy of 2 level 8 or higher dragons just disappear?" The other dragons looked to the side, where the 2 magic stones of Lukian and Catalina were shattered, indicating that the dragons they represented were both dead. They said, as you can see, these two magic stones have gone completely dark. We searched all over the outskirts of Orowin, but we found no signs of a battle. One dragon wondered, could the one who killed them have used magic to erase all traces? Another hesitated. If that's the case, then... The high-ranking dragon broke the silence. That person is likely a user of black magic in this world. Only Kundal Guy has enough power to kill those two dragons. The dragons considered this. But he isn't a black magician. That means there's a third party we don't know about. One of them suddenly spoke up. Sian from the Royal Academy is the only black magician we know of. Another suddenly recalled the incident where Sian faced a black dragon on the battlefield and nearly killed it. It immediately chimed in. There's a rumor that he survived an encounter with the evil dragon on the battlefield. It then thought of the two people Sian had killed and said, it's possible he's also connected to the deaths of Reinen Grimson and German Anbat. They were all the ones who provided us with test subjects. The dragon leader listened in silence, then said doubtfully, to call it a coincidence. It seems there's some kind of connection here. We need to monitor him carefully. Then the leader thought of a girl around Sian's age and immediately proposed, Luna Rang River. Have my niece get close to Sian. As a new day dawned, sunlight slanted across the grounds of the Royal Academy's dormitory. Princess Arin cheerfully ran to Sian's room, carrying a very delicious cake. She happily showed it off. It's a special cake ordered directly from the royal palace. She had it made for little Nana and asked affectionately, "Little one, is it delicious?" Seeing the fragrant cake, Nana drooled in anticipation, her eyes sparkling as she gushed, "It's delicious." The princess didn't just bring one cake. Trailing behind her was a whole cart piled high with cake boxes. She handed a slice to the little girl, gently telling Nana, "Eat a lot, there's still plenty more." Nana stared in a daze at the cart full of delicious treats, her eyes wide with astonishment. Sian sat in a corner, silently observing the scene. He thought with satisfaction, it's nice seeing the two of them play like sisters. For now, I'll just live peacefully like this. He watched little Nana gobble down the cake, feeling a bit worried, thinking the dragons might have already sensed her existence. They could come back to attack at any moment. Then he glanced over at Lezimus, who had accompanied the princess here. Seeing her able to laugh so innocently, a new resolve grew inside Sian. I will not let anyone touch what is mine, because in this life, I will live for myself. The vicious face and wicked smile of Granvert appeared in his mind. He now had a goal for this life, thinking, and I will destroy it, your plan. Arin suddenly turned to look at Sian. Surprised by his expression, he was smirking with amusement and lost in thought. As if he was imagining something entertaining, she asked curiously, "Sian, is something funny?" "You look happy," Sian smiled and replied leisurely.
Oh yeah.
"I just thought of something fun." Meanwhile, at the Granvert estate, he was hosting a distinguished guest in the family garden. He said warmly, "Long time no see, not since graduation." His guest was the crown prince of the XL Severus kingdom. The prince curled his lip into a slight smile, offering a polite compliment. "You look well," Granvert grinned, offering a sycophantic reply. "It is all thanks to your grace's blessing." But the crown prince seemed to have something else on his mind. He glanced down and muttered before asking pointedly, "How long do you intend to stay in this backwater place?" He seemed impatient as he added, "I heard Alicia has already left to travel the continent." Granvert didn't seem bothered, casually replying, "If I weren't here, I'd be quite worried, not knowing what she's doing or where she is." Yunel suddenly cut in, worried. He rested his chin on his hand. Glancing at Granvert with a knowing smirk, he pressed, "Or are you afraid that one day she will become a threat to you?" Granvert's eyes narrowed as he looked at the crown prince, feigning innocence, and asked, "What do you mean, your highness?" He pressed, "Is there any need for secrets between us?" An attendant approached to pour the crown prince's wine, and he ignored the question, slowly asking in return, "Your younger brother's name is Sian, isn't it?" He watched as his wine glass was filled, leisurely informing him, "My father, the king, seems to have taken a great interest in him. It appears he's even considering betrothing him to Arin." Yunel suddenly felt a pang of irritation, scowling as he grumbled, "I have no idea why he shows such favor to a good-for-nothing like that." Granvert smiled leisurely, giving the crown prince a calculating look as he confidently stated, "Don't be so hasty. Once he gains attention and has powerful backing, he will become useful." Yunel appeared satisfied with that answer, smirking in appreciation. "It's always so easy talking to you." The crown prince's attendant suddenly gestured with the wine bottle toward Granvert and asked, "Would you care for some?" He looked up at the attendant and exclaimed in surprise, "What a peculiar escort knight." Yunel immediately turned to look at the attendant by his side, who was indeed his escort knight, and introduced him smugly. "Indeed, this is a gem I discovered while inspecting the slums recently." This seemed to pique Granvert's curiosity and interest. He glanced at the attendant and asked enthusiastically, "You found a gem, you say?" Yunel replied with pride, "The finest of its kind. The attendant smiled at the compliment and introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Boris Liam. Boris's smile also held a dark, sinister air. And just like that, 2 years passed at Ren Academy. On that particular day, students at the academy were buzzing, turning their heads to stare at someone walking across the campus grounds. Over time, Sian had managed to somewhat hide his true self and adapt to life at the academy when his older sister, Alicia, returned. Her arrival made every male student at the academy turn their heads in admiration. Alicia glanced at a young boy, who had just been bonked on the head by his girlfriend for daring to look at her. She gave a helpless, crooked smile. The academy was peaceful that day, immersed in a tranquil atmosphere. Alicia knocked on the headmaster's door and walked in casually. Headmaster Kundell seemed relieved to see her, offering a polite greeting. Long time no see, Alicia chuckled. He asked with concern, how was it? Did you have a good trip? Alicia nodded and replied, yes, I went to Bruna. The headmaster looked surprised, exclaiming in shock, Bruna. That's not a very welcoming place for humans, is it? Alicia dropped her backpack, walked closer to him, and answered, yes, it took me a year to adapt to that life. But I wanted to understand the meaning of harmony that you spoke of, headmaster. She looked up at him, smiling confidently as she continued. You were right, headmaster. Wherever I go, that place will flourish. So I must constantly think about where I will go. Hearing her declaration, Headmaster Kundell grew a bit somber. He frowned slightly and asked, it seems you've already made your decision. Alicia looked at him and declared firmly, yes, I will join the Knights of Light. Kundell hesitated before asking, do you wish to follow your family's tradition? Alicia looked at her teacher confidently, her eyes filled with determination. She replied, someone has to bear this responsibility. She lowered her head sadly and added softly, and I'm also worried about my younger brothers, especially Sian. He's so timid. Hearing this, Headmaster Kundell suddenly burst out laughing. Alicia was stunned by his reaction and asked in confusion, why are you laughing? He looked at Alicia, slowly stroking his beard, and raised an eyebrow, asking her, him timid? Are you kidding me? Sian suddenly entered the room, smiling half-jokingly. What joke? You re-exaggerating, sir. Hearing her brother's voice, Alicia turned around with a start. She was utterly astonished to see him, exclaiming in front of her. Sian had grown so much he was almost unrecognizable. He looked much sturdier and taller than she last remembered, causing her to pause for a moment and look at him with disbelief, murmuring, is it really you? Sian smiled calmly, looking at his sister with great affection, and said softly, I missed you so much, sis. The Vert siblings walked together in the academy courtyard, chatting animatedly. Alicia couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You've changed quite a bit. Before she left, Sian was still small and slender, but now he was as tall as Alicia, with a more built and mature physique. She raised her hand to compare their heights, murmuring, you as tall as me now, you will be taller than me soon. Sian glanced at his sister and chuckled teasingly. Or is it that you've gotten shorter? Alicia playfully pinched his cheek, saying with a mock-annoyed smile, that's enough, stop right there. This happy moment made Sian feel nostalgic as he looked up at the sky, silently recalling May 2nd, 988, a date he remembered clearly from his past life. He turned to look at his sister's bright, joyful smile, feeling a pang of guilt. Thinking to himself that it was the last day his sister was alive, Alicia walked beside Sian, asking with concern, aren't you going home? It's summer break, isn't it? Sian gave a sad little laugh and replied, if I go back, no one will welcome me except for you. Hearing that, Alicia was extremely surprised. Her eyes widened as she looked at him and asked worriedly, no one at all? Is that why you haven't come home for 2 years? Sian lowered his head without answering, silently thinking of his eldest brother. Actually, there are a few other reasons. One is that Granvert is there, and 2, the Duchess will try every means to get rid of me. Father doesn't care at all. Sian felt a surge of frustration. He still hadn't forgotten how his wicked stepmother planned to have him eliminated on the day he left the duchy for the academy. He walked silently towards the academy gate alone, thinking to himself, going back there is no different from suicide. I probably won't go home until I graduate. While he was lost in thought, Alicia suddenly asked, aren't you close with Granvert? Sian immediately replied in a cold, annoyed tone, no way. Alicia was completely taken aback, exclaiming in confusion, why not? Sian turned to look his sister straight in the eye, glaring as he answered coldly, you know very well how he treats me. He even tried to kill me once. Hearing this, Alicia froze. Brian, who had been walking silently behind them, spoke up, I can testify to that. Alicia turned to look at him and asked blankly, who are you? Sian introduced him. That's my escort knight, Brian Kendrick. Alicia covered her mouth in shock as she looked at Brian, exclaiming, oh, a guardian knight. No wonder he's been following us. Brian didn't know what to say and could only manage a forced smile. Under the academy's sun, Alicia listened as Sian briefly recounted everything that Granvert and his mother had been behind everyone's backs. She was utterly shocked. she exclaimed. Is that really true? Extremely flustered, she lowered her head and muttered, and I was in Bruna, completely unaware of anything. Sian glanced at his sister. He calmly replied, the Duchess and Granvert are the bad ones. It's not your fault. Alicia was consumed by anger, her eyes blazing with indignation. Even her silence radiated killing intent. She seemed to be contemplating something, so she didn't respond to his words. Sian called out softly. Sister Alicia, she was startled. Suddenly realizing she had been silent for a while, she sighed and then asked Sian, have you told anyone else about this? He replied nonchalantly, what's the use in telling anyone? It's all in the past now, he said casually. Granvert doesn't even feel the slightest bit of remorse. Before he could finish, Alicia suddenly reached out and pulled Sian into a tight hug, much to his utter surprise. Her eyes welled up with tears for her brother as she whispered sadly, you don't have to endure it all alone, Sian. Sometimes you can lean on someone else. She declared, from now on, I will protect you. Sian just lowered his head without replying, as knowing his sister's future made her words feel incredibly heavy. Brian was still bowing his head, sniffling, moved by the sibling bond. Alicia quickly straightened up, patted her brother's shoulder, and said, I want to stay with you longer, but I have to go now. Take care of yourself while I'm away. Brian suddenly froze, startled. Alicia suddenly lunged forward. She hugged him tightly in a very casual manner. His face immediately turned red, and he cried out in a panic, Hey, miss! But Alicia didn't seem embarrassed at all. She smiled and asked, Please take care of my little Sian. Brian glanced at Sian, but Sian glared back at him, radiating killing intent, and even made a threatening throat-slitting gesture. Terrified, Brian cried internally, I didn't even do anything. The sun was beginning to set, and it was time for Sian to say goodbye to Alicia. Brian stood beside them, bowing deeply. Goodbye, miss. Sian watched his sister's retreating figure, smiling to himself and thinking, it's been a while. He recalled Alicia's utterly indignant expression on his behalf, and thought to himself, I've only seen her that angry once before. Alicia's expression reminded Sian of an incident from his past life, back when he was a child in the courtyard of the Vert estate. That day, Sian had been forced into sword practice by his brother, Granvert. Back then, he was still a weak and timid child with no combat skills, so he was completely overwhelmed. Granvert beat him until he collapsed to the ground, then arrogantly slung his sword over his shoulder and sneered, Down already. He was incredibly arrogant and resentful back then. He grinned with delight at Sian's pathetic state, and then challenged him, Get up, or I will beat you to a pulp. The Sian of that time was utterly terrified by his threat. He pleaded in fear, Please stop, you win. But before he could finish his sentence, Granvert lunged forward and struck him squarely in the face. He even grumbled irritably, Good grief, why are you sniveling so much? Granvert gleefully struck him repeatedly, feeling incredibly thrilled as he did so. But his actions were stopped by Alicia. She appeared just in time, shouting, Granvert, stop. He was terrified to see his sister and cried out nervously, Sister Alicia. Alicia angrily demanded, What are you doing? Back then, Alicia had shown the exact same anger as she did just now. She hissed in a stern voice, Apologize to him right now. Sian felt happy recalling that moment. He had returned to his dorm room and was now resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Musing with amusement. I only saw that face once in my past life, so the duchy is probably going to be in an uproar soon. His smile faded, and he thought grimly, She needs to know the truth about her family, so that I can protect her. Sian remembered Alicia's fate in his past life. After she joined the White Knights, his sister had fallen on the battlefield, surrounded by 7 beasts. Alicia was all alone, her body broken, her clothes tattered, and her wounds severe. Sian felt a pang of sorrow, vowing to himself that he had to save her from that dark future. Just then, Brian entered with 2 letters in his hand, announcing, There's mail for you, young master. He turned to look at the 2 letters in his hand and asked, Who are they from? Brian replied, One is from the academy, and the other is from one of the gatekeepers. Just by the color of the letters, Sian could guess who they were from. He took the pale black envelope and replied, Is that so? All right. Brian seemed surprised that he didn't read the red envelope, and asked in confusion, Aren't you going to look at this, sir? Sian just replied coldly, It's probably from the royal palace. Brian then took a closer look at the envelope, noticed the wax seal, and exclaimed, You rewrite, sir. It has the royal seal. Karim suddenly popped out, asking curiously, What is it? Even Brian was extremely curious, wondering what they had sent. Sian glanced over the letter before putting it back in the envelope, casually replying, They hold a party around this time every year. He opened the black envelope, and inside was a mission card from the Mist organization. He quickly read the request on the card, thinking to himself that the other one was an assassination order. Assassinate Renan Nicholas. The incident that took place during that royal palace party was quite a big deal. He grew pensive because the man was the queen's younger brother, which was quite shocking. Seeing her master looking thoughtful, Karam put her hands on her hips and asked bluntly, "Are you going?" He looked up at the demon sword and answered, "Yes, I have something to do there, upon receiving this mission." He immediately thought of Hall Master Sirik, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Come to think of it, I believe someone else carried out this mission in my past life. The Hall Master must have taken a liking to me, even though it's quite a hassle. Karam peered through the red royal envelope and announced that it was from Princess Arin, but Sian seemed uninterested. He replied indifferently, "Really?" The demon sword took the opportunity to tease him. "I thought you were just a kid, but who would? V thought you'd be getting a love letter." Sian didn't bother to argue. He glared at her demon sword limit. She was immediately pinned to the floor by Sian's bone net, groaning in frustration. What? He turned to order Brian. "Anyway, prepare to go to the royal palace." He bowed his head in a panic. "Yes, sir." Just then, the door opened, and little Nana walked out of the room, calling out sweetly, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Brian saw the little girl and jumped in alarm. "Ah," the young master looked up irritably. "What is it?" Seeing Nana, he himself was startled. What? Nana had grown unexpectedly tall, now looking no different from a young woman Sian's age. Seeing him turn to look at her, the girl dazedly rubbed her sleepy eyes. Still not believing his own eyes, he exclaimed, "She's grown this much again." Alicia had returned to the Vert family mansion. She stormed in, her every footstep filled with rage. She threw open the main doors without any prior announcement. All the servants in the Vert household were completely surprised to see the young lady return, without a word of warning. The butler was startled, exclaiming, "Miss Alicia." He asked in confusion, "You've returned." But she didn't bother to answer him. Her anger was boiling over as she stormed towards him, demanding in a harsh voice, "Where's Mother? Where is the Duchess?" At that moment, Margaret was still leisurely reading a book in her room. She was startled when she heard a commotion outside and turned her head to look worriedly. Alicia threw open the door to the room and stormed in. She was a mix of shocked and bewildered upon seeing her, asking in confusion, "Alicia." She noticed Alicia's hostile attitude and immediately felt alarmed. She forced a smile and asked nervously, "It's been a while, have you been well?" Her daughter Alicia didn't answer. She raised her hand and coldly delivered a stinging slap across Margaret's face. Pouring all of her resentment into that one slap, Margaret sat on the floor, clutching her face as she looked at Alicia, screaming, "Are you insane?" Alicia immediately shot back, "You're the one who's insane, Duchess Margaret." Alicia's face grew even more furious. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "You tried to kill Sian, didn't you?" Margaret immediately thought to herself, "How does she know?" But she still tried to argue out loud, shouting, "Me, try to kill Sian. Do you have any proof?" Suddenly, Alicia's eyes widened as she stared at her. "You just confirmed it for me. Since you were asking for proof, it must be true." Margaret slowly stood up, her body hunched over as she asked angrily, "How dare you lay a hand on me when you have no proof?" By this point, many guards were standing around them. Margaret glared angrily and yelled at them, "What are you all doing? Drag her out of here." After being scolded, the guards quickly moved to grab Alicia. "Our apologies, young lady." Immediately, Alicia shot a sharp glare in their direction. The guards who were about to pounce were met with a swift counter from Alicia, catching them all by surprise. A straight punch to the back of a guard's hand made him cry out in pain. Then Alicia summoned an energy, forming a blue crystal orb in front of her chest to gather power. It was the elemental spirit, Undyne. She immediately released the orb, which nearly annihilated all the guards. Seeing this, Margaret froze, thinking, "That's spirit magic. How could she take down the guards so easily?" Alicia walked towards her, causing the woman to back away in fear. "Stay away from me. What do you think you're redoing?" Alicia replied, "Sian's escort knight has confessed everything." Alicia raised an eyebrow, saying he confessed that Margaret was also behind the plan to assassinate Sian 2 years ago. "Did you think you could get away with it by staying silent?" Margaret's face twisted as she pointed and shouted, "You believe the words of that scum over me? Have you really lost your mind?" Alicia leaned in close to her face. "Shut your mouth, Margaret. I'm going to tell father about this. You'd better prepare yourself." Her eyes grew more terrifying, signaling the woman was done for. Then Alicia turned and walked out. Margaret muttered, "That foolish girl. After all this, she still hasn't realized." Her face grew more sinister. "Duke Willis cares for nothing but that child." Elsewhere, Willis glanced back. "I know she tried to kill Sian, so what?" Hearing this, Alicia's eyes widened in shock at her father's words. "What do you mean? Your son was almost killed, and that's all you can say?" Willis turned halfway to look at Alicia. "I'm not going to make any excuses. I figure as long as Sian is okay, then everything is fine." Unable to stand still, Alicia shouted, "He had to fight 6 official knights all by himself. If it weren't for his escort knight, Brian Kendrick, he would have died." Willis's eyes sharpened as he gritted his teeth in anger. "You think that fool saved Sian? That idiot is nothing more than an errand boy for the knights." Hearing this, A confused Alicia began to sweat as she spoke again. Are you saying Sian defeated them all by himself? Willis stepped closer to Alicia. You don't know anything about him, do you? Then he held out a crimson envelope to Alicia. Take it. She looked at it and asked, what is this? He held the letter out in front of her and explained, it's an invitation to a party from the royal family. I can't go, so I want you to go in my place. He looked at her and advised, go there and relax. You don't need to worry about transportation. Holding the invitation, Willis continued, that kid is stronger than you think. I'm going back to the barracks. His words left Alicia utterly bewildered. Then he walked out. He left her in the room with an indescribably empty feeling. A moment later, Alicia also stepped out. As she walked down the hallway, she thought, I don't need to worry about the boy, but he's only 13 years old. Suddenly, a woman with long hair appeared and called out, Lady Alicia. As soon as she saw this person, was overjoyed. It was Cecilia Dian. She exclaimed happily, you re back, Cecilia. Before she could finish her sentence, Cecilia rushed in to hug Alicia, saying hastily, where have you been for so long? You didn't send any letters back. Alicia smiled. I'm sorry. She then introduced this person as a high-ranking knight of the Knights of Light. Cecilia Dian. She was her maid teacher and friend. Then Alicia pulled away. All right, let's go unwind a bit, Cecilia wondered. Unwind. Alicia held up the invitation she had just received from her father, saying cheerfully, yes, let's go together. Now, they were sitting in a fancy carriage on their way to the palace. It seemed to be Na's first time going to the palace, as her eyes were wide with awe at the bustling scenery, and she let out a gasp of admiration. It turned out she was excited by the sights along the way.
Whoopee!
Saw this and said with a deadpan expression, knock it off. Na's face fell, and she didn't dare say another word. But then she suddenly became excited again. She happily jumped around right in front of Sian, which made him smile too, but he thought, I have no idea how she's able to hide her body parts. It feels safer to go out now. But then he asked, Na, you haven't forgotten what I taught you, have you? Suddenly, Na did a complete 180, reverting to a ladylike demeanor as she replied, of course not, young Master Sian, I am your maid. Then she pointed a finger at herself and yelled, Nah. This made the already worried Sian even more anxious. On second thought, I'm really worried. I have a feeling she's going to cause trouble. She's way too excited. Suddenly, a noise drew Sian's attention. He turned and asked the guard in front, what's the matter? The guard answered hesitantly, there's a large group of bandits up ahead. A bandit leader with a long scar running from his eye down to his neck laughed menacingly. Hand over everything you got. Sian closed the window and said gently, it's nothing to worry about. Eliminate them. Seeing this, Na quickly asked, what's happening? But he calmly replied, it's nothing. That guard placed a gleaming sword against one of the bandits. They were just a bunch of pests. Immediately after, the guard slashed through, wiping them all out. One of them screamed, sir. Suddenly, a squad leaped down from above, trying to cut him down and shouting, die. This attack was revenge for Fernando. The guard remained calm and chanted a spell under his breath. Then he unleashed a combo of slashes, annihilating them once again. He reached for his sword, intending to draw it, but stopped. Thinking that the once weak Brian was no longer weak, his expression sharpened, thinking he had grown stronger. Just then, Sian's impatient voice boomed. If you're done, let's go. The carriage resumed its journey, and the driver replied, yes, young master, right away. Elsewhere, a hand placed a book down on a desk. This was the guest list for the banquet. Sirik picked up the data sheet a maid had just handed her. Thank you, the maid said softly. There are more attendees than usual this time. Perhaps you should postpone some of your plans. Sirik looked down gently. No, this plan must be carried out immediately. The other girl said, the assassination of Renia Nephilis. Why must you rush this plan? Sirik put on her glasses, rested a hand on her head, and said he's a sick man, a predator, who uses his power to prey on married women. He needs to die as soon as possible. She looked at the file of Dranian Nephilis, furious. This bastard, she continued. He is my Fank. The girl beside her heard this and asked, what? Suddenly Sirik picked up Nana's file, her eyes widening in confusion, and exclaimed in surprise, this child is attending too. What? Sirik recalled Nana's identity, a rare genius, possessing an elemental index of 20 parts per million. Although she couldn't attend many classes due to her frail body, she was the granddaughter of the head of the Magicians Association, Garam Regans. An idea suddenly struck her. This child has never appeared in public, so why is she attending this banquet? The other girl said, I heard the association's president told her to attend. Hearing this, Sirik asked, what? Then she looked down, thinking, what is he plotting? I have a bad feeling about this. Something is definitely going to happen at the banquet. A while later, at the village leading to the palace, Sian's group arrived. Nana was overjoyed. Looking around at the streets, the roads here are so much wider, aren't they? Suddenly, Nana bumped into a man on the street. The man snapped angrily. Who do you think you are?
Watch where you're going!
She quickly replied, I'm sorry. Her expression changed to a pitiful one, looking incredibly sorry for herself, as she said, what can I do to make it up to you? The man became flustered and then grinned with delight. It's quite all right, miss. Afterward, she pointed the man out to Sian and said, Papa, the people here are so kind. Sian's mind went blank as he thought, not at all, stay away from guys like that. Sian glanced behind him, his face darkening as he thought, I forgot that she doesn't know much about the outside world. She needs to be more wary of people, this is bad. Brian's face suddenly froze, and he hesitated. The young master immediately noticed the look in Nana's eyes. After seeing it, Sian's eyes widened and he cursed, damn it. Nana's eyes suddenly changed as she whined, I'm so hungry. Sian thought to himself, her pupils are back to normal. The atmosphere around Nana grew gloomy, and Sian realized she was emitting an aura. People are going to notice. She turned back with a terrifying look in her eyes. Her father quickly pointed forward, ordering Brian, who stood beside him, Brian, get her to a restaurant, now. Immediately, Brian took off running, shouting, yes, young master! Brian rushed to carry her into the restaurant. Sian thought worriedly, is that all it takes to set her off? This isn't good at all. At the restaurant, Nana devoured a ton of meat, causing the empty plates to pile up as her belly became full. She cheered, I finally feel alive again. Sian, sitting across from her with a horrified expression, thought, it's a good thing I brought plenty of money. Raising a child is hard work. Suddenly he sensed a source of mana nearby and wondered, what is this strange mana source? A woman with short white hair appeared, and said cheerfully, a pleasure to meet you. It was Luna who asked gently, you re Arin Vert, correct? Her face was incredibly gentle and kind. Luna gently asked, you are Arin Vert, aren't you? Sian thought to himself, how does she know my name? He asked her, I am, but who are you? She sat down next to him and asked, may I sit here? Sian asked sternly, you still haven't answered my question. She smiled lightly and replied, I'm Luna. I attend the same academy as you, Senior Shun. He thought to himself, Luna, that name sounds familiar. Wait, when did we ever meet for her to call me senior? He thought gently, it's probably because I don't pay attention to the underclassmen that I don't know who she is. Luna laughed and said, it's all right. Compared to your fame, senior, I'm just a nobody. Sian had a skeptical expression. Thinking a complete nobody, Nana and Brian looked on doubtfully. Brian said, is that person Papa's friend? They don't seem like it. Luna spoke up, that night and the young lady seem quite close, don't they? And they were even dining together. She covered her mouth with her hand and smiled at Sian. Looking at it, your young master must be quite the ladies' man. Hassan broke into a light sweat and replied, what's wrong with that? You re-exaggerating a bit. He thought, why is she suddenly approaching me like this? Looking at her bright face, he wondered, what is her real purpose for approaching me? Suddenly, she asked, Senior, are you going to the palace for the banquet?
He replied, yeah, how did you know?
She immediately said, what other reason would there be for a famous person like you, who never steps foot outside the academy, to come here? She continued, that's great, then we'll see each other again soon at the banquet, right? Actually, I was invited too. He glanced over at her, thinking, invited, if so, then you're also a noble. Luna stood up and said to them, this is just a greeting for today. I'll be taking my leave now. She turned to Sian, please remember. Luna walked away gracefully, turning back to look at Sian with a slight smile. My name is Luna Rain River. Sian's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered. Now I remember, Luna Rain River, an image of a bearded old man with a monocle appeared in his mind. He thought, the granddaughter of that crazy old man, Rain River, the chairman of the Garam Riggins Council. Could it be that he sent her here? An image of Luna sinking to the bottom of the sea, in a white dress flashed through his mind. In his past life, she had died while still at the academy. Was it due to her weak body, or was she turned into an experiment for the Garam Council? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, more and more relationships unrelated to my past life are appearing. It's a hassle, which means everything that happens next is a variable. An image of the castle at dusk appeared in Sian's mind, and he thought, and it's happening on the day of the banquet, the day known as the Bloody Banquet. In her bedroom, Arin was tying her hair while looking in the mirror. She turned around and asked, how do I look? Do I look okay? Simus gave her 2 thumbs up in praise. You look beautiful, princess. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so beautiful. On the bed was a pile of dresses. Simus thought to himself, are you still not satisfied? Princess, please give me a break. She spun back around. No good. It's still too plain. Simus showed a look of helplessness. She said, it's okay. This should be enough to make Sian's heart flutter. Her words made Arin's face turn bright red, and she turned away in embarrassment. Well, what? What does this have to do with Sian? Simus let out a sigh. You were the one who asked me to send him an invitation. Arin pouted. That was my intention back then, but it's different now. Simus raised his hands. Come on. Don't lie to yourself. Suddenly, a maid approached, holding a box, and said, Princess, Prince Yunel has sent you a gift. He said that it would suit you very well. Arin asked in surprise, my brother Lionel sent me a gift. Inside the box was an incredibly beautiful necklace. Simus looked at the necklace, clasped his hands, and teased, Arin, it's so beautiful. Sian will definitely like it. Arin blushed. It's not like that. The scene shifts to the grand hall of the castle. The banquet was already crowded with guests, all dressed in magnificent attire. Sian leaned against a wall, thinking, it's so crowded. The target hasn't appeared yet. His eyes shifted to the side, where Kellen was standing pressed against the wall. Sian said to Kellen, the fact that you here means Excel has arrived too, right? He replied, yes, he is currently with Prince Leo, and I also have something to report. He asked back, what is it? He replied, I hope you will leave the banquet immediately. Sian suddenly thought, is there news about the purification job? Or is something about to happen? He said, I have a bad feeling. I fear that you and many others will be in danger. Sian's expression was one of complete surprise. Kellen continued. Sel asked me to tell you to leave the palace before the banquet begins. He said that a little farce is about to take place. Sian's eyes widened. He thought, the bloody banquet. Could it be that Excel is the one pulling the strings? Kellen told him, I cannot let you be in danger. He replied, all right, you can go back. He asked again, are you all right? Sian replied, yeah. You're the one who should be careful. Hurry up and go. He turned to leave. Yes, please take care. Sian smiled, thinking to himself, a little farce, huh? Sian let out a wicked grin, thinking that bastard Excel, he's even crazier than I thought. Beside him, Karam asked, what's wrong? Worried about the innocent people. He chuckled lightly and said to Karam, no. It's just that his way of working is interesting. He rolled his eyes and continued, besides, we'll have to postpone the purification today. Sian used telepathy. He told Sirika, that's a nice dress, President. She replied, Sian, what is it? He said that today's purification would likely have to be postponed. I just received word that this banquet is about to turn into a bloodbath. As soon as Sian finished speaking, a stunned Sirika immediately asked, what? He continued, time is short, so I'll explain later. First, we need to check for any demonic beasts in the vicinity, and only then can we plan our next move. Sirika gritted her teeth slightly. Are you sure? Is this information reliable? Sian's eyes glowed red. The mastermind is someone I know very well. I had my suspicions before, but now I'm certain. He added, don't worry, your perverted Fiank is one of the targets, so he'll die too. That's good news, isn't it? She blushed and snapped angrily. How did you know he's my Fiank? Sian turned and walked away, leaving the fuming Sirika behind. Fine, I'll go do my part, she said, but you'd better explain everything to me later. Suddenly, from a distance, Alicia called out to her, Instructor Sirika. Hearing the voice, Sirika turned around. Alicia, looking gorgeous in her gown, smiled and said, it's been a while, Instructor. Sirika asked her, what are you doing here? She replied, I just stepped out for some fresh air, and there's also some family business to attend to. Sirika thought with concern, damn it. Now Alicia is caught up in this mess too. From a distance, a slick voice spoke up. A man was slowly approaching the two of them. Well, if it isn't Alicia, it's like I'm gazing upon two beautiful flowers. Alicia smiled cheerfully, but Sirika gritted her teeth, thinking, damn it, this is getting more and more complicated. What a mess, she thought, and the target has shown up too. He bowed to the two of them. Nephilis is honored to meet you, my ladies. He flashed a sleazy smile. Sian took a few steps and said to Brian, it's time to get to work. He replied, yes, young master. He placed a hand over his heart. Knight Brian Kendrick at your service, Sian. Yeah, let's skip that. It sounds weird, Sian thought. This Brian guy has gotten way too confident lately. He then thought, I guess after drinking the dragon's blood, he's finally taking his duty as a guardian knight seriously. Sian instructed Brian, go and check the area around the palace's underground gate. Brian immediately protested. What? It's pitch black and super creepy down there. Sian thought to himself, I take back what I was just thinking. He pointed and commanded, just go, I have my reasons. Suddenly, Brian looked past Sian. Hey, young master.
Behind you.
Sian asked, behind me what? Brian continued, there's a suspicious person watching us. Sian recognized something, this presence. Brian charged forward enthusiastically, saying, let me take care of them.
Wait.
But Brian didn't listen to Sian and rushed past him to grab the suspicious person. Sian broke into a cold sweat, squinting as he watched. Hey, it's all right, Brian, I know her. Brian, who was pinning Emilia to the ground, said, oh, is that so? My apologies for being a bit rough. Emilia had been knocked down and was lying unconscious. Inside the castle, a mysterious figure in black descended a long staircase, holding a torch. Below, many other cloaked figures waited. The figure laughed. The time has come, my followers, awaken. As the words were spoken, the eyes of the other figures in black began to glow. Arin looked around at everyone at the party, pouting as she wondered, what is this? I went through all the trouble of inviting him, and he doesn't even show his face. She continued to grumble. Tatsk, he really just does whatever he pleases. Suddenly, a voice said, it is an honor to meet you, Princess Arin. She turned to see a girl approaching her. She asked, you were Luna Rain River, correct? A second-year student at our academy. The girl approaching was indeed Luna. She curtsied to Arin and replied cheerfully, you still remember me. Thank you, Princess Arin. Arin replied, how could I forget the genius of the Garam kingdom? My uncle was delighted that you would be representing your country at this banquet. Luna said to Arin, you are so kind, princess, but I believe it's Senior Sian who truly has your heart. Arin was a little surprised and asked Luna, you know Sian? Luna replied, yes, I just saw him yesterday. Arin was stunned and blurted out, you met with him. Are you two that close? Realizing she'd let her feelings slip, Arin quickly covered her mouth with her hand, thinking, oops, I shouldn't have said that. Luna smiled gently, just as I thought. Princess Arin, you like Senior Sian, don't you? Luna's words made Arin blush beet red. She thought to herself, Sian, do I like him? Suddenly, a scream echoed from the distance. Everyone turned to look, Arin and Luna included. A girl raised her hand and shouted loudly, and behind her stood a mysterious, cloaked figure wearing a mask. She yelled, someone call the guards. The figure swung his sword once, severing her neck. Arin said in shock, how can this be? How did a monster get into the royal palace? She continued, that monster swung its sword, and everyone screamed and fled.
Ah, a monster!
A guard shouted. The monster, with a streak of blood on its mask, said, found you. His gaze fixed on Arin as he said, princess. Elsewhere, Nana lifted her skirt, curtsied, and introduced herself. Hello, I am Nana. Young Master Sian's maid. Emilia was stunned. She slumped down to look at Nana, thinking, she's so young and much prettier than me. Tears streamed down her face as she said, is it because of this child that the young master has abandoned me? Sian quickly said, that's not it, he asked, but I'm sure my brother sent you here, right? Emilia replied, yes, sir. She placed a hand on her cheek, boasting proudly, I'm quite sought after. You know, he even offered to make me a scout for him. Sian's eyes lit up. He asked again, a scout? Emilia recalled Willis's offer, how about becoming my maid? She had asked blankly, huh? Willis continued, ever since Sian left for the academy, I've been a bit lonely. Emilia struck a pose and said, of course, I refused. I have to stay by the young master's side. He asked again, are you sure? Emilia replied, yes, sir, but it seems he hasn't given up yet. It's so exhausting, she added. The proof is that he brought me all the way here. Sian suddenly fell silent. Abruptly, he said, Brian, it's dangerous outside. Protect Emilia Nana well. Brian replied, yes, sir. Are you going somewhere? Young master. He said, yes, I have to go. He thought to himself, in my past life, Emilia never appeared here. He continued thinking, ever since Kellen started following me. I knew he was plotting something. Sian's eyes widened, veins bulging on his face as he angrily thought, don't you dare touch the people I care about. Then he immediately left, slamming the door behind him. Emilia watched him go, calling out,
A young master!
She held up a red tie and said, Master Willis gave this to me. He said it was a gift and told me to give it to you. Emilia sobbed, Hick. I didn't know. I'm such an idiot. I came all this way and completely forgot about it. Nana watched and snorted. She stared intently at the tie, her eyes lighting up as she asked, what is that smell? In the castle, a man holding a sword spoke up. It has begun. Prince Leo. He turned around. The day has finally come. You've worked hard, he said. Our gift should have been delivered by now. Shouldn't it? That Boris fellow, he's very capable. Leo said with a sinister smile. He will be very useful to us in the future, for the sake of a new empire. The man replied, yes, it's time they see who the empire truly needs. Leo smirked wickedly. In the grand hall, everyone was in a panic. They shouted, everyone, run for your lives. Luna said to Arin, leave this place to the guard squad, princess.
You must evacuate, she urged. Hurry, it's dangerous.
Narin replied, I'm fine. Prioritize the others first. Hearing this, Luna immediately said, then I will stay here as well. Arin looked at her and smiled. Thank you, the guard squad was fighting the monsters. Block it. We have to stop it at all costs. Suddenly, there was a roar. Morris turned to see another horde of monsters entering. Morris thought to himself, there are more of them. A soldier from the guard squad was grabbed by the head by a monster.
He cried for help, help, save me!
Morris yelled, no. Another person ran up, calling Captain. He said, there are high-level mandragoras too. Morris thought again, why are those giant demonic beasts here? Tears streamed down his face. We can't win, we were all going to die. The monster opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Sarika stepped forward and destroyed the monster. She turned back and shouted, evacuate everyone now. Hurry up. Morris said in surprise, is that a professor from the academy? On the other side, Alicia also swung her sword at a monster, sky-piercing sword. Her attack sliced the monsters in half. The two women stood beside Morris and said, "Leave this place to us." He replied, "Understood." Morris ordered his subordinates, "All units, we will escort the evacuees." They all responded in unison.
Yes, sir.
The monsters transformed into trance, unleashing long branches that swept across the area. Sirika and Alicia focused on them, thinking, "Here they come." But the branches headed in another direction, behind them. The two women turned in shock, thinking, "Aren't we the target?" Over there. Tree branches shot towards Arin and Luna's position. Arin turned around, completely stunned. Sirika yelled, "Princess Arin, the target is the princess." Arin. A branch lunged right in front of Arin. She was completely frozen before the attack. Slash. Morris sliced the branch in half. He said, "Protect Princess Arin." Her face was grazed, bleeding, and her eyes widened in shock. On the verge of tears, Morris was fighting against the monster's assault. But he was not gaining the upper hand. He had already been pierced all over by the monster's tendrils. Tears streamed down Arin's cheeks as she sobbed, "Captain Morris of the guard." The tendrils retracted from Morris's body, splattering blood all over the floor. Morris collapsed. Arin quickly ran to catch him, her voice trembling. "Morris, please wake up." Despite Arin's screams, Morris didn't respond. What had just happened made Luna blame herself. She thought it was all her fault. "I'm sorry," without hesitating. Luna continued to fight. She used water burst from behind. Arin watched Luna in surprise, thinking about the wind spear combination. She just used combination magic after only studying for 2 years. That's incredible. After dealing with the surrounding threats, Luna turned to Arin and said, "Your Highness, he's beyond saving." Arin looked at Morris. Her eyes filled with sorrow. The monsters weren't all defeated yet, and they began to return. The guard said to Arin, "You must take this opportunity to escape to safety. It will be back soon. We will take care of everything here. We will not let Captain Morris's sacrifice be in vain. No matter what it takes, we will stop these monsters." Luna Ren River also urged Arin, "Your Highness, please leave this place." Arin complied, responding with a heavy heart. Okay, looking at Morris's collapsed body, she thought, "I will not forget your sacrifice. Knight Morris." Arin then used illusion armor magic. The sudden appearance of magic took the knights by surprise. Arin explained, "I'm using my magic to create a temporary shield. The mandrake roots contain a fatal toxin, and even the slightest touch will kill you. But our shield will protect you from that deadly poison. So you must all survive. This is an order from your princess." The knights replied with renewed determination.
Yes, Your Highness!
With that, protected by the shield, they charged forward to fight for their princess, splitting up to counter the assault from all directions. Suddenly Alicia appeared, shouting, "Fall back." Alicia used ice magic, then told Arin, "Your Highness, this is your chance. Please escape from here." Arin had no intention of leaving alone. She asked, "What about you?" Alicia replied, "Please remember that I am Alicia of the Vert family."
Your Highness, this way, hurry!
The tree monster's attacks grew more ferocious, and it let out piercing roars. After giving Arin her instructions, Alicia returned to the main fight. She leaped up, sword in hand, and attacked the monster head-on. Sirika was also present, fighting alongside the knights with a sword in her hand. Sirika hesitated for a moment, thinking, "I'm an alchemy instructor at the academy. If I fight with daggers, I might reveal that I'm a member of the Mist organization. But now is not the time to worry about that." Without a second thought, Sirika immediately used the 8-blossom sword slash. With a single move, she left the tree monster defenseless. The knights said to one another, "The mandrake roots have stopped moving. Regroup and counterattack." Just then, a shadowy figure appeared out of nowhere behind them. It was about to attack a knight. But before it could make a move, it was dispatched by a single strike from Sirika's sword. After felling the mysterious figure, Sirika told the knights, "There are still demonic beasts here, so don't let your guard down." Sirika scanned the area, calculating in her head, "While we hold off the demonic beasts here, Alicia has to guide the princess to safety. But why do I have such a bad feeling about this?" Meanwhile, Alicia and Luna were escorting Arin out of the palace. As they moved, Arin looked at Alicia, thinking, "Alicia V. So that means she's Sian's older sister. I wonder if Sian is safe." Suddenly, something shot up from the ground. Alicia observed it and said, "The demonic beasts have made it this far." Alicia angrily gritted her teeth, thinking, "It's as if they know exactly where we are." Looking at the demonic beast before her, Alicia thought with concern, "Can I really defeat this high-level demonic beast, a night stalker?" Arin Vert helps Alicia Vert fight the monster. Using chain magic, Luna also gets into an attack stance with her fire spear. The two of them team up to create a circle of chains to restrain the monster. The monster reacted to the energy, roaring in pain. Alicia was surprised by Arin and Luna's actions. Luna said to her, "We'll help you out too." Arin added, "Attack it while it's showing an opening." Alicia smiled, encouraging herself, "That's right. My juniors and fellow students are still here, so I can't lose heart. I have to be brave." The monster quickly broke free from their control. Frantically launching sharps of ice, Arin and Luna combined their strength to create a protective shield. Helping them avoid the flying ice shards, Alicia drew her sword, gathering energy in her blade, and said, I am a member of the Vert family, the protectors of the Empire. You will regret daring to stand in my way. Alicia used her water sword. Inside, Sarika had already dealt with all the mysterious figures that appeared. She looked at one of the corpses at her feet and said, he was the last one, she realized. It looked like a monster from the outside, but it was emitting a strange energy. Sarika reached out and removed the mask from its face. And she was shocked, her eyes widening as she stammered, is this a puppet? Behind the mask was a featureless face. Sarika started piecing together what was happening. She deduced it was a forbidden magic that could resurrect the dead and turn them into puppets. It wasn't just forbidden magic, but also very difficult to use. To create these puppets would require a lot of time and a massive amount of magic. To prepare so many, the culprit couldn't be just one person. Is someone trying to start a war? In another area of the palace, the battle against the magical puppets was also raging. The king seemed tired. He panted and said, are we done yet? I can't believe this happened on the day of the banquet. Sticking his sword into the ground, the king collapsed, causing his sons Yunel and Achel to worry. The king reassured them, I'm fine, just a little tired, but having you two by my side at a time like this makes me feel very secure. The king called their names. Yunel and Achel replied, Your Majesty. Achel quickly took the king's hand to help him up. The king responded politely. Thank you. Achel's action left Yunel a bit confused. With Achel supporting him by the shoulder, the king said, I'm fine. Go take care of the others first. Achel replied, the knights in the castle will handle that. You don't need to worry. We will stay right here to protect you, Your Majesty. At that moment, Achel's expression changed, filled with cunning and calculation. Back with Alicia, the shadow monster had been defeated. It seemed the three of them had a very difficult time dealing with it. They remained on high alert. Alicia, full of questions, said, Where on earth are they coming from? They just keep appearing. Looking at the bow in her hand, a voice spoke up. Did young Master Achel give this to young Master Sian? A yes was the reply. It was Brian and Amelia. Brian looked at the bow in Amelia's hand, confused. That's strange. I have a bad feeling about this. Amelia didn't understand and asked, Is something wrong? Brian didn't answer, only replying, no. But he's never given a gift to the young master before. After speaking, Brian thought to himself that this was just his observation. But he had always felt that young Master Sian disliked young Master Achel. There was something more serious going on than just a petty family squabble. As the two stood there wondering, Nana suddenly ran in frantically and told them, we have to run now. Brian, not understanding the situation, asked why. Nana replied, danger is coming. Brian looked at Nana, confused. Amelia noticed something was different about Nana. She looked at Nana, hey, what's wrong with her eyes? While they were still bewildered, an explosion went off behind them. Amelia asked in shock, what was that? Brian quickly told Amelia to get out of there first. In front of them now was the high-level monster of Min, at the palace. Everyone was running and screaming in chaos. Drainian thought to himself as he ran for his life, damn it, I'm screwed. I'll die at this rate. I ran faster than everyone else. But I didn't expect those hideous things to be blocking the front gate too. I have to survive, get out of here, and make it out safely to see my lovely maid Amelia again. I can't die in a place like this. Just thinking about her gets me all excited. Now I also want to see Sarika suffer. With that thought, Drainian glanced back and asked the knight, Are you sure the back gate is safe? The knight replied, Yes, I think so, sir. Hearing that, Drainian angrily shouted, You think so? Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish his words, something slashed across Drainian's face. It's a magical puppet. The knight and the people behind him screamed in terror. Drainian was now lying on the ground in a pool of blood. In front of them were numerous magic puppets. The knight cursed angrily. Damn it, we were wrong! Suddenly, water bubbles appeared in the air, leaving the knight confused and wondering where the water came from. It's Alicia. She used water burst to fight back against the magic puppets. Alicia said to Luna, Luna, do it! Luna used freeze. A sharp shard of ice shot out, striking where the magic puppets stood. All the puppets were destroyed. The knight looked at the two of them in complete astonishment, exclaiming, Incredible. They killed all the monsters in an instant. Who are they? Alicia answered his question. I am Arin Vert. It's not over yet. Please protect Her Highness. The knight immediately called out to Arin. Your Highness, are you all right? Arin replied, I'm fine, but Arin pointed towards Luna. Luna, though tired, still replied, You don't need to worry about me. I'll recover soon. Arin, not believing her, asked again how. Luna didn't answer the question. She struggled to say, They were about to attack again. Your Highness must get out of here quickly. Hearing this, Arin fell into deep thought, muttering Luna's name. The knights who were present stood guard in front of Arin. They said to each other, "We will protect the princess."
Get into position.
Alicia told them, "I'll help you all. Guardian knights, use your shields to protect the nobles. You must hold out until the battle is over. Royal knights, please protect the princess and provide me with cover. If I run out of strength, I will do everything I can to stop them." Alicia said this, but she was worried, thinking, even if I defeat these monsters, they'll just keep appearing. As if they always know where we are. Here they come again. Prepare to attack. Meanwhile, with Emilia and Brian, they were also struggling against the attack of the monsters. Emilia said to Brian in a panic, "Do something!" Brian told her, "Just hide behind me." Brian thought to himself, a high-level monster has appeared in the palace. Something must have happened. I've always been protected by the young master, but I need to learn how to defend myself. And right now, I'm the only one who can protect them, but she's standing too close, Brian thought, referring to Emilia behind him. Emilia, however, was oblivious, still saying, "I believe in you, you can do it." The ferocious monster roared and charged towards them. Seeing the monster advance, Emilia screamed, "It's charging!" Brian gripped his sword tightly and said to Emilia, "Hold on tight." The monster attacked them. Brian swung his sword, landing a blow on the monster. He was both relieved and cautious. "I stopped it, okay. I think we'll be fine," but before he could finish his sentence, a barrage of attacks rained down. Brian struggled to fend them off. Emilia asked worriedly from behind, "Are you okay?" Brian immediately replied, "I'm hurt," but still reassured Emilia, "Don't worry, I won't let it touch you." The monster drew ever closer to them, opening its massive maw. Brian pointed his sword straight at the monster, his eyes filled with worry, thinking, "Can I even win? I'm sorry." Young master, suddenly, a figure appeared, shielding Brian and attacking the monster. Brian was surprised, and Emilia was also stunned, exclaiming, "What?" "It's Nana." She blocked the monster's attack for Brian. Nana seemed to be struggling to maintain her form. Inside the palace, many more magic puppets appeared. The battle was raging fiercely. Arin was struggling to hold on. Alicia was still holding her ground, not yet exhausted. Alicia thought, at this rate, this will never end. I don't know who's behind this, but they've planned for everything. The knights are also reaching their limit. I have to find another way. Just then, more puppets appeared. Alicia remembered something. She thought, the undead, they are puppets revived by black magic. Now that I think about it, what kind of magic is the opposite of black magic? First, there's the god of light, Lumendel, and his light magic. If there's someone who can use light magic, we'll have a chance to win. Then there's only one way. Alicia had figured out a way to deal with the monsters. She said to Arin, "Princess Arin, please transfer your mana into my sword." Arin replied, "I can't. If I do that, the protection spell on the knights will be nullified." A knight, hearing Arin, replied, "Your Highness, don't worry. We can hold out for a while. Just trust us," he said with a confident smile. Arin was a little worried, but she agreed. Arin quickly transferred her mana to Alicia. Alicia's sword received the blessed light. Seeing her sword react, Alicia thought joyfully, "It's working." Even though it's difficult to combine two types of mana. "If I add spirit magic, everything will go smoothly," Alicia now said confidently. Victory isn't guaranteed yet, but it's worth taking the risk this time. Sian stepped closer to where the skull and mask lay on the ground. He observed them, recognizing the puppet and the mandrake species. He picked up the mask and thought, so from this point on, Boris had become a subordinate of Arin. Karam, watching from behind, asked curiously, "That's necromancy. Can humans of this era actually use ancient magic?" He explained, "Yeah, this is a tactic often used by a certain guy." Sian recalled the power stone and its purpose, which was to enhance monsters using an enchantment stone. The mana within the stone attracts monsters. Karam shared his perception. "I can feel the mana radiating from that stone over there. This place has turned into a bloodbath. Let's go." Just then, Sian realized something and paused. He looked down at his blood-soaked clothes. "I need to change first." Meanwhile, in another location, the spirit marina had been summoned to repel the enemy forces. Luna couldn't believe her eyes. Incredible, the spirit marina. Did she use light attribute mana to temporarily summon her? Luna was extremely worried about the current situation. Mana can't be mixed, so she won't be able to maintain that state for long. Terrified of the consequences,
She urged everyone, "We have to stop her!"
seeing Alicia desperately using all her power to summon the spirit, Luna was filled with fear. Otherwise, her body will shatter into pieces. The spirit marina embraced Alicia, and Alicia questioned Marina's action. "Little one, why are you sacrificing yourself like this?" Alicia replied helplessly, "I have no other choice." Marina pitied Alicia's fate and lamented, "It's such a shame. Fate is so cruel to the child blessed by Bruna." With that said, she raised her head, ready to face the enemies before her. She swung her arm in fury, her voice a low growl. "You nuisances, get away from this child now." The power emanating from Marina was enough to send the soldiers flying. She fiercely protected Alicia. Powerful waves of energy were continuously unleashed. Arin was shocked by what she was witnessing. A mere flick of her wrist created that much pressure. Luna knew it was still not enough to defeat them. It's not enough. They were getting up again, after taking the hits. The legion of soldiers regenerated back to their original forms. Arin couldn't just watch, shouting to dissuade her. Ali, that's enough, stop it. You'll die if you keep pushing yourself like this. But Alicia struggled on. No, if I stop now, the situation will only get worse. Looking at the frightened faces around her, she resolved to end this. Then, the two of them used all their strength to defeat the enemy. As Marina prepared to launch an attack from behind, someone suddenly grabbed Alicia's sword hand. Marina was stunned by the act. While Alicia was utterly bewildered, her eyes wide with astonishment, neither Arin nor Luna had anticipated this. They stared at the masked figure before them, all completely horrified. Who is that? Another puppet. But this figure seems unfamiliar. No, this aura is completely different. They looked at the black mist coiling around them. Alicia couldn't help but feel wary. That hand still held her in a tight grip. I can't move. The mysterious figure's eyes glowed a fiery red. Alicia was in pain but couldn't break free. No, I'm going to be consumed by this black mist. It's time to say goodbye. Hearing this voice stunned Alicia. Marina calmly spoke her farewell. Your journey ends here. Parting may be sad, but try to be happy. The hand let go of Alicia's, which was growing cold. She could no longer stay on her feet. Is it because of this black mist? I'm exhausted. Before departing, Marina left her with a final piece of advice. Remember this, Alicia. Bruna will always welcome you with open arms. With those words, she vanished completely. Alicia couldn't bring herself to call out after Marina. Arin found it strange. What is happening? Luna thought the man was terrifying. He had cut off the mana supply for the spirit summoning. She looked at the figure suspiciously, wondering if it could even be called a him, or if it was human at all. Watching the troops swarm toward them, Alicia despaired. It's over, they're coming again. But the mysterious figure turned back just in time to counter the soldiers. A single slash from his blade tore the entire troop to shreds. Alicia watched in surprise. Is he on our side? The army continued to rush forward, and he was confident, absolutely sure. Just as he'd expected, he was certain of his calculations. The moment he took a step back, they would swarm the princess. As if drawn to something, he called out to Karam behind him. Can you sense any particular mana flow from them? Karam retorted, you mean, besides that girl Luna? Her mana is always like that. Karam observed Arin and then deduced. I sense monster mana coming from the princess's necklace. Sian replied, got it. I will close the distance instantly. Assist me, Karam said sulkily. You only call for me when you need something. After saying that, Sian placed his hand on the ground to cast a creation spell. Amidst the soldiers, Sian calmly cast his spell, and a massive surge of power erupted from him, blasting the enemies away. Two of the guards warned the others. Everyone be careful. We don't know what will appear inside this mist. It's as if we were in another place. The sinister black mist began to spread, enveloping the soldiers. The masked troops panicked, stunned as they were completely surrounded by the black mist. Alicia was shocked by the mist. The black mist was devouring the puppets. She froze, watching as the puppets gradually vanished. Leaving the scene before her empty, they breathed a sigh of relief. It was quiet now, as if nothing had happened. Arin was shocked by what had just happened. He killed all the puppets. Who was that masked person? Seeing Luna collapse from exhaustion, Arin grew fearful and shouted Luna. While Arin was busy shaking her, wake up Luna. A dark figure suddenly appeared behind her. Sian touched Arin's back, making her jump. The guards panicked as Sian grabbed the princess and held a weapon to her throat. The retainers demanded, what are you doing? Let her go immediately. Arin grabbed his hand, trying to struggle free. She couldn't help but think, who is this? This feeling is so familiar. Sian said nothing and thrust his energy straight into Arin's pendant. The two guards were utterly shocked. Princess. You bastard. Alicia was also worried. One of them jumped in, raising his sword to strike Sian, but in reality, it was just mist. The mist surrounded him. What is this mist? Unexpectedly, Sian approached the unconscious Luna. Arin screamed, no, stay away from Luna! She tried to stop him, then launched an attack at Sian. He seemed a bit startled. That energy from Arin passed right through Sian's body. Arin suspected he had dissolved into mist, but Sian's voice still echoed. He reassured her, don't worry, I don't intend to harm her. I'm just destroying the gem you, rewearing that's attracting the monsters. Arin looked at her necklace. You mean this necklace my brother gave me is the reason? He urged, you all should escape the palace through the main gate. I've already cleared a path for you. Arin looked around. This place is back to normal. A guard asked, are you injured anywhere, your highness? Princess, who was that man? Arin was startled back to her senses. I'm fine. What about Alicia and Luna? Alicia ran to help Luna up. She's still okay. Arin was relieved. Thank goodness, Alicia told everyone to recover, and then leave through the main gate as he had just instructed. Alicia told herself that getting these kids to safety was her #1 priority. I'll think about that guy later. Luna's eyes suddenly flashed. Elsewhere, a large defeated wolf lay dead. The scene was drenched in blood. A cold, ruthless girl stood in a sea of blood. The young maid cowered, hugging a soldier. What is she? Are you sure she's a maid? The guard also hesitated. I'm not sure either. I've never seen her like this before. Wings sprouted from the maid, Nana, as she flew up. In his past life, there was a rumor about a bloodbath that caused the deaths of many people. It was rumored that the person behind the incident was the 5th princess of the empire, Arin Vert. You were blinded by power. It seems the incident was caused by the enchantment stone. It's highly likely that Duel gave it to her. After that incident, they were hailed as heroes of the empire. They benefited greatly from that event. Sian took off his mask. Karam asked him, so you saying they orchestrated this whole thing for their own gain? She said, sometimes, I find humans to be even worse than demons. He said this was nothing compared to what they would do later. He reflected on himself. Yes, he had aided in massacres even more horrific than this in his past life. Perhaps I'm even worse than them. Karam returned to her human form and asked him, are we leaving now? He nodded. Yeah, Nana's probably waiting. The royal knights will take care of the rest. Karam still had a concern. By the way, I'm a bit curious about the princess's necklace, he asked back. What about it? Karam voiced her curiosity. I remember her name is Amelia, right? Your maid. She speculated that she also had the scent of the enchantment stone. Hearing this, Sian was surprised. Nana had now lost her sanity, her mouth full of blood, as she said cravingly, this smell, the scent of Amelia. So delicious. Brian hurriedly tried to stop her. Calm down, Nana. Amelia hid behind him in fear. No, I don't taste good at all. Brian was in a complete panic. What the hell is going on here? He was terrified of Nana. She was acting like a monster. Brian was confused by Nana's behavior, not understanding why she was only chasing after Amelia. I have to stop her. But he was still a bit hesitant, and I can't let her get hurt. Nana raised her claws and lunged forward. I guess I can't wait any longer. Amelia was terrified, crying out loud. Brian stood in front of Nana, not daring to fight back. I can't do it. Suddenly, Sian rushed forward to block the attack. Nana's attack. Her claws slammed right into his back. Seeing this, Brian and Amelia were filled with worry. Young master, young master. Karam quickly flew up behind them. Sian gritted his teeth, and during the pain, hurry Karam. Karam presented the item. I found it. Amelia jumped in shock. Oh my god, who are you? Seeing her possession fall to the ground, Amelia quickly reached for it. That's the bow, young master. Ash gave me. Karam stomped on it. Amelia was heartbroken. Why would you do that? Karam shouted. Nana, you little brat, snap out of it. The one you love is right here. Nana was bewildered. Papa. Then her eyes shot wide open. Papa, is that you? Tears of pain streamed down Nana's face. What happened? Nana looked at Sian's back in horror. Did I do this to Papa? Sian reassured her. It's okay, Nana. He tried to act calm. It doesn't hurt at all. You didn't mean to do it, so you did nothing wrong. Brian was still worried. Young master. This place is a complete wreck. He urged them. Let's go. This place is a total mess. Lou looked around warily. What happened here? He wondered. This place was supposed to be swarming with monsters, but it's too quiet, as if they were never here at all. The king spoke up. I don't see a single monster here. Luel replied. Thankfully, father, it seems everything here has been taken care of. Aish watched in silence when suddenly a voice called out. Your Majesty, father. It was the voice of Arin, running towards them.
She cried out, Father!
The king was overjoyed. Arin, you safe. The two embraced tightly. Thank goodness, father, you safe. And I'm glad you safe too. The king asked his daughter, are you hurt anywhere? Arin noticed Luel and was a bit surprised. The king quickly reassured her. Thanks to these two, I was able to arrive here safely. What a relief. Luel's terrifying gaze was fixed on Arin as he growled. It's a good thing you not dead, Arin, she feigned a reply. I'm glad you alright too, brother, but in reality her mind was racing. I have a ton of questions for him. But I need to take care of the others first. Alicia and the others bowed respectfully before the king. Greetings, your majesty, the king said. Thank you for taking care of my youngest daughter. I shall reward you handsomely. Arin looked suspiciously at Luel and Ash, who were whispering to each other. She wondered, what is he telling him? Luel smirked deviously, pointing his sword toward Luna. I believe I know who is behind this incident. He pointed directly at her. Granddaughter of the president of the Garam Magic Association. You are under arrest. Luna rang River. Everyone was stunned. Alicia was bewildered. Arrest her. What is he doing? Ash watched thoughtfully. The king spoke up angrily. You are crossing the line. Lower your sword, Arin quickly retorted. Brother, she saved many people with me. But Lul remained adamant. That was all just a trick. The Garam kingdom has always been looking for an opportunity to attack the F Empire. He kept his sword pointed at Luna, accusing her. I'll bet their goal was assassination and to cause chaos within the Empire. Luna protested. You speak as if you have any proof, Ashe suddenly interjected. Last night, I detected a suspicious aura from the place where she was staying. The king was still skeptical. Is that true? You had better choose your words carefully. He tried to prove his point. I invited them here and tried to discuss things peacefully, but I kept an eye on them just in case. As long as you give me time, father, I will find the evidence. The king had to concede very well. Arin was helpless, father. Lul gave a dangerous smile. Just leave it to me, father, a trap. This was something he had anticipated. Luna Ren River and her group from the Garam Magic Association were imprisoned for investigation. Limus, who had been separated from Arin, was working with the other knights to protect the nobles. The funeral for Marquis Rynen, the queen's younger brother, and many others was held in the streets. This time, I was able to prevent more deaths than in my past life, but it doesn't change the fact that this event was dubbed the Blood Banquet. Alicia was bandaging Sian, feeling quite relieved. The wound is looking much better now. Sian was a bit embarrassed. You don't have to do this, but Alicia ignored him. Just sit still. I'm your sister, Alicia reminded Sian. Things could have been very dangerous. It's a good thing you managed to escape in time, Sian said helplessly. Yeah, is that all I'm good at? Running away. Alicia recalled that if it weren't for that person, she would have died too. She thought about the mysterious figure. Who could that have been? Actually, their height was quite similar to yours. Thinking back, Sian looked at Alicia with a heavy heart. Alicia looked at Sian's physique and remarked, You've gotten much more toned lately. Haven't you? You even have scars. You must have been training very hard. Sian quickly turned away. Of course I have. Alicia pressed on. Are you embarrassed? She teased. Let me feel your muscles. Sian shyly ran off.
Stop teasing me.
Just then, Arin Vert walked in and spoke. You recovering quickly, he said with a jealous look. It seems you two are still as close as ever, huh? I'm so jealous. Are you okay now? Sian replied resentfully. I told you it's all thanks to you. Even Alicia could tell that Sian was very wary of him. Sian asked his older brother, How is the investigation into father going? Alicia wondered, Does Sian also know that Arin Vert has a wicked side? I thought. Arin Vert looked at his own hand and smiled maliciously. I came here about that very matter. A bracelet embedded with an enchanted stone was found in Luna Ren River's room, he explained. She confirmed that it was something she received as a gift. In that case, the person who gave it to her should be added to the list of suspects. He questioned Sian. You were very clever, by the way. Did you receive anything from anyone during the party? Sian feigned ignorance. I don't know. Do you know who gave that bracelet to Luna? Arin Vert shared what he knew. I heard it was a merchant inside the castle. He was found dead today. That's why I came looking for you. Arin Vert emitted a murderous aura, questioning Sian in a menacing tone. I'll ask you one more time. Did you receive anything from anyone that day? Sian thought to himself, I knew it. This isn't an investigation. He's trying to frame someone. Elsewhere, Emilia was sitting and humming, her legs dangling. A figure approached her from behind. Emilia turned her head to look. Emilia was in danger. Suddenly, Sian pretended to have a headache. Seeing this, Alicia immediately went to support him. Are you okay? Sian seized the opportunity, replying, My body still hasn't fully recovered. Sian staggered in Alicia's arms. The wound was deep, and I lost a lot of blood. The doctor said I need complete rest. Alicia said worriedly. Lie now, don't overexert yourself. Sian replied, Yes, sister. Seeing this, Arin Vert said with a sigh. All right, get some rest. I'll be going now, Sian added. I don't remember receiving anything at all. Arin Vert shrewdly picked up on the subtle warning. If someone had approached Sian, they wouldn't have survived that hellscape. Having found his answer, Arin Vert smirked to himself. Is that so? They probably died after getting swept up by the horde of monsters. Arin Vert walked out of the room, thinking that not having to eliminate anyone was good news. But what a pity. Arin Vert's eyes were filled with murderous intent and resentment. He had truly hoped he could get rid of his younger brother this time. Sian watched him go with an equally sharp gaze. Alicia called Sian's name suspiciously, making him jump and reply yes. She gave him a sharp smack. Lie down. Blood dripped onto the floor. The maid collapsed to the ground from a wound in her side, probably inflicted by the person chasing her. Why is this happening? She stammered, clutching the wound. I was only following orders. I gave the necklace to Princess Arin, facing the sharp point of a sword, with fear and desperation in her eyes. She desperately begged for her life. The mysterious person spoke. With that, your role is complete. The figure was cloaked, their eyes as cold and sharp as the blade at her throat. He extinguished her hope of survival. It's a shame. I haven't completed my own role yet, so I have to resort to this. His murderous eyes were filled with frustration. He sighed impatiently, growing more irritated the more he thought about it. I prepared everything so carefully. He coldly stepped over the maid's body. Oh well, now you can rest in peace. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. I almost forgot. The mysterious man took out a book. Last time, he ran into trouble because the body was discovered. So this time, he told himself he had to be more careful. A demon emerged from the book. Go on, eat. Amelia was humming a tune on a bench when someone appeared. She turned to see Brian holding a bag full of apples with a radiant expression, boasting. I just bought some apples on my way from the village. Amelia gave him a thumbs up. Thanks, Brian. They sat together, eating apples and chatting. Brian remarked, the weather is so nice. Amelia agreed and then asked a question. How long are we going to be here? Brian replied, Miss, until we receive further orders. That's what they told us, so we'll have to stay hidden for a while longer. In his hand was a gift from I. Congratulations on our first meeting. Sian Vert's face darkened. This was so troublesome. He burned the gift in his hand to Amelia's horror and calmly ordered. Now listen carefully to what I say. Amelia was stunned, still bewildered. Now neither the royal palace nor the side residence was safe for her anymore. Therefore, stay hidden until you receive my order. He turned to Brian, who was taking care of Nana, and reminded him, I have something to do. So I'll be going alone. Please ensure Amelia is escorted safely. Brian quickly accepted the order. Yes, leave it to me. He patted Nana's head, gently asking, please take care of her. With a tired face but forcing a smile, he reassured Nana, we'll be apart for a while, Nana. Don't cry anymore. Brian recalled with much suspicion. This is the first time I've seen the young master with such an expression. But he was still determined. This time he must help Sian Vert. Amelia asked, is Nana feeling better? Brian recounted, she's been having a tough time these past few days. Now she's sleeping soundly, so she seems to be okay, Brian said. While I wasn't here, the young master went through a lot, didn't he? Nana was sleeping soundly and comfortably on the bed, even as they continued their conversation outside. I can't believe the child I thought was a maid is actually a dragonkin. Now will also help. I understand now. I will also do my best. Brian turned and patted Amelia's shoulder. I was just thinking the same thing. Brian recalled the image of Amelia holding his arm and blushed slightly, thinking shyly, why did I suddenly remember that? Amelia smiled brightly in the sunlight with words of encouragement. Let's work hard for the young master's future. Brian looked at Amelia, blushing shyly, then smiled softly. Yes, Amelia, Luel questioned loudly. Father, what do you mean? Your Majesty, with such clear evidence, are you planning to release the only suspects? The king reminded Luel. Watch your words, I have already decided. He angrily retorted, if you continue to be so weak, how can you achieve continental hegemony? What is there to fear from a small kingdom like Guram? The king used his power, leaving a dent in the wall. Enough. Causing Luel's face to turn pale. He reminded his son, continental hegemony. That is a fine goal, but our empire borders not only the Guram kingdom but also the demon realm, Hispania and Frina as well. If we were to fully confront the Guram kingdom, he turned his head to look directly at Luel. Impatiently, we would lose the ability to control the demon realm, and the continent would be scorched by the monsters pouring out. Even if we were lucky enough to achieve continental hegemony, the price would be rivers of blood. Luel gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it, and the king roared fiercely. Causing such a thing is not the work of an emperor, but of a monster. Why can't you understand such a simple logic? Luel still retorted resentfully. But releasing the suspects with clear evidence, the king cut him off. Are you talking about the stone? Luel was shocked and wondered. How did you know about that? The royal family hasn't finished the appraisal yet, have they? He looked at his son with a sharp gaze. Your expression says it all, Luel. Since you were a child, you've always gotten what you wanted and felt satisfied. He feigned innocence to cover it up. I don't understand what you re-saying. It's not like that, father, but the king cut him off. Enough, my foolish son, he lamented internally. How did you become so pathetic? Luel, in truth, Arin is much more suited to be emperor than you. Luel, I don't want to see your face anymore. Get out. Luel resentfully clenched his fists until they trembled. He angrily gritted his teeth. Luel was almost driven mad, his eyes blazing with fury, seething with resentment. Arin, that damn woman ruined everything. The soldiers panicked seeing his rage. Prince Luel. He ignored them and rushed out. Get out of my way. Limus hurriedly tried to stop him. Prince, the princess said you need to rest. Furious, Luel punched Limus straight on. Get out of my way! Arin rushed out to support Limus. Luel slammed his hand on the table, Arin's eyes full of caution. She asked warily, what is going on, my brother? Luel, however, gave a savage smile, while Arin's face remained calm and icy. Luel's eyes gleamed with resentment and ferocity, emphasizing, I came to have a talk with my dear sister. Limus quickly blocked him. Even if you are a prince, if you dare threaten Princess Arin as her subordinate, I will not stand for it. Luel looked at him like a beast. So what are you going to do? So what if you can't stand it? Insects, like you. He threatened, based on the words you just spoke. Not only you, but your entire family will be executed. I will erase every trace that you ever existed in this world. Limus was terrified, his face drained of all color. Arin said sharply, "Stop it, you came to see me for a reason, didn't you?" She said indifferently, "Or is there something you wanted to hear from me?" Her current demeanor took him completely by surprise. "What is this? The atmosphere is completely different from before. Is this really the Arin I know?" She said coldly, "If not, then let me be direct." Arin told him firmly, "I, Arin, have never received anything from my royal brother, Duel." He stared at her wide-eyed, unable to believe his ears. She recalled the king asking his youngest daughter, "Are you sure you haven't had any contact?" She replied, "Yes, father." He questioned further, "But the necklace you re-wearing, the gem on it is no ordinary gem." The king explained, "That gem, that stone, a family that once used forbidden dark magic, now considered lowly, is said to have used it to control demonic beasts." He said gravely, "It's been heard that someone in the royal palace recently purchased it in secret. One of them was the merchant Marinda Rubbert. Their transactions started a long time ago." Her face turned pale as her father continued, "But both of them are now either dead or missing." The king warned Arin. Both of them were people who were in frequent contact with Duel. "Do you really not remember receiving anything from Duel? Was that necklace a gift from him?" Her hands fidgeted nervously, as if she were hiding something. "No, I have never received anything from my royal brother, Duel." She feigned sadness. "It seems you've already identified who brought that stone in. Then Luna is no longer under suspicion. Please release her. She saved many people at the party." He agreed. "All right. Don't worry about it." She was a bit suspicious, but what's with his attitude? "My royal brother is afraid of being found out by father, so who knows what he will do behind my back. I can't keep watching the people around me get hurt. I have to stop this," she recounted. "If I were to say now that my royal brother, Yunel, is involved in this." She frowned. "This should be enough, right, royal brother?" He exuded a terrifying dark aura. "That's right, I have never given you anything." She nodded. "Yes, I told father the same thing." Yunel looked at her with a dangerously sharp and cold gaze. "But what's with your attitude? Anyone who heard that would think I did something wrong," he said. "First, should I silence that subordinate over there?" Arin refused. "He is someone important to me." He was confused. "What, who could be more important than me?" She said calmly, "He is someone important to me." Sian, leaning against the wall, said, "My apologies, I overheard." Yunel was stunned. "I couldn't sense his presence at all. How did he appear here?" Sian looked at him with contempt. "I heard everything. You know?" He jumped up. "Since when were you hiding there?" Sian scoffed, "Hiding? I'm just not very conspicuous. It's an occupational hazard for an assassin, having no presence." Yunel was furious. "Are you kidding me? You dare say that to my face?" Sian stepped closer to Arin, placed a hand on her shoulder, and replied softly, "So, what are you going to do?" He looked at him with glowing red eyes and a twisted smile. "Are you going to try and silence me too?" The prince was choked with anger. "Are the rumors about you two being engaged true? Turning your back on me won't do you any good. You are the son of my father's close friend, and his warning about you makes me hesitant." In a flashback, Duel was with another person. The man asked, "Why do you want to get rid of your youngest sibling?" Duel replied casually, "And you? Is it just because she's an eyesore? Your father trusts you a lot, you know." "I want to get rid of Arin for the sake of royal power." Duel gritted his teeth. "She makes me very uncomfortable, truly uncomfortable." The man's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Back then, his personality was still a bit better. Now I understand Adol. Returning to the present, he felt suffocated. What is this unpleasant, overwhelming feeling? He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let's stop here. It was just a joke. And the misunderstanding about me is cleared up. I will be going now." Yunel watched the back of the person who had just left. Sian thought to himself, "He's much better now than in the previous life. Quite good, compared to the man who was once nicknamed the Mad Emperor." Suddenly said to Luna, "And I'm sorry about what happened just now." He was still thinking, "He's hiding something beyond common understanding." Luna replied kindly, "It's all right. I'm also sorry for being rude." Limus replied, "It's fine, just be more careful next time." He was resentful, looking back. "What have I done?" Seeing that Luna had left Limus' side, she looked at the two of them helplessly. Honestly, not a single ounce of tact. Sian had a blank look on his face. "What did I do?" She despaired. "The greatest swordsman on the continent has a personality like this." He checked on Arin. "You've had a hard time, haven't you, princess?" She jumped, stammering, "Aye. What did I do?" She yelped and quickly scooted away. "When did you sit next to me?" He was calm. "My legs got tired from standing for so long, so I just sat down." "Is that not allowed?" The princess was embarrassed. "No, it's not that it's not allowed." Duel was once again helpless. "Honestly, I was a little surprised. That person has such a terrible personality. Thank you, Master Sian." She felt he had absolutely no tact. Sian walked towards the door. Well, I'll take my leave now. Lul won't be able to get to the princess for a while. So, I'll be on my way. She was a lost cause. Okay, please be careful. Does he really just do his job and leave? Lul angrily slammed at her against the wall. What are you going to do about this? He roared furiously. Didn't you say it was a perfect plan? The targets we were supposed to kill are still alive and well, and now I've lost the trust of my royal father. Atr quickly tried to calm him. It wasn't a complete failure. Lul was like a wild beast. This is unacceptable. I am the one who must save this goddamn rotten empire. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind them. We did get some results. Lul was startled. The man carefully introduced himself. Boris Winham. At your service. Under the orders of Prince Lino. Hearing that, Lul grew even more furious. Where the hell have you been until now? Boris bowed his head. I was carrying out the mission you entrusted to me, and only now have the opportunity to report to you. Lul asked Boris. I heard the girl, Amelia, has disappeared. Did she perhaps overstep her bounds? Boris held a crystal in his hand, and said ominously, we underestimated the people with Princess Arin. Lul glared at Boris. So what? Are you going to apologize now? The man replied. Not at all. Your Highness need not apologize. He presented a purple crystal. Take a look at this. It's a crystal that recorded the magical energy used in the fight. Within Princess Arin's group, most of the magical energy signatures are ordinary. He then cast a spell on the crystal. The magical energy you see now is a type rarely seen in any era. It could be considered demonic and is incredibly unpleasant. He explained with a smirk, this is the energy of a demon sword. It's unholy. Someone in Princess Arin's group wields a demon sword. Staring at the dish on the table, Brian was completely baffled. This is supposed to be grilled crab soup, so why does it look so horrifying? He glanced uncomfortably at the other two, who were eating heartily. How can they not see anything wrong with this? Amelia smiled. Just eat slowly. The longer Brian stared at the food, the more nauseated he felt. It looked like it had just twitched. Sian placed his hands on the table. I'm full. Amelia was surprised. That's all. Have some more. He wiped his mouth and said quietly, I can't. If I stay any longer, Atr will find me. She slammed her fist on the table. That hateful Atr. Sian explained. I only came to make sure you all were safe. It's still dangerous out there. If you need anything, send word through Brian. They'll be monitoring the surroundings of the hideout. This is the safest place for now. He said his goodbyes. I'm off, Amelia said sadly. You have to promise you will come back. He added one more thing. All right, don't worry. While I'm away, take good care of Brian for me. Brian looked over at him with a reluctant face. Yes, young master. Sian stepped outside, when a voice suddenly said, You really have it good, the mysterious figure asked. So, are you going to explain now? The mysterious woman pressed him about the bloody banquet and the death of her fiancé. How did you know everything and act so precisely? It's like you can see the future, she threatened. You'd better think very carefully before you answer. Depending on your answer, I might just become your enemy, she demanded, on the verge of snapping. Who are you really, Sian? In a gloomy city, a man with a cunning expression said, ever since that blood-soaked banquet, hearing about the death of her fiancé, a woman with purple hair frowned, her expression turning ice cold. Never mind the fact that he was my fiancé. There's no way that information should have reached your ears. So how did you know? Sian looked at her and answered calmly, he was a target that needed to be purged anyway. Is it that important? The woman replied, of course it is. Her expression grew more menacing. She asked, for all I know, you could be a spy from another organization. Sian narrowed his eyes and retorted, and if I were? What would you do about it? Upon hearing this, the woman drew her weapon to strike him. She said, what a stupid question. At that exact moment, a red streak of light flashed in front of Sian. A loud crash echoed, as someone appeared in the nick of time, blocking the purple-haired woman's attack to protect Sian. The purple-haired woman was knocked back, and she smirked, planning on sticking your nose in this. Karam appeared, standing protectively in front of Sian and said, looks like you haven't learned a thing, have you? Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble for my master? The purple-haired woman fearlessly charged forward to attack. You're the one who hasn't learned a thing. Little miss, do you have any idea how excited I am right now? Hearing this, Karam grew even more irritated, a vein throbbing on her cheek as she raised her hand to counter the attack, gritting her teeth. So you'd rather do this the hard way. The two then charged at each other, trading blows back and forth. Karam gathered a sphere of energy in front of her chest, smirking as she said, all right then, let me show you a thing or two. The purple-haired woman was also in a state of excitement, smiling as she thought, here it comes. Karam shouted power of the indomitable black mist, and hurled the energy sphere down from above, instantly cracking the ground. The purple-haired woman dodged it with a slight tilt of her body, laughing. A powerful move, indeed, but a simple sidestep is all it takes to avoid it. but she didn't expect that the moment she finished her sentence, the energy sphere exploded behind her, creating an immense blast. Slightly surprised, the purple-haired woman glanced behind her, thinking, is that the power of Karam? If I had been hit by that or tried to counter it, I would have been dead for sure. She looked at Karam, who was standing, scowling and spitting on the ground, and thought, no wonder she usually stays in her sword form. If Karam gets fully involved in a fight, wiping out an entire city would be a piece of cake. She looked at the devastation caused by Karam's attack and continued to think. Only someone on the level of a demon king could block a blow like that. Karam licked her lips, getting into her fighting stance. Alright, get ready. That was just a little warm-up for me. The purple-haired woman laughed excitedly. I'm ready when you are. I'll also give it my all too. But before the purple-haired woman could finish her sentence, a voice cut in, control demon sword. The moment the words were spoken, Karam, who had been standing tall, was suddenly slammed flat on the ground as if crushed by an immense weight. Pinned tightly to the ground.
Karam wailed, hey, come on!
I was just getting started. Sian was also getting annoyed, saying through a clenched smile, you were making too much of a scene. Sian said irritably, we were going to be discovered, you idiot. Hearing that, Karam was startled and exclaimed.
All right.
The purple-haired woman just stood there, looking bewildered. Sian continued, I will tell them to move to a new location. He then left the other two behind and went inside the house, saying, you two can deal with this mess yourselves. With that, he slammed the door shut, making a loud noise. Left outside, Karam and the purple-haired woman could only remain silent. Sian rubbed his forehead, frustrated by the change of plans. Hurry up and pack your things. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Sian suspicious. Senior, you've arrived. Luna said, we haven't seen each other in a while, and your family seems to have grown quite a bit. Huh. Brian looked at Sian. My apologies, young master. I was cleaning, and she just appeared out of nowhere. Sian looked at Luna, thinking. She managed to get past both the barrier and the guards. He asked, how did you find this place? Sian thought, so, this girl is even more formidable than I imagined. Luna said, this is just one of my many talents. Don't worry, no one else knows about this place. Luna continued, but I suppose there's nothing to worry about anymore. But what was all that noise just now? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Sian with questioning expressions. Sian was at a loss for words and could only say, just drop it. What's the reason you came here? Luna replied, thank you, senior. I came here to say that to you. Sian was puzzled. I didn't do anything. Why are you thanking me? Luna said, it's all right. I know everything. She rested her cheek on her hand, smiling brightly. That day, when you went deep inside, the other people in the room immediately tensed up, breaking out in a cold sweat as they stared intently at Sian. What does she mean by that? Is she talking about that? Sian recalled the situation and thought to himself, I thought she was unconscious at the time. Luna held out both her hands. A stream of ice elemental energy appeared in her left, and a flame ignited in her right. Luna then brought her hands together, and the two elements began to fuse. Luna said, I can use the mana of every element, as well as combine or alter them as I please. Tracking someone's mana flow is a simple matter for me. Luna's expression darkened slightly as she continued. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? This is the gift my grandfather left me. Sian frowned. That sounds more like a curse to me. Your body is getting hurt. Hearing this, Luna looked up with a joyful expression. So it really was you. Sian didn't answer Luna, instead saying, let's go somewhere else to talk. He glanced back at Brian and Amelia, who were whispering to each other, and gritted his teeth. You two better get packing. If you are not done by the time I get back, you will have me to answer to. Hearing this, Amelia spoke up, young master. Where are we going? Sian looked at her and replied, to Duel Academy. Amelia's face lit up, her eyes sparkling. Really? Then I can take care of the young master all day long. Hearing this, Brian had an indescribable expression, remembering the horrifying dishes Amelia used to make. Seeing Brian's expression, Nana asked innocently, Brian, what's wrong? Brian replied helplessly, I just suddenly have some mixed feelings, that's all. Luna thought about her past, confiding in Sian, my childhood years were spent in a place that was both dark and cold. There, they conducted all sorts of the most painful experiments on my body, but I could only endure it in silence. Luna recalled her own desperate state and continued, because the image of my strict grandfather appeared in my mind, telling me it was my duty as the granddaughter of Ridge Rain River. Luna and Sian walked together on a nearby bridge. Luna asked, Senior, is there something you have to do? Sian replied, I don't. Luna continued, then why not just say that you saved everyone? Sian let out a lazy sigh. Don't you already know the reason? What's the point? It would only cause more trouble. Luna stopped walking and said slowly, the reason. An orb of dark elemental energy appeared in Luna's hand. She said, that's right, your man element. At first, I just thought it was the dark type. Luna recalled her first meeting with Sian. Furthermore, I managed to collect a little of it on the day we first met at the party. Hearing this, Sian glanced at Luna and thought to himself, so just by making contact, she can see the flow of mana. I never knew this in my past life. Luna spoke again, and on the day I fainted, the mana you infused into me, the dark magic in Luna's hands suddenly grew larger. Luna looked at Sian seriously and asked, what exactly is it? It feels like it's yours, yet it also doesn't seem to be from this world. With a calm expression, Sian said, I think I understand why you came to find me. Are you planning to give this to Regin? Luna clenched her fist, and the dark magic disappeared simultaneously. She replied, no. Luna brought her hand to her chest and smiled. What would I gain by doing that? It would only cause more trouble. Sian also smiled and asked, what's this? Are you planning to betray your river bloodline? Luna stepped closer to Sian and answered, don't you already know the reason? Senior. Luna leaned lightly against Sian, catching him by surprise. She said, thank you, Senior, for helping to ease my old pain. Sian thought to himself, Luna's body is like a furiously boiling pot, a pot that keeps boiling day and night due to mana from all elements. But it's extremely chaotic. Sian continued his thoughts, and someone had extinguished the fire under that pot. In his mind, Sian pictured a pot of stew, boiling with its lid sealed tightly shut. He mused that the mana would no longer dissipate. But because it had been boiling for so long, Sian thought the excess mana had begun to burn away the embers of her life force, pushing Luna ever closer to death. Sian's eyes grew pensive. All I did was poke a hole in that pot. Because to me, Sian grabbed Luna by both shoulders and gently pushed her away. He thought, she's just like someone else's puppet, and I couldn't just stand by and watch that. Sian patted Luna's shoulder twice and said, there's nothing to thank me for. I'm done here, so I'll be leaving. Remember to keep this a secret for me. I'm counting on you, Junior. With that, Sian immediately took his leave. He turned back to wave at Luna. Oh, and remember to be careful not to overexert yourself again. I'm off. Watching Sian's departing figure, Luna smiled softly. How cute. Luna mumbled to herself, just as I thought, you really are a good person, Senior. Elsewhere, at the main office of the Garam Council, a loud voice boomed, what? Old man Regin was furiously slamming his fist on the table. His old butler bowed. Fortunately, the young lady has been released and is not facing any criminal charges. We must quickly send a petition to the Nenfis Empire, Old man Regin said. That's not it. He looked up with a scowl, gritting his teeth as he ordered. Luna is lingering somewhere before returning to this place. Find her trail and bring her to me. The next morning, on a certain dirt road, a horse-drawn carriage was rattling along. Emilia sat inside with an incredibly joyful expression. Sian looked at her radiant face and asked, that happy, are we? Emilia replied with a bright smile, yes, because I get to serve you again, young master. Emilia then asked, but aren't maids forbidden at the academy? Sian replied with his arms crossed. If it's a request from me, they'll probably allow it. Kundal's expression was stern as he said, not allowed, absolutely not. Sian stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, I won't let anyone find out, please sir, just allow it. Sian countered, asking for the reason his sister was granted an exception. Sian rolled his eyes, whispered, I won't skip any classes. Kundal slammed the table in frustration. That's a given. Besides, are you planning to bring in not just one, but two girls? Then Kundal said, then just answer me one thing. With a serious expression, Kundal asked, Arin Vert, were you involved in the bloody banquet? For you to make such a request, it must not be for a simple reason. Kundal urged him to speak. Sian slowly replied, about that, I said that if you grant my request, I will tell you. Kundal turned slightly, forced to compromise. Fine, do whatever you want, even if I don't allow it. You will just find a way to do it yourself anyway. Seeing his request was granted, he said, actually, it's not very convenient to explain right now. But there's one thing I can be sure of. Arin Vert pointed his own face, his eyes glowing with a strange red light. Sian said, I am not the mastermind of that bloody banquet. Isn't that what you wanted to know? Kundal stared intently at Arin Vert and asked, are you sure? Sian's face darkened as he said irritably, just how terrible do you think I am? Kundal replied, just remember not to skip any classes. The conversation between them ended. Arin Vert let out a sigh of relief. The conversation with Headmaster Kundal had gone smoothly. Arin Vert walked down the academy's hallway, thinking to himself, no. How would he react if he found out his own nephew was the mastermind behind the massacre? Sian recalled Yunel's face. Pondering, from what I know, Yunel isn't that smart. Sian then remembered the two people beside Yunel, and Boris, and speculated that the plan was likely devised by the other person, while Boris was the one who executed it. Sian affirmed to himself, it's always like that. As Sian was lost in thought, he was suddenly startled to see a white-haired person doing continuous push-ups in front of his door. The white-haired person counted while doing push-ups. 1,285, 1,286, 1,287, 1288. 1289. Sian looked at the person, thinking helplessly, it's him again. The white-haired person noticed Arin Vert but didn't stop doing push-ups, saying you re-here. My friend, the white-haired person powerfully sprang to his feet, placing both hands on his hips, smiling at Arin Vert. Let's fight, to see who is stronger. Sian paid him no mind, walked straight into his room, and closed the door, leaving the white-haired man frozen in place. Sian looked at his door being pounded on, thinking, it's been 2 years, and he still hasn't given up, as the white-haired man continued to make a racket outside. So busy, my friend. Well, until next time then. As Sian was walking, he suddenly bumped into the hand of someone lying on the ground. Sian looked down, and discovered it was Brian, who had eaten something so poisonous that he was sprawled out on the floor. Sian's expression suddenly turned serious as he thought, is he dead? Just then, Amelia spoke up. Ah, young master, you re-here. Sian was startled and pointed down at Brian, asking Amelia, why is he like this? Amelia and Nana were holding 2 plates of bizarrely shaped food. Amelia said while eating, I don't know, he ate the cookies I made for you, young master, and just fell asleep. I'm fine, though. Amelia had out the plate of horrifyingly shaped cookies and asked Sian, would you like to have one? Sian pointed at Amelia and said, Amelia, from now on don't cook anything for Brian anymore. Amelia was unhappy. How, why? Said seriously, that's an order, don't do it. Amelia pouted. You re so mean. Sian sat on a chair, let out a sigh, and thought to himself, I'm really worried about the future. Sian saw a letter on the table and asked, where did this letter come from? Amelia, still annoyed, replied, Brian received it. I wouldn't know. Humph. Sian picked up the letter and opened it to read, from Luna, when suddenly a voice called out. Sian turned in surprise to look at the owner of the voice, asking, why are you here? A wary Amelia immediately ran to stand in front of Sian saying, who are you? Luna looked at Sian with a bright smile. How have you been? I've run away from home. Meanwhile, in an underground sewer, 2 people in black cloaks were walking and talking. One of them said, the guards from the Garam Association will be here soon. The other replied, don't worry, I've taken care of everything. The man in the black cloak reminded her, don't forget, this is the only way to stop Regan Rain River. The woman in the black cloak smirked. Oh, are you afraid? I'll have a guilty conscience. The man said, after all, he was once your student. The woman replied, a student. The woman in the cloak, named Nella Aranis, an instructor at Len Academy, answered, no, I'm not foolish enough to feel pity for a monster like him. The man in the black cloak felt relieved. Then that's good, Nenla said. Well, I'm off to the meeting point. Our comrades have probably contacted Luna by now. After that, the 2 of them split up, and the man in the black cloak placed a hand on his chest, bowing slightly, wishing for glory to the Garam kingdom. Meanwhile, Luna and Sian were sitting together at a tea shop outside the academy. Luna held her own wrist and teased, you re so forceful. I never expected you to pull me out here so suddenly. Sian looked at Luna and said, the dormitory gate was protected by a barrier spell, so how did you dispel it? Luna explained, I just analyzed the flow of mana in the barrier, and then used a dispel magic. Impressive, huh? Sian thought to himself, that's insanely overpowered. Just analyzing the magic and dispelling it, it's like she did it with just a glance. Luna smiled brightly at Sian and asked, have you read the letter yet? Sian felt helpless. He hadn't even finished reading it before she arrived. Luna rested her cheeks on her hands and smiled. I couldn't wait for a reply, so I came straight here. Sian asked, did Regins tell you to do this? Hearing that, Luna's expression suddenly darkened. Sian asked with a serious expression, Luna, did that old man tell you to approach me? Tell me. Luna held her teacup, her expression sorrowful, and slowly replied, at first, yes, but not anymore. Luna said, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. Sian replied, I don't trust people easily. What is your purpose? Luna, still holding her teacup, answered, recently, some unpleasant things have been happening within the Garam Association. She began to explain that 2 dragons the association was in contact with had suddenly disappeared somewhere in the Lanella region. Luna continued, people involved in smuggling goods from other nations have been found one by one, their bodies cold and dead, and from what I know. Luna paused for a moment before continuing, reconnected to all of it. Luna looked at Sian with a slight smile. At first, it was just a guess, but now I'm certain. Sian closed his eyes and thought, he never expected the Garam Association to be involved with dragons too. He chuckled, alright then. So what are you going to do to me? Luna suddenly said, I'm going to die soon. Sian looked at her, startled. Luna lowered her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Even though you helped me before, I know my own body better than anyone. Luna gently placed a hand on her chest. I probably have about 3 years left, and it's all thanks to you. Sian's expression was serious. I don't believe it. How can you be so calm? You re about to die and you re not shaken at all. Luna smiled, but her face was filled with anguish. I wish that were the case. Sian's expression hardened, and he frowned, thinking what a pain this was. Then, Sian pushed himself up from the table and stood up without looking at Luna, saying, well, this isn't my problem. I'm leaving. Luna asked, you were leaving? Sian turned his back and walked away. Yeah, I hate troublesome things. From behind him, Luna, still seated, waved and said, all right then. See you next time. Karam, in the form of a black orb, appeared beside Sian and asked, what kind of manners are those, leaving her like that? Is that really okay? San, with an emotionless expression, thought it was best to leave now. He figured the guys from the Garam Association had been waiting for a while now. Just as he thought, Luna was now surrounded by members of the Garam Association. Luna muttered, I really thought I'd snuck out successfully. Luna lowered her face. You guys got here fast, huh? One of the Garam Association members said, let's go, Luna, Lord Regins is looking for you. Luna looked at the person who had just spoken with an emotionless expression. Seeing her face, the man asked, what's wrong? Luna frowned. The one who always comes to get me is Lord Victor. What unit are you from? The man answered awkwardly, Lord Victor was busy today, so I came instead. We were from the 6th Guard unit. Luna smiled and lied. There's no one named Victor here. Immediately Luna sprang up, using a wind spear to blow away the men around her. One of the men in the group shouted, she's running away.
After her.
As Luna tried to escape, she glanced back at her pursuers, gritted her teeth, and thought, it's the extremists. She didn't notice that someone was already blocking her path ahead. Luna thought she just had to escape first. Just as that thought crossed her mind, a hand covered in magic touched her forehead. The person used a deep sleep spell. Hit by the magic, Luna immediately fell into a deep sleep and collapsed to the ground. One of the men laughed. Haha, I knew it wouldn't be easy. He took off his hood, revealing a bald head, and said with a laugh, but I didn't expect to be found out so quickly. Put her in the carriage. Another man replied, yes, sir. Luna, deep in sleep, lay on the ground, completely unaware. Karam seemed to sense something, turning its head. Karam said. It looks like they were fighting. Arin Vert had a thoughtful expression on his face. Somewhere, the sound of a carriage rolled on through the dead of night. The voice of the bald man who kidnapped Luna was heard. Wait here a moment, his underlings replied, yes, sir. The bald man walked into the cathedral, saying, I've brought Luna Rang River. A strange voice spoke up. Excellent. A figure in a black cloak was sitting on a chair in the cathedral. The person said, such a pitiful child. Tormented her entire life in experiments, only to be thrown away in the end. It's a real shame. It was Nenla, she said. We will use her. Nenla continued with a meaningful tone. In a much more meaningful way. Outside the cathedral, an eerie red mist spread across the ground, slowly creeping toward the carriage. The henchman on guard noticed it. Humph. He looked around and saw that a black fog had spread everywhere, then spoke up, what is this black fog? The man across from him said, wait, could it be him? But before he could finish, a red light flashed, slashing across the man's neck. The first guard was startled, Marcelo. He spun around in a panic, only to see his other comrades had also been attacked. He was bewildered, his face filled with terror, as he stammered, what is going on? He screamed in panic, stop.
Don't do this!
A mysterious masked figure suddenly appeared above him. His loud scream echoed into the cathedral, catching the bald man's attention. The bald man peered outside. Nenla asked, do we have another guest? The bald man replied, it seems like someone was tailing us. Nenla remained composed. Oh, an enemy, is it? Raf, show them what happens to those who get in our way? Go! Raf's fighting spirit surged. Yes, I will silence them immediately. Karam, now a dagger in his hand, said, this is going more smoothly than I thought, huh? Sian replied, it's not over yet. The stronger one is in the cathedral. Raf stepped out of the cathedral, saying, you're a pretty good kid. Are you all alone? Sian said, but it looks like you aren't. He thought the man was like Luna, but Sian then corrected himself. No, more unstable is more like it. Raf charged to attack San, arrogantly declaring, I'm more than enough to handle someone like you. After waiting a moment, Nenla stepped outside. Are you finished, Raf? But the moment she came out, she was stunned, muttering, she saw Raf defeated, collapsed in front of San. She mumbled, how could this not go according to my plan? Raf lay on the ground, beaten to a pulp by Sian. Sian looked up at Nenla and asked, you re the last one, aren't you? Why did you want to kidnap Luna? Nenla gathered her magic, preparing to attack San. She said, oh, asking so many questions isn't the way to a woman's heart. If you want to know, you'll have to find out for yourself. Sian looked at the element in her hand. Recalling how Luna used to handle magical elements, he realized she could combine elements at will. Arin Vert's eyes lit up. It was exactly like Luna. Nenla unleashed a lightning flame, rapidly attacking Sian head-on. Sian dodged the attack, thinking. He still had many other things he wanted to ask her. He raised his dagger. Nenla's face was one of utter shock, unable to believe her eyes. Impossible. Sian slashed repeatedly with his dagger, shattering Nenla's attacks. She was astonished. You blocked my spell with just a dagger. Before she could react, Sian was already right in front of her, saying gotcha. Nenla let out a cry and quickly used wind leap, launching herself into the air. Dodging Sian's slash, another spell quickly formed in her hands. She gritted her teeth, thinking, this brat is too dangerous. I have to get rid of him right now. As Nenla was casting a lightning strike, a strange red aura suddenly flashed before her eyes. Karam appeared behind her. Hey, look over here. Nenla was startled, only having time to think. It's not just him. Nenla couldn't react in time and was restrained by Karam. She cried out, ah! Nenla still struggled to break free, gathering magic in her hand and screaming,
Let go of me!
Her uncontrolled spell struck the ground wildly. A massive trail of magic scorched a path from the ground up the cathedral wall. Sian watched the wave of magic sweep past him. Thinking her power was no joke, Nenla, restrained by Karam's spell, gritted her teeth in frustration. Yeah, are you deaf or something? Karam stood behind her, dusting off his hands. Stop struggling, no human can escape this. Sian stepped in front of Nenla and asked, who hired you to kidnap Luna? Sian continued, and how many more like you are there? Nenla looked down and chuckled. Haha, you re an interesting one. You'll find out soon enough. She raised her head, her face covered in blood as her body began to dissipate. She smiled, because we will definitely find you. See you in hell. Karam held his chin and said, that reaction is because of the Heartstopper. San also held his chin, speculating it was a divine artifact that compressed the wearer's mana in their heart, preventing it from circulating and causing it to build up in the body. Karam laughed. It seems Luna has something similar in her body, which is why she was panicking. How did you know that? Sian asked. The name of the monster organization created from the Garam Association's experiments is the Path of Evolution, right? Nenla grew even more panicked. Wait a minute. Who are you two? Sian caressed Nenla's slowly disintegrating head and replied, you can find out for yourself in hell. Tears mixed with blood streamed down Nenla's face. What? No. Sian thrust his hand straight into Nenla's stomach, finishing her off. She let out a gasp. Sian recalled an ancient book he had seen in his past life, thinking about how in his past life, he had found an ancient text in the research lab of the Garam Kingdom that recorded how to use the artifact called the Heartstopper, as well as research on how to control it. In his hand was an object emitting a faint light. He recalled that the text also recorded how to remove the artifact in case of a failed application. Sian looked at the stone in his hand and said, good thing this still works. But Karam asked, what are you planning to do with that? Sian looked at Karam. Karam, help me get Luna out of the carriage. Karam retorted, no, why should I do that? Sian asked, do you want to be controlled too? Hearing that, Karam obediently complied and carried Luna out of the carriage. Sian walked closer and said, this is my first time doing this. Sian held the stone out, unsure if it would succeed, then crushed it. Sian brought the fragments of the stone close to Luna's body. He thought, if Luna also has this thing in her heart, then I can use a similar method to destroy it. Strange reaction occurred on Luna's chest, with a blue light continuously emanating from it. Luna's eyes shot open, shining with a beautiful light. The next day, at the main building of the Garam Association, Luna opened her eyes and mumbled, what is this feeling? She raised her hand to observe it and continued, my body feels so much lighter, as if a heavy weight that was always pressing down on me has disappeared. Luna wondered dreamily, and how can I sense Senior Sian? Karam and Sian were standing on the roof of a nearby building. Karam asked, what are you going to do now? Sian replied, thinking that on second thought, he might be able to make use of her later, and it would be a waste to kill her. Karam crossed his arms and asked, isn't that just helping someone else out? What if she comes back to stab you in the back later? Sian laughed, you were one to talk. Karam replied, your body will be mine eventually anyway, so you'd better take good care of it. Sian gave a dismissive reply and stood up. Let's scoot up. There's no benefit to lingering here. Riggins tapped his fingers on the table and said, so after you were kidnapped, you don't remember anything. But someone brought you here. Luna stood before him and answered, yes, grandfather, I don't remember anything else. Reggins's expression turned cold as he slammed his hand on the table. Do you think I'd believe that? The entire kingdom is in an uproar over the bloody banquet, and yet you read this calm. The old butler standing nearby quickly spoke up, my apologies, Lord Riggins. It's all my fault. I should have brought Lady Luna here sooner. Riggins stood up, walked around the desk, and said, this is all because that child does whatever she pleases. It's not your fault. The old butler bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Riggins placed a hand on the butler's shoulder. You always have to suffer because of my granddaughter. The butler replied, I am only fulfilling my duty. Riggins said encouragingly, well, you've worked hard. Suddenly, a flame erupted from Reggins's hand, burning the shoulder of the butler's clothes. The butler was bewildered. Chairman. Riggins glanced at the butler with a cold expression. I've known for a long time that you were a traitor. Did you think you could touch my granddaughter and get away with it? The old butler pleaded, sir. There must be some misunderstanding. Please give me a chance to explain. Regens paid him no mind. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Every word you speak disgusts me. Immediately after, a large flame erupted, incinerating the butler on the spot. Luna, shocked and horrified, covered her mouth. Why did you do that? Regens calmly stated. He was one of the ones who ordered your kidnapping. He took a white handkerchief to wipe his hand and asked Luna, have you found out anything about Sian yet? Luna thought with a tense expression. He definitely already knows the answer. He's just asking for form's sake, outwardly, she replied. There was nothing special, Luna thought. A blatant lie like this won't fool him. Regens slowly approached Luna and asked, what do you mean by that? Luna answered, actually, the reason I was late was because I had to meet him privately, during our first encounter. I didn't find anything special. Regens placed a hand on Luna's shoulder. That's not the answer I want. Regens exuded a threatening aura. What is he hiding? His face scrunched up in a scowl. If he's from House Vert, there must be something to him, or someone is helping him. Luna maintained her composure and replied. He only has an ordinary maid and a knight for protection. There are no clues related to the incident at all. Why are you so insistent on investigating him? Regens leaned in close to Luna. You're asking too many questions. It's clear there's something between you and that brat. He looked at Luna and continued. As a member of House Rain River, you should know how to limit your questions. You may only act when I say you can. Then he walked behind Luna, saying as he went, if you don't want to answer, then leave. You will be confined for the time being. On the floor, the butler's corpse was still burning. Luna looked down, annoyed, thinking, I'm so sick of this Rain River house. At Lenel Academy, the white-haired guy who was doing push-ups in front of Sian Vert's room the other day was now leaning against Sian Vert's door. Sleeping Sian Vert stood by a nearby wall. Seeing this, he thought, why doesn't this annoying guy ever study? I guess I'll come back later. As Sian Vert was walking down the hallway, he heard a group of students talking up ahead. A girl said, really? The boy next to her replied, yeah, so all the classes are cancelled now. Another girl added, I heard they still haven't found her. The first girl said again, I hope it's nothing serious. Hearing this, Sian Vert wondered what's going on. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard that a magic instructor named Nella Ronis had gone missing. Sian Vert turned his head to look, and just then, a person with purple hair and glasses was right behind him. Hey you, Sian Vert asked. What do you mean? The strange person said. Why did you kill that magic instructor? Sian Vert moved away from her, holding a hand out in front of him. Why would you think it was me? I don't even know who that is. The purple-haired person with glasses said. Of course you wouldn't know, you skip every class. Sian Vert's jaw dropped. The purple-haired person with glasses explained. She was an excellent mage from the kingdom of Garum. It's not strange for her to come to Lujan, a neutral territory. But there were rumors she was in opposition to Regent's Rain River. So for now, I was just observing. The person pushed up their glasses and continued. But Luna's kidnapping was beyond everyone's expectations. I was originally planning to take action. But thanks to you, I had less work to do. Sian Vert thought blankly. No wonder she looks familiar. Seeing Sian Vert's expression, the person got annoyed. Are you even listening to me? Who am I even talking to? The purple-haired person with glasses said again. But I'm the only one who knows about this. So don't worry. I'll give you a separate mission. Stay outside the academy for a while. Sian Vert asked. So what about the magic instructor's position? The purple-haired person with glasses replied. The other instructors will take turns teaching. But we still need a new one. We've already posted a recruitment notice. Elsewhere, a long-haired man was riding with an old farmer on a cart. The man exclaimed, oh, this view is amazing. The farmer chuckled. It is for someone from the city, the old farmer asked. But why have you come all the way to a remote place like Lenola? The man replied, I'm looking for a job. The man continued, and it just so happens that the position is vacant, so I had to hurry. The old farmer said, oh, you going to work at Lenel? Are you a teacher? The man laughed, haha, not really, it's too embarrassing to say. Meanwhile, Amelia was lazing around in the room with a bored expression, sighing. Ow, I'm so bored. Karam approached and looked at Amelia. Hey, move it, I already told you this is my spot. Amelia refused to get up. Why? This is the young master's dorm room. Nothing here belongs to you. Hearing this, Karam's face darkened with annoyance. Just then, Sian Vert opened the door and walked in. I'm back. Sian Vert saw Amelia with her messy hair, sitting on the floor hugging her knees, and asked, what are you doing? Amelia whimpered pitifully. Karam is so scary, Sian Vert said to Karam. Get up, Karam, we have a mission, Karam asked, right now. Amelia raised her hand. Wait, let me come too. But Sian Vert pointed at Amelia and refused. No, you have a more important mission. Amelia was surprised. Hey, really? Sian Vert pointed to the next room and declared dramatically. Absolutely do not let Nana go hungry. Emilia looked as if she'd been struck by lightning, her head spinning 360 degrees. How is that important? You just want to leave me behind, don't you? But Emilia paused, looking towards the room that was constantly emitting strange sounds and had a gloomy atmosphere, thinking, wait a minute, if things were left like this. Emilia suddenly remembered the scene of Nana's transformation, thinking she would change just like last time. Just then the door to Nana's room opened. Nana, with a frightening expression, mumbled, "Daddy, I'm so hungry." Before Nana could do anything, Emilia stuffed a pastry into her mouth. Nana was taken by surprise and said loudly, "Nana, eat this pastry." After a bite, Nana immediately brightened up, blooming with joy. This is delicious," Emilia, with a determined look, said to Sian. "Please just leave this to me. You don't have to worry about a thing." Sian gave Emilia a thumbs up. "Excellent, I trust you, Emilia." Emilia chuckled smugly. You can rest assured. Young master. I'm a pretty amazing cook." Brian, with a pale face, was still lying deliriously on the bed in a nearby room. Grandma. Why are you standing on the other side of the river?" Sian instructed Emilia. "But don't let Brian eat anything. That guy is still recovering." Karam had transformed into a black orb. Floating beside Sian, Karam asked, "Where are we headed this time?" Sian replied, "To the southwest of the Yip Kingdom," he said, "the city of La Master, a place where crime reigns through money and violence." The two of them then headed to La Master, and the place was indeed chaotic. A betting match was underway, with people shouting,
Hey, I'm betting on you.
Another person yelled, "Don't you dare disappoint me." The noise from the arena stands grew louder and louder. "Crush him."
Jaber.
The long-haired man in the ring looked at his opponent and muttered, "Woo, he's a real monster." The massive opponent said, "Heh, just be a good boy and let me kill you." The guy had a terrifying appearance with a gigantic body. He said, "They're retelling me to crush you. What do you think?" The long-haired man took a stance. "Shut up and bring it on." He then laughed provocatively. "You want to warm up first, you pig." The referee's voice rang out, "Let the match begin." Immediately, the giant let out a massive roar and threw a punch straight at the long-haired man. The long-haired man nimbly dodged the fist. He said, "Too slow. I'll make you pay for underestimating me." But before he could finish his sentence, the giant had already grabbed his body. The giant laughed savagely. "Heh, I've made up my mind. I'm going to crush you." The long-haired man, caught in a tight grip, struggled to break free. The long-haired man was squeezed tightly by the giant, his face turning purple as he continuously coughed up blood. The referee shouted, "Jaber is down." The long-haired man named Jaber let out a piercing scream. The giant, as if satisfied, roared loudly. The referee announced, "The victory goes to Zibi." Somewhere in the city of Rambat, Sian and Karam were walking through the streets together. Karam lamented, "Why is this place such a mess?" Sian replied, "Luan is a neutral zone, established by an agreement between two nations. But this particular area is isolated because no one can interfere." Karam wondered, "What do you mean, no one can interfere?" Before Sian could answer, someone appeared and blocked their path, saying, "Well, do we have some distinguished guests visiting today?" It was a large, blonde-haired man accompanied by two of his underlings. The thug said, "Hey miss, why don't you ditch this little brat and come hang out with us for a while?" Sian calmly replied, "It's because there are too many criminals, that's why." Karam pointed a finger at his own face. "Miss me." The man laughed, "But you'd better be careful, we tend to play a little rough." The thug looked at Sian and shooed him away. "Get lost, kid." Sian looked at the thug with an expression that said, "Ha, you really haven't seen the world." A moment later, the man's bruised face was planted on the ground. He groaned in pain, "Ugh," and Karam calmly walked away. Sian entered a hotel and placed a bag of money on the reception desk. "Give me your best single room." The receptionist looked at Sian and asked, "May I ask how old you are, sir?" Sian replied, "Didn't you hear me clearly?" Sian stared at the receptionist. "I said give me the best single room here. Is this how you treat your guests? Where is the manager?" The receptionist was flustered. "Oh, about that?" she stammered. "Yes, welcome to the Rambat." Sian stood by the hotel window, looking down at the street below, thinking. They were starting to gather. Sian watched the crowd of people moving below, thinking, "I should start making my move soon." Sian walked down the stairs, asking as he went, "You're La, aren't you?" The receptionist turned her head and smiled. "Yes, I'm La, a staff member at the Rambat. How may I help you, sir?" Sian made his request. "I'd like to use area for a while," Lei replied. "I'm truly sorry, sir, but new customers are not permitted to use area." A red glint flashed in Sian's eyes as he asked again, "Is that so?" While thinking to himself, they were clearly dealing illegal substances there. Sian continued to press, "La, that's just nonsense. Then where are all the other customers? Don't tell me I'm the only new person here." La's expression immediately turned menacing. Sian instantly sensed it, thinking, such blatant killing intent. Lei immediately composed herself and bowed to Sian. I'm truly sorry, sir. I was just following my superior's orders. I sincerely apologize. Sian smirked, thinking this girl was quite interesting. He reached into his cloak, smiling to himself as he wondered what could make her so wary. Seeing Sian's movement, Lei immediately drew her weapon, nimbly leaping forward to attack him. Sian deftly dodged and quickly counterattacked from a distance. Lei was startled and confused as a bent gold coin appeared right in front of her. She exclaimed, "A gold coin." Lei was taken aback, realizing something was wrong. She realized her body had overreacted to his terrifying killing intent. No way, did that really come from this boy? Sian picked up the gold coin, dusted it off, and said, "Oh, my precious gold coins are all ruined." Lei exclaimed, "My apologies." Sian asked, "Did you just draw your sword on a customer?" Lei hurriedly explained, "It was just a misunderstanding, sir. I had no intention of attacking you, sir." Sian held the gold coin out towards Lei with a provocative look. "You were really starting to get on my nerves. So, how are you going to fix this?" Having made a mistake, Lei looked like she was about to cry later. In a secret tunnel, Lei opened a cellar door, pointing down a deep, dark staircase. She said to Sian, "Just follow this path, and you will reach the area." Lei then handed Sian a badge and said, "Please take this VIP card with you." Sian asked, "What's this for?" Lei crossed her arms and replied, "It's a card for our special room guests. With it, you won't run into any trouble." Lei continued, "I don't know why you were so determined to go to that area, but unless you have a few extra lives to spare, I'd advise against it." Lei added, "Good luck to you." Sian looked at her and thought, "She's so nosy." He then called back up to Lei, "You just made trouble for a customer, and I won't forget it." Annoyed, Lei muttered, "Just go already. Remember it all you want. I'm done worrying about you." Sian then asked, "Well, shall we get going?" Karam asked in return, "Why didn't you just ask her to call the owner?" Karam said, "We need to find the true owner of Rambat Takji. The order states that Lini Halap, the owner of Rambat Takji, is an extremely mysterious figure." He added, "There are absolutely no leads on them." Karam grumbled, "Why do they have to be so secretive? It's so frustrating." Sian said, "We will know when we see it." Karam pressed on, "You speak as if you know this place well." Sian replied, "I've been here a few times in my past life, before it fell during the Civil War." Karam asked, "Just how chaotic is this place anyway?" Sian replied, "You will see soon enough." The two continued walking and talking, until they reached the end of the path. Before Sian stood a door, revealing the true face of Rambat Takji. A man with a scar at the corner of his mouth, holding a half-smoked cigarette, sneered, "Hemph, beaten by a little brat." The thug who had tried to block Sian and Karam was kneeling before him. The thug said, "Yes, sir, near the city entrance. He's no ordinary person." The man clasped his hands and asked, "I see. So the brat has already made it to Rambat Takji?" The kneeling man replied, "Yes, sir. We tried to approach him, but he's in a VIP room, so we couldn't get close. That's why I had to come find you." Gans stroked his chin. "He has a lot of money. Could he be a noble?" The man with the bruised face whined,
I don't know, but he humiliated me.
"Please, you have to help us." "Sir Gans," the thug sobbed, "because of him, I can't even show my face on the streets anymore." Gans replied, all right. This brat sounds interesting." He then stood up. He cracked his knuckles with an arrogant smirk. "Let's go see what this kid looks like for ourselves. Head to Rambat Takji. Now." Elsewhere, a man was taking a knee to the face from a woman. It was another match in the fighting arena. The referee announced, "Linda is the winner." The woman who had just defeated her opponent stepped on the back of his neck. She roared and struck a pose, showing off her physique. From the stands, Sa and Karam watched the scene unfold. Karam commented, "Now I understand why this place eventually collapsed." Sian added, "These fighting matches for betting purposes are quite concerning." Sian continued, "And that's exactly why we re-here." Karam asked, confused, "What do you mean?" San gave a cunning smile. "If we can't get to Lini Halop, then we'll just have to make her come to us." Karam looked completely bewildered, not understanding what Sian meant. A man walked up to them and called out, "Hey kid," he warned Sian, "this is no place for children." Seeing him approach, Sian thought to himself, "Oh, perfect timing." Sian immediately landed a punch right in the staff member's gut. The man clutched his stomach and crumpled to the ground. His colleague, seeing this from behind, rushed over shouting, "Jae-sun, you little brat, what the hell did you just do?" Grabbed Jae-sun by the hair, pulling his head up with a cruel smile and raising his fist. Jae-sun hurriedly pleaded, "Stop. Please don't, I'm sorry," but Sian still landed another punch to his face. The colleague watched in astonishment as his friend was knocked backward. Having started the fight, Sian said, "There we go." A thick killing intent radiated from him. Sian wiped the blood spatter from his face and asked, "Besides watching and placing bets, where do I go to sign up to fight?" In the stands, some people began to yell, "How can this place do business like this? Are they that desperate for fighters?" One person shouted, "This is ridiculous. Are you messing with us?" The crowd saw Sian step onto the fighting stage and roared. They were letting a mere kid compete. Zbird's voice boomed, catching Sian's attention. I didn't expect this kind of event. This is gonna be fun. The giant Zbird stepped onto the stage, arrogantly asking, how should I kill you, kid? A man sitting in the stands crossed his arms and said, the organizers have gone too far. This is just a slaughter, not a fight. Another spectator beside him laughed. But doesn't that make it more interesting? The first man replied, but his opponent is Zbird, a monster who's half-ogre. The giant Zbird opened his terrifying mouth wide.
Haha, I've decided. I'm going to crush you.
The giant raised his hand to smash him, but Sian nimbly leaped up and stomped on his finger, instantly breaking it. The giant roared in pain. Before he could react, he saw Sian charging at him with a raised fist. The giant was bewildered. What the? Sian landed a powerful punch straight to the center of Zbird's face, causing it to deform. Before the giant could even react, he collapsed, foaming at the mouth and crashing heavily onto the stage. The roadie stand suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared down at the stage in utter disbelief, before erupting in a clamor. This is unbelievable, the referee shouted. Simon of Rimi is the winner. Instantly the stands erupted with life, cheering wildly. Sian, however, just stood in the middle of the stage with a look of indifference. Karam's voice echoed with suspicion. Simon of Rimi. Sian replied, what, you think I can use my real name? I'm a duke's son, you know, Karam said. But you've already shown your face, so what's the point of hiding your name? Sian answered, relax, I cast a concealment spell. Karam smirked. That old god is being generous with his powers again. Snap. Karam continued. They can recognize you when they see and interact with you directly, but they'll be completely unable to recall your face later. Karam said as he began to fade away. That should do it, I'm leaving. Sian rubbed his shoulder and replied, you reacting weird today? Are you worried about me? Karam retorted irritably, who's worried about you? Meanwhile, Gans was also sitting in the stands, observing. He smirked, Simon of Rimi impressive. You will be my opponent, so don't disappoint me. Sian returned to the hotel to find Laya at the reception desk with her arms crossed, asking, is there a problem? Delkia, the manager of the red light district, stood opposite Laya and said, I don't want to make a big scene, so let's get straight to the point. Delkia said with an irritated look. Some punk caused a disturbance in our alley today. I know he's staying here. Bring him out to me. Laya frowned. I have no idea what you're talking about. Please leave. You can't just barge in here. Delkia continued her threats. Things will get messy for you if my men have to step in. This is business on my turf. So back off if you're not involved. Laya hid a weapon behind her back and warned. I will not tolerate any more of this outrageous behavior. This involves one of our guests, which makes it even more unacceptable. Hearing this, Delkia raised her voice. So he really is here. A man behind her spoke up, boss, just give us the word. Seeing this, Laya thought to herself, that kid is such a pain. What am I going to do now? This is bad. Just then, Sian's voice rang out. He appeared behind the group, raising a hand. Hey, you looking for me? Delkia's underlings jumped and spun around, shouting, when did he get here? Laya was just as startled, her expression bewildered. Sir, how long have you been there? Sian slowly walked forward and replied, ever since someone said, this is business on my turf. Well, the person you were looking for is here now. Sian approached Delkia and said, if you have something to say it to me. Stop giving her a hard time. The moment Delkia saw Sian, it was as if she was looking at the man of her dreams, in her eyes. Sian was a dashing gentleman reaching out his hand to her, and speaking gently. Sian said, my apologies for causing you any trouble, miss. He continued, but he was the one who started the fight. Before Sian could finish, Delkia grabbed his hand. If I may. Delkia looked completely smitten. She asked, could you please tell me your name? Sian hesitated. Simon and Delkia seemed completely mesmerized, their faces flushing red. Not only was his face handsome, but his name was just as impressive. Seeing this, Lygia, his face turned purple. He's a minor. This is too dangerous. Lygia said awkwardly, sir, you don't need to talk to her. Hurry over here. Sian innocently waved his hand in refusal. Don't worry, let me handle this. Lygia, feeling faint, shouted, no, that woman is extremely dangerous. Delkia pulled a business card from her bosom and said to Sian, this is my card. Let's have a more intimate chat next time. Sian took the business card. Delkia's pleasure den, serving all kinds, tailored to the customer's tastes. Got goosebumps just looking at the card. Thinking, is she crazy? Delkia and her crew left cheerfully, not forgetting to turn back and wave at Sian. Be sure to stop by. Delkia shot him a look and added, if it's you, Sian, I will give you the full experience, from A to Z completely free. Then she left, humming happily. Lygia stood frozen in place, his face purple. Sian, with a blank expression, tore the business card to shreds. Lygia sighed, resting his chin on his hand. You just ignored my advice, didn't you? Sian pointed in the direction the group had left. What are you talking about? They were clearly the ones who started it. Legia looked at Sian and asked, I heard you participated in a match and won. Sian replied, word sure gets around fast. Legia continued, this place isn't that big. Legia warned Sian, even if you get curious, don't you ever set foot in Pleasure Night. Sian went upstairs. Annoyed. Thinking, why would I ever go to a place like that? What's Legia thinking? Is she embarrassed? That's kind of cute. Just then, a woman's figure appeared from a corner. She said so Delkia backed off on her own. What a relief, hearing this voice. Legia was startled and turned to see Lady Lin. This woman was none other than Lin Nyalop, the master of Rambat. Lin said, you seem quite close to that kid, don't you? Legia bowed and explained, yes, I'm simply taking care of a VIP guest. Lin asked, and you even gave him advice. Legia began to sweat a little, continuing her explanation. It wasn't because of any personal feelings, after all. He's just a child. Gans appeared out of nowhere, laughing. Just a child, you're underestimating him greatly, Legia. Killing intent immediately flared in Legia's eyes. She turned to him. Who gave you permission to barge in here? Legia stressed. Gans brazenly walked in. Hey, long time no see. This place is looking pretty old. No plans to renovate. Lin waved her hand. I was the one who called Gans here. Legia turned to look at Lin. Why? Lin looked at Legia. I want you to arrange a match for Gans. Legia was surprised, but Gans was exiled a long time ago, so who would he fight? Gans approached Legia, pointed to himself, and said, Simon of the Remy house, I want to fight him. Gans smirked at Legia. What do you say? This is a great money-making opportunity. Elsewhere, a loud voice echoed continuously from within a room. Hey, no, not like this. A loud shout echoed continuously from behind the door. A young man standing outside said, Delkia seems a bit off today, doesn't she? The person next to him replied. When she left, she said she was going to make sure that kid could never be a man again. The first young man chuckled. And now she's the one who's completely hooked on him. The man across from him replied. I bet she'll do whatever it takes to bring him here. The other guy stroked his chin. No doubt about it. That's her must have whatever I want personality for you. The other man added. I feel bad for that kid. It's a good thing we just average looking. Inside the room, Delkia was rummaging through something. She shouted. This isn't it either. Delkia lay on a round bed, surrounded by drawings. She mumbled, this is so strange, why can't I remember? Delkia lamented, I just saw him a moment ago, so why is this happening? Then Delkia clutched her head, screaming as if she were going insane. Why can't I remember that beautiful face? Delkia looked completely desperate, her voice trailed off as she mumbled over and over, why? 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 Then she started screaming loudly again, it's like my mind is covered in a thick fog. Why is it so blurry? Delkia looked like she was losing her mind. But then she covered her face, her expression like someone in a drug-induced haze, mumbling. This just makes me want him even more. Oh, Sir Simon of the Remy house. Wine, women, and gambling, a place where all pleasures and delights converge. Sian was walking down the street, looking at the bustling road ahead and thinking, the Kest Red Light District. I definitely have to stay away from there. Sian got goosebumps just thinking about that strange manager. Delkia, I expected as much. That woman. Rumor has it she has some rather unspeakable tastes. Arin Vert continued to think that he needed to gather clues about Liney Hallos from another area. Then he pulled up the hood of his cloak and turned around, when he unfortunately bumped into a girl, causing her to fall backward with a cry. The girl's basket fell to the ground, its contents scattering everywhere. The girl sat on the ground, yelping in pain. Arin Vert looked down at her. Are you okay? It was a little girl. She looked up at Arin Vert. I am sorry, please forgive me. Arin Vert looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Why are you apologizing? Arin Vert picked up the items that had fallen on the ground, thinking, cigarettes. Arin Vert gathered all the items for the little girl, and continued to ask, you're not hurt, are you? I should be the one apologizing. The little girl replied, I'm fine. She knelt on the ground, bowing her head to Arin Vert. Thank you for your generosity in forgiving me. Seeing this, Arin Vert broke into a sweat and replied, come on now. Arin Vert handed the basket to the little girl and asked, that's quite a lot, are you selling them? The little girl took the basket and said, yes, these are premium cigarettes from the Grey Merchant Guild. Would you like to buy a pack? Arin Vert replied, I don't smoke. He thought to himself, the Grey Merchant Guild, never heard of them. The little girl bowed awkwardly. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry. Arin Vert asked further, where are you planning to sell all of those? The little girl obediently replied, I just wander through the alleys on the west side of the red light district. If I'm lucky, I'll sell them all tonight, and I can go home before dawn. Arin Vert looked at the little girl and thought, so she has to sell everything before she can go home. I'm starting to get the picture. Arin Vert took out a gold coin and gave it to her. Here, 1 gold coin. Is this enough to buy everything? The little girl asked in confusion, what? But you said you don't smoke. Arin Vert said, it's fine, just take it. Sian Vert took out another gold coin, smiling, and this one is for you. Keep it safe. The little girl was overjoyed. Her eyes lit up as she gasped. She handed the basket to Sian Vert and ran off, but didn't forget to wave and say thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I'll never forget this kindness. Just then, Karam appeared, teasing Sian Vert. Why don't you just switch to charity work? Sian Vert replied, what are you talking about? That direction is the scrapper. Let's follow her and see, Karam asked. Follow her for what? Sian Vert answered. You will see when we get there. The little girl Sian Vert had just helped was forcefully shoved from behind, making her cry out loudly. The one who hit her was the same man who had blocked Sian Vert's path earlier. The man said, what's this? Were you hiding another gold coin? You little brat, did you dare to trick us? The man cracked his knuckles. I bet the story about selling all the cigarettes was a lie too. The underling behind him added fuel to the fire. Teach her a lesson, boss. The man had a vicious look on his face. I needed a place to vent my anger, because of that damn bastard Simon yesterday. And you read just in time. The little girl lay on the ground with tears welling up in her eyes. Boss, no, I didn't steal anything, please believe me. Just then, Sian Vert appeared on top of a nearby pile of junk and said, the kid told you to believe her, aren't you going to stop? The man froze as soon as he heard Sian Vert's voice. This voice is, Sian Vert frowned in displeasure, an adult bullying a child for money, how pathetic. The man still wasn't scared. Look here, the bastard dared to come here himself. I won't be careless this time. Sian Vert didn't let him say any more, immediately kicking him in the face, and making him scream loudly. Sian Vert continued to beat up the thugs, causing them to scream repeatedly. The little girl sat on the ground, watching Sian Vert with a dazed expression. The thugs, beaten black and blue, repeatedly shouted, please let us go, stop, we're sorry. Why are you only targeting us? Sian Vert grabbed one of the man's legs, said a reason. I enjoy simple pleasures, such as Sian Vert smirked, a murderous glint in his eyes, torturing bad people. The thug screamed, wait please. Sian Vert forcefully broke the thug's leg. With his leg broken, the man's face contorted in agony, and a tear fell from the corner of his eye. Sian Vert picked up the gold coin from the ground, and said to the little girl, he won't be moving for a while. The little girl, still sitting on the ground, hesitated. Sir. Sian Vert handed the gold coin to the girl, smiling, don't drop it this time, okay? The little girl replied with tears in her eyes, thank you, sir. Gans now appeared, clapping his hands and saying, bravo, not bad. Sian Vert glanced at Gans. Who are you? Do I know you? He thought, because of the darkness, he probably can't recognize my face, right? Gans appeared in front of Sian Vert and said, at first, I was skeptical, but there's only one person who could do what you just did. Gans pointed at Sian Vert. You're Simon of House Iliade, aren't you? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Gans, the manager of this scrapyard. Sian Vert remained calm. Good. I was just about to ask your friend lying over there a few questions, but I guess asking you will do, right? Gans glanced at the thug on the ground. Oh, this guy. He's of no use anymore. Even with Gans's foot on his head, the thug still trusted his lord, but Gans paid him no mind, instantly killing him in a spray of blood. Gans's expression was vicious as he said, useless things have to be thrown away, right? The little girl on the ground witnessed the horrific scene and immediately screamed, covering her face as she trembled. Sian frowned at Gans. You didn't have to kill him. Wiping the blood from his face, Gans replied, sorry about that. I'm just getting a little too excited. Gans had the look of a total psycho. He licked the blood from his finger and looked at Sian. I just met the master of the Rambat Takshi. I came here because I want to fight you. Sian instantly went on guard, thinking this guy knew about Linny Halope. Seeing Sian's reaction, Gans was startled. What's this? Before he could react, Sian attacked. Gans quickly blocked Sian's attack, thinking not a bad strike. Gans grinned. You want to do this right now? He then immediately shifted into a fighting stance and said to Sian, oh, bring it on. Gans roared as he threw a straight punch at Sian. Sian quickly leaped into the air, flipping backward. To dodge Gans's punch, the powerful blow instantly shattered the ground beneath him. Sian watched this, and thought he's gonna destroy this whole place. Looking at Gans's arms, which were as hard as steel, Sian speculated, is it some kind of physical enhancement? Gans turned back, that's right. Why should we wait for the tournament? He quickly gathered his strength and leaped into the air. As Gans closed in on Sian, he said, you were even better than I expected, Sian. With a thrilled and provocative expression, Gans taunted, come on, entertain me some more. Sian frowned as Gans closed in, thinking this guy has completely lost it. Gans slammed into Sian with both hands clasped together. Meanwhile, in a certain space belonging to the god of the black mist, a purple-haired individual was sitting cross-legged in meditation. A voice spoke up, you've given Sian quite an interesting task. It was the god of the black mist, standing beside the purple-haired person. The one named in that directive isn't on the altar's list. The god of the black mist added, I'm not blaming you. I'm just surprised you dragged that child into your personal business. The purple-haired person chuckled. I won't deny that, they continued, but Linny Hallop is someone we must deal with decisively. The dark aura surrounding the purple-haired person flared violently. She continued, that's why this time. I want to see if Sian is worthy of my trust as an heir. The god of the black mist interjected. Or will he just become another Linny Hallop? An interesting question, the purple-haired woman laughed. We'll find out soon enough who can predict destiny, after all. Meanwhile, Sian was still fighting Gans. Gans looked at Sian, who was standing on the ground. You took that hit and you still standing. He continued, my trip here wasn't a waste after all. Then Gans cracked his neck and said to Sian, now, shall we continue? His bloodlust surged even more intensely. Gans taunted him again. Come on, entertain me some more. Sian, the city of Lamaster was now in chaos, with nothing left but a scene of utter devastation. Here, two men were locked in a fierce battle, unleashing every skill they had to defeat the other. Sian launched an attack at Gans. He stared at him and demanded, where is Linny Hallop? Tell me. The other man struggled to block, frowning and drenched in sweat. You were bringing her up now. His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. Don't you dare underestimate me. Sian sent a blast of energy at him, sending him flying back several feet. Sian frowned, staring intently at Gans and thinking, those arms, my attack didn't even draw blood. Gans gathered all his strength, clenched his fist, his brow furrowed, and charged at Sian. Let's see you dodge this. The attack unleashed an immense wave of power, creating a long fissure in the ground that raced toward Sian. He easily dodged it, landing on a nearby pillar. A look of pure hatred filled Gans's eyes. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and said spitefully, you were pretty good, Sian. Better than I expected. He looked up at the tall pillar, which was starting to crumble, and called out, get down from there. We're not done yet. Then he asked himself, should I make my move? Sian seemed to notice something. Wait, I think someone's here. A voice rang out as a volley of weapons rained down. Stop! Gans, his eyes blazing with anger, glared in the direction of the voice. What? Another meddler trying to get in the way. You want to die? A girl, holding a gleaming knife, pointed it at him, backed by a few tall, muscular guys. She demanded, explain right now why you were trying to pick a fight with our VIP guest. Hearing this, Ganser got even angrier and pointed at himself. He's the one who started it with me. The other person didn't back down either. She yelled back aggressively, nonsense. Ganser tried to defend himself. No, it's true. Why am I always the one who gets blamed? Sian watched their bickering helplessly. He wondered to himself, do they know each other? The girl, still furious, retorted, I can tell just by your behavior. Realizing she couldn't win the argument against Ganser, she decided to leave. Whatever, this is just pissing me off. I'm leaving. Just forget about me fighting that guy, okay? From his high perch, Sian found this scene a bit unexpected. He thought to himself, he's surprisingly well behaved. When the girl saw Sian jump down, she rushed over and asked, Sir, are you hurt anywhere? Sian, looking exhausted and clearly annoyed, replied, I'm fine, just a bit. The girl, flustered, quickly bowed with sweat beading on her face. Yes, I understand. Urea Vip, we should have done a better job protecting you. Sian then asked, is there something you want to ask of me? A bit surprised, she looked up at him. How did you know? Sian spoke to the three of them. He just mentioned he met the owner to request a fight with me, and me accepting is no big deal. All three of them were completely astonished. The girl, her eyes wide with shock, asked again, really? Sian then continued, but there's a condition. He casually put his hands in his pockets and glanced toward the corner. Find some work for that little girl over there. In the corner, a small-faced girl was trembling with fear. Outside the city, one man asked his friend, did you hear the news? The other replied, about Ganser returning to Takji, right? The first man stroked his chin and said, I heard he's supposed to fight Summon of Lim. I never expected to see Ganser of the Junkyard make a comeback. That kid is toast. In the bustling city, filled with magnificent and luxurious mansions, quickly became abuzz with chatter about the match between Sian and Ganser. Here Sian relentlessly attacked his opponents after a few fights that week. Sian learned that these betting matches had their own set of rules to follow during a battle. First, no weapons allowed. Sian glanced at his opponent lying flat on the ground. Second, if an opponent lost their will to fight, the match must end. Of course, the third rule was no killing the opponent. At least, that was the case until now. A man in dark sunglasses with bright blonde hair announced loudly, this is a no-rules match. In the ring, the two opponents faced off. The referee continued, this has been personally permitted by the owner of Takji. Sian was agitated. Hold on, what do you mean no rules? The referee laughed cheerfully and replied, it means there are no rules whatsoever. Sian was skeptical. He pointed at himself, but nobody informed me about this. At that moment, Ganser, with a cold glint in his eyes, strapped on a weapon. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this. Sian stared at him. Hey, where did you get that? He then shot an angry glare toward the referee, but the referee had already disappeared. Without leaving a single trace, a dark mood began to settle over Sian, and amidst his frustration, the match erupted violently. From a high vantage point, someone was watching closely. She thought to herself, "Let's see what skills you have." A cunning smile played on her lips. Granvert clenched his weapon-equipped hand and asked, "Didn't you know this was a no-rules match?" Sian frowned, annoyed. "I had no idea." Granvert quickly took a stance, a grin spreading across his face as his eyes began to glow red. "Well then, you should go get your weapon. That is, if you're scared now." Sian was slightly annoyed by this and sighed. "That won't be necessary." As he said that, a red aura began to radiate from his hands. Sian also got into a fighting stance, staring him down as the red aura enveloped his body. "I've already factored this in anyway. Bring it on." Granvert sized him up with a smirk. "Magic. Not bad. I was worried it would be a pity if I killed you by accident." Sian looked at him and retorted, "I thought this wasn't a death match." He licked the corner of his mouth. "It seems you know nothing about me." "I'm well aware." Granvert seemed to be reliving the feeling, the exquisite sensation of taking a person's life. Sian's blazed red as he asked coldly, "Oh, is that right?" Feeling insulted, Granvert scowled. "First, I'll gouge out those condescending eyes." With that said, Granvert lunged towards Sian. His hand flew past Sian, who dodged it with ease. At the same time, a red aura started to coalesce into the shape of a knife. A red streak flashed by, stunning the foolish Granvert. Sian decisively severed Granvert's arm, and the pain made him scream in agony. Everyone present was instantly stunned, murmuring amongst themselves, "What was that? Did anyone see what just happened?" On the fighting stage, Gans collapsed in pain, clutching his arm. My arm." His eyes blazed with immense hatred. "You bastard, I won't let you get away with this." Sian now looked like a demon. His eyes were blood red as he slowly turned around and threatened in a low voice, "Don't move, or you will really die." Gans was momentarily silenced by his expression. The referee appeared and declared Gans defeated, making Sian of Limwall Valley the winner. The audience below murmured quietly, having never seen a match like this before. So Gans suffered a crushing defeat. A man seemed agitated, that black bone and that mysterious magic. His hands trembled as he thought to himself, "There's no mistake. It's definitely the demon sword." Sian wiped his face while thinking, someone must have intentionally hidden the information about the match's rules. Could it be that Lind Halop has already figured out what I'm planning to do? The little girl from the corner that day appeared again with a bright, vibrant face. She offered the cup in her hand to him. That was an amazing match. Sir Sian took the cup of water, looked at the little girl, and asked, "Oh, have you started working already?" The girl replied, "Yes, the lay family manager told me to be in charge of facility support." The little girl looked at him. "I will be counting on you, sir." Sian glanced at her name tag. He reached out and patted her head, gently encouraging her. "All right, keep up the good work." Just then, a voice called out, "Honored guest Sian." Sian thought to himself, perfect timing. I have to get to the bottom of this today. The manager, bowed her head to apologize. To the surprise of both Sian and the little girl, the manager. She said, "I'm truly sorry, honored guest. I am very sorry." Sian looked directly at the manager. "Why did you hide from me that today's match had no rules?" Manager looked worried and quickly said, "Hide it." "Not at all. This was something only the madam and Gans discussed. I knew absolutely nothing about it. I apologize, sir. I should have checked beforehand." Sian stood up gently. "In that case, I'd like to meet the madam." "Is that possible?" Manager replied, slightly flustered. "That might be a bit difficult, sir. She rarely shows her face." Sian glanced at Manager thinking to himself, "So it won't be that easy, huh?" Then he said aloud, "All right then. Just be more careful next time." At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. "Excuse me." But a man spoke up with a proposal. "Would you be available to discuss a matter for a moment?" Sian looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" "I don't believe we've met." The man bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am Boris, of the Grey Merchants Guild." His expression twisted bizarrely as he covered his mouth. "The reason I've sought you out is because of the demon sword in your possession. Would you be willing to sell it to me?" Sian's eyes turned blood red, and his face grew several shades colder. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Morris smiled, his eyes fixed on him. "There's no need to hide it, as I am the only one who would recognize it." He spoke of his former workplace, the Ambas Guild with its camel symbol. "I used to work for the Ambas Merchants Guild." The sequence of events replayed up until 2 years ago, when the head of the guild, Nazik Sermon, was assassinated. "And then I changed my workplace to the one with the black horse symbol, the Grey Guild," he continued. "After that, I left that place and came to Lamaster to serve as the director of the Grey Merchants Guild." He bowed and spoke at length. "My area of expertise is weaponry, including swords, at my previous Merchants Guild. I also used to supply ancient weapons to the Garam Academy." Sian lowered his face grimly. revealing no emotion as he listened to him speak. Therefore, I'm certain there is no one on this continent who understands weapons as well as I do. And today, I have finally witnessed it. Morris laughed with delight. The demon sword of the black feather. For all these years, it has been waiting tirelessly for its master to arrive. He made a firm offer. Name whatever price you want. I must have it at any cost. Sian lifted the man up and repeated, only you know. Ah, that makes things even more convenient. I just need to eliminate you, and we redone. Sian grabbed Morris by the neck, hoisting him into the air. Morris clawed at Sian's arm with both hands, letting out a choked sound. Hark. Suddenly, a group of men in black appeared. Their leader's eyes were cold, glinting with intense, killing intent. The group rushed forward, pointing their weapons at Sian. Let Sir Morris go if you don't want to die. Sian's face darkened as he let out a cold laugh. Ha ha, how ridiculous. His eyes were blood red. And he asked, do you really think these guys can stop me? He looked at the men in black and thought. He even hired shadow assassins from Sia. After the death of Sermon, he's gotten better at protecting himself, huh? Sian glanced at the assassin, but Boris's face was contorted in fear as he was being choked. Can they save you before I snap your neck?
Boris struggled to make a sound. Save me!
Just then Manager Lai burst in unexpectedly. Ah, Sir Sian, our guest, what's going on? Manager Lai, holding a weapon, looked at the group. What are you people doing to our guest? Speak respectfully, or I won't hold back. Sian glanced at Lewis's terrified face, thinking that this might inadvertently drag Lewis into it. His hand slowly loosened its grip on Boris. Sian pulled his hand back, his face dark as he stared at the man. I'll let it go this time. Get lost before I change my mind, the assassins quickly asked. Sir Boris, what should we do? He gently held his neck and ordered, all of you, sheathe your swords. He struggled to offer an explanation. Sir Sian, you seem a bit agitated. Sian's face darkened as he listened to him speak. We will withdraw for now, but before leaving, Boris bowed. His face still showing fear as he made his offer. But my proposal will always stand. I hope you will consider it more carefully. With that, they quickly left. Sian frowned, thinking, the Grey Merchants Guild. That's the new guild formed after I killed Zickerman. Lay asked worriedly, are you okay, Sir Sian? He looked at the little girl in front of him and replied softly, I'm fine, with tears welling in her eyes. She looked at him. But why did so many scary people show up? Sian patted her head to reassure her. You don't need to worry about them. Then he looked at the manager beside him. I have a favor to ask of you, Manager Lai replied. What is it? Sian's eyes turned bloodshot as he spoke. I want to meet the owner of La Master. Manager Lai froze in surprise. A single drop of sweat silently trickling down her cheek. Somewhere in the city of La Master, a massive surge of power erupted. People were trying their best to calm him down. Sir Gans, please calm down, or you'll reopen your wounds. Gans, still covered in injuries, was frantically shouting Sian's name, his eyes filled with rage, his teeth clenched. I have to kill him, or I'll die. His face darkened, feeling utterly powerless. Gans recalled the scene from that day in the arena, when he stood before Sian, his head throbbing. Gans collapsed onto his seat. How can I possibly defeat that guy? I can't think of anything. Is there really no way? Suddenly, the image of the little girl cowering in the corner, that day flashed through his mind. As if he had found the key, he slowly lowered the hands covering his face, a smile spreading across it like someone who had just grasped a life-saving straw. That's right, that little brat. She can make Sian hesitate. He held a small black packet in his hand, marked with a unique symbol. Ivy figured out a way, at a building where the lights were still on. Lai was working hard, her small body carrying a stack of plates as she hurried back and forth in the hall. The door outside slowly creaked open, and the little girl looked over in surprise. Oh, a customer at this hour. Welcome to La Master. The man who had just entered gave a smile that terrified Lai. He approached her with menacing eyes, and patted the little girl's head, plunging her into fear. Remember me. Lai trembled. Yes, Gans, with a ferocious expression like a demon, opened his mouth. Then do me a little favor. In a room, a voice rang out. Why can't I see him? Sian spoke up. Should I just file a formal complaint? Manager Lai, standing beside him with her arms crossed, replied. Even if you do that, that person won't agree to see you. Sian looked at her and asked, why are you covering for Lin Hao? Manager Lai tried to explain. You even know his name already. You are truly no ordinary person. Sian crossed his arms and listened to her. Listen, that person is also watching you. And he's the one who arranged your match with Gans and suddenly changed the rules. She warned him seriously. So I must warn you. Leave this place as soon as possible, or you will die. Sian listened, thinking to himself, whose side is she on? Or is this just professional ethics? Suddenly there was a scream. Ah! 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 Manager Lai said urgently. That's from the reception hall. It's Lai's voice. Her feet quickly carried her downstairs, leaving only a messy silence behind. Sian bent down and picked up a broken piece. It was Lai's name tag, he said. I have a good idea who did this. You stay here, I'll bring her back. Managerle looked at him worriedly. Wait, we're not even sure who the culprit is. Sian's voice made Managerle tremble in fear. No, I told you. He paused, his eyes filled with killing intent. I already know who it is. All over the floor were scattered drawings. Tuts tuts task. He looked at the girl on the bed and spoke. A lady's room. And it's this messy. Delkia, with dark circles under her eyes, tried to say, who allowed you in here? Are you looking to die? Morris, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke up. Just look at this state you're in, Delkia. She looked at the person in front of her. Morris, why are you here? He slowly stepped closer. Isn't it obvious why a merchant would come here? I have a deal I want to discuss with you. Delkia quickly refused. I'm not interested in clowns. Morris held a painting in his hand. You've fallen for the kid whose face you can't even remember. Haven't you? Delkia looked up at him. What do you know to be spouting such nonsense? He paid her no mind and said sternly, since we don't have much time, I'll get straight to the point. He held a vial of medicine in his hand, smiling sinisterly. This is a high-grade anesthetic from the Gagium Kingdom. With this, you can have that kid. Delkia reached out to take it. What do you want? He smiled, clenching his fist, and replied amicably. I just need something he possesses, but I will leave his body to you. Delkia, holding the vial, asked softly, is that all? Morris replied with a firm, sanctimonious look. That's right, I'll be waiting for you. He left, his slightly blue eyes curving into a smile. Anyone will do. As long as they can get rid of that Arin Vert. I just need that thing. He thought for now, let's just hope Gans can take care of that kid. Elsewhere, Gans was sitting on a wooden box. Haha. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Simon of Lymissen, a tall and slender figure, replied. Where is that little girl? Now Gans started to swing up a tree. Here's a souvenir, and the rest is over here. Arin Vert looked towards the warehouse, his eyes lifeless. Take it away. Arin Vert smiled, his face twisting into a crazed expression. Why not just say you want to die? Gans on the other side used red strings. That's right. That's more like it. Gans's eyes grew even more frenzied. Come on, Simon. A girl sat high above, her arms crossed and at ease, her face obscured by shadows. Will that kid be able to kill Gans? Legia bowed respectfully and replied, yes, that's right. The girl looked at Legia and asked, are you worried about him? Legia tightened her grip on her arm and answered calmly, I gave up on those feelings a long time ago. But why are you so concerned with the child named Arin Vert? The girl's face, hidden deep in the shadows, curved into a smile. Oh, so you were curious about that? Then let me tell you, the gentle voice echoed, causing Legia to fall into deep thought. Do you remember Arin Vert's face? Legia frowned slightly, his face. What? Why can't I remember it? The ring on the girl's hand emitted a red aura. That was one of the powers of Adu, which makes others forget one's face. Legia's eyes widened in astonishment. Adu. You mean the god of the black mist? Linny Halop rested her chin on her hand and softly spoke. That's right. It seems the past has finally caught up to me. Hearing this, Legia immediately frowned with worry. Then, won't you be in danger? Linny Halop seemed to be looking forward to it. This is a distinguished guest who hasn't visited me in a long time. Treat them with care for me. Now Gans used a strange art to manifest a blood-soaked arm, veins popping on his forehead. What's wrong, Arin Vert? He slammed one hand down, shattering the stones into many pieces. The immense force kicked up a cloud of dust and smoke at the battle site. Arin Vert was sent flying by the blow. Now Gans stomped hard on the ground, displaying his power. Why don't you use that move from before? His eyes were filled with swirling, killing intent. The power in Gans's arm seemed to skyrocket. Try a little harder. Now Gans spoke, provoking Arin Vert. Look at the skeleton on the ground. The human trash is starting to crawl over. His hand, with red veins bulging, grabbed the skeleton. Do you know what they are? They were useless things thrown here to await disposal. With crazed eyes, he crushed the skull in his hand. This lie master is nothing but a garbage dump. The reel of time seemed to replay fragments of memory. In his childhood, Gans stood protectively in front of Legia, who was born and raised amidst that garbage. He used to be bullied. And the two of them struggled to survive in this hellish place. Back then, he was furious and would fight back with all his might. Whoever dares to touch us, I will bite back and get my revenge no matter what. Then one day they met someone. The man had one eye covered, and cold sweat poured down his face. Please, sir, spare my life. I don't want to die yet. But a sword permanently ended his life. The two children stood there, watching everything. Then one day, he eliminated the ruler of the garbage dump. The one who had been bothering them all this time. That young man swept through everyone, leaving no one behind, and said he was just sightseeing for fun during his time at Len Academy. So he just cleaned up all the trash here while he was at it. The young man reached out his hand, like a gentle morning light that draws you in. I've taken care of all the trash around here. There's nothing left to threaten you anymore. Ganser could never forget that angelic face, feeling as if he'd been enlightened. and he decided to admire that person. From that day on, his life completely changed. Granvert clawed his way up through blood and bone with the dream of one day clearing out all the trash in Lamb Master. He trained his strength and expanded his influence to become the ruler of this place. Granvert went through countless opponents, and his path to making money began in the Lamb Master arena. Although he was disqualified for killing someone, it didn't matter. The dead man was just another piece of trash that needed to be taken out. From then on, Lei left Granvert, turning her back on him because of it. But he didn't care, because IV become the dump itself. Granvert's eyes looked like they were about to burst. His brows furrowed tightly. And I'm determined to one day personally eliminate all the trash in this Lamb Master. Sian spoke in disbelief. Could you stop spouting nonsense? He looked at him with a mocking smile. Can't you see I'm still unscathed? Put a little more power into it. Granvert's eyes turned bloodshot, his brow twitched, and he laughed maniacally. Ha, that's more like it. Then I'll go all out. Chains suddenly appeared from Granvert's hand, wrapping tightly around his arm. His arm became abnormally large, his other hand holding a purple object. Let me show you something very interesting. Sian watched silently, thinking to himself, is that thing in his hand an artifact? Where did he get that artifact? The sparkling purple artifact slowly opened. This is the gravity room. The artifact closed, and a purple gem appeared, transforming the area into a magic room. The gravity room trapped Sian inside, binding the target with 20 times normal gravity. Granvert looked at him and smiled even more maniacally. Well, your endurance is pretty good. Let's see if you can handle this too. His massive, crimson hand slowly descended. Looking truly terrifying, he taunted Need a hand. Sian's face darkened as he looked down. No need, his eyes grew agitated, burning with hatred. He wasn't worth it. A flash of light erupted, and Sian shot towards Granvert. Granvert couldn't defend in time, and took a heavy blow, causing him to frown. In disbelief, what happened? He clearly couldn't move. All the magic seemed to shatter, leaving him with nothing to rely on. Impossible. Sian's eyes were filled with immense hatred as he struck him with a powerful blow. Sian went berserk, his eyes glowing brightly. I'll crush everything. Except for your ears. Granvert couldn't believe it, sweat pouring down his face. Sian relentlessly kicked Granvert again and again. Outside, a flash of light exploded, and the body of Granvert was pierced by sharp fragments, leaving him collapsed amidst the desolate rubble. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to speak. Ah! I was destined to die in this fight from the very beginning. He looked at Sian. I have no regrets. That little girl, just by being born in Lamb Master, has also become another piece of trash, hasn't she? He muttered to himself. Just like Lai and me, that's the rule set by the one who rules this city. He struggled to speak, stunning Sian. Please, don't let that happen again. If it's you, you can do it. Blood continued to flow as Granvert gradually fell silent. Sian looked at a wooden box not far away and slowly walked towards it. Slowly opening the lid, his eyes widened. On a high wall, Lai stood with two others on a platform. What happened here? She looked down at where Granvert lay motionless, his body pierced by sharp fragments. Granvert, what I feared has come true. Lai ordered, prioritize the safety of the VIP guest. Go find. A familiar voice rang out, startling them both into turning around. Lai saw Sian sitting on the ground. Mess. She was utterly astonished. Seeing him holding the little girl in his arms, Sian turned and said, she's not hurt. She's just asleep. Lai quickly took the girl into her arms and asked him, San, are you alright? He replied, I'm fine. Take care of Luai for me. Lai watched in alarm as Sian walked away. Where are you going? He replied softly. To take out the trash. Lai held Luai tightly, confused. Take out the trash. But where? Sian's eyes were bloodshot as he strode away towards Lamb Master. On the map, Lamb Master was divided into 4 sectors, with the center as the focal point. To the west was the scrapyard. To the east was the commercial district, and to the south was the entertainment district. In this place, brawls frequently broke out. This city had no organization to maintain public order, nor was it managed by any nation. Therefore, there's a control mechanism to maintain the rules here. The city's chaos is all due to the underground forces behind it, specifically the managers responsible for each area. So how do you conquer a place like this? Arin Vert silently pondered. If it were a nation, they could wage war, but that would also be difficult. So the only way is to go and deal with those managers themselves. That man replied, there's no need. Sian looked at Arin seriously. Why are you so sure? Arin, with eyes that saw through everything, knew because that city was already rotten to the core. His eyes had seen it. Only when Sian stood before this city himself did he understand. Although Arin's confident expression still made Sian wonder, Arin was right. This city was rotten to the core. Sian frowned. Observing the city, holding a teacup emitting a red aura, he thought to himself, today I will uproot this place. Although it was black tea, it had a minty flavor. It was both creamy and sweet. Sian looked at the teacup with some apprehension. The manager was clinging to his arm. This was clearly drugged black tea. This scent was definitely a very famous anesthetic from Gagium. Delkia, beside him, shyly stroked her hair and glanced at him. Thank you, Sir Sian, for accepting my invitation to come here. I'm sure you will be very satisfied tonight. Sian spoke softly, causing Delkia to flinch slightly indeed, just like this specially scented black tea. Sweat poured down her face. How strange, could he have discovered the drug in the tea? Sian's eyes, tinged with red, looked at her. I'm really looking forward to it. After saying that, he drained the teacup. To Delkia's astonishment, he drank it all in one go. The cup fell and shattered, and then he collapsed onto her shoulder. Delkia smiled at Sian, thinking to herself success. Now this brat is mine, at a luxurious house belonging to the Grey Merchant Guild in the commercial district. Delkia had successfully captured Sian. The butler bowed respectfully. News has just arrived from the entertainment district. Boris gleefully enjoyed his meal. Oh ho. The gods are on our side. Boris frowned darkly, thinking of the gravity room. I really regret giving that space compressor to that Gans fellow. It was so hard for me to get that artifact from the Gagium Academy. After saying that, he bit hard into the leg he was holding. But it doesn't matter, the demon sword will soon be mine. A man in black beside him looked at him. But for things to go this smoothly is also suspicious. Boris continued to enjoy his delicacy. Do you have to jinx it like that? The man in black said, my intuition has never been wrong. Let me scout ahead and see. Boris glanced at him. Fine, but don't do anything stupid. The man in black left, leaving Boris to continue eating. He mused. Those damn Sagia, they've already taken the money but are still causing trouble. Could they dare to covet my demon sword? On the main road, shouts echoed, making everyone jump aside. Everyone, get out of the way. A carriage spiked the wind down the busy street. Boris shouted loudly, I'm in a huge hurry. He joyfully opened the door. I'm here. Delkia looked at him. You here early, aren't you? Take it easy, what's the rush? Delkia's face was flushed as she gently licked her finger. I was just about to have some fun, Boris said hastily. I don't need the body, just what he was carrying. Delkia crossed her arms. Oh, I've already set that aside. Maurice's face flushed with excitement. Oh, that's all I need. Hurry up and give it to me. Delkia gently pulled a cord. Don't be hasty. You about to be speechless. The curtain was pulled back, revealing a pair of tightly bound hands. The red curtain parted, and a person stepped out. Maurice was stunned. Drenched in sweat, The girl in front of him pointed towards the people behind her. What's wrong? Can't find what you were looking for. Inside was a blue-haired man holding the hilt of a sword. I never expected such horrible things to be behind the curtain. A blond man holding a bouquet of flowers said, Are you into mummifying people? Boris tremblingly pointed at the girl in the red dress who was tied up. Her face was bruised and battered. Delkia. He looked at the girl who had a similar figure to Delkia and shouted, Then who are you? She replied, Don't be so rude. A face gradually appeared from under the Delkia mask. The demon sword you covet. She smiled at him. That's me. Maurice's eyes widened. He fell to the ground in astonishment. The demon sword took human form. Sian stood behind him, emanating a murderous aura. Maurice, you know too much. Maurice screamed in terror. Those damn shadow assassins, save me! Sian covered his ears. Annoyed, good grief, you read too loud. He struck with his palm. Be quiet for a bit. Maurice coughed violently as the two watched. Cough, cough, cough. If you want to see them that badly, let me send you on your way. He used his spiritual power. Black auras mixed with red appeared, creating a misty, swamp-like space. Maurice fell to his knees in disbelief. The black darkness turned into mist. His expression darkened. A powerful aura surrounded him. Sian's face darkened, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he stared at him. You were the one who gave the artifact to Gans and the paralyzing drug to Delkia, weren't you? Maurice tried to deny it. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Sian looked at him, his eyes glowing red, and smiled as he spoke word by word. I know you won't be able to do it again. Goodbye. The red aura engulfed Maurice amidst his desperate screams. No, please! He gradually fell into a bottomless abyss. Surrounded entirely by red, his face was swollen and deformed as if from drowning. He struggled to see the dark figure before him, which was his own shadow assassin. Maurice clutched his throat and screamed loudly, and Sian spoke up. Now only Dea is left. Let me take care of her. You go on ahead. She raised both hands and gave a terrifying smile. I know you reawake now. Get ready. I'm going to chop you into exactly 1,000 pieces. Her whole body trembled, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry for having such intentions. A powerful blow landed outside the door. Sian heard her desperate screams and thought to himself, at this rate, she's probably going to be beaten until she's crippled. Sian frowned. Why is there such a familiar aura all of a sudden? His eyes suddenly widened. Outside was the desolate landscape of the misty territory. A blue aura appeared, carrying a voice that put Sian on high alert. Your expression is quite interesting. In the air, a voice carrying a powerful aura spoke. I am Linny Halop, one of the managers of La Master. With one hand in his pocket, Sian thought to himself, so this is the mysterious Linny Halop. He looked up, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Also a person of the mist. Linny Halop appeared and said, "It seems Sagia hasn't told you anything about me, has she? Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have killed the other managers so carelessly." Sian moved slightly, an aura enveloping his arm. "Thanks for the help. Now I don't have to waste time looking for you anymore." He smiled at her, his aura gradually growing stronger. "Should I call you senior? Or perhaps traitor?" She smirked and held up a ring. "Ah, don't misunderstand. I am not your opponent." Suddenly, Sian frowned and looked behind him as a flash of light shot out, attacking him. Sian took a defensive stance. "Is there someone else?" Linny Halop smiled. "Go say hello." Sian was momentarily stunned, unable to believe Lai was standing behind him. "You two already know each other, don't you?" Lightning flashed in Li's eyes, her focus intense. "Yes, Lady Linny Halop." Veins bulged on her face, her gaze unsettling. "I will now eliminate the demon of Limwell." A powerful force struck down. Sian used his spiritual power to dash forward, trying to say, "Get out of the way, Lai. I have something to discuss with Linny Halop. This doesn't concern you." Lai didn't seem to hear him, and continued her attack. Sian thought to himself, "Damn it, there's no reasoning with her, is there?" His eyes turned red, and he shot forward like a blur, thinking, "Then I'll just have to do it my way." In the silence, a voice announced, "Secret technique. Bloodthirsty wave." Sian used his magic to fire a powerful beam of spiritual energy at Lai, kicking up a cloud of dust and smoke. She landed gently. Was a bit surprised, sweating with anxiety. "Looks like she's been well trained." Lai frowned, staring intently at Sian, to think he could withstand the bloodthirsty wave. Linny Halop smiled, flew closer to Sen and asked softly, "If you wanted to, you could easily kill her, so why are you hesitating?" He glanced at her. "How long do you plan to hide in that mist?" Half of Linny Halop's face was shrouded in darkness, looking slightly crazed. "I just want to see the abilities of the child that Sarek trained. If he fights against my child, who will win?" Sian frowned, thinking to himself, she knows the guild master. What's their relationship? Linny Halop flickered in and out of the mist. "Now is not the time to worry about me. You know." Lai took a powerful stance, creating a circle of daggers that attacked Sian, a rain of needles, an incredibly damaging rain of needles. Forced Sian to use all his agility to dodge. Lai gripped her dagger tightly and flew down from above, and the two clashed fiercely. Lai's eyes became lifeless, like a puppet being controlled. "Even though I've cut ties with Gans, you will pay the price for taking away my only family!" Sian's face darkened, his brow furrowed as he fought back with all his might. "So your relationship wasn't just a simple acquaintance." Looking deep into her eyes, he speculated internally. It's like a subservient part of her cruel personality has been triggered. She's using vague memories to instill killing intent. San quickly regained the upper hand, grabbing Lai by the throat, but closing the distance like this was a huge mistake. Lai looked at him, sweat dripping silently as Sian landed a blow, knocking her out. Gazing at the unconscious Lai, he thought to himself, "I've successfully silenced her." Sian's face darkened as he said, "Now it's just you and me. Come on out of that mist." Lindsay Hope floated in the air, hiding herself within the fog. "Come out. You already know this mist is me." Sian spoke up. "I'm very surprised that you a person of the mist. But the fact that you a degenerate thief is even more surprising." Her face immediately darkened, her eyes filled with discontent. Sian smiled and pointed a finger at her. "That ring from a moment ago belongs to Yunel, right? That ring has an endless source of spiritual power, and the diamond on it shines brilliantly. This is a family heirloom, from its magical power to the authority of a god." He continued, "You used it to pretend to be one of the mist people, didn't you? I have no idea how you got your hands on it." Casually rubbed his neck. "But you were just a fake." Lindsay Hope gradually became frantic upon hearing this. "How dare you submit to my almighty power?" Sian thought to himself. She took the bait. Lindsay Hope slightly opened her mouth. The power of the god of the black mist. A circle appeared, causing a dense cloud of smoke to capture Sian and render him immobile. Even the unconscious Lai was not spared. A sharp point lightly touched, creating ripples in space. "Only I can enter and exit, and besides me, nothing can move." Lindsay Hope closed in and said, "So, how does it feel to be helpless? This is true power." She condensed her energy, and streams of blue aura gradually gathered. "It's time to say farewell, goodbye, you pitiful Sian of the mist." Suddenly a voice rang out, making Lindsay Hope stop. "I've finally found you. What is this tiny space?" A bolt of pinkish-purple lightning struck down, leaving Lindsay Hope slightly stunned and fearful. Outside, Karam had arrived, her brows furrowed in anger, her eyes filled with hostility. "Huh? What is this? Are you targeting my master too?" Lindsay Hope spun around into a defensive stance, thinking to herself, did she just tear this space open? Does this woman have power comparable to the god of the black mist? She couldn't help but be astonished. Besides Adu, only one other person can do that. with an overwhelming presence. Karam frowned. Why do you always like to covet other people's things? How many pieces do you want to be sliced into? Karam snapped her fingers. But first, let me tear this tiny space to shreds. Instantly, it shattered into pieces amidst Karam's smile. Lindsay Hope was stunned, her mouth wide open. Impossible. How could it collapse so easily? Sian frowned a bit reproachfully. What took you so long? Karam looked like she was about to explode. She glared at him, thinking to herself, I just saved him and he's already complaining. What a hateful guy. Sian put his hands on his hips and whined. I was in real danger, you know. Lindsay Hope shouted in anger, shut up. There's no way you can be the successor. Lindsay Hope clenched her fists, becoming even more frantic. For the past 300 years, no one has been chosen. So how could a kid like you possibly handle it? Karam asked in a low voice, what's wrong with her? Sian calmly replied, I just stirred things up a bit earlier. Lindsay Hope grew more frantic as she spoke. You read just a brat who still reeks of his mother's milk. She lost her composure and lunged towards Sian. Don't underestimate me, you fake successor. Karam looked at her and asked, why so tense? Sian swung his dagger, creating a brilliant red streak. You won't make it as an assassin that way. The two clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. With a vicious slash of a dagger, Lindsay Hope was knocked flying, but she still managed to throw a dart. Sian's entire body shimmered with a red light. He caught the dart tightly, a fierce look suppressed in his eyes. Do you believe me now? If not, then let me show you the true power of a god. Battered, Lindsay Hope struggled to sit up on the ground. She lowered her head, looking somewhat dazed. The power of the god of the black mist. A large mass began to form. Unyielding, Sian said with blood-red eyes. Try to block this attack with that ring you were so proud of. Lindsay Hope's face immediately darkened, and a blast of power erupted, sending rocks flying everywhere. In Lindsay Hope's eyes, all of this sparked a bit of fear. At the holy temple of the black mist, a voice rang out. Are you really planning to leave? Lindsay Hope was resolute. I've already said it. I'm sick of hiding just to wait for the successor. Sarek looked at her and said simply, I understand. What a pity. Lindsay Hope turned back, smiling at her friend. Are you going to come kill me? Sarek showed no emotion. There are plenty of other bad guys out there. Why would I do that? Don't worry. Sarek's expression darkened as she warned. But if I find out you have fallen, I will have to purify you. Lindsay Hope's face immediately darkened upon hearing Sarek's words. At that time, I will take back the weapon you stole, Sarek said. No one knows right now, so don't worry about anything. Stay strong. Lindsay Halop pressed her lips together tightly. That's how I parted ways with Sarek. Lindsay Halop was determined to leave. After leaving the organization, all I could do was hide and wait for the successor. Even though I had power, she decided to build an organization where the strong were recognized. I don't want to hide and wait for the successor forever. Her hand trembled, clutching the hem of her clothes. I thought I was so close to achieving it. She was momentarily stunned and bewildered. How did it end up like this? Sian looked at her helpless and broken state and spoke up. Do you want to leave a message? Lindsay Halop lowered her face. Please tell Sarek. Sian lowered his gaze slightly, waiting in silence. Tears streamed down Lindsay Halop's face, her eyes slowly losing consciousness. Saying I was wrong, it hurts so much, please end it. Sian reached out his hand, channeling a surge of power. No one can ever predict their own downfall. With bloodshot red eyes, he silently thought, not even me. Before him was a scene of two spaces intersecting. Sian looked at the building in front of him. The domain connects directly to the hotel. Well, that saves some trouble. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why did you spare my life? Lyra, with her clothes in tatters, looked at him and asked, I tried to kill you. And I also know that you are of the mist. She clutched one of her arms, looking completely haggard. There's no reason for you to spare me. Sian looked up at her. So, are you going to tell anyone else? Lyra was a bit wary. That was enough, she asked. So what should I do now? Just then, a voice came from the doorway, and a group of people rushed in.
Lyra!
The little girl saw Lyra and ran over worriedly. Are you okay, big sis? Are you hurt anywhere? With tears welling in her eyes and her hands clenched, she said, I was so worried about you. You just suddenly disappeared. Lyra looked at the little girl. I'm glad you're okay. Does it hurt anywhere? Lie unaware of anything, threw herself into Lyra's arms, hugging her tightly. Don't you leave my sight again, the little girl sobbed. Because you a good person. You the one who treats me the best. Don't leave me again, okay? Lyra gently comforted her. I was only gone for a little while. What's all the fuss about? Sian spoke up. It seems you have something to do now. He looked at her. The manager position is open. You can take it for now. Don't let Lei grow up to be stubborn or foolish like you. Lyra replied softly, yes, I'll do that. Sian sat down and patted the little girl's head, instructing. Lei, listen to the manager, okay? Lei looked at him. Do you have to leave? Sian smiled. Yes, I'm going to check out now. Lev, well, everyone watched him go. Lyra called after him. You will come back, won't you? He waved his hand, Probably. Lyra's face flushed slightly. You have to come back, you hear. Sian smiled. Alright, no, he recalled the scene at the castle back then, thinking to himself. I hope I don't have to witness that again next time. A dagger surrounded by a dark aura rested in that person's hand. She spoke. So you finally managed to purge Lindsay Hallop. She sat on a high stone pillar, looking completely at ease. It must have been tough. Sian spoke up. You knew, and you still sent me. She twirled the dagger in her hand, and looked at him. That's right, so, is there anything you want to ask me? Sian looked up. What was your relationship with Lindsay Hallop? Was she also a member of the Mist? She smiled and replied softly. Yes, she was. The voice continued. I remember the days we endured harsh training together. She was a fellow disciple who trained alongside me. The scene of the day she left gradually reappeared. But she defied the will of the Mist, and left with the successor's ring, which is reserved only for the leader. Sian held up the brightly shining ring on his hand. This Undead ring. She landed from above. That's right, that was originally my weapon. She looked at Sian with her hands on her hips. But you can keep it. He was a little surprised. What? But this is the successor's item for the leader. Her eyes lit up, and a terrifying aura emanated from her entire body. I don't need it anymore. Because I'm strong enough already. Sian looked at the ring in his hand. I thought you sent me to retrieve it. This is quite a surprise. Karam appeared out of nowhere and said, maybe it's some kind of personal grudge. It seems like the two of them knew each other. She paid no mind, holding the dagger in her hand, and continued, I'm just keeping a promise. When one is captivated by the power of this ring, they will most likely be destroyed. Sian watched her back and asked, so this is some kind of test? He observed the energy radiating from the ring, thinking to himself, is she trying to see if I'll be corrupted by this ring's power? He frowned slightly. Are you trying to warn me that I'll also be a target for purging if I become corrupted? Karam stroked its chin, nodding. Oh, that sounds plausible. Sian asked again. You still don't believe that I'm the successor, do you? She smiled, turning her gaze towards Sen. I want to see if you'll become a disaster or a hero. If you read the hair, you have to overcome a challenge like this, right? Karam frowned, gritting his teeth as he looked at her. What did you say? So stunned he felt helpless. Fine, I'll just consider it a kind gesture. A few golden sunbeams slipped through the crack in the door. In the principal's office at Len Academy, a white-haired man stared into the distance. After the disappearance of Instructor Nerovian, the student's anxiety had reached a boiling point. He turned to the person behind him and said, it must be stressful taking this position now, but please do your best. The person replied, don't worry. Principal Kundalo. He patted his chest in assurance. I will try my best to understand the student's state of mind. I will give it my all. Principal Cell looked at him. Thanking him for his spirit, the man bowed and said, then, if you will excuse me, I will take a look around the school. Kundalo watched him leave, thinking to himself, Boris, his aura is very strange outside. Sarek rushed in breathlessly. I'm sorry for being late. Did you call for me, Principal? She looked at the man before her with some surprise as he greeted her. I am Boris, the newly appointed instructor. I look forward to working with you. His entire being radiated an incredibly strange aura. With that he took his leave. I'll be going now. Sarek thought to herself, the smell of blood is overwhelming. She watched him go, thinking that man was dangerous. Principal Kundalo looked at her and said, I heard he came from the capital. Kundalo's eyes were slightly red as he warned her seriously. Be careful of him, Sarek. His skills are outstanding, and his demeanor is polite, but he radiates a bizarre magical energy. She frowned, lightly pushing up her glasses. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Principal, she already had her suspicions. The smell of blood was absolutely unmistakable. She thought Boris looked like a walking corpse. A flag hung under the deep blue sky. Sounds of welcome echoed everywhere. Below was a mighty army, meticulously clad in iron armor, raising their flags high and proclaiming, Welcome to Len, the city of harmony. Princess Arin was a little stunned by the imposing sight before her. The city guard seems to have grown. The boy beside her was slightly surprised. Really? The two walked under the overwhelming presence of the guards, thinking to themselves, I heard they strengthened security after the bloody banquet. But this is a bit much. The pressure is intense. A sudden voice made the young princess freeze. Princess Arin, Luna smiled. It's been a while. Inside the campus grounds, butterflies fluttered about. The three of them walked and talked together. Luna said, I'm glad you're safe and sound. It's all thanks to you, princess. Arin looked at her, her heart aching a little. What do you mean? Thanks to me. You helped me so much, and you even ended up imprisoned. Luna gently closed her eyes. I'm fine. I'm very strong. The princess then introduced her companion. Let me introduce you. This is my classmate. Nana looked at Luna, his eyes sparkling. Oh, hello, you were really pretty and so mysterious. As the three of them were walking, a voice called out. A man bowed and introduced himself. I am Boris, the newly appointed instructor. You must be Princess Arin, correct? Arin looked up. Yes, I've heard of you, Instructor Boris. You're in charge of the applied magic course, aren't you? Luna listened to their conversation quietly. Boris replied, oh, you already know. I am truly honored. Might I have a moment of your time, Princess? Arin asked. Right now? Boris smiled. Yes, it's nothing serious. A layer of black aura began to envelop Boris. I am measuring the magical strength of our talented students. So would it be possible to test your magic, Princess? Princess Arin held out her hand, which emitted a stream of pale yellow spiritual energy, like this. He looked pleased. Yes, that's perfect. Luna, standing beside her, looked worried and gently tried to intervene. Wait a moment, Princess, I have a bad feeling about this. Arin looked at her. Humph. What's wrong? We were just measuring my magic. What could possibly happen? Boris reached his hand forward as winds began to rise, and the surrounding area gradually sank into darkness. That's right. This will be over quickly. At that very moment, a hand grabbed Arin's arm. Boris frowned in anger. Arin cried out in alarm. What's going on? She looked at him, his eyes glowing red and his face dark. Sian looked at Boris with apprehension, as if facing a demon. He wondered to himself why that man was here in Lewin. Boris Rem from the battlefield littered with corpses. 1,002 years ago, during the liberation battle to destroy the Demon King's army, a priest in the middle of a magic circle shouted, "It's a hit. Everyone prepare your defenses." However, the monster's claw came crashing down swiftly. The priest's blood-curdling scream echoed as the barrier was shattered by the monster's claw, creating a massive shockwave. Ignoring the casualties from that last attack, they reformed and continued to maintain their defensive positions. A young man couldn't help but grit his teeth and warn, "We can't hold them off. They'll swarm over here." The cleric behind him stammered, pointing in one direction. "Wait, someone's coming." Right after that, a powerful figure appeared in the sky. He quickly took down the monster with a flurry of sword strikes. Everyone exclaimed with joy, "He's finally here." That guy cheered. "I thought he was at the Western Barracks, but he's as elusive as the rumors say. We've definitely won this battle now." They all placed their faith in Sian. Because young Master Sian was here, Sian told them, "All the injured, retreat now. Leave this to me." The spider monster began gathering energy again. Preparing for an attack, the surroundings fell silent as a shockwave was generated. The monster fired a blue beam of light, baring its fangs menacingly. After that display, Sian clenched his fist and remarked, "I heard you were a special-grade demonic beast, so I had some expectations." He powerfully leaped onto it. Adding slow as a turtle, Sian used his power again, the dark orb in his hand pulsing with ever-increasing power, as if it would annihilate the monster. Just then, Boris calmly clapped. Sian turned toward the voice. "No wonder Lady Arin holds you in such high regard," Boris said. "Weren't you supposed to be in the rear with my brother?" Sian asked coldly. Boris admitted, "I came out because I heard the Northern Front needed support. But it seems Lord Sian has already cleaned everything up." Sian sat by the fire, speaking slowly. "That was a close call. This war truly has no end." He added more wood to the fire. The elite knights gathered at the front lines, led by the family that handed imperial authority to Emperor Neo 1 year ago. Billows of smoke rose into the air. According to the story, the demonic beasts took advantage of a gap in the weakened front lines to begin their invasion. The war continued without end, Sian reflected. It all stemmed from the greed of Emperor Linelo. If Lady Arin hadn't asked, "There's no way I would. If he come here," Boris quickly interjected. "That kind of talk could get you killed." "But I share the same sentiment, so I can't really object," Sian asked curiously. "Weren't you sent by Emperor Linelo?" Boris laughed, admitting, "I was chosen for my meager talents, but my personality seems to be a better fit for Lady Arin." Sian was curious. "Oh, what kind of talent?" Boris replied humbly while casting a spell. "It's nothing special." A surge of power was generated by Boris. "I just gather the traces of mana that Lord Sian used and turn them into a mana orb." Very quickly, a small mana orb was contained and then formed into a pellet for preservation. Boris pondered for a moment. Lorsen's mana is truly special." Sian asked with interest, "What's so special about it?" Boris said mysteriously, "You possess immense potential. Perhaps you might just be the one I've been searching for." Sian narrowed his eyes, calculating inwardly, thinking back. That was probably when the hunt for me began. Sian tightly gripped Arin's hand, leaving her stunned. He told himself that this time, he couldn't make the same mistake again. Looking at Boris in front of him, he resolved to never let him take his mana. Boris also narrowed his eyes, assessing him and wondering about this kid. The student beside them quickly said, "Sian, were you just being rude to the princess?" Boris said awkwardly, "Oh, hello. It seems there's been a misunderstanding here. I was merely investigating a student's abilities as an instructor," Sian retorted. "I've never heard of such a procedure." Instructor, he thought to himself. Boris, he's been appointed as an instructor at the academy. Boris explained awkwardly, "If you feel that uncomfortable, you don't have to force yourself. I apologize for my rudeness, Sian said seriously. Fine, I accept your apology. Before everyone gets more uncomfortable. Please leave at once. Arin's face turned beet red. How rude. Boris gave a strained laugh, not expecting him to show such open hostility. He agreed very well. Boris bowed. I'll be on my way. And just like that, Sian drove him away. Luna rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, Boris hem. I've never heard of a mage by that name before, she said. You can let go of my hand now, right? Sian let go. My apologies, princess, Arin said shyly.
No, it's all right.
She rubbed her wrist and continued. I'm sure you have your reasons. You were my person, so it's fine. Arin's face suddenly flushed red. Your person. Arin suddenly grabbed his wrist, surprising him. Huh. The princess pulled him along, dashing off. I have something urgent to do, so I have to go. Goodbye. Sian was flustered. Yes. Luna had something she wanted to ask. Do you know anything about that instructor, Boris? He replied, a little. She gave a slight smile. How interesting. I've never heard of him before. Sian quickly stopped her. Don't. Let me warn you first, Luna. Absolutely do not get close to or try to find out about him. I'm leaving now. She watched his back as he left, thinking to herself that he had been very tense the whole time. Is something wrong? The sky was clear and blue, Luna remarked. Well, that just makes me even more curious. Sian raised his hand, channeling his mana. He quickly cast a spell, creating countless pieces of candy that rained down, making Nana shout in admiration. Wow, a candy waterfall. Sian told the servants, you two have worked hard while I was away. The little girl was overjoyed with the pile of candy. I'm the candy master, Brian said confidently. It was no trouble at all. You were the one who worked hard, sir. The girl beside him sighed. Brian wouldn't let me cook at all. Sian retorted. Didn't you say before that you liked having someone cook for you? She sighed. It feels like my main job has been stolen from me, he asked. Is that so? Sian ordered. Then let's go train Brian. Brian was stunned. Huh. Right now, Sian smirked. That's right. Right now, take off your apron. Brian could only accept with a grim face. Yes, sir. The two of them walked out, one after the other, and the scene shifted to the academy's physical training grounds. Sian was a bit surprised. Oh, someone's still training. Limus was currently holding her sword tightly, panting, as she swung it down powerfully once again. Seeing this, Brian clicked his tongue in admiration. Wow, she's pretty skilled. Moving around with a greatsword as tall as she is, Sian agreed. Yeah. It's impressive. He smiled, thinking to himself, of course it's impressive, because she'll later be known as the continent's greatest swordsman. Sian picked up a sword and asked, let's see how much you've improved. Limus turned her head and stammered, young master, what do you mean by that? Sian said slowly, I mean I genuinely want to challenge you, make your move. She was wary, but this is a real sword, and you were using a wooden one. I should use a wooden sword too, to be fair. Sian brought his sword down on her directly. He continued his assault, forcing her to raise her sword to block. Sian praised her. Limus, good reflexes. Limus was stunned. Is this really a wooden sword? Why is it so heavy? The two continued to clash fiercely. Limus shouted, then I won't hold back anymore. The two fought seriously. Sian praised, that's a pretty good strike. He smiled encouragingly. A little more effort. Sian provoked her. Is that all you've got? Attack like you, retrying to kill me. Limus struggled to keep up, thinking, what? I'm clearly attacking, but I can't even touch him. She rushed forward, telling herself, no way, I have to land a hit. However, her efforts were quickly defeated by Sian. All right, that's enough. The sword flew out of her hand. Sian pointed the wooden sword at Limus, reminding her, letting your emotions take over will reveal many openings in your attacks. Pay attention to that. She averted her eyes and admitted, I'm no match for you at all. You were really strong. Sian's words made her blush beet red. You have real skill. Don't be so hard on yourself. Being able to wield a sword that even a grown adult would struggle with is no small feat. Limus became shy at his continued words. If you keep this up, I'm sure no one will be able to surpass your swordsmanship in the future. She stammered, what? What's with you? Hurting me and then comforting me, you were really something else. Sian thought to himself, you just don't know it yet. He put a hand to his chin. Since you can handle this much, I don't need to step in anymore. He turned his head and said to the young man beside him, from now on, you'll train with her. Brian stammered, huh? Me? Sian rolled his eyes. Yes, you, he instructed Limus. I'm counting on you. She nodded. Okay, Brian asked curiously. Where are you going, young master? Sian said, I have some business to take care of. Brian scratched his head, embarrassed. Then I'll be in your care. Limus agreed. Yes, her eyes lit up with a fiery passion, eager to be taught. Seeing this, Brian Kendrick froze. So scary. As he walked on, he spotted Luna's figure in the distance and thought, what is she doing here at this hour? He wondered about Luna. Sian glanced in her direction. Over there, Luna suddenly spoke up. That's Instructor Boris's research lab. He walked over curiously. Are you planning to go inside? Luna was suspicious. She chuckled and asked back, How did you know? I've just been standing here looking. Sian narrowed his eyes. Are you really going in? What for? Luna said nonchalantly. Because I'm curious. She stated plainly. I've never heard the name Boris Hem before. The Garam Association has no mention of a ninth circle mage with absolutely no records. She concluded, it's too strange. Sian chuckled to himself. She's looking for trouble again. Luna proposed, so. You will help me, won't you? He asked curiously. Why should I do that? Her eyes shifted slightly. Because I get the feeling you know that person. And it seems you really hate him, too. Sian sighed, thinking to himself. Now we've gotten both of us into trouble. Looking up, he guessed that the man had finally left the research room. He looked toward a distant door, unable to sense any trace of him anymore. Gently pulled Luna aside, instructing, I'll go first, stay close. She agreed. He activated a skill, and a bookshelf opened up behind the door. Seeing the books filling the shelves, Luna exclaimed, there are so many books here. She continued, they're all ancient books. It seems this guy is a real bookworm, huh? Sian scoffed, maybe he just likes to collect them. Luna discovered that most of them were about ancient magic. Suddenly, Sian sensed something. He looked out the window, thinking, where are you going? On the roof. Karam said, don't mind it. Just focus on your task. Sian thought to himself. Why would he suddenly go up on the roof? Luna also noticed. I think I've found something. Sian turned his head as Luna pointed out a very ancient book. Sian thought to himself. No, it's not just an ordinary book. He realized it was Boris's treasure, a surge of power gathering. In the distance, a woman with flowing hair stood. She said with disgust, you're always so nauseating, aren't you? Stop beating around the bush and come out. Her gaze was harsh as feathers continued to fall. Long time no see, Karam. He asked how it felt to wake up after 300 years. She smiled maliciously. I was doing fine a moment ago. But seeing you ruined it, he taunted. Your personality hasn't changed a bit, has it? No wonder you chose such a terrible master. Karam raged. What did you just say? He slowly landed. Now calm down. He suggested. I didn't come here to fight today. Karam scoffed. So you want to talk? He held up a finger. That's right. Karam's face twisted in anger. Nonsense. What kind of trick are you planning now? Luna flipped through Boris's ancient book. This is the first time I've seen this type of grimoire. It's like it's recounting history. She discovered the letters were arranged like a code. It's going to take a lot of time to decipher this, Luna said cautiously. Right now, I can only make out this picture. She touched the page, which felt as if it had just been drawn. What could this mean? Luna pondered. The sun and black clouds. Or is it mist? Sian suddenly slammed his hand over the book, startling Luna. He warned, we have to destroy this thing immediately. Luna was shocked. Why? Sian narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, because this is where it all began. He placed his hand on the book, recalling the bloody banquet and other horrific events. Boris' voice came slowly. My apologies, but I can't allow you to do that. Sian whipped around, startled Boris. Damn it, he thought. I was so focused on the treasure that I didn't sense his presence. A beam of light shot out from the book. Boris snatched it into his hand and laughed. I was just on my way to see you. This makes things much more convenient, he said, putting them on high alert. Being followed isn't a pleasant feeling. You know, Boris coldly cast a spell. First, let's have Miss Luna leave this place, very quickly. She was teleported away by Boris. The magic so forceful it caught Sian by surprise. Boris reassured him. That was a bit rough, but don't worry. I've sent her safely back to the dormitory. Boris suggested to Sian. Now then, shall we have a private chat? He added ambiguously, I'm very interested in you. Not just your appearance, but your more personal aspects as well. Sian smiled outwardly while cursing inwardly. This guy is insane. I really want to kill him right now. He looked at the book in Boris's hand and thought, but this is a serious problem, and Karam just had to be away at a time like this. Meanwhile, Karam was demanding impatiently, what is this nonsense? Say something that makes sense. He gave a fake smile. My master is the one chosen by the gods. You can't possibly win. Karam was unimpressed and, are you suggesting that I, the demon sword, should side with Lumendel and betray my master? He asked. Why would you need to do that? There are other ways. He blatantly tempted her. For example, you could take over your master's body. That alone would be enough to cause problems for us. Karam sneered coldly. What are you scheming now, you creep? A struggle unfolded between good and evil, light and darkness, creation and destruction. Two concepts that could not coexist in the world clashed relentlessly. A six-winged cherub stood at the apex, and in the end, light always triumphed. The Empire, on a beautiful morning. Since the end of the great war between gods and demons, 300 years had passed, and the land had become more prosperous than ever. The scene shifts to a temple. But the world is slowly forgetting us. The statue of the god remained, but it no longer received the same respect or worship as before, he said. We've given a lot of thought and have come to this conclusion. He continued with a wicked tone. There must be darkness, for darkness will make us shine even brighter. Karam scoffed. What a pathetic reason, she bluntly exposed him. In short, if I take over my master's body and rebel, you all will suppress me and become the saviors, right? His burst out laughing. That's right, it's so much easier talking to you, Karam. As he was laughing heartily, a surprise attack forced us to scream in pain. Karam lunged in fury. Nonsense. His just laughed back, full of excitement. What a shame, a vortex was created, his casually asked. Aren't demon swords born to take over their masters? UV had a change of heart. Karam gnashed her teeth bitterly. You were the ones who designated us as evil, so solve your own problems. Don't you dare try to push them onto others. His sneered contemptuously. I never expected you to think that way. It would be better if you were as easy to talk to as Aru. Wouldn't it? Karam's gaze turned cold at his words, but it was also a pleasure meeting you today. She watched angrily as the vortex disappeared along with his feathers. What in the world have you done? You old god. You foolish Aru. Boris introduced. This is a high-grade black tea from the Spania Mountains. I wonder if it suits your taste. Sian asked, what do you want from me? Boris chuckled, an instructor taking an interest in a talented individual. Isn't that natural? Sian retorted, but I'm hardly ever in class. Boris remained calm. Then why don't you attend class? Sian didn't hesitate to answer. Because there's nothing to learn. Boris's eyes narrowed. Does the Duke know about this? Sian rolled his eyes in disdain. Just get to the point. Boris didn't beat around the bush. Then I'll ask you directly, have we met before? Sian frowned. Why would you think that? Boris referred to their last encounter. I sensed hostility from you. He recalled Sian's demeanor, especially his eyes, which even held a murderous intent. Boris maintained his smile. This is the first time I've met young Master Sian, but I'm not sure if you know me, Sian countered. I should be the one who finds this strange. A mage possessing 8th circle mana should be famous everywhere. Boris's gaze turned dangerous. I prefer the quiet. Sian met his eyes. Where are you from? Boris replied, a very distant place. You wouldn't know it even if I told you. The two faced each other, but Sian knew Boris was lying. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, he definitely doesn't want to reveal that secret. He hid it until the very end in my past life, too. He asked again, is there nothing else you want to ask me? Boris gracefully declined. It's getting late, if there's anything else. We can find out gradually. Night fell. Boris, with a surprisingly cold expression, looked at the book in his hand and remarked. No wonder Lord Aro feels threatened. It's very likely that he is the aide who was once by Princess Arin's side. Boris placed his hand on the book. Life is truly ironic. The younger brother of the savior blessed by the god Lumendal has become the master of the demon sword. His suddenly appeared, laughing. Isn't that destiny? Boris acknowledged. Destiny is an interesting way to put it. Lord has continued. The demon sword Karam is likely the darkness we've been searching for. Boris touched the ancient book, analyzing. If your prediction is correct, he will surely help you shine even brighter. Just like the darkness that eclipses the sun in the prophecy. Boris revealed a wicked expression. The savior's return will begin soon. Karam stepped out of the magical space. She was at the dark shrine. A voice rang out. It's not. Often I see you come here on your own. Aru, sitting on the throne of darkness, asked. Is something wrong, Karam? She didn't waste words, getting straight to the point. Are you asking because you don't know? I just met his on my way here, she remarked. It wasn't far from this place. Aru was suspicious. What did he do to you? It dawned on Karam, so he did know. What are you thinking? Letting them run wild. Have you forgotten how they dragged you down? Aru teleported behind Karam and lectured. It's not like I can fall any lower. There's nothing to be afraid of. Karam furiously shouted. Easy for you to say, but they were planning to use me and Sian. Aru asked. Isn't that your wish? Karam was confused. What wish? He replied to protect Sian. Aru drew a talisman. I will grant your wish. He commanded, take this order. Everyone from the mist will support you and Sian. Karam took it, so in the end, he still wouldn't intervene directly. What on earth happened between you and Lumendal? Aru said calmly. You just need to know that everything is for the sake of you two. Karam spat him. That's no excuse for you. She stomped resentfully towards the portal. Just keep hiding in your shell here, you coward. Aru watched her leave with a pained expression. Hey, that's a sad thing to say. Over at the holy statue, a priestess is bestowing a title upon Alicia. In the name of the supreme god of light, Lumendal, I shall grant you a sacred blessing. A worthy vessel of salvation. Her voice echoed in the solemn hall. I ask you, do you truly wish to become the sole ray of light to save this dark and perilous world? The saintesses bowed reverently as the high saintess raised her voice. Can you live on the front lines and lay down your life there? Alicia solemnly declared, Your Holiness, I, Alicia, will follow the will of the God of Light. Lumendal, her eyes were firm, but her heart wavered, wondering if this was the right path. All the holy soldiers bowed respectfully. Recently, the Empire has been recruiting exceptional talents into the Knights of Light and sending them to the front lines. Alicia mused that because of this, the royal army was helpless against disasters like the bloody banquet. She looked up at the statue of Lumendel. Although joining the Knights of Light had been her long-held dream, is what I must protect truly on the front lines. A familiar voice called out, "Congratulations, Lady Alicia." She happily recognized Cecilia. Cecilia beamed. "You've finally achieved your dream," Alicia replied, flustered. "I should be calling you Knight Cecilia now. I'm just a low-ranking knight." Cecilia laughed. "When it's just the two of us, let's just be like we were before." Alicia bowed awkwardly. "But I can't be disrespectful to my senior." Cecilia looked flustered. "Ah, my lady, the waterfall is still flowing," she encouraged her seriously. "The path you've chosen, Alicia, is not wrong at all. I'm sure of it. I've been watching over you for a long time." Alicia was still hesitant, but I still feel a bit confused. She was distressed. The screams of countless people and their cries for help still echoing in her ears. Cecilia suggested, "Then there's only one way to find out if you resuited for the front lines." Alicia asked curiously. "What way is that?" Cecilia said confidently, "Go to the front lines with me," she boasted. "Duke Vert, the commander-in-chief of the Knights of Light, has already assigned a mission to you and me." Cecilia relayed the order. "Answer the summons." Alicia was stunned. "He assigned a mission to me." Brian tightened his boot, preparing his sword and sheathing it, fully equipped for battle. Someone else wondered, where is he going so suddenly? Brian turned to Nana and Amelia. "I don't know, he just suddenly told me to get ready, so I did. But where are you going?" Before Brian could finish, Nana asked worriedly, "Will we not see you for a long time again?" Sian Vert approached slowly. "No, it won't be for long this time." He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Nana. Brian, are you all prepared?" Brian replied confidently, "Yes, I've prepared as you instructed. But where are we going?" Sian Vert said, "Limwell Valley." Amelia was surprised, "The same place as last time." "But you said it was very far away," Sian Vert said nonchalantly. "It's quick if we go this way." "Let's go," he thought. "I have to hurry." A spatial gate opened, Sian Vert said to himself, "because the day my sister Alicia dies is today, during the royal inspection." The troops moved on horseback, shouting loudly. "All troops, halt." The man turned to the group. "We have arrived. It's been tough on you, Lady Alicia." Alicia, from behind, laughed. "What's with the lady, Sir Yunel?" The sky was stained red. Yunel said, "You have become a Knight of Light and come here, which is a source of pride for us," Alicia said shyly. "Don't flatter me like that. I still have much to learn." Yunel chuckled softly. "If it's you, my lady, I'm sure you will do well. The Duke must be proud of you too." Alicia dismounted. "Yunel, I told you not to call me, my lady." He laughed louder. "The Duke is waiting for you." A pair of silver-armored knight's boots landed on the ground. Alicia reported, "Eldest daughter of the Vert family, Alicia Vert, has received your orders and arrived." Vert frowned and turned to give instructions. "Today, there will be an inspection from the third prince, the fourth prince, and the second princess. Go and prepare quickly." Alicia complied. "Yes, understood," she thought. He's the same as ever. So cold he doesn't even feel like family. An announcement rang out. "The princes and the princess have arrived." A large entourage approached. The third prince, Fabian Severus, said with disgust, "The smell here is really unpleasant." The fourth prince, Nerovian Severus, held his nose in disdain. "How can they live in such a filthy place?" The second princess, Violet Severus, was gentle and mild-mannered. "You always work so hard on the front lines, Sir Vert." Alicia and the others bowed respectfully. "I, Vert, greet your highnesses." The princes and the princess, the two princes looked annoyed, showing their disdain. "Let's get this over with quickly and leave. This inspection is just a formality anyway. The monsters won't attack, right?" Vert chuckled softly. "The monsters in the rear are small fry at best. Our family has the finest knights. You need not worry." Alicia stared blankly towards Arin Vert. Her brother Willis patted Arin Vert's shoulder encouragingly. "That's right, I trust you will do your utmost on this mission." Arin Vert agreed. "Yes, I will not disappoint you, father." Fabian was disgusted. "Just deal with them when they get here," Arin Vert replied. "We are not like you. Our status is far nobler." Everyone agreed. "Yes, your highness." Violet offered encouragement. "Please do a good job escorting us, Sir Arin Vert." Arin Vert replied politely. "It is my honor." Violet looked around and quickly asked, "But why isn't Lino here?" "He's not the type to be absent on an occasion like this," Arin Vert explained. "Due to an urgent matter, he has entrusted this protection detail to me." Violet exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? Being protected by you, Sir Arin Vert, is truly reassuring." A large contingent of troops had assembled. Alicia looked at Arin Vert. He always protected the crown prince. But now he was here to protect the princess and the twin princes on the front lines. Was it just a coincidence? Arin Vert suddenly spoke up. "I heard you ranked first when you joined the knight squad, didn't you?" He said coldly. "Congratulations, Alicia." She felt a sense of fear. His gaze was familiar. She recalled her 9th birthday when Arin Vert patted her head and said, "Happy birthday, Alicia." She accepted the gift. Arin Vert had given her a 4th-level magic scroll, with the intention that she should train her strength to one day possess 4th-level magic power and use it. Alicia studied diligently. When she reached 4th-level magic power, she suddenly remembered the scroll. As she touched it, she was surprised. Is this a summoning scroll? A hand stopped her. Alicia was startled. Cecilia explained, "This is a summoning scroll for an intermediate-level beast. It's very dangerous." Alicia broke into a cold sweat. If I had used it back then, I might have died. Looking at Arin Vert's back, she wondered if he knew about the danger and still gave it to her. Thinking of him, she became suspicious, wondering what his true motive was. In the carriage inspecting the Nerovian region, Fabian was angry. "What? He just handed it over to us." Fabian was suspicious. "This is highly suspect. What is he plotting?" Violet spoke up. "Someone like him being sent to protect us. Isn't it reasonable to be suspicious?" She narrowed her eyes. "You two know exactly what kind of person he is. Be prepared, unless you want to die unexpectedly." The carriage began to shake. Nerovian peeked out. "What's going on?" Alicia reported, "We under attack." She urged, "Your Highnesses must evacuate immediately." A monster roared. This area was under attack by a special grade beast and Anta. The 2 princes were terrified. What? The monster attacked relentlessly. Nerovian was shocked. An earth dragon. "Weren't we told there were no special grade monsters here?" Alicia warned. "Hurry up." Nerovian stammered. "Damn it." A giant claw aimed for the carriage. Alicia cast a magic spell, shouting "Storm Guard." She struggled to hold on, yelling "Go!" Alicia thought, "It's impossible. Why is there a monster in the rear?" Nerovian ran away. Fabian yelled, "Don't just run around, you coward." A voice rang out, leaving Violet stunned. Arin Vert stood pensively, holding his sword. "I will protect you. Come closer to me." Violet gritted her teeth, thinking, this is his goal, to use this chaos to kill me. Alicia turned her head in surprise. Sir Arin Vert. Countless attacks clashed within the tempest. The monster's shriek echoed. Alicia was over to see reinforcements in the form of Cecilia. Cecilia said, "Quick, over here." Alicia grabbed Princess Violet's hand and pulled her along. "My apologies, Princess Violet." Violet was bewildered. "Where are we going?" Cecilia said urgently, "We need to leave this place for now." Alicia turned back, a bad feeling creeping over her. The look in Arin Vert's eyes as he stared at Violet was terrifying. Her eyes widened. The monster roared, swiping its claws toward Arin Vert, but he stood there unfazed, easily blocking the attack. Lady Alicia looked up and asked, "What in the world is that?" Cecilia shouted, "Alicia, hurry up." The Anta-hound appeared right over Arin Vert, leaping down from above and landing with a growl. On my signal, "Everyone get into position." With sharp eyes, Arin Vert glanced at something in the distance and clicked his tongue. The Knight Commander ordered, "All knights, do not let it get near the prince and princess. Form ranks." The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing terrifyingly sharp teeth. As it opened its mouth, a glowing purple orb flew out. Arin Vert frowned in annoyance. What a pain. The small orb gradually expanded into a large sphere, flying straight towards the knights. A knight yelled, "Fall back." Arin Vert raised his holy sword, which began to glow with power. He swung the holy sword, striking the monster's orb with great force. Arin Vert shattered it completely. The knights cheered in admiration. "Wow." Sir Arin Vert blocked it. Provide support. From a distance, Princess Violet watched everyone fighting. As she fled with Lady Alicia, she kept looking back. Suddenly, something caused Violet to stop in her tracks. She collapsed to the ground with a cry. Alicia, not understanding what was wrong, shouted, "Princess! Princess!" She then asked, "Are you hurt somewhere?" Violet gave a terrifying smile, her eyes glowing red. "I won't be taken down so easily." Alicia Vert blinked, not understanding what was happening. Before she could react, Cecilia stabbed Alicia Vert in the back with her sword, causing her to freeze. Alicia Vert stammered as blood trickled from her mouth. With a cold expression, Cecilia pulled the sword from Alicia Vert's body, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud. Cecilia asked, "You Arin Vert's sister, aren't you?" Violet leaned in and continued, "I saw my brother Luel secretly retreat this time, so I was suspicious." Without letting Alicia Vert answer, Cecilia continued, "You must be taking advantage of the chaos to eliminate us and blame someone else, right?" Cecilia added, "This is just self-defense, in pain." Alicia Vert replied, "You've misunderstood. I wanted to help the princess." With a terrifying smile, Violet covered her mouth. "Do you think I don't know about the ambitions of your family and Yunel? I won't be taken down so foolishly." Alicia Vert grimaced in pain. Violet held up the royal decree. "If you want to justify yourself, do it in the short time you have left." She threw the decree at Alicia Vert. "Maybe Yunel will save you." Violet's red eyes were terrifying. The two of them disappeared, leaving Alicia Vert lying in pain with her wound. As she suffered, Alicia Vert thought, "Cecilia can't be like this. She must be controlled by magic or have some unavoidable reason." She shed tears in despair. "She couldn't have abandoned me like this." Suddenly, she saw red-eyed monsters walking on two legs, tongues out and sharp teeth bared, approaching her. Alicia Vert gripped her sword and looked at the ground. Get a grip. She slowly forced herself up as the monsters got closer and closer. I can't die here. I have to survive. Alicia Vert struggled to her feet and continued to fight through the pain. I have to survive to find out why she betrayed me. Alicia Vert used her remaining weak strength, channeled her internal energy, and cast a spell. Oh, mother of all things, the source of life. The monsters charged straight at her. Alicia Vert shouted, "Tremble at my fingertips." She fought using the Unjin spear. Violet and Cecilia had teleported back to a safe hideout. Violet crossed her arms and sighed lightly. Phew, I can finally breathe. She lay down on the bed. The air there was disgusting, wasn't it? Cecilia replied, yes, it was, Your Highness. A sad expression flickered across Cecilia's face. She remembered the time she ate ice cream and had a pleasant conversation with Alicia Vert. Cecilia felt guilty. Violet asked, why did you spare her? Cecilia said, I don't understand, Your Highness. Violet sat casually, resting her chin on her hand. You could have ended her life right then and there. I even ordered you to kill her. Cecilia replied coldly, she's going to die anyway. The monsters will take care of her for us. Back at Alicia Vert's battle, she gently moved her hand, a monster screamed and fell to the ground. Alicia Vert had defeated the terrifying monsters but was exhausted from losing too much blood. She collapsed to her knees. It's over. I have to go back. She was distraught, not knowing how to report this. How can I report to the night squad that Princess Violet tried to kill me? Who would believe me? She got up and ran from the gloomy place. First, I have to get out of here, then I'll figure out the rest. Alicia Vert stopped, sensing something was about to happen. A giant, high-level salamander burst from the ground, breathing fire. Alicia Vert panicked. I have to think of something. I have to survive. Compared to the monster, she was tiny. I have to think of something. The salamander opened its fiery maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Alicia Vert cried, I can't think of anything anymore. The monster roared menacingly. Violent blade storm. Amidst the monster's roar, a young man arrived with his blade to rescue her. Alicia Vert looked up at the young man soaring into the air. Who is that? The monster loomed over her, opening its mouth to swallow her. Suddenly, the young man grabbed her by the shoulder. My apologies, Lady Alicia. Before she could understand what was happening, the young man held her tightly and leaped away. The monster missed its prey. His feet nimbly dodged the fireballs spat by the salamander. He shouted, hot, hot, so hot. Alicia Vert was in Brian's arms, right, Brian? So is that person with him? The monster growled, breathing fire everywhere, spraying it toward where Brian and Alicia Vert were hiding. Luckily, they found a place to hide from the fire. Brian said, please hold on for a moment, my lady. The flames drew closer, about to reveal their location. Suddenly, a sword erupted from the ground. Brian shouted, over there! The monsters saw something glowing in the distance. A person emerged from the ground with a sword and asked, are you guys having a collective case of esophagitis or something? It's Karam. The monsters started vomiting everywhere. Brian howled with delight. Karam's number one. Karam shouted, hurry up, Sian Vert. Alicia Vert stared wide-eyed through her tears. He used the dense fog 3 forms, fog-shaped technique to fight back against the monsters. Sian Vert used void sphere, and the monsters looked up and roared loudly. Sian continued to use his splitting technique. 1 orb became 2, shooting straight at the ferocious monster. Then he moved on to the second one, split into multiple orbs. Flying straight into the horde of monsters, they were defeated and killed. But the fire remained, though it was dying down. Brian helped Alicia leave the area. Sian stood amidst a sea of fire, with monster corpses scattered everywhere. I had a feeling. Alicia approached and touched Sian's mask with her hand. The mask fell to the ground. Sian's eyes filled with tears as he stared, speechless. Sian smiled brightly. Good thing I wasn't too late. Brian used her magic to heal Lady Alicia's wounds. Was Cecilia a spy for Princess Violet? Alicia replied, sad and tearful, and I didn't realize it until now. I'm such a fool. She continued. And I even dared to say things like I would inherit the family. Sian looked off into the distance and said, it's not your fault. The ones responsible for this are Cecilia and Princess Violet. Sian glanced at Alicia, and Arin too. Alicia stood up angrily. Are you saying he orchestrated this? You knew something, didn't you? Seeing Alicia stand up, Brian panicked, her eyes wide. Your wound hasn't healed yet. Ignoring her injury, Alicia continued speaking. But that was clearly Father's order, Sian replied, also annoyed. It was probably Arin's suggestion, you know it too, if it's his request. Father will do anything. Sian placed his hands on Alicia's shoulders as she lowered her head and asked, but for what purpose? Sian looked at his sister and said, so he can inherit the family for himself. Alicia was furious. Inherit the family. Her gaze was terrifying. He'd kill a family member for that. She collapsed to her knees with a grunt of pain, and Sian said, your wound, though exhausted. Alicia pressed on, are you sure about Arin? replied, I'm sure you know his true nature as well. Alicia was in despair. I thought I was the only one who felt it. Turns out you did too. But it's strange, Arin's face appeared in her mind. She asked, why can't father and the others see it? It's as if Arin has something that I don't. Alicia recalled the high-level monster from the fight earlier. There seemed to be an invisible power protecting Arin. Sian frowned, thinking, an invisible power. He remembered his fight with Arin. It was something he had felt very clearly too. I almost touched it. But Arin had a power that Sian couldn't touch. That power blocked Sian. What was it? Sian's eyes sharpened. A power that could even repel the demon sword. It can only be that. Alicia continued, we have to tell father quickly. Sian replied, no, now's not the time. I'm afraid father won't listen. Alicia insisted. That might be true if it's just you. But if we convince him together. Sian's face was cold. I'm sorry, sister. But please trust me this time. If we do that, we could turn the entire Knights of Light against us. Alicia asked, turn the Knights of Light into our enemies. Arin walked on a red carpet, with people below cheering for him like a star. In his past life, Arin was always praised, his face adorned with a captivating smile. Everyone loved and followed him as if they were seeing a savior leading them. Sian himself was once one of Arin's admirers. Because everyone saw him as a hero, no one suspected a thing. Sian crossed his arms and looked at Arin, thinking it was strange in hindsight. To everyone, he was like a religion. If there were believers, shouldn't there also be dissenters? The Duke's face appeared in his mind, but whether it was his late father, the two ambitious princes, or those who always sought the truth, they all trusted Arin without a shred of doubt. When Sian was defeated by Arin, even in the final moments of his life, he still trusted him. The rage of betrayal welled up, and Sian lay on the ground in agony, wondering what made me trust Arin so much. It could all be explained by a single conclusion. The beast within his body manifested. His eyes turning red. Arin was an absolute being, granted power by the supreme god Lumendal, the savior of this world. Scene change. A group of soldiers is protecting the princes.
They're coming!
Everyone prepare to protect the princes. A giant monster surrounded them. One prince cried in fear, it's over.
We're all going to die!
The prince next to him said in annoyance, Humph, you fool. Get out of the way. Arin flew in, swinging his sword at the monster to protect the two princes. The white-haired prince praised him.
Arin, well done.
Arin smiled. Stand back. The monster let out a massive roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Arin unleashed his attack. This is the end for a mad beast like you. Sage's judgment. The monster spat something from its mouth, and getting hit by it would mean being blown off the face of the earth. The scared prince leaped onto the white-haired prince's back in fear.
He screamed, they're coming!
The white-haired prince yelled in pain.
You fool, let go!
Arin Vert continuously launched attacks to fight the monster. He created a barrier to block its spray attack. The battle was intense, their clash sending surrounding rocks flying everywhere. The monster spewed out a terrifying substance. Wherever it went, the ground shattered, it roared, and a purple smoke spread like a fog, blinding the soldiers. Its eyes flashed. The monster roared madly and charged at Arin Vert. He created a shield to block the monster's toxic substance. From behind the shield, Arin Vert shot forward like a flash of light, leaping up and slashing half the monster's face with his sword, splattering bright red blood everywhere. As Arin Vert landed, the monster roared loudly and collapsed. He walked past it, retracting his power into his hand and asking, is everyone all right? The people cheered. It's Sir Arin Vert. He's truly in a league of his own. Even an earth dragon is no match for him. The white-haired prince praised him. Excellent work, Arin Vert. We will report this to His Majesty the Emperor. Arin Vert pursed his lips as if to speak, but then smiled. I am honored, Your Highnesses. The scene changes to Alicia Vert staring blankly with wide eyes. Arin Vert is the savior. That's impossible. How could a person like that be chosen by a god? Sian Vert looked down, his expression somber. As long as he is the savior, it doesn't matter who the person is. Arin Vert stood shining at the foot of the divine statue. Once chosen by the supreme god Lumendal, to deny him would be blasphemy, meaning she would have to face his supporters forever. Alicia Vert covered her face in regret, still unable to understand how the god she had believed in her whole life could do this. Sian Vert gazed toward the sun. Alicia Vert asked, Sian, how do you know these things? Sian Vert avoided her gaze. I can't tell you right now. I can't let her get any more involved, he thought. Alicia Vert placed a hand on Sian's shoulder, patting it gently. I trust you. I'm sure you have your reasons. She looked at him, her eyes shimmering. One day, please tell me, okay? Don't shoulder everything by yourself. Sian Vert smile. I will, sister. Alicia Vert turned to thank Brian. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for treating my injuries. Brian scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, it's nothing, ha ha ha. Standing behind him, Sian shot Brian a death glare. What's with that stupid grin? Brian yelped in surprise. The three of them became lost in thought. Sian asked, what are you going to do now? Alicia Vert answered, First, I need to take care of the immediate problem. I'm going to meet Cecilia. I need to at least hear her reason for betraying me, Sian said. Then I'll help you, Alicia Vert asked in surprise. You will help me. Sian Vert gave a bright smile under the crimson sunset. She couldn't have gone far, at Violet's hideout, where the air was crisp. Violet and Cecilia were talking when they heard a sound at the door. Violet asked, "What's wrong, Cecilia?" Cecilia glanced at the door. "Someone's coming. I sense a kind of magical power I've never felt before." Violet casually twirled a lock of her hair. "Impossible. Besides me, no one knows this place exists." With the sound of shattering glass, something flew through the window, hurtling straight towards Cecilia, grazing past Violet's face and making her freeze in place. Violet shrieked in terror. "Ah!" A sword flew right past them. Cecilia exclaimed in horror, "That's Lady Alicia's sword." The sword was embedded deep in the wall, the fresh impact point still smoking, in a clearing, under a fiery red sky. A hand reached down to examine the ground. Arin Vert frowned at the traces on his hand, remnants of a teleportation magic scroll. He led his soldiers on a search and commanded, "Just find any nearby place that could be used as a shelter." A soldier called out, "Sir Arin Vert, please check this way." Arin Vert and his soldiers looked toward a deep ravine. One of them asked, "Is Princess Violet safe?" With a cold expression, Arin Vert replied, "We will find out once we check. The rest of you, guard the princess," the soldiers yelled. "Yes, sir!" The sound of frantic footsteps came from the house. Cecilia fled in a panic, thinking as she ran, that bloodlust and magic were so overwhelming. "I thought I was facing a powerful expert." She was sweating, her brow furrowed, but it was just a kid. No, she must have had help. Cecilia used a one-step skill to speed down the mountain, her eyes sharp in the wind. "I can't be careless." She swung her sword forward, and then suddenly stopped in her tracks, raising her sword to defend herself. "You dodged that." Cecilia was stunned to see the masked Sian standing in front of her. "Who are you with?" "I've never seen anyone move the way you did back there," Cecilia questioned. Sian stood silently, his cloak whipping in the wind. Cecilia stared at him and asked again, "That sword you threw, does that mean you've rescued Lady Alicia?" Sian remained silent. Cecilia's anger flared. "I see you have no intention of answering me," she smirked menacingly. "Then let's see if you scream." Cecilia continued to use her wind-step technique, swinging her sword forward and shattering the ground, while Sian stood motionless within her formation, despite her unleashing a flurry of sword strikes all around him. One slash that grazed Sian only managed to slice off a small piece of his cloak's hood. Sian remained as still as a statue in the wind. Cecilia paused, thinking that among the knights, the number of people who could match her speed could be counted on one hand. She couldn't afford to drag this on. She thrust her sword into the center of the formation where Sian was standing, but he had already leaped out of it. Cecilia was astonished. How could he still dodge with such superhuman speed? Is he even faster than me? She angrily gritted her teeth. That bastard hadn't even drawn his weapon. Cecilia launched herself through the trees along the path, leaping from a high branch at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. She prepared to plunge her sword straight down at Sian. "Don't you dare underestimate me," she screamed. Fierce wind. The fierce wind attack sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere, cracking a large boulder in half, yet Sian still dodged it. Sian then began to unleash his own technique. Cecilia panicked. "I can't believe he's that fast. It's impossible." Sian unleashed his void sphere technique. An orb appeared in his hand, slowly rising before splitting in two for a severing strike. It slashed across Cecilia's body, forcing her to retreat. Cecilia screamed in agony, tears streaming down her face as she caught up blood. Sian's technique was overwhelmingly powerful. The void sphere erupted like a bomb, tearing up the earth, gravely wounded. Cecilia collapsed against a rock, her mouth stained with blood. Yet she managed to smile. "How pathetic. I can't believe I'm going to die here." Sian approached through the cloud of dust, his cloak billowing like the Grim Reaper's. Cecilia said, "You look just like the Grim Reaper. Are you going to remain silent until the very end?" She leaned back against the rock face and laughed. "I'm going to die anyway. Can't you at least tell me if Lady Alicia is still alive?" Sian crouched down to face Cecilia. "Instead, I'm more curious about that expression of yours." Cecilia asked, "What do you mean?" Sian continued, "You look like you were smiling with complete satisfaction." Cecilia looked at him without a word. Sian went on, "I was expecting a more miserable expression." Cecilia laughed. "Maybe this is my karma. A death like this is fitting for me." A voice called out, "Karma for what?" Cecilia thought. That voice. Brian was supporting Alicia as they approached. Cecilia looked up and said, "Lady Alicia." Alicia said resentfully, "Go away! Why did you betray me?" Cecilia bowed her head, tears falling, unable to meet her gaze. "Thank goodness. Lady Alicia, you re-alive." Alicia yelled furiously, "Shut up. Tell me now, why did you deceive me all this time?" Cecilia turned her face away. She shed silent tears. Cecilia began her story. "My hometown was a small village. It was attacked by demonic beasts and completely wiped out. It doesn't even have a name now. I was the sole survivor. I was on the verge of death. She remembered a little girl in tattered clothes, huddled in a corner with her face buried in her knees, crying. I heard a voice say, "There's a survivor over here." A soldier looked down into the pit, saw Cecilia, and said, "Just a moment, little girl, the demonic beasts have been defeated. You are safe now." The soldier then carried the young Cecilia out. A person was waiting and ordered, "What are you waiting for?" "Bring her some water and food," the soldier replied. "Yes, Princess." Princess Violet stood with her arms crossed, watching Cecilia. "Thanks to the timely arrival of the royal knights, I was miraculously saved. Princess Violet herself took me, and when I had nowhere else to go, a life saved must be repaid with a life." One day a slender, grown-up Cecilia stood with her luggage. The opportunity to repay her debt had finally arrived. Standing before a luxurious mansion, she received her orders: establish a close relationship with the Vert family and await my command. And so Cecilia joined the Vert household as a maid. Then, I met Lady Alicia. She was so adorable as a child, holding a wooden sword and looking at me with innocent eyes. Cecilia smiled brightly under the open sky. Thinking back now, she felt a genuine sense of regret. Alicia looked at Cecilia, her eyes glistening. I should never have left. Cecilia recalled the scene of herself, crying in a dark corner. I should have died in the rubble of my village. Then, none of this would have ever happened. Violet's menacing face appeared, her eyes glowing red. "The time has come. Cecilia, kill Alicia for me. She's a great danger." Alicia asked. "I'm a danger." Cecilia answered. "Princess Violet has always been wary of the Vert family, because the first prince, Yunel, has a close relationship with Arin Vert. The princess believes the Vert family sides with him, perhaps because of the urgent circumstances. Her paranoia has only grown. She trusts no one but herself. What a coward." Cecilia continued to laugh. "She's completely different from you, Lady Alicia. Why did I ever serve a person like that?" Alicia said, "But you trusted me so much, didn't you?" Cecilia replied, "I am so sorry for letting you down." Sian stepped forward and cut her off. "That's enough nonsense." Sian laughed as he removed his mask. "If you think repenting is enough to be forgiven, you are gravely mistaken." Alicia panicked. "Young master, wait, just let me think a little more." Sian Vert frowned, drawing his sword. "This matter won't end so easily." Cecilia smiled, satisfied.
Yes, I know, young master. Alicia shouted, "Wait, son."
"You can decide after listening a little more." Brian grabbed Alicia's shoulder. "Wait, my lady." Brian continued, "Please trust in young master Sian." Just then Sian turned towards Cecilia. And seeing this, Alicia screamed, "No." Suddenly, the door to Violet's hideout burst open. Violet jumped to her feet, shouting, "Who the hell is that?" She panicked. "Damn it. Where is Cecilia? Why now of all times?" Someone stepped inside. "So you were here," Violet thought in terror. How did he know about this place? Arin Vert approached and said, "I've come to escort you, Princess Violet." The princess glared angrily at Arin and asked, "You look like you want to kill me. Do you realize how disrespectful this is?" Arin calmly replied, "It's true that I have the intention to kill." He frowned and continued, "According to the script, Prince Fabian, Prince Nerovian, and you, the princess, are all supposed to die at the hands of a special grade demonic beast." The princess, furious with her hands on her hips, said, "Do you think you can get away with this?" From a distance, Arin used a swift move to strike the scroll in Violet's hand. The princess screamed, "Ah!" The scroll turned to ash, and Arin's hand was still glowing. He said, "I wasn't finished talking yet." The princess rotated her injured wrist and said, "How rude. Are you really going to see that plan through to the end?" Arin stepped closer and replied, "Who knows?" Violet stammered, "What do you mean by that?" Arin looked at the sword embedded in the wall, thinking, "Alicia's sword." He asked the princess, "Where is my sister?" Violet laughed and replied, "I've already eliminated her." Arin shot a look at the princess, his eyes like bullets. The princess continued, "What if she was colluding with Lionel? She is your sister, after all." The princess's face was revealed, her eyes glowing red, smiling sinisterly. "But I believe it was the right decision. Are you going to avenge your sister now?" Arin replied, "No, I intend to change the plan." The princess's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Arin pulled Alicia's sword from the wall and said, "You were quite calm, considering the circumstances." He held the sword in his hand, stepping closer to Violet, to eliminate anyone suspicious on sight. He continued, "I have to admit, that's a very wise approach. Honestly speaking, I'm a bit surprised myself. You and Prince Lionel are nothing alike." Violet looked at Arin, astonished. Doesn't he care about his own sister? What does this man truly want? Arin said, "The original plan has fallen apart. I'll inform Prince Lionel that it was a failure." The princess began to panic. "What do you really want from me?" Arin leaned in close to Violet. "Why don't you two join my plan?" The princess looked at him, her eyes wide and sweat beading on her brow. "Aren't you one of Prince Lionel's men?" Arin smiled mysteriously. "Who said that?" "It's merely a business relationship." The princess calmed down, crossing her arms and sitting on the bed. "And you think I'm going to believe that?" Arin replied, Whether you believe me is up to you, princess, but Prince Lionel is just a part of my plan. The princess scoffed. Do you want the entire empire for yourself? I can't help you with that. Arin looked around. I don't care who takes control of this empire. The princess asked. Then what is it you truly want? Arin's gaze drifted into the distance, as if peering into the future. To eradicate evil, I will exterminate every last bit of cruelty in this world, down to its very roots. Violet laughed mockingly. He's spouting nonsense. Arin's hand tightened on his sword, his gaze sharp and his posture erect, gripping the hilt as if evil itself had just appeared before him. Princess Violet was startled as the wall in front of her began to crack, large fissures splitting it into pieces. Arin stood perfectly still, his body tensed, sensing the magical energy around him. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. This magical energy is so strange. He looked up at the ceiling. Streams of purple energy enveloped the room, more like killing intent than magical power. I've never felt an aura like this before. Suddenly, the energy coalesced into a large purple sphere, tearing the roof clean off. It was Sian's void sphere. The princess screamed in terror. The void sphere generated a powerful gale, shattering the walls and sending debris flying everywhere. The princess squeezed her eyes shut, covering her face with her hands and stammering. What is this? Arin saw a small, star-like glint of light approaching from the distance. His expression turned grim as he realized the danger. He swung his sword to counter Sian's attack. Sian was wearing a mask, so Arin didn't recognize him. He scowled and asked, "Who are you?" Sian replied, "I am the evil you seek, and I am also your end." Arin attacked with his 8-flower drifting slash, but Sian dodged every move. Arin's attack missed, causing the ground to explode, and he heard Violet's terrified scream. Arin Vert turned to look. He used a skill to blast a circular hole right where the princess was sitting. The explosion roared, pushing the princess and her bed far away. The princess could no longer hear the blast. She looked up. The house was gone, leaving only her and her lonely bed in the middle of the rain. Violet screamed in terror.
No!
In front of her, the house had been blown to bits. She sobbed, "My safe haven." Arin Vert was pushed back, sword in hand. His boots slid across the ground, creating 2 parallel trails of smoke. The princess asked in alarm, "Arin Vert, are you all right?" He frowned in concentration, waiting for the next attack, knowing he would strike again. A brilliant red appeared. Sian continued his attack with his indomitable skill, a fiery red orb gradually bearing down on Arin Vert and Violet. She screamed Arin Vert's name. Arin Vert used his Ascalon skill, swinging his sword to block the red orb. The orb split in 2 as it hit the sword, and Sian lunged forward. Arin Vert frowned. Damn it, he can even use spatial magic. Yes, behind the mask, Sian's red eyes appeared, a red flame above his head as he charged straight at Arin Vert with his blade. Arin Vert's and Sian's swords clashed, creating a brilliant flash of lightning. Arin Vert's Ascalon aura wrapped around Sian's demon sword, and suddenly Sian screamed. Arin Vert didn't understand what was happening, but with a little more force, he was thrown back a few meters. He looked at Sian's technique, guessing this guy was no ordinary opponent. Violet, sitting behind him, also didn't understand what made Arin Vert retreat. Arin Vert looked on with deep, confident eyes. "But I will definitely win." The princess blushed and replied, "Yeah." Sian looked at Karam. "What's wrong with your sword?" Karam stammered, it hurts so much." It emitted a red smoke. It continued, "It's like my whole body was just torn apart. So this is the power of authority. This is a real problem." Arin Vert stood ready to fight, taunting, "Why don't you come at me again?" He pointed his sword at Sian. "Aren't you supposed to be my end? Bring it on." Sian moved Karam behind his back. He wanted to kill him so badly it was making him feel nauseous. Sian stood up, extending his hand toward Arin Vert. On his hand, a ring sparkled like a night star. "But now that I've confirmed the power of authority, I have to retreat." At the foot of the princess's bed, Cecilia's sword and armor appeared, covered in fresh, wet blood. Violet looked on in horror. That was Cecilia's gear. The 3 of them stood in the rain. The princess asked, "What did you do to Cecilia?" Sian answered curtly, "Purification." The princess didn't understand what purification meant. Arin Vert added, "It seems he means she's been eliminated." He then asked, "Is this your goal? Who sent you?" Sian's body emitted a black smoke as if he were slowly disappearing. "We are the mist, the unforgiving. We act for no one, only for natural purification." Arin Vert thought, "The mist, is it true they reactive again?" While Arin Vert was thinking about the mist, Sian had vanished. He looked on with an annoyed expression. Another nuisance. Were they behind the previous obstructions too? The black smoke gradually turned into dust and dissolved in the rain. Scene changed. The babbling sound of a waterfall, a beautiful natural landscape. Karam sat holding its head, groaning, "My head hurts so much." "I thought I was going to die," Sian asked. "Does it hurt that much?" Karam replied, "Yeah, I've never felt pain like that before. I couldn't even get close. This is a problem." Sian was calm. "It's not like there's no way." Karam looked puzzled. "What?" Sian held the relic, looking at the god's relic, the primastone of Duran Drake. It's just a theory. But if we use this, we'll have a chance to win. Karam grabbed his wrist. No, don't do it, she continued. Did you bring it with you for this very day? It could take your life. Alicia approached and called out to Sian. Sian turned to look. My lady, I know this is dangerous, but it's the only way. Alicia ran closer, a bright smile on her face. Now I have things I must protect. Cecilia watched them with a satisfied smile. She couldn't repeat the mistakes of her past life. Sian clenched his fist. If my opponent is someone who can surpass all limits, then I'm prepared to surpass him as well. Amidst the fading sunset, Alicia quietly handed Cecilia a small object. Her voice was low but firm. Take this, it will help you. Cecilia took it with trembling hands, her eyes filled with doubt. Alicia continued. This is a token from Marina. Not just anyone can enter the spirit's territory, but if you carry this, you will be allowed to pass. From now on, take care of yourself. Alicia's voice was steady, but deep down, a lingering sense of loss crept in. Cecilia bowed her head, her voice choked with emotion. Lady Alicia. Thank you, and I'm sorry for everything I've done. Her eyes welled up with tears, filled with guilt. Alicia silently turned her face away, her voice as cold as ice. Don't misunderstand. What I did doesn't mean I've forgiven you. It's best you never appear before me again. Cecilia trembled slightly but bowed her head. Yes, I understand. I will take my leave now, Lady Alicia. Alicia's back remained turned, leaving only an air of loneliness and regret. She had lost her best friend. But perhaps this was the only choice in this situation. High above, Arin Vert and Karam watched in silence. Karam spoke up, questioning, Are you sure it's okay to just let her go like that? Wouldn't killing her now save a lot of trouble later? Arin Vert calmly replied, I killed Cecilia once in my past life, but looking back, it probably wasn't necessary when I found Cecilia then. She had already collapsed under the weight of her guilt. That sense of shame gnawed at her every day, stripping away her will to live. Even if I hadn't acted, she would have destroyed herself. Therefore, this time, I'm giving her a chance to atone for her mistakes. One day, she will have to repay the debt she owes me today, Karam asked. You know this isn't going to end this easily, right? Arin Vert remained silent, his gaze sharper than ever. The young man swung his sword, the blade descending but not aiming for Cecilia's neck, merely tapping her shoulder armor. Arin Vert's voice was cold and threatening. You've already died once today, Cecilia. Consider this me sparing your life. But there will come a day when you must repay this debt. Until then, live quietly. Don't make me come looking for you. Cecilia froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. She clutched her hand, holding her wound as thoughts raced through her mind. Young Master Arin Vert, can you see the future? Her voice trembled slightly, but her gaze grew firm. If one day things can change, if I still have a chance to atone, I'm willing to risk everything to repay you. Seeing her master suddenly acting strangely, Karam was surprised. What's wrong with you? Are you sick or something? Why are you suddenly so soft? Karam poked Arin Vert's cheek, making him frown in annoyance. Don't tell me you've caught some terminal illness. Before he could react, a voice cut in. Karam, there you are. Karam shot up to her feet, her voice excited. A figure rushed forward, platinum blonde hair flowing in the wind. It was Alicia. As soon as she saw Karam, Alicia ran over, her face filled with gratitude. After we parted ways earlier, I didn't get a chance to thank you, but truly, I'm so grateful that you saved me. Despite saying this, Alicia was still bewildered. A sentient demon sword. I wonder if I can get along with it. Karam acted shy. Oh, it was nothing. You don't need to worry about it. Hearing that, Alicia felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe she's a good demon sword. Alicia spoke up. It seems you and Arin Vert have a good relationship. You two look very close, don't you? Karam replied nonchalantly. Not really. He and I just have a master-servant relationship. Nothing close at all, Alicia asked. Just a master-servant relationship. Karam's eyes narrowed seriously. That's right, but his body is mine, so don't you get any funny ideas. The answer left Alicia frozen for a few seconds. I see, it seems it'll be hard for us to get close. The scene shifts to Len Academy, where the headmaster is intently reading a letter Alicia sent to Headmaster Kundalo. I have found the answer to my long-held doubts. I've decided to leave the Knights of Light. That place has now completely lost its way. The beautiful things I heard and admired since childhood have now completely crumbled. What they strive to protect is utterly twisted. My family's honor is also slowly rotting and decaying. Father just stands by and does nothing to save it. I don't understand what he's thinking. I will come to see you soon. But before that, I have something important to discuss regarding my brother and Prince Luo. I will explain in more detail when I arrive. In the meantime, I ask that you please look after Arin Vert for me. After reading, the headmaster's face showed deep contemplation. He thought to himself, your family and mine are both a complete mess, aren't they, Alicia? Placing the letter on the table, he gave a faint, bitter smile. You still worry about your little brother, just like always. Very well. For your sake, I'll show a little concern. He turned and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Professor Boris." Boris replied, "It's no problem." The headmaster began with a probing question. "How are you finding life at the academy?" Boris chuckled lightly. "I'm gradually getting used to it," the headmaster said. "I didn't call you here for anything special. I just wanted to ask a few things. Is that all right with you?" Boris replied, "Yes, of course. What would you like to ask?" The headmaster's expression darkened, his eyes turning cold and his voice filled with menace. "When were you planning on telling me that you work under my nephew, Prince Linio? Or do you have a special reason for not being able to say?" Boris remained calm. "I wasn't hiding it from you. In any case, that information isn't relevant to my work." The headmaster raised an eyebrow. "Not relevant. Then can you state your purpose for being here?" Boris sighed. "I'm just looking for someone," the headmaster asked. "And have you found this person?" Boris answered, "Yes, it seems I have." The headmaster's demeanor changed in a flash, a powerful aura of light mana radiating from him. "In that case, give up. If it's the child I'm thinking of, you'd best give up." Every word was laced with a terrifying killing intent. "This is a conversation, but if you insist, I will be forced to use violence to enforce my will." Facing the headmaster, Boris remained deferential, but still had an intrigued smile. "Yes, I understand. I'll keep that in mind." After leaving the office, Boris mused to himself that the headmaster of Limwell's reaction was beyond his expectations. "It seems student Sian is getting more attention than I thought. He's truly fascinating." Boris sat down and focused on writing a report. The enchanted scroll flew away, likely heading to Arin Vert to report on the situation. Suddenly, a worried voice rang out. "What should we do now? If someone else interferes, everything will become much more complicated." The voice came from two ancient souls embodied in a shield with holy, angelic wings. But deep down, they were demons with sick thoughts. Boris replied, "I understand. Hake, you must be careful. Unlike me, a spiritual entity, the demon sword Karam actually has a physical body." Boris smirked sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with calculation. "In that case, we can just start with the people around him, can't we?" Hake replied in a malicious tone, "Not a bad idea. Just leave it all to me." From a distance, a figure approached, and a clear voice called out, "Did you wish to see me, Instructor Boris?" Boris smiled cryptically. "Thank you for coming, Instructor Serica." Boris continued, "I've actually wanted to meet you at least once. Shall we begin? I have a few questions about student Sian." Serica's brow furrowed slightly. "Student Sian." Boris stepped closer, his voice gentle yet menacing. "He spends most of his time in the dorms and rarely attends class, yet his skills are extraordinary. Don't you find that odd?" Serica maintained her composure, continuing to play dumb. "Perhaps he's a young, natural-born genius, but you seem quite interested in Sian, don't you?" Boris replied, "That's right. Initially, he was the only one who made me curious. But after some time, the people around him also began to catch my eye." He leaned in close to Serica, his smile devious and his eyes filled with killing intent. "Instructor Serica, no, for someone as loyal to the Mist organization as you, it would be more fitting to call you Miss, wouldn't it?" Serica's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" Her hands summoned a demon sword, but Boris was one step ahead. He gave a triumphant laugh and waved his hand to activate a summoning spell. A giant monster rose from the ground, its entire body covered in mouths full of sharp fangs and countless blood-red eyes. A hellhound, a ferocious and gluttonous monster, it lunged at Serica with ease. It seemed like it was all over, but an assassin like Serica wouldn't be taken down so easily. In a flash, she unleashed dozens of slashes, shredding the hellhound to pieces. Serica activated the power of the Shadow God, her body radiating an incredible killing intent. With the cold eyes of a veteran assassin, she expanded her domain. A dense fog enveloped the area, isolating Boris from the outside world. Boris remained calm, smiling confidently. "I didn't expect this. You can open a separate dimension. So this is how you block the flow of mana from the outside. How interesting." Serica stood before him, her presence overwhelming. "I don't know how you found out who I am, but you must have a death wish." Serica's smile widened. "If death is what you want, I will be happy to grant it." Serica gave a confident smile, her sharp gaze meeting Boris's without flinching. Her voice was calm but held an absolute pride. Boris slowly summoned an ancient grimoire, but Serica's voice was low, so confident. "But I wonder how long that will last." The moment she spoke, dozens of mist assassins appeared, surrounding Boris and leaving him no room to escape. Serica's lips curled into a smirk. "Well then, shall we begin? It's time for a little test." The ancient grimoire in Boris's hand opened, radiating a brilliant holy power. "Kill me if you can. Your numbers mean nothing to me. I will take all of you on alone." The scene changes back to the academy. In a cozy room, Nana, who was fast asleep, suddenly jolted awake. "Is Papa home?" A spatial gate opened, and Sian and Brian appeared. Sian smiled gently. "I'm home," next to him. Brian was so starved after days of battling on the front lines that he could barely stand. Before he could say a word, Nana rushed forward and hugged Sian tightly, catching him by surprise. The feeling of having a daughter was truly heartwarming. Brian stumbled towards Amelia. "Gah, I need something to eat." "I'm starving to death." Amelia looked bewildered. "Didn't you tell me not to cook anymore?" Meanwhile, Sian gently patted Nana's head, his voice warm and deep. "Are you doing okay?" Nana beamed. "Yes, I listened to you, Papa. I've been living very well with Sarek." Sian thought to himself, it seems she's managed to endure it after all. He had asked Sarek to train Nana to control her outbursts. Sarek's training methods were harsh, but when it came to self-control, she was the most suitable person for the job. Sarek's method was simple yet cruel. Let Nana go on a rampage to release her wild dragon instincts, and if things went too far, Sarek would step in to stop her. Sian asked, "It must have been tough for you, right?" Nana smiled. "Yes, but she has an appointment today, so she couldn't teach me." Sian frowned. "An appointment? What kind of appointment?" Karam's lazy voice echoed from the corner of the room. "She probably went to do some purifying." Karam appeared, sitting casually on a chair. "I told her to go purify that Boris guy." Sian was stunned. "Purify? Isn't he a lecturer here?" Karam shrugged. "Sarek is also a lecturer, so it's easier for her to approach him." Sian was doubtful. "Karam, you surely wouldn't just accept this. Do you even know what you're dealing with?" Karam smirked. "Of course I do. Are you talking about that holy scripture? Do you really think Sarek and Mist can't win against him even if they outnumber him?" Sian shot up, clutching his head in thought. "So you also know about Hizzy's existence?" His expression turned sore. "Then why didn't you report it to me?" Karam gave a faint smile. "Why should I report such trivial matters?" Sian glared at Karam and clicked his tongue. "Not even a single moment of rest." Brian asked, "Are you planning to go?" Sian nodded. "We have to go. The truly dangerous thing about Boris wasn't just the holy scripture, but also his bloodline. If they were late, Sarek could lose her life." Sian turned to Brian. "I have to go. Take care of Amelia and Nana for me." Before he could finish his sentence, the sight before him left him stunned for 3 seconds. Brian was happily munching on Amelia's pitch-black pastries. Sian was incredulous. "What are you eating?" Brian shrugged. "I was so hungry I had to eat something. Should I go with you?" Sian quickly refused. "No, that's not necessary. I will be enough," he thought. "This is the first time I've seen a normal person eat something Amelia cooked and not die." "You've definitely gotten stronger." Behind Brian, Amelia was ecstatic. "He's eating it so happily." Perhaps after nearly dying a few times, Brian had developed a powerful resistance to poison. Brian asked, "So should we just wait for you here?" Sian replied, "No, take Nana and Amelia to Granvert." The words struck like a thunderbolt. Nana was horrified. "We have to leave." The little girl ran over, crying. Sian patted her head comfortingly. "I'm sorry, this place might be dangerous for you." Nana worried. "Papa, will you be okay going alone?" Sian smiled. "It's fine. I'll come find you when I'm done. I'm counting on you." Brian nodded, while Karam, who had been hoping to rest, had to set out again. His face a mask of boredom. Tesk, what a pain. Back on the battlefield, the situation was dire for Sarek. The Mist assassins had been almost completely wiped out, leaving only her with a severely injured body. She muttered, "Damn it, the more I look, the more disgusting it gets." In front of her was a horde of soulless zombies, slowly closing in. Was the blood feast his doing too? These marionettes have the same aura as the ones from before, but they're much stronger. It has to be. Boris flashed a smug smile. "Are you tired already?" "This is all just the appetizer." All around, the zombies emanated a dense, suffocating demonic aura. Sarek wondered, how can someone who wields holy power also control the undead? Boris sneered. "I have plenty more toys to play with you, Mist Assassin. The main course and dessert are still waiting, so don't let the fun end so quickly." Immediately following Boris's command, the horde of zombies charged forward, their powerful and forceful blows forcing Sarek to struggle to dodge. They were like starving, tireless beasts. Sarek unleashed a counterattack, Mist Storm Sword Frenzy, releasing hundreds of slashes that cleanly cut down the monsters. Next was the 8-flower dance sword, a vertical slash from mid-air, and finally, her ultimate secret technique, the wave of killing intent, which blew away all surrounding enemies. Before she could even rest, dozens of attacks from Boris rained down. He used his skill, Holy Power Spear of Judgment, sending hundreds of sharp spears plummeting down, mercilessly sweeping the battlefield. Sarek struggled to dodge, thinking, how am I supposed to breathe if he keeps spamming high-level magic like this? And on top of that, there are these marionettes. A zombie rushed her from behind, leaped, and tried a suicide attack, but failed, with such a terrifying number of zombies. Dodging them all was no simple task. Sarek panicked. Could they read her movements? Just as Boris closed in, the symbol on his head activated a puppet control skill. Sarek was horrified. Damn it. I can't dodge in time. Her eyes widened as light enveloped her body. A terrifying explosion erupted in mid-air, a spectacular sight. Sarek was sent flying, but she luckily managed to mitigate some of the damage. She thought, is the amount of mana stored inside them this massive? These aren't ordinary marionettes. Before she could even land, 3 more of the living dead rushed in for a suicide attack. In this perilous situation, Sarek felt helpless. How can I win this fight? The explosions thundered. 3 times more powerful than before. No ordinary person could have escaped death. Sarek's body fell to the ground, riddled with wounds. From above, Boris laughed gleefully, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Is that all you've got, Instructor Sarek? I suppose we should end this here, shouldn't we? He unleashed a finishing blow, and Sarek tried to dodge, but her body was too heavy, and her vision blurred. Unable to see her surroundings clearly, an attack slammed straight into the ground, shattering earth and rock, kicking up a thick cloud of dust everywhere. It seemed the battle had reached its conclusion, but no, in that very spot, Sarek was still managing to block the powerful attack. Boris slowly descended to the ground, his voice feigning regret. What a shame, I really thought it was over. Across from him, despite having taken several high-level magic spells and her body being battered, Sarek spoke calmly. Now I understand. She lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by the slowly encroaching marionettes, her voice weak but not panicked. She smirked faintly. Your marionettes, they have the ability to track an opponent's mana, don't they? They are not ordinary marionettes, are they? And another thing, that sacred tome emitting holy power must be the source of your strength. Struggling to get up, Sarek's eyes glinted with sharpness. Realizing the mana emanating from the tome was extraordinary. Could it be a divine artifact? Boris clapped in applause, impressed by her sharp combat sense and vast knowledge. You are truly admirable. But now that you know everything, what do you plan to do next? He laughed gleefully, his eyes arrogant, then immediately cast his next spell, Phantom Palace. Countless marionettes rose from the ground, their faces emotionless, their bodies shrouded in black mana. Looking incredibly eerie, Boris smirked. I have an endless supply of marionettes like these. You'd be better off giving up. Across from him, Sarek listened silently, then suddenly plunged her dagger into the ground and slowly stood up. Her determined voice rang out. Sorry, but giving up is the one thing I hate most. Sarek's eyes narrowed as her entire body erupted with deadly killing intent. Without hesitation, she activated her secret technique to summon a contracted beast. Instantly, a dangerous surge of power radiated out, making anyone nearby tremble. The ground shook as a giant beast emerged. Its name was Mern of Darkness, a demon that stepped out of hell, born to bestow endless death. Boris froze for a few seconds, his eyes filled with disbelief, unable to believe that woman's mana had completely vanished. What in the world just happened? The newly summoned Mern roared with fury, signaling the beginning of a massacre. The marionettes, though soulless, could still feel fear in the face of this terrifying opponent. Mern swung its giant fists, sweeping across everything on the battlefield. A single punch shot straight forward, unstoppable. The entire swarm of marionettes was mercilessly thrown aside. A few clung to its arm, trying to climb up and overwhelm it with numbers. But Mern was unfazed. In an instant, hundreds of sharp spikes shot out from its body, easily piercing through the marionettes. Not a single one had a chance to fight back, and Mern even absorbed them to increase its power, watching his marionettes gradually disappear. Boris lamented. You were truly outrageous. The marionettes I worked so hard to collect, and you turn them into a sacrifice for your contracted beast. Your talent is truly admirable. But that's just a temporary solution. Now you read just an empty shell with no mana. What do you plan to do? You can't even use a simple spell, and you think you can beat me. What a pity. That's your fatal mistake. Boris continued to use the sacred tome. Before he could finish his sentence, Sarek's figure suddenly vanished in a flash. She closed in on Boris, a chilling smile on her face, her dagger ready to end him. You talk as if you were not taking any risks yourself, don't you? Boris was startled, unable to react in time, but he quickly erected a magical barrier, narrowly escaping death. His face was filled with anxiety, his thoughts in chaos. What just happened? I couldn't see her movements. Isn't she out of mana? How can she move so fast? Sarek unleashed hundreds of consecutive slashes against Boris's shield. A crack appeared, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes wild and her smile sharp as she spun her sword like a deadly toy. A powerful thrust pierced the shield, shattering it completely. With her other hand, she threw a mighty punch. Looks like it's checkmate, huh? The punch crushed the shield and its wielder. Boris was thrown back, his body skidding across the ground. He sat up in pain, still disoriented. But Sarek didn't let the opportunity slip away. She rushed forward, grabbed the stunned Boris, and dragged him along, not giving him a single second to cast a spell. Boris cursed inwardly. Damn it. What is this situation? As Sarek slammed him to the ground, her hand raised the sword, ready to finish him, but Boris wasn't so easily defeated. His hands cast a chantless earthmind spell. Sarek gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, I was careless again. Boris created an explosion that launched him into the air, allowing him to escape without hesitation. He activated the Holy Judgment Spear, preparing to counterattack. Sarek knew her lack of mana was a fatal weakness. If Boris dragged out the fight, she wouldn't stand a chance. Mustering all her remaining strength, she charged forward. She dodged all of Boris's attacks, each movement as perfect as a true assassin's. In the blink of an eye, Sarek appeared before Boris. Flashing a deadly smile, she spun in midair and landed a kick on the bewildered mage. It's only natural for a mage to get wrecked by an assassin. The beautiful kick to the jaw drew a perfect arc. Boris was slammed into the ground, causing a massive explosion that filled the air with dust. As the smoke cleared, a dazed Boris struggled to his feet. Sarek dove down from above with overwhelming power. This ends today, Boris. She intended to end the fight, but if it weren't for the protection of the Holy Scripture, the battle would have already belonged to Sarek. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, could the war god be protecting him? We have so little information about her. At first, I thought she was just an ordinary follower of the Black Feather. But seeing this battle, her level is at least on par with a Legion commander. If I fought her now, the chances of failure would be very high. So retreating is the right choice. Suddenly, Sarek narrowed her eyes, noticing something. Your blood is black. Don't tell me you're from the Black Blood tribe. I thought they were wiped out long ago. So how is someone like you still around? Boris wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone sarcastic. This is why I hate bloodshed. He gave a faint smirk. The marionettes and the stone that appeared during the blood banquet, the first to create them were the Black Blood tribe. His words stunned Sarek, and her eyes flashed with rage. So that's how it is. You're the one who carried out the massacre that day. Boris glanced at her nonchalantly. So I've been found out. Looks like I can't continue working here anymore. What a shame. He cast a spell to escape, but Sarek lunged to block his path, her voice as cold as ice. Shut up. Do you really think I'd give you another chance? You die here today. His appeared after finishing off the marionettes, its hands gathering power for a fatal blow. Boris was now being attacked from two sides. He could only defend helplessly. Pinned down like this, how could he escape? Boris was furious. What a troublesome woman. I forgot there was a contracted beast here. It seems all of my marionettes were sacrificed to it. Even though Sarek had the upper hand, her own condition wasn't great. She was nearly out of mana, and the Holy Scripture's defense was almost impenetrable. Without it, Sarek would have already won. Suddenly, a slash tore through the space behind Sarek, making her freeze. Her eyes filled with caution. Who is it? Who just interfered with my space? Don't tell me he has an ally. Contrary to her speculation, the person who appeared was not an ally of Boris, but Sian. Boris's face went pale, his anxiety peaking. Why did he have to show up at a time like this? Sian charged, his eyes glowing as he gripped the demon sword. This was a golden opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. A slash of terrifying power tore through the shield created by his, as if it were just a flimsy piece of paper. Now Boris faced three fearsome opponents: the berserk and uncontrollable Sarek, the contracted beast that had just absorbed a powerful army of marionettes, and Sian, the wielder of the demon sword with overwhelming strength. An explosion erupted as they clashed, creating a massive shockwave. Sarek landed lightly on the ground. She stepped on the debris scattered across the ground, moving forward. Sian grinned sinisterly and called out, His clutched his wounded arm in pain. He looked truly pitiful. How did you find me? He frowned, wondering, why are you here? Sian replied, my intuition is quite sharp. He stepped forward triumphantly. I can smell her scent, especially the scent of hypocrites like you. It's so rotten it makes me sick. His looked uncomfortable. I warned you. His eyes stared intently. You've chosen the wrong side. Karam looked at him, annoyed and confused. As soon as he finished speaking, his used the ultimate power of the seraphim to attack. In the dim light, an eye appeared inside a triangle. The two of them combined their strength against it. The power of the seraphim grew, displaying its unrivaled might to destroy Sian and Sarek. The two were thrown far away, unable to control the power from that spell. Gah! Sarek cursed in frustration. Damn it. She shouted as Sian stood alone, fighting against his. He exclaimed in surprise. Is he resisting the ultimate power? The battle was chaotic. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of power was Sian using? It should be impossible to withstand with just the demon sword. His realized, San, you are hiding something more dangerous than I thought. A brown-haired man watched the tense situation from a distance. I will assist you. He offered. The master of the demon sword is right in front of us. We must eliminate him immediately. He said, Stop, Boris. With our current strength, we are not strong enough. Sian called out Boris's name. Two unrivaled powers were fighting on equal footing. Boris was shocked. What? Sian broke through the encirclement, rushed forward, and stabbed a dagger into Boris's chest. He screamed in pain. Gah! Boris was surprised. He broke through Lourdes's barrier. This kid is too dangerous. Boris noticed the black mist obscuring the sun. It was definitely a sign related to Sian. Boris used all his strength to stop Sian. if he is the blade that will be aimed at Lady Arin in the future. Now that Lord Hiss's barrier is activated, we must break him. Sarek watched from the sidelines. Seeing the unstable situation, she plunged into a terrifying torrent of magical power. If this goes on, Sian will fall. She took a fighting stance and charged forward, thinking to herself, I have to find a way before we re-destroyed. Sian and Boris fought a dramatic battle, neither side giving an inch. Sian used the sixth form of the Great Tree's Void Sword technique to end it quickly. Boris used the River of Fire technique to push Sian back. Sian used his rock-solid footing to block the opposing force from Boris. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Sarek used the secret art of demonic integration to clash head-on with Boris. Sian cried out in pain, Matriarch. Suddenly, Sian's pupils widened as a powerful beam of light shot towards the two of them. Sarek did her best to block it. An explosion occurred not far from them. Sarek's eyes, filled with killing intent, stared ahead. You managed to destroy my fog domain. Is this the power of a divine artifact? She said. He got away. The purification failed. Sian shielded Sarek. Why did you stop me? Sarek asked resentfully. Is that how you speak to the person who saved your life? Sian looked at her. I was the one who saved you, Sarek yelled. What? She thought angrily to herself. Where did you learn that kind of attitude? Sian ignored her and looked at the weapon in his hand. Are you okay, Karam? She replied. I'll probably have to sleep for a while. Sian recalled the fight and the pain from that moment. I felt all of it. But at least I could endure it, he said in a serious tone. It's time for the final battle. Sarek was exasperated. Hey, are you ignoring me now too? Sian added. It seems that's the only way left. The scene shifts to a commercial city near Brenlowen, where Alicia Vert is searching for something in a crowd. She spots Kundal in the distance. I can't believe it. She stared, thinking, you really came. After spotting each other, they went to a tea shop to talk. Kundal said, it's been a long time since I left the academy. Alicia sat opposite him. To be honest, even I'm surprised. Her eyes widened. You rarely leave the academy. Kundal slowly picked up his teacup. It's thanks to your letter. The situation seems serious. Alicia frowned with worry. Is it because I left the Night Order? Kundal laughed. Haha, I had a feeling you would forge your own path. He stroked his beard comfortingly. Protecting the family isn't that important. What's more worrying is Luel and, Alicia asked curiously, you already knew about Joel. Kundal held his teacup with a serious expression. If Joel takes over the position of head of the family, what do you think will happen? Alicia lowered her head. All the core talents of the Empire have joined the Night Order of Light, so he could become the leader of the Empire's strongest army. Kundal agreed. That's right. And his best friend, my grandson. Luel also has the potential to co-command the Night Order of Light. Alicia's eyes widened in shock. This is what I was most worried about. What do you think about this? Luel the prince is your grandson after all. Kundal pondered slowly. One day, your younger brother, Sian, asked me, do you desire the prosperity of the empire or the honor of the family? He admitted, that kid sees much further ahead than we do. I was too complacent about the future. Alicia was stunned. Did Sian see something? Kundal stood up. I don't know. But you should leave the empire for a while, Alicia asked. Why do I have to leave the empire? He turned his back and warned her. A great upheaval is coming. I will try to fix everything within my power. But nothing is certain, Alicia Vert asked softly. A major upheaval. Kundal's gaze was serious. I'm talking about a coup d'etat. The signs of a civil war for the throne were becoming clearer. In a district of the commercial city of Brand New, the little girl was completely fascinated by the world around her. She pointed at a fruit she had never seen before in her life. Right after, the little girl turned and pointed at the strangers. These people are so weird. Hearing those words, people of other races got angry, glaring at the little girl who remained innocently oblivious. Sensing the situation was getting tense, Brian quickly stepped forward. My apologies. I'm sorry for what this kid said. We will be leaving right away. The group quickly turned to leave. Brian's face filled with worry. Nana, you shouldn't point at people like that. It's very rude. Amelia was still cheerful. It's fine. That's how kids grow up. What child isn't curious about something they re-seeing for the first time? Brian sighed helplessly. It's not good for us to attract too much attention. Our top priority is to get to the hideout. Amelia laughed. You re so uptight. Brian, I'm sure people just think we re a normal family. Hearing this, Brian's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and he seemed to be lost in thought. He immediately walked away to hide his embarrassment. Let's go this way. Amelia wondered, what's wrong with him? She called out, wait for us, Brian. Meanwhile, Nana seemed to have spotted something interesting and wandered off in another direction. Brian and Amelia didn't notice the little girl had wandered off on her own. At the hideout, Alicia Vert stared out the window, bored and sad. She recalled Headmaster Kundal's words. I'm talking about a coup d'etat. A civil war for the throne is about to happen. Alicia Vert knew that Luel was plotting something, but she never expected them to be planning something so terrible. She wondered how Headmaster Kundal and Sian Vert knew about this. The thoughts swirled in her head with no answer. Suddenly, the door opened, and a familiar voice said, "Lady Alicia, it's Amelia and Brian. They've finally arrived." Alicia Vert was surprised. "It's been so long since I've seen you two, and Brian is here too. Are you two living with Sian Vert at the academy?" Brian answered, "Of course. The young master needs me." Alicia Vert was stunned. "So, including you, that's 2 women. He's living with 2 women at the academy. Isn't that against the rules?" Brian explained. "The young master had an urgent matter to attend to, so he told the 3 of us to come here first." Alicia Vert felt something was off. "But there are only 2 of you. Why did you say 3? All 3 of them looked towards the door, where Nana's figure should have been. Brian and Amelia's faces turned pale. "Where did she go?" Alicia Vert asked. Was someone else with you too?" Brian stammered in fear. "Yes, she was just here a moment ago." He silently blamed himself for being so careless. He shouldn't have taken his eyes off Nana when she's so hyperactive. Alicia Vert reassured them. "In that case, let's go. If that person is close to Sian Vert, then she's important to me too. Let's go find her together." The scene shifts to the port in Granvert, where the werewolf and the elf that Nana had pointed at earlier were talking. The werewolf said, "We ready to set sail? We'll probably get a handsome reward this time." The 2 of them happily stepped onto the boat. "Then let's just report to the captain." But Nana was already there waiting. The elf was surprised. Isn't that the kid from earlier?" The werewolf said, "The little brat who pointed at us. Isn't she scared coming here all by herself?" Nana stood confidently, her gaze firm. "Hey kid, where are your parents? Why did you run all the way here?" Nana pointed towards the boat in that direction. Her action annoyed the 2 demi-humans. "She's pointing again," Nana said. "I smell something familiar over there." She pointed to the room the 2 had just closed. The elf asked, "Are you curious about what's inside?" The 2 of them felt lucky. "Heh, money just fell from the sky. Today's our lucky day." He put on a voice to trick the child. "There's lots of delicious food inside," Nana asked. "Is there candy?" The elf was surprised. "Yeah, it's candy," he thought. "She looks big but can still be lured with candy. Is there something wrong with her head?" Nana's face lit up when she heard the word candy. Despite her size, she was only a child of a few years. The elf said, "We were good people." "Ha, you can eat it all. You don't have to pay." Nana remembered Sian Vert's warning. "I told you not to accept candy from strangers, remember?" But she ignored it, excited by her favorite treat. The elf opened the door to the room, and inside was only pitch-black darkness. "Come on, there's lots of candy in here. Come over here." Nana ran in without a care, completely off her guard. Sian Vert had once warned her, even if someone tells you to go into a dark, confined place, you must not go in. But Nana still rushed in, ignoring his words. The 2 demi-humans slammed the door shut, their faces gleeful at the thought of an extra bonus. What a lucky day. Inside, a series of iron cages seemed to be holding something. Nana looked all around, still looking for candy. A child. She turned away from the door and realized her mistake. Was Nana tricked? Her face grew sad, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Dad. I've been tricked." Suddenly, a scent drew Nana in. It was the same smell from earlier. She ran towards the scent, stopping in front of a cage covered with a special cloth. This was the source of the scent. Nana lifted the cloth, and her dragon eyes lit up. "So it was you. The source of the delicious smell that drew me here." It was a high-level monster, a red gnoll. Nana reached her hand into the cage, angering the red gnoll, but then she gently stroked it, taking it by surprise. "Good boy. Why are you locked up in here? Want me to let you out?" The red gnoll wagged its tail joyfully. Agreeing, Nana easily bent the bars, so effortlessly that even the red gnoll was intimidated. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Miss, can you help us escape?" It was 2 children from another race who had been kidnapped by human traffickers. Nana grew excited, as if she'd found a reason for this little trip. Meanwhile, the 2 demi-humans went to meet Captain Torino, the leader of the merchant guild. "Everything was ready for departure, sir," Torino replied. "Excellent, now we just need to set sail." The dwarf wondered, "Are we handling the negotiations ourselves again this time?" Torino stroked his red gnoll. "That's right, Morris vanished mysteriously, so the Grey Merchant Guild is basically done for. We no longer have to pay him his cut, which means more money for us." He continued, "The younger the children, the more the Garum Association pays. Once this trip is done, you'll all get an extra reward." The dwarf worried. First it was Anvis, now the Grey Guild. "I have a bad feeling about this." The werewolf and goblin were shocked. "Are you joking? You a woman?" The dwarf replied, "A very brawny woman indeed. I think we should be careful." Torino said confidently, "No need to worry, we have our red gnoll champion." Just as he said that, the dock where Nana was being held exploded. The huge blast drew everyone's attention. What was that? "My ship." From high above, Nana jumped down, landing gracefully. Torino shouted, "Who are you?" Nana spoke, revealing her sharp fangs. "You bad adults, Nana will not forgive you." She stood up, her body emanating a sky-high killing intent, revealing the distinctive horns of a dragon. The merchant guild was as good as finished. With nowhere left to run, across from them, after getting a clear view, the merchant panicked. "Is that a dragonoid?" Nana spoke with excitement, not forgetting her signature finger point. "You all bad adults who like to lie, aren't you?" The faces of the werewolf and goblin turned sour, and they gritted their teeth in anger. "You little brat, stop pointing at me, you disrespectful punk." With that, the three of them charged forward, radiating killing intent. "I will chop that finger off first. And see if you can still point at anyone." You'd think they'd put up a fight, but no, Nana just swung her arm once, sending them all sprawling on the ground. Completely helpless, the brawny dwarf woman received a special, loving headbutt from Nana, sharing their fate. The little girl stood with her arms crossed over the three defeated enemies, looking incredibly triumphant, like a child who had just beaten the bad guys. Seeing this, the merchant refused to stay idle. He raised his hand to activate the slave seal. "Haha, you chose the hard way, did you? Go and capture that brat alive for me." Nana immediately fixed her gaze on the enemy. It was an adult gnoll, its fierce eyes filled with resentment. Without hesitation, the gnoll champion leaped and charged straight towards Nana. A massive hammer blow slammed down right where she had been standing, the powerful impact shattering the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The merchant yelled, clearly displeased, "Hey, I said to capture her alive. You stupid gnoll. If you damage my goods, you re-dead." But contrary to his expectations, Nana effortlessly blocked the attack with a single hand, her face showing no strain at all. How could a dragonkin possibly lose to this pathetic gnoll? Suddenly, Nana's eyes caught something suspicious. It was the gnoll's collar, which had a magical restraint seal carved on it. A flurry of attacks came at Nana, but with her battlefield-honed reflexes, such simple strikes could never land a hit on her. The merchant's patience was wearing thin. He gritted his teeth. "She's just a little kid, and you can't even defeat her. You useless gnoll. With a massive body like that, you have to win." He tightened his hold on the slave chains. The gnoll's entire body ached, but it still had to obey the command. Nan raises its hammer high, ready to deliver its mightiest blow without hesitation. Nana gathers her strength for a counter-punch, lunging forward and striking Nan's neck before it can react. Its entire body becomes a punching bag for Nana. The punch sends the massive creature flying toward the merchant, whose eyes widen as he stammers. "Ah! Hey, why are you flying towards me?" The battlefield is shrouded in dust, the outcome of the fight seemingly decided. The sounds of battle are so loud, the city's residents can hear them. "Oh my, what's happening over there?" Brian takes notice. "That girl must be over there. I can feel a huge amount of magical power coming from the harbor." He quickly explains to Alicia and Amelia, "The whole group is running to the harbor. We have to hurry, or that kid will cause a mountain of trouble." Amelia calls out, "Wait for me." Back on the battlefield, after having his pet beast slammed into his face, the merchant struggles to his feet. "Ugh, you damn brat. I won't let you get away with this." He points at Nan and orders, "Go kill that kid now." Suddenly, his voice trails off and then stops completely. Well, what? The shackles on its neck are broken. Once freed, Nan turns to look at the merchant with eyes full of hatred, its killing intent soaring. It seems to have endured immense pain all this time. Nan's hands slowly loom over the terrified merchant. In this moment, he realizes his fatal mistake. Nana stands behind, witnessing everything as the wicked man's pain screams echo. He has paid the price for his actions, after dealing with the scoundrel who imprisoned it. Junan turns back to Nana, its cold, emotionless face slowly approaching. The two faced each other, the story apparently not over yet. In a flash, Nana pulled something from behind her back. Even the still furious gnoll was taken by surprise. It's the little nun that Nana rescued earlier. "I'm guessing you, this little one's mother, right? It's been looking for you all this time. This little puppy is so cute." The mother and child are overjoyed, having thought they would never see each other again. After their reunion, they begin to head home. Nana stands there waving goodbye. The little puppy smells delicious. To the little girl, everything is food. Seeing them so happy, Nana feels a pang of loneliness. "I miss Papa so much." Suddenly, voices ring out, catching her attention. "Thank you for saving us." It's the children Nana rescued from the boat, gathered to express their gratitude, even though she saved them. Nana doesn't know what to do to help them. The kids are too young to get home on their own. "Oh, that's right," she speaks up, causing the three demi-humans to freeze for 3 seconds. "You nasty uncles over there. You have to take responsibility and bring these children home. Didn't you kidnap them? If you don't agree, I'll eat you all up." Nana's face turns menacing, her eyes filled with killing intent. Her fangs sharp, the three kidnappers turn pale, sweating bullets. "Why, yes, my Nana says goodbye to the children one by one. Everything is over. Nana has saved everyone. I wonder if Papa will praise Nana. The little girl says sadly, I did a good thing. I didn't cause any trouble this time. Please praise me, Papa. From behind, a familiar voice rings out along with a gentle pat on the head. You did a great job. Sian arrived just in time to see everything and give her a reward. Nana exclaims, Papa, how did you find Nana? Recalls the girl's magical power radiating in all directions. It would have been strange not to find her. I went to the hiding spot first, but no one was there. In that case, she must have gotten lost somewhere. When I see them again, I'll have to give Amelia and Brian a piece of my mind. He smiles, no matter where you are, I'll find you. I'm your Papa, right? Nana shouts, Papa, you're the best. Looking at the amount of magical power Nana is emitting, Sian exclaims, this is truly terrifying. While they are talking, Brian and Amelia run over. Nana cheers, young master, huh? Brian and Miss Alicia too. Brian says urgently, thank goodness Nana is okay. I was so worried something might have happened. Before he can finish, Sian's gaze turns ice cold. Yeah, I'm sure you know what you did wrong, don't you? Sian clenches his fist, ready for a loving beatdown. Each punch is etched into Brian's mind, while Amelia, standing behind, feels the pain for him. Alicia is astonished. The person you were looking for is a dragonoid. Nana turns to look at Alicia, not understanding what's going on. Sian is still teaching Brian a lesson. I told you not to take your eyes off her. What were you so busy looking at? The scene shifts to the imperial capital. At the Kwai Rio estate, a man rushes down, panicking. What on earth is the problem? He's always been at the academy. Why would he suddenly come here? It's Headmaster Len of the academy, whose appearance makes everyone fearful. The man asks, what are you doing here? Father, it turns out this is the estate of the headmaster's son. The headmaster's gaze is sharp, his voice cold yet authoritative. Let's have a little chat. It's been a while, hasn't it? After Headmaster Kundel returned to his estate and had a conversation with his own son, the situation became quite tense. It's been 10 years since I gave up the ducal title. I had no intention of interfering, but something isn't right. Why have the domain's operating costs decreased, while the amount of money sent to the royal family has increased so much? Hearing this, the Duke quickly explained, you know very well, Father. The current Queen's family, the Nephilis faction, provides the royal family with enormous financial support each year. If we fall behind financially, our political standing will surely be severely weakened. They will eventually place their own bloodline on the throne, and things will become very serious then. Don't you want Luel to become the emperor of this country, Father? Enough. Cell slammed his hand on the table decisively. I don't want to hear any more from you. Do you think that brat Luel has what it takes to be emperor? The Duke's voice lowered. As long as the emperor comes from the Curio family, does it matter who it is? Cell replied, so it's just like when you married off your late sister to the emperor. Is that what you mean? The words touched upon the Duke's past mistake. He gripped his chair tightly in anger. I will say no more. Cut off all aid to Luel. After speaking, he stood up. Turning to leave, the Duke asked, Father, where are you going? Kundal replied, I'm going to the imperial capital to see that brat. I wonder what he'll say when he sees me. The scene shifts to the Vert family castle in the Belech domain. Arin Vert was sitting in his room, intently reading reports. So, the master of Karam has been found. I always plan meticulously before acting, but this time I'm worried everything will fall apart. After reading it, he immediately burned the report. As cautious as ever, he thought about Alicia Vert. Her quiet departure from the Order of Light was unexpected, but it gave him a more legitimate reason to become the family heir. In a way, it wasn't all bad, but what was with that look of utter contempt? Could she know something? Arin Vert's face contorted with displeasure. This was truly bothering him. As he was contemplating the recent variables, a spatial teleportation circle appeared. A spatial teleportation circle. The person who appeared was Boris. He knelt respectfully. Greetings, Lord Arin Vert. Arin stood up, wondering what happened to you. Is that the true form of the Blood Clan? Boris forced a smile. I'm nearly exhausted. My apologies, Lord Arin Vert. I'm ashamed to appear before you in this pathetic state. Arin Vert waved his hand. Never mind that. Who did this to you? Weren't you at Len Academy? Boris's voice was faint. It was your younger brother, Sian Vert. He chased me all the way here. If I had been any slower, I fear I wouldn't have survived. Arin Vert's eyes blazed with fury. Son. But Boris continued, at the same time I achieved my goal. He took out a crystal with highly condensed mana, the power of Karam, which he found during the blood banquet. Boris was delighted, a wide smile blooming on his face. I've found the master of Karam. In contrast to Boris's excitement, Arin Vert's expression darkened with rage. So it's all clear now. Sian Vert is the master of Karam. That little brat ruined my entire plan, and I didn't even realize it. Boris bowed apologetically. I tried to eliminate him, but I wasn't strong enough. Arin Vert growled. It's fine, I'll deal with him myself. He recalled his previous duel with Sian. It wouldn't be easy, but I still have a chance to win. He thought Boris would agree. But Boris objected. I don't think now is the time. Arin Vert frowned. What do you mean it's not the time? Boris explained. Sian Vert has followers of the black-feathered god by his side. If we don't prepare thoroughly, it will be hard to predict the outcome of a confrontation. Arin Vert wondered. So what's your plan? Boris replied. First, you must follow the prophecy. The saint will lead you to where the holy sword Durandalk rests, Lord Arin Vert. Go and find the holy sword Durandalk. With it, you can easily dispose of all your enemies. Outside, a spy planted by Sian Vert overheard everything. The holy sword Durandalk. This is bad. I have to report to the young master immediately. Before he could leave, Boris appeared behind him with a sinister smile. Well, it seems we have a little rat hiding here. With a simple grab, Boris effortlessly lifted the servant into the air by his neck. Weren't you once loyal to Lord Arin Vert? Who were you planning to report to after eavesdropping? From inside the room, Arin Vert emerged, his voice icy. I've suspected you for a long time, Kellen. Arin Vert's entire body radiated a terrifying killing intent. It seemed Kellen wouldn't make it out alive. Back at Len Academy, Luna was engrossed in searching for materials in the library. There's nothing here either. The only clue was that ancient book in Instructor Boris's lab, with its text in an ancient language. If I hadn't been hit by that forced expulsion spell, I would have had a chance to learn more, she mumbled. All I know is that there are only 2 standard versions of books, written in that ancient language in the entire world. One is a holy scripture, and the other is a grimoire. The one I saw looked more like a holy scripture. But why would something like that be in Boris's lab? Its contents and purpose. I couldn't find any useful information. Suddenly, Princess Arin appeared. Don't tell me I have to search the forbidden archives of the Garam Society. Luna, what are you doing? Luna turned around casually. Lady Arin, you were so lost and thought you didn't even notice I was standing right next to you. Arin replied, oh, it's nothing. What brings you here? Luna asked, have you seen Sian around lately? Arin's face flushed with embarrassment, so concerned, are we? I wouldn't know. I've mostly been in the library. Luna chuckled mockingly. It seems you were dying to see him, princess. Arin stammered, I am not. He just disappeared for a while, so I found it strange. That's all, Luna reassured her. Don't worry knowing him. He'll just suddenly appear by your side. Arin wondered, how can you be so sure? Luna replied, I just know he's always been that way. Arin looked at Luna with concern. Does she know something I don't? Suddenly, Limus ran up in a panic. Princess Arin, something terrible has happened. Arin asked, what in the world has you so panicked? Limus handed her a letter. It's from the royal family. Please read it quickly. Arin frowned. You've already read it. Don't you know you can't just open things like this? How disrespectful. Limus apologized, but please, just read it first. Arin opened the letter. Is this my father's handwriting? The contents read, after confirming the strong bond between the royal family's Arin Serenus, the 5th princess of the royal family, and the young master of the Vert family, on the premise of a pre-arranged marriage. The 2 are hereby officially declared engaged. Every word made Arin's face flush deeper with embarrassment. The atmosphere in the room fell silent, as if time had frozen in that very moment, at the royal palace, in Emperor Dian's bedchamber. He spoke in a low, warm voice. Thank you, Violet. It's nothing, father. Please don't mention it. It's only natural that I take care of your health. The Emperor of the Empire was gravely ill and bedridden, he said. It's just a mild cold. There's no need to make such a fuss. Violet replied, please get well soon, father. It breaks my heart to see you so haggard. Inwardly, she thought. The acting skills of these royals are as fake as ever. I'm fine, don't worry. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut in. Pardon the interruption, Your Majesty. I have come. Violet turned. Is an honor to see you, Your Majesty. The Emperor replied, oh, you've finally arrived. Headmaster Cell then asked his granddaughter. I trust you are well. Princess Violet, she bowed in greeting. Yes, thank you, grandfather. With that, Violet rose and said, I will take my leave now, please. The 2 of you talk comfortably. The Emperor smiled. Very well. Thank you. After Violet left, the Emperor chuckled at the unexpected visit. Haha. You were gone for quite a long time on this trip, weren't you? Cell's eyes filled with worry. Your Majesty, what in the world has been happening? Why have you ended up in this state? The Emperor's body was severely weakened. His eyes filled with exhaustion. Dian sighed. I am truly ashamed to receive a royal guest in this condition. But I can't help it, Cell interjected. That doesn't matter. More importantly, since when did your health deteriorate this badly? The Emperor replied, I'm not sure myself. At first, I thought it was just a common cold, but as time passed, it didn't improve. In fact, it got worse. A look of regret crossed Cell's face. I apologize, Your Majesty. I should have been more attentive. If I had come sooner, it wouldn't have gotten this bad. The Emperor chuckled. Ha. It seems you've come because of something important, haven't you? You only ever appear when a great disaster threatens this empire. Isn't that right, father? Are you worried about that boy, Yunel? Even with a weakened body, The monarch's mind remained sharp. Cell nodded. Hemph, you've guessed correctly. Before I arrived, that boy was my only concern. But now the situation is far more serious. The emperor struggled to summon a ball of mana in his hand. You don't need to worry, father. As long as I stand and rule this kingdom, I won't let that boy cause trouble. Looking at the ball of mana, Cell was doubtful. Your Majesty possesses an immense amount of mana. But in your current state of health, it's extremely unstable. It's not just your physical body that has weakened. My core strength has also been severely damaged. The emperor turned warily. But now there's something that worries me more, Kundal asked. What is it? How is that child, Arin Vert, doing at the academy? I thought it was something important. If that's what you worried about, rest assured, she's an excellent student. Both hardworking and talented. If things continue like this, she'll become a model princess, so you don't need to worry so much. Diane sighed in relief. Really? That's great. She used to be such a crybaby when she was little. I feel relieved hearing you say that. Father, ever since she met a certain boy 3 years ago, she's matured a lot. Kundal wondered, a boy? Do you mean Sian Vert? The emperor nodded. That's right. I believe he will always be by Arin Vert's side in times of danger. So I've decided to have them marry. Kundal sighed. Aren't you surprised, father? I had a feeling this would happen. Ever since you recommended that boy for the royal dormitory, I knew you were planning something. Diane asked. What do you think of that boy, Sian Vert? Kundal said angrily, that kid is absolutely terrible. The emperor was stunned. Terrible. Kundal continued. He skips class almost all day, more often than he eats meals. I've never seen him read a single book. That brat is the worst student in my 50 years of teaching. Every word was like a thunderclap, making the emperor wonder if he had made a mistake. But Kundal continued, however, to be fair, that kid is one of the most outstanding talents. If Sian is with Arin Vert, no one in this world will be able to lay a single finger on her. The emperor smiled in relief. Well, it's a relief to hear that. But what exactly are you worried about? Diane's voice grew heavy. Actually, I'm afraid that one day, the children I've brought into this world will slaughter each other for the throne. The scene changes to a hallway, where Luel was waiting for Violet. He spoke in a condescending tone. Hey Violet. You just came from seeing father and grandfather, didn't you? Why did he come here? Violet walked past him with a sarcastic smile. Who knows? Why don't you go ask him yourself? Luel's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Hey Violet. I'm not done talking. She stopped and sighed contemptuously. Yeah, you really are pathetic. Luel was stunned. Are you crazy? Do you want to declare war on me now? Violet turned back, with a smug and cunning smile. Of course not. Do you think I'd lower myself to that level? Someone like you isn't worthy. Luel couldn't hold back. Violet. What the hell are you talking about? Before he could finish, Violet's hand shot out and grabbed his face, her voice cold and threatening. Oh, I thought you already knew everything. Or do you need me to explain it again? Weren't you the one who tried to kill all our siblings to secure the succession? Her words cut into the secret Luel had been hiding, and he panicked. Don't spout nonsense without proof. He pushed her hand away, trying to hide his fluster. Violet, I'll go ask him myself. You'd better be careful. Violet stood there, with a proud, victorious smile. It seems you've sided with Arin now. Back at the academy, Arin Vert was flustered by the letter. I'm going to marry Sian. Why would father decide something so important without asking me? She lowered her head, embarrassed. Luna said gently, if you don't like it, why not refuse? Arin Vert shouted, then calmed down. Actually, I don't completely hate the idea. Our family has to consider the status of both sides. But father should have at least told me first. Suddenly, Limas slammed her foot on the table and spoke up. Loudly, I will support this marriage with all my might. For a long time, I've seen that the young master has stolen the princess's heart. She's had a secret crush on him for ages. She continued, this is fate, or the will of the gods. You must conquer the young master's heart. Embarrassed, Arin Vert jumped up and hugged Limas. Her face as red as a ripe tomato. Stop talking, Limas.
That's too much!
From a corner of the room, a familiar voice called out, Limas, why are you making such a racket in the library? It was San, pointing with a displeased look. The library is a quiet place for reading. Why are you shouting so loudly? Can't you see you, re-embarrassing the princess? As usual, Arin Vert grabbed Limas by the collar and ran off. Sian and Luna were left standing there, bewildered. What's with those two? Luna turned to him. Senior Sian, do you like Lady Arin Vert? Sian answered immediately. Of course not. I think my real age is over 40. Princess Arin Vert is just a child. How could that ever happen? Just the thought of it sends a chill down my spine. Really? If that's the case, then it's fine. She smiled as if thinking she still had a chance. Sian wondered. What did you want to ask? Luna replied. About the books I'm reading. I'm looking for information on a certain book. Sian asked which one. Luna explained. The book in Instructor Boris's research room, written in an ancient language. Sian became thoughtful. I don't think I'll find anything useful here. If you want to know more about the Black Feather scripture, you'll have to search the Forbidden Archives. Even if there is some information, it won't be much. Sian placed the book on the table. Have you read this one? Luna picked it up, The Chronicles of the Swordsman Penelon. It's not just a travel log, Sian said, pointing to a passage. Here a mountain thick with sand trees, where a beast defeated in the war between gods and demons slumbers. The mountain is steeped in ancient legend. He leaned close to Luna's face, making her flustered. A mountain covered in sand trees. Does that ring any bells? Luna stammered. No, not really, but what does that have to do with the Holy Scripture? Sian's voice lowered, his eyes filled with killing intent. What I'm looking for isn't the Holy Scripture, but the thing that counters it in battle. The legendary book, one of the two rarest in the world. The Grimoire Lemmy Haram. Hearing this, Luna's expression turned to one of utter shock. How could he possibly know the name of the Holy Scripture and the Grimoire Lemmy Haram? Extremely few people knew about them. Even within the Garam Association, only a handful did. She quickly turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. I don't know anything about what you were talking about, Sian replied. Is that so? Fine. After their chat, Sian left to find more information. If you find anything useful, let me know. Luna nodded. Alright, see you later. As Sian walked away, Luna stood there pondering. Suddenly, she spoke in a serious tone. What are you doing here? Lamla. From behind, a girl stepped out from a bookshelf. Lamla, a swordswoman assigned by the Garam Association to shadow Luna, replied, My apologies. Lady Luna, I was ordered to stay close and never leave you alone. Luna looked at her with suspicious eyes. I bet she's here to spy on me, not protect me. It's definitely an order from that damn old man. Luna commanded, Stand still and answer, the Holy Scripture and Lemmy Haram. How many people in the Garam Association know about them? Lamela said worriedly, Very few, my lady, even mentioning those names is taboo. Luna continued, So you don't know how the young master found out about them? Lamela shook her head. I really don't know. Luna asked, Can you retrieve some books about them from the Forbidden Archives? Lamela was horrified. My lady, if I do that, I could lose my life. Lord Regan will be furious and won't let it slide. Seeing that persuasion wasn't working, Luna threatened her, her eyes filled with killing intent and her voice cold. Humph. If I just say a few words to him, you'll die for nothing anyway. I need to know what Senior Sian has learned. So what's your choice? Lamala was desperate. I'm dead if I do it, and dead if I don't. I'm screwed either way. She said sadly, I understand. I'll do my best. Lamela turned and left. Luna walked over to the book Sian had left, thinking she would ask him how he knew such secret information. My priority now is to get closer to Sian. He's definitely hiding something. Back to Sian. He was walking through the academy's hallway, his thoughts in a jumble. A mountain full of casuarina trees. I thought Luna knew something, but it seems I was wrong. I guess I'll have to find out on my own. A voice called out. You seem to be deep in thought. Sian looked up to see Set leaning against the wall, wearing a new pair of glasses that made him look intellectual. Set pushed up his glasses. Don't worry, you can tell me your problem. I am a man of great wisdom and empathy. Speak, my friend. I shall be your counselor. Sian was speechless. Has he finally lost his mind? He asked, What the hell are you doing here? Set laughed. Trying to act cool won't make you stronger. Are you surprised that I have this side to me? Big bro. Sian walked past him, annoyed. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to joke around with you.
Set called out, Hey, wait!
You can confide in me. Maybe I can help. Sian thought, how could he possibly help? His brain is all muscle. But then he remembered, wait, his homeland is in the desert. That might be related, Sian asked. Have you ever heard of a place called the Mountain Full of Casuarina Trees? Or the name Lemmy Haram? Set took off his glasses, a dangerous smile on his face. Heh, it's been a long time since I've heard that name. Sian was surprised. Are you serious? Set crushed the glasses in his hand. Furious, Lemmy Haram, the first opponent who made me taste defeat. Set explained that when he was 6 years old, he encountered it in some nameless ruins on his journey to find strength. Back then, Set was just a kid with no muscle and no experience. It was a terrifying monster. A single light swing of its arm knocked Set out cold. There was no way to beat it, and Set thought his life was over. Luckily, he just lost consciousness and woke up later, running for his life. It was humiliating, but if I hadn't, I wouldn't be standing here today, Set said. You managed to escape at 6 years old. That's impressive. What's so humiliating about that? Sian wondered. So Lemmy Haram is a monster. Not a book. Set looked dejected. It's depressing to talk about it. Sian fell into thought. Do I really have to go there? But it's so vague, I don't want to go. He asked. Do you know what region it was in? Set replied. I don't know the exact name of the ruins, but it was in the Nordelli region. In the ancient Spanian language, Nordelli means mountain full of casuarina trees. Sian shouted in excitement. Really? If I go to Nordelli, could you take me to the ruins? Set was stunned. You want me to come with you? Set nodded. That's right. I'll get ready immediately. Set remembered his childhood when the Queen Mother comforted him. Don't worry, my love. One day, you'll have a friend who likes you for who you are, she said. If you train hard, you will find a friend to go on adventures with all over the world. Set was touched. Mom was right. He dashed off, laughing with excitement. Haha, alright, son, I'll get ready immediately, San called out. Hey, wait, that's a wall. Set smashed through the wall, leaving a perfectly square hole and a group of stunned students. Sian was dumbfounded. Why is he so excited? From around the corner, Luna overheard the entire conversation and decided to follow Sian to learn more. Sian went back to his room to get ready. When he entered, he found Brian and Emilia in high spirits. Brian said, Young Master Sian, a letter from the palace has arrived. Emilia teased. Oh, young master, I never took you for that kind of person. Sian snatched the letter, annoyed. Did you read my mail again without permission? Brian, do that again and you'll be in serious trouble. Brian apologized. It just happened to fall into my line of sight. San opened the letter and mumbled. What's this about? Emilia grinned. You re-getting married, young master. To Princess Arin. Sian recalled Luna's question, so that was the reason she asked. He folded the letter and changed into desert gear. That can wait. I'm going to be away for some time. You two look after Nana, and make sure she doesn't wander off. Nana, lying adorably on the sofa, said, Don't worry, Daddy. Am I going to have a mommy now? Snapped, never. Brian said worriedly, What do you mean by that? If you defy a royal decree, Princess Arin will be devastated. Sian calmly replied, The plan I'm currently executing isn't going to be a peaceful one. I might be hunted down or even executed for heresy or for crushing the Empire's hope. I can't drag her into this chaos. Just make sure you do exactly as I've instructed. Sian departed, leaving Brian and Emilia to stare silently at the closed door. Emilia said sadly, I feel so sorry for the young master. That woman is the real villain. Brian placed a hand on her shoulder. We can't let anything terrible happen to our master, right? Let's give it our all. Emilia nodded. Right, Brian. Nana chimed in. Nana too. The two of them turned around, confused. Wait, Nana, you mean Master Sen? Before their eyes, Nana transformed into the likeness of a Vert, though she couldn't completely hide her horns and eyes. This skill would prove useful later on. The scene shifts to the desert of the Spania kingdom south of Nordeli. Sian and Set are riding the flying carpet. Alamu, Set boasted. Haha. You mean this trusty Alamu? Thanks to this baby, we got here in just half a day. Sian was amazed. This is incredible, but do you even know where we were going? Set pointed ahead. Don't you worry, I remember it all. We just need to pass through that sandstorm over there and we'll arrive. Sian said nonchalantly, Is that right? But a moment later he realized, that's no ordinary sandstorm, is it? Set laughed, haha, so you've noticed. That's a sandstorm unique to Spania. Set puffed out his chest. Just trust me, my friend. The scene changes to a short time later. San opened his eyes, wondering, did I just lose consciousness? The harsh sunlight beat down on his eyes, and the heat was intense. Looks like I made it through the sandstorm safely. From behind him, Set approached with a playful tone. You reawake, my friend. He thumped his chest. I'm still doing great. San shot him a look, like I care. Why are you telling me? The two resumed their journey across the desert. Sian asked, How much farther do we have to go? Set chuckled. Haha, we were almost there. A hazy silhouette appeared before Sian's eyes. Huh, what's that shimmering in the distance? Set nodded. Yep, that's the place we were looking for. The sandy winds were blowing fiercely, making it hard to see. But the ruins were massive, besides me. You were probably the first person to ever set foot here. Sian's voice was grim. Are you sure about that? Set was bewildered. Sure about what? Is someone here? Sian's gaze was serious. He pulled a cloth over his face. A few people have beaten us to it. I can sense multiple mana signatures. Outside the ancient ruins, a group of people was approaching the entrance. Their leader, Karen, gave an order. We proceed on foot from here. We have no information on what's inside, so stay on high alert, his subordinate replied. Yes, Sir Karen. The gate to the ruins loomed mysteriously, like an Egyptian tomb. Anyone who entered recklessly would pay with their life. And Set moved in closer to observe. Sian whispered. Who are these guys? Let's just observe them for now. Before he could finish his sentence, Set, the muscle head, charged out. Leaping into the air and aiming a fist at the group, Set brought his fist down hard on Karen. But the man jumped back, dodging the blow. Set was thrilled. Oh, you managed to dodge that. Who the heck are you? Sian was furious. What is wrong with that idiot? Set clenched his fists confidently. I, in the name of the Prince of Spania, Set Jahakan, demand to know who you are. What is your business here? He then pointed to the rock Sian was hiding behind. I'm not here alone. My friend, Arin Vert, is right over there. Sian buried his face in his hands, groaning. What a terrible teammate. Karen was startled to hear the name Arin Vert. It really is him. An assassin wouldn't just rush in and shout their identity like that. Sian muttered, that idiot. Now things have gotten complicated. Karen brushed off his clothes and spoke, the brood of Spania, Prince Set, and the youngest son of the ducal house of Vert. Whatever your purpose for coming here, now that you know of this place, don't expect to leave peacefully. Karen summoned his sword, his gaze sharp. He closed in on Set, his sword filled with killing intent, aiming to silence him. But the attack was easily blocked. Karen was shocked. Impossible. That brat Set just used a sand condensation technique, creating a shield of sand that absorbed the mana from the attack. He blocked my power. That energy then launched a powerful counterattack, sending the mana back at Karen. The attack grazed his cheek, leaving a scratch, and slammed into the gate, blowing it to smithereens. Karen touched the wound, thinking, he countered with my own mana. I thought he was just small fry. I let my guard down. He looked at Set with suspicion. Set said regretfully, Tesk, such a good shot and it missed. What a shame, Karen shouted in anger, you arrogant brat. He turned to his subordinates. Azramo, Kenzil, are you just going to stand there and watch? But Sian had already taken them all down. Karen gritted his teeth, unleashing immense mana. You damn brats. How dare you mock me? I won't forgive you. He powered up like a genuine Super Saiyan. San and Set stood still, watching to see what Karen would do. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Stop. Sian and Karen were surprised, but Set was pensive. Whose voice was that? Luna and her guard approached calmly. She said coldly, they are with me. Lower your sword. Karen knelt and bowed. My apologies, Lady Luna. I didn't know they were your companions. I was rude. He blushed in embarrassment. Luna looked at him with contempt. As long as you know your mistake. She turned to Sian cheerfully. How have you been, senior? Sian asked. How did you know I was here? Luna joked. Because you have a special, pleasant scent, senior. Sian snapped. Stop joking. How did you really know? Karen fumed, seeing Set acting so familiar with Luna. A side character can only get so far. The scene shifts to Sian's room at the academy, where Nana has large horns and a familiar tail. Brian and Amelia called instructor Sarek to take a look. Sarek explained. Nana is entering the maturation phase of the dragon species. Her transformation technique is still clumsy but will become perfect later on. It's usually a magic used to hide a dragon's true form. But for a dragonkin like Nana, it's unclear how it will turn out, since she's never seen an adult dragon in real life. Sarek thought. It's not entirely true that she hasn't seen one, but I shouldn't mention the two ancient dragons from before. I'll get scolded. She asked, by the way, where is Sian? Brian was flustered. About that, I'm sorry. Amelia bowed her head. He skipped class again. Sarek got angry. Next time, I'll make sure he attends all his classes. She slammed the door and left. Brian sighed. Making excuses for the young master is exhausting. Amelia nodded. Yeah, I feel the same way. Back at the unnamed ruins, the group discussed their plan. Karen objected. We were going into the ruins together. No way. Lady Luna will be in danger, Sian replied. It's fine, I can vouch for this group's strength. Besides, no one has ever come out of these ruins alive. Luna nodded. In difficult times, it's a good idea to work together, right? Karen insisted. Are they all above level 7? This time will be different. Please trust me, Set chimed in. Hey, I've been in there and came out just fine. Karen was agitated. Nonsense, you couldn't have survived, Set snapped. Huh. You lost, and you still running your mouth. I can lead the way. At the entrance, which was full of lizardmen, Sian thought. There are high-level magic beasts at the entrance. But didn't I just smash the gate? From within the tomb, a heavy sound echoed. Growing louder, Luna asked, what is that? Sian commanded. Everyone, prepare for battle. Hundreds of lizard monsters charged out, filled with killing intent, roaring as if they wanted to eat the intruders of their sacred land alive. Lamella said worriedly, please step back, Lady Luna. I will protect you. Karen's men were just as panicked. Karen hastily drew his sword. We will join the fight too. Everyone, get ready. Karen unleashed a violent lightning slash that electrocuted one lizard, turning it black. But their numbers were too great. It barely made a dent. Lamella unleashed a slash imbued with holy power, destroying a few of them. Luna struggled to fend off the monster's relentless, storm-like attacks. The situation wasn't too bad yet. But it wouldn't be good if this continued. Their numbers were overwhelming. Killing a few didn't make a difference. While Luna was hesitating, Sian spoke up, and a stream of purple mana flooded the battlefield. Luna felt it clearly. It's him. Sian stood in the middle of the battlefield, casting a familiar technique, the invisible mana sphere. Hundreds of spheres appeared above the lizards' heads, leaving them bewildered. Sian gave the command, and each sphere effortlessly blew the monsters away. Not a single one could resist. Leaving only piles of mangled flesh and shattered rock, Karen's group was astonished. What did I just see? High-level magic beasts were wiped out in a single blow. This is the true power of Arin Vert, they exclaimed. He's just a kid. Leaving nothing but corpses and residual mana, Sian thought. I don't want to waste time. I have to hurry. Karen and Lamella were worried. This power was beyond imagination, Set interjected. Annoyed, what are you doing? Why did you steal my chance to show off? Sian replied. Don't waste time, lead the way, that's your role. Set grumbled. Huh. Do you think I'm just a guide? Are you just going to watch the whole group go in? Lamel asked. This is no ordinary ruin. Sian nodded. Exactly, otherwise why would it have a defense system like this? This place is a magical space created by someone. It's definitely a dungeon hiding something. The door restored itself and slammed shut, concealing all traces of the fight. Inside, Karen's group tried to get through the next door, but to no avail. Karen said grimly, the unlocking spell is ineffective. I've never seen a door like this before. He ordered, stand back, I'll destroy it just like the last gate. He unleashed a lightning blast, but a layer of mana blocked it, leaving it without a single scratch. Karen was astonished. Could this door be protected by an ancient seal? Set burst out laughing. Haha, you old geezer, is that brute force the only way you know? Karen fumed. Then why don't you open it yourself, you little punk? Set approached and placed his hand on the ancient script. Mana surged, and the door opened with ease. Set smirked in satisfaction. Try using your brain more next time. The old man, Karen, ground his teeth. I'm going to kill that kid. But before he could act, a giant monster approached, letting out a terrifying growl. Set yelled, there's a magical beast guarding every door. This one's mine, Sian.
Stay out of it.
The monster lunged forward, radiating killing intent. Set laughed, haha, overflowing with interesting power. He gathered energy in his palm, preparing to counter. The two blows collided in midair, emitting a blast of energy. Set won with ease, and the group continued deeper into the dungeon. They faced high-level magical beasts and deadly traps, fortunately managed to grab Luna in time, saving her from harm. They encountered many strange creatures, and the difficulty gradually increased. But it still wasn't enough to trouble the party. Only Set could open any of the doors in the ruins. If he weren't here, the group would have been stuck just looking at them. After a long trek, they stopped to rest for the night. Sian and Luna sat talking by the campfire. Luna asked, are the ruins reacting to Set's royal blood? Sian nodded. It's said that the people who created this place were of the Sahakan tribe. That's probably correct. Luna was surprised. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She said bashfully. I didn't know. I only looked it up in the forbidden archives after you brought it up. Sian was skeptical. Can I believe that? Luna smiled, of course. I would never lie to the person I like. Sian got flustered. You played dirty. But he still didn't understand why she was suddenly being so friendly for no reason. Who could believe that? Luna was at a loss for words. You really are an idiot. Her tone became serious. The Garam Association has been searching for the Holy Scripture and the Grimoire for a long time. They believe them to be divine artifacts that can restore the fading Garam kingdom. For my grandfather, Regions, it's a matter of faith. He thinks possessing these divine artifacts will allow him to rule the continent. Sian smirked. Control the continent. How troublesome and delusional. Even if he obtained them, it would be pointless. It would only cause those around him to die for nothing. Luna's eyes sparkled as she asked, and you? What do you need the Grimoire for? Sian gave a cunning smile. To cause destruction. If I'm going to be used in their ridiculous plan, I'd rather be the saboteur. It's much more fun that way. His words made Luna's heart skip a beat, her cheeks blushing red, as if she was completely captivated. In that case, I'll help you. Sian was surprised. What did you say? I'll help you get the Grimoire. Luna beamed. I just realized that's what I want to do. It was a smile that could make anyone swoon. Sian said thoughtfully. Luna, you should get some sleep. Luna pouted. But why? I want to stay with you a little longer. Sian stood up. Then I'll go to bed first. You can stay here and hang out. He walked away, wondering why he'd told that girl such things. She's only 12 years old. I need to be more careful next time. Luna fumed. Why is he so dense? She's a master flirt, but she's hitting on a 40-year-old man. In a distant corner, Karen ground his teeth in jealousy. Not that you ever had a chance, you foolish old geezer. The next morning, the group arrived at the final door, the boss room. It was several times larger and taller than the previous ones. Set opened the door, his voice low. It's been a while since I've been back here. The barrier dissipated, revealing the entrance to the final chamber. In the center of the room, a bizarre object floated in the air, radiating a dangerous aura of mana. Sian asked, is that the Limai Harem? Set nodded. Yes, it's extremely powerful, so be careful. A torrent of chaotic thoughts flooded Sian's mind. How is this a grimoire? It's a demon skull shrouded in mana, not a book. Karen interjected, if you scared, I'll go first. Sian stopped him. Wait, let's assess the situation first. Before he could finish his sentence, the Limai Harem awakened. Luna shouted a warning. Fall back. I can feel an incredible amount of mana. The Limai Harem began to transform, growing from its small size. Sian exclaimed, is it a magical beast? Transformed into a gigantic figure, and the group assumed a defensive formation. They didn't know what they were up against. But its sheer size was incredibly menacing. The Limai Harem stomped heavily, revealing the form of a demonic stag from hell. Its domain enveloped everything in an aura of fear. Sian thought worriedly. If the Holy Scripture is an angel, then this grimoire is a demon. It can create its own domain. It's definitely no ordinary monster. This must be the true power of the legendary Lamai harem. The monster charged, attacking Karen. Karen gritted her teeth and stepped back, annoyed. Damn it, this monster is huge. Is this really the Limwell harem grimoire we were looking for? Karen unleashed her skill, lightning step. The attack landed squarely on the monster's face, unobstructed. It seemed like it would be effective, but no, the attack was like a mere scratch. It didn't even leave a mark, let alone make the monster retreat. It stood proudly like an inviolable monument. Karen's subordinates said, "We will provide support, Sir Karen." The three of them combined their magic like superheroes, merging elements to form a grand celestial bullet. The attack wasn't particularly powerful, but it was as flashy as a rainbow, worthy of a festival performance. It shot forward like an arrow, slamming into the monster's stomach and making it cry out in pain. After taking the direct hit, the deer-headed creature dropped to its knees, and it seemed the attack was effective. Karen was excitedly relieved. "It's down, good job from behind." Luna cast a spell. "I'll hold it down." She used ice magic to lock the monster in place, creating an opening for the next attack. Luna ordered, "Finish it," urging her subordinate forward. Lamela swiftly moved across the ice, closing in on the monster, ready to deliver the finishing blow, gripping her sword tightly. Holy power radiated, Lamela's eyes determined. A powerful slash swept across the monster's nape, carrying immense power, accompanied by the brilliant light of holy power. Just when they thought the battle was over, the monster launched a surprise counterattack, swatting Lamela away. The danger wasn't over, as Set attacked from another direction. He slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a sandstorm, a giant vortex of sand engulfing the monster. Set was excited. "Long time no see, Lamela. I'm here to finish our unfinished battle. Today I'll settle my debt with you right here." The sand vortex was fierce, sharp as a grinder, ready to shred everything. This was the trump card Set had prepared. Luna was worried about Lamela after the counterattack. Lamela was thrown and crashed to the ground near Luna, slowly sitting up. "I'm fine, Lady Luna. Luckily, it's all sand around here. If this were in the city or a rocky area, I'd be done for." Luna was relieved. "It's a good thing no one was as seriously injured as I thought. It seems we still have a chance to win." But she had a bad feeling. "Why do I feel like something's wrong?" A woman's intuition shouldn't be underestimated. Inside the raging vortex, the monster's eyes glowed brightly, and it easily blew the sandstorm away with a swing of its arm. The magic enveloping it tore apart like a thin sheet of paper. Set stepped back, still smiling but with a hint of worry. "Haha. It really is a true monster." It dispelled that magic. The monster charged at Set, letting out a deafening roar. Set yelled, "Bring it on. I'm not the same kid I used to be." Magic infused his fists, ready to counterattack. But the group had wasted too much time. Sian stepped forward, holding his familiar sphere of nothingness. His voice was cold, carrying the breath of death. "Disintegrate." The monster took the full blow to its stomach. Its attack interrupted as it rolled across the ground. Set panted, annoyed. "How boring. Why do you always interfere with my prey?" Sian replied, "Sorry for cutting in. I didn't mean to kill it." Karen broke out in a cold sweat. "He killed that monster in a single blow. I don't know if the monster is it or him," he resignedly thought. "I can't believe Lady Luna is standing next to such a mysterious guy. How filthy." A subordinate ran up. "Sir Karen, are you alright?" Karen snapped, "You worried about me now? Hurry up and take care of Lady Luna, you idiots." The subordinate was stunned. "What the hell? Did we mess up?" The monster's body was reduced to just a skull. Sian looked down. "We've escaped the spatial domain. It seems to be over. But where's the grimoire? This is the first time I've defeated one of these, so I don't know what happens next." Suddenly, a blue flame erupted from the skull. Sian shouted,
It's not over yet.
Something rose from the ground. Set and Sian were within the attack's range. Sian muttered, "Damn it, not enough time to run." A swirling tornado erupted upwards, destroying everything. Luna worriedly cried out, "Senior." Senior said, "It's dangerous." Lamela held her back. Karen ordered his subordinates to retreat. Sian stood in the middle of the tornado, caught off guard by the surprise attack and unsure how to react. The rubble of earth and stone gathered towards the center of the room. Luna watched helplessly. Lamela said in despair, "We were too late, Lady Luna. Even someone as talented as young Master Set would have a hard time surviving that." But Luna was confident. "No, Sian is still alive." She approached the pile of rubble and ordered, "Help me clear this debris." Lamela hesitated, "My lady, I know it's hard to understand, but just trust me. Sian and I have a connection. I know he's still in there. Just do as I say." The scene shifts to the space where Sian is trapped. He looks around, finding himself in another domain space, with the monster in front of him. Revived, more muscular, and radiating superior power. Above a waterfall, an object was pinned by a spear. Perhaps that was the secret of this place. Sian assessed the magical beast. Its magical power is completely different from before. He turned to Set. Hey, are you okay? That thing revived without a scratch. But the sight left Sian stunned. Set was burned black, on the verge of death, Sian thought. He couldn't dodge the attack. Magic above the 9th circle is too much for a rookie. Even teachers would die, let alone a student. Sian's expression darkened with annoyance. This is really pissing me off. Facing the monster that was radiating immense magical power. He didn't flinch. Rage filled his mind as Sian drew Karam and growled. For a beast, you sure do talk a lot. No one is watching. If you unleash your power, I'll split your damn head right here. Don't even dream of an easy death. I'm in a terrible mood. A deadly smile spread across Arin Vert's face. The two charged at each other like warriors, one a beast of immense power, the other a demon exploding with fury. It had been a long time since Arin Vert had been this angry. Holding nothing back, his mind was set on tearing the beast into 100 pieces to vent his rage. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the mist sword dance, and dozens of slashes tore through the monster, leaving it unable to defend itself. Without pausing, Arin Vert spun and continued his relentless assault. The barrage of strikes hit its vital points, causing the monster to roar in agony. With just a few simple moves, the monster collapsed and dissipated. Unable to resist, just when it seemed to be over, the monster regenerated and rose again, speaking in a broken voice. You are the first human to reach this place, but you will soon fail. Arin Vert narrowed his eyes, surprised it could talk. The monster roared, it won't be easy to kill me. My body has infinite regeneration in this territory. Prepare yourself, for I will kill you now. It gave a triumphant smirk, as blue flames erupted menacingly. But it had picked the wrong opponent. Before it finished its sentence, a black orb of void appeared. Blowing away one side of the monster's face, dozens more black orbs slammed into its body, leaving a giant hole. Gripping Karam tightly, Arin Vert rushed in for the finishing blow, unleashing his mist sword dance and severing the monster's head in a flash. Its massive body dissolved into faint embers, revealing a small orb within a spirit stone that enabled its regeneration. Pieces of its body began to wrap around the stone, regenerating once more. The monster gloated. It's useless. My body is immortal and regenerates infinitely. You can't defeat me. You will just tire yourself out, Arin Vert replied, his cold voice startling the deer-headed beast. I like your ability, so I'll just keep slicing you into 100 pieces. How amusing. Don't die now. Regenerate again. The monster was bewildered. It had picked the wrong demon to fight. Meanwhile, back with Luna, she and Lamala were trying to break through the rubble that had buried Sian and Set. Their powerful attacks weren't even leaving a scratch. Lamela said, frustrated, our magic is useless. Are we supposed to keep casting spells forever at this rate? Luna replied in a wary tone, there's a barrier protecting the ruins. We really can't do anything. She silently wished Set was here. Things would be so much easier. The sound of footsteps rang out as Karen appeared. Lady Luna, it's a pleasure to see you again. Are you hurt? Luna replied, I'm fine. Are you all right? Karen said excitedly, I know the way out, please. Follow me. Luna interrupted him. No, I can't leave. Karen was taken aback. What? This place could collapse at any second. You need to leave immediately. Luna was resolute. I can't go yet. My senior is still trapped under this wreckage. If you won't help, then leave, Karen yelled. No one could survive under all this rubble. Why are you so obsessed with Arin Vert? Do you not care about the rest of us? Azra, Mo Kenzin, they all died beneath the rocks.
He screamed. They all died right in front of me!
Does their sacrifice mean nothing? I will escort you to safety. I've followed you for so long. If you were going to fall for anyone, it should be me. No one cares for you like I do. Karen raved. This is destiny. Why am I only now realizing that you are my destiny? A toad trying to eat a swan. Luna narrowed her eyes, her voice filled with cold disdain. True, I might say something like that to Senior Arin Vert, but never to a lowlife like you. It's disgusting hearing such pretty words come from a pile of stinking garbage. The words struck Karen directly. Lamela couldn't help but laugh. But for a creep like him, the insult only fueled his excitement. Karen snarled through her laughter. I don't care, I'll use force if necessary. Lamela drew her sword. You've crossed the line, Karen. But Karen effortlessly grabbed her by the throat, slamming her against the pile of rocks. Stay out of my way, Lamela, do you dare defy me? Getting rid of you would be as easy as crushing a cheap toy. He then unleashed his lightning pressure. Electricity coursed through Lamela, making her scream before she passed out and collapsed. Karen turned to Luna with a crazed look in his eyes and a smug grin. Now that all the obstacles are gone, it's just the two of us. Lady Luna, a voice called out, freeze. Karen looked around, his gaze landing on a hole in the ceiling. So there's another survivor. Who are you? The voice answered, come out, how fine. But you will pay the price for your arrogance. Karen's distorted smile was a bad omen. The scene shifts, and Set wakes up in an unfamiliar space. Where am I? He looked around. How did I get here? The last thing I remember is being attacked by Lamia harem and passing out. Could I be dead? A voice echoed, "You are not dead." A tan-skinned girl with desert magic markings on her body approached him, looking like a royal ancestor or a goddess. She spoke. "It has been a while." Descendant of Saha Set was skeptical. "A while. Have we met before?" "Who are you?" She smiled. "You wouldn't remember. I saved you when you were just a child. But that's not important. I'm far more interested in the boy who was with you." She cupped his face. Set, "Lend me your body one more time." A passionate kiss left Set bewildered. What's going on? In the real world, his charred body awakened, possessed by the soul of a strange girl. As a sigil spread across his body, on the other side, the battle between Arin Vert and the monster was overwhelmingly one-sided. Using the 8-blossom dance blade, dozens of slashes tore through the monster's flesh. It couldn't take it anymore, begging him to please stop. But Arin Vert answered with a relentless barrage of techniques. Testament to his immortal training, mist sword style across slash. A cross was carved into the monster's stomach, causing it to roar in agony as its body was split in two, revealing a spirit stone in its belly. Arin Vert muttered, "This thing again. It's as hard as a rock. I'm so sick of this." Arin Vert created a black orb, preparing to stop, before anyone could stop him. Arin Vert split the spirit stone in two, ending the bloody torture. The monster's body failed to regenerate, crumbling into dust like a sandcastle, leaving only a piece of paper in the dirt. Arin Vert picked it up. "What? It's just a page from a grimoire. All this way for nothing." He thought that Karam would have recognized it immediately if she were awake. Karam had been exhausted after the battle with Boris, and had fallen into a deep slumber. Arin Vert wondered when she would return. "Why am I still in this space? I already killed the monster that created it." Suddenly, Set lunged at him with a punch full of killing intent. Arin Vert leaped back in astonishment. "Set, what's wrong?" "No, that's not right. The demonic energy he's using is completely different. What in the world is going on?" Suddenly from behind, the entity possessing the body lunged forward to attack. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reflexes, Arin Vert dodged to the side. Avoiding the blow, a look of astonishment appeared on Arin Vert's face. "Is that Set?" "No, his demonic energy is completely different from before. What on earth is happening?" Meanwhile, back with Luna, the owner of the strange, threatening voice from before finally revealed themselves. "Well, I didn't intend to interfere in this. But why were you trying to harm that child? If you can't give me a reason that I find satisfactory, then this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." An entity with a dark red demonic aura, similar to Arin Vert's, had appeared, and the pressure it exuded was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Karen slowly placed his hand on his sword, thinking to himself, "This terrifying demonic energy is nothing like the previous one. He's much stronger than that last guy, so this is the real Limmy Harem, answer me." Karen's face was beaded with sweat from fear, but he still believed he was strong enough to defeat the monster before him. "I'll subdue it right now and make it mine." Seeing this, Limmy Harem simply replied softly, truly pathetic. It raised its hands, unleashing some kind of technique. Instantly, Karen's arm went stiff, unable to move. His arm was bent backward, then twisted several more times like a piece of taffy. The sound of shattering bones echoed like a styrofoam box being crushed underfoot. Limmy Harem slowly stepped down and spoke. "So, is that how you choose to answer my question? What did you think you could do with such paltry strength? You really are a rude one." As it spoke, it snapped its fingers. Instantly, Karen's arm exploded, sending blood and gore flying everywhere. He clutched his arm and collapsed, letting out a scream of pure agony. Nearby, Luna could only stand frozen, watching what was happening before her. But it didn't stop there. Limmy Harem proceeded to use its demonic energy to blast Karen against the wall behind him. The impact was so forceful it shattered the wall, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. A giant arm made of demonic energy pinned Karen, making it impossible for him to move. "Finally decided to behave a little, have you? Now then, I'll ask again, what is your answer?" Karen was pressed harder and harder against the wall, his body as fragile as a thin cracker, liable to be crushed at any moment. But unfortunately for him, it was far too late for regrets. All he could manage were a few agonizing cries, unable to form proper words. Feeling that this game was no longer amusing, Limmy Harem sneered softly. "Are those your last words of defiance before you die? How pathetic and disgusting to have to hear it." With that, it used the power of the giant, corrupted Sia. The demonic hand squeezed Karen forcefully against the wall. His entire body shattered, his internal organs squeezed like sugar cane, making the pain in his final moments absolutely excruciating. It was a fitting end for someone who didn't know his place. An agonizing death was unavoidable. After finishing off Karen, Limmy Harem turned to Luna and spoke. "I think I deserve a word of thanks, don't you?" At this, Luna slowly spoke up, a hint of fear in her voice. "Thank you, Hemph. You seem rather frightened, don't you? Was I too violent?" Luna asked the person in front of her. "Are you really Lemmy Harem?" "Yes, that's me so. What are you going to do to me now? Can't you see? I'm just observing you. Luna's expression filled with worry and confusion. They were just observing me. What in the world are they plotting? Lemmy Harem leaned close to Luna's face and said, I get it now, I get it. What do you get? They pointed at Luna and explained, I'm talking about the abnormal constitution within your body. Inside you, there's a marrow gland, and it's enveloped by a magical power with properties similar to my own. No wonder you feel so familiar to me. I'm certain it's the work of that black-haired brat trapped in there, isn't it? Are you talking about Senior Sian? Oh, so the kid's name is Sian, huh? You seem pretty close to him. Luna's voice grew urgent. Is he safe? Don't worry too much. He's probably just talking with the master of these ruins. However, isn't she the more important matter right now? Is it really alright to just let her die like this? Lemmy Haram pointed at Lamela, who was lying collapsed on the ground. Luna spoke, her voice heavy with sadness. It's too late. A fatal wound like that can't be treated with ordinary healing magic. There's nothing else I can do. This is all my fault. So I will have to remember the events of today until my last breath. Suddenly, Lemmy Haram presented a solution. You still have another option, huh? You were going to help me. They flashed a sinister and satisfied smile. However, nothing in this world is free. Naturally, I have a condition of my own. If you agree to it, I'll gladly tell you how to save her. The scene cuts back to Sian's fight, where he was still struggling desperately to evade the sand god's area of effect attacks. The attacks, like sand tornadoes, swept through everything in their path and could endanger him at any moment if he let his guard down for even an instant. Sian unleashed a flurry of slashes to block the direct attack he couldn't evade. Even so, blocking all of this was incredibly difficult. What in the world is wrong with this foolish prince? He has clearly surpassed the limits of a human. The sand god charged in with a reinforced arm, throwing dozens of punches in a single instant, forcing Sian to struggle just to defend himself. How did he suddenly get so strong? Both his physical abilities and his mana have been enhanced significantly. Could this be some kind of secret technique of this kingdom? While still lost in thought, Sian took a direct blow to his side. The force behind it was not to be underestimated. The sand god flashed a triumphant grin, having finally landed a hit on Sian. Got you. Immediately after, he launched another punch straight at Sian's other side. The attack dealt him considerable damage and sent him flying back a good distance. Sian drove his sword into the ground, skidding to a halt. A confident smile remained on his face. He's not even giving me a second to breathe. Just blocking his attacks is nearly exhausting me, let alone launching a counterattack. And as if that's not enough, now he can fly around in the sky. From high above, the sand god's voice boomed. You were the first human to last this long, so let's stop playing around and get to the main event. Struggle to the very end and show me the extent of your abilities. Successor hearing this, Sian's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You know who I am. Without a word, the sand god unleashed his power and flew straight at Sian. Without hesitation, the power of the meteor desert. A giant snake made of sand lunged forward at incredible speed. It opened its massive jaws, ready to devour the enemy before it. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. I told you to let me get some sleep. It was none other than the voice of Karam. Stared at the sword in his hand, astonished. Is that you? Instantly, Karam used the power of the god of the void boundaries black mist. An armor of darkness enveloped Sian and effortlessly blew away the sand god's attack. Having narrowly escaped death, Sian simply smiled. I was wondering when you'd wake up after that last battle. Sleep well. Karam stood there and replied in a wary tone. No matter how long I sleep, I still feel tired. Let's wrap this up quickly. Then I can go back to my nap. Seeing this, the sand god slowly descended from the sky. Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it? The last time we met was during the great war between gods and demons, right? Karam pointed forward in anger. You pick a fight with my master, and then pretend to be friendly. You possess another human's body to start a fight and still call yourself a god, the sand god, Savalum, tut-tutted. It seems you've misunderstood something. Don't you see the other mark on this kid? This is the mark of the Saha lineage, those who serve me. I only interfere in human affairs related to this lineage. Don't be jealous, just because I was having a little fun with your master. You hypocrite. Every word the sand god spoke sent a chill down Sian's spine. His way of speaking was just so bizarre. He slowly asked a question. Why is the sand god protecting the grimoire Lamai Haram? I'm not protecting it, I'm simply renting it a room here. Originally, this place was a temple built by my followers. After the Great War, I took in Lamai Haram here. All I'm doing is simply preventing a divine artifact from being misused. Now, it's my turn to ask a question. The sand god moved right next to Sian and stared intently. Why do you want to obtain Lamai Haram? Feeling that hiding it would be pointless, Sian spoke frankly. The truth is, I want to kill someone. And to do that, I need the grimoire's help. The sand god's face went blank. Is that all? Yes, and if you try to stop me, I will kill you. Even if you are a god, the sand god burst out laughing with great interest. Haha, if I stop you, you'll kill me. Even a god like me would be killed. It's been a long time since I've heard such a funny joke. What, I'm serious, hahaha. If I keep talking, you'll probably try to kill the supreme god too, right? Alright, I've made my decision. I will observe your interesting journey through this kid's body. What about the original owner of this body then? Don't you think you being unreasonable? Moreover, Sian felt quite uncomfortable with him using someone else's body to talk like that. You don't need to worry about that. I only use this body when necessary. After all, I am a god. I can't act like a demon. As long as I'm in this body, the kid won't die. Hearing this, Sian's expression became thoughtful. So in this life, he won't die from a cold like in the previous one. Come to think of it, this is much better. Nearby, after everything was settled, Karam returned to his slumber. The sand god stomped his foot on the ground and spoke. Now then, shall we get out of here? The ground around them began to crack and break apart. Chunks of earth and rocks slowly floated up into the sky all around him. All the sand god left behind before departing was a simple farewell. See you later, Hare. Both of them were returned to the space inside the dungeon from before. The chunks of earth and rock began to coalesce, returning to their original form. While Sam was still in a daze, Set's voice rang out, Hey San, why are we here? Where did Lamai Harem go? Seeing his dazed expression, Sian just sighed warily. The stupid prince is back, from behind. Luna and Lamela were also slowly approaching, saying, Senior San, you were back. Oh, is that you, Luna? Are you still safe? Luna's face immediately brightened up. It's such a relief to see you, safe, Senior. I was so worried about you. Sian turned to the rubble caused by Lamai Harem earlier and wondered. It looks like you shouldn't have been worried about me. What on earth happened here? On the far wall, everything was stained with Karam's blood from when his body was crushed and exploded. These ruins are supposed to be protected by the power of the sand god Savalum. But for there to be this much physical damage, it must have been caused by the power of the grimoire Lamai Haram. Sian glanced at Luna's side and realized she had found the grimoire. Only Lamela and I survived that rock slide. A lot happened after you disappeared. Suddenly, Set cut into the conversation between Sian and Luna. I think we should get out of here quickly, Sian, huh? Why is that, Set? Set clutched his head, looking uncomfortable. A woman has been talking to me constantly for a while now. She said these ruins are about to collapse soon. I don't know how, but her voice has been echoing in my head this whole time. It's giving me a splitting headache, but you can't hear her voice. Sian's expression grew thoughtful. He's talking about the sand god Savalum. Come to think of it, that makes sense. Luna has obtained the Limwell Harem Grimoire, and the master of these ruins is now residing inside Zet's body. If that's the case, there's no reason for these ruins to exist anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, debris began to fall from the ceiling, a bad omen. Immediately, Luna cast a wide area magic spell right at her feet. She shouted a warning everyone, Stand next to me! I'm going to use a spatial teleportation spell. Sian's urgent voice rang out. We read too far from the exit to use a teleportation spell here. It's okay, Senior. I don't have time to explain everything right now. Sian fell silent, his eyes filled with doubt and worry. Is she planning to perform a higher level spatial teleportation? That's a 9-star level magic spell. Zet's face turned fearful, and he screamed in panic. The ceiling is crumbling. Luna poured all her mana and concentration into this gamble. If she failed, the entire group would be buried here forever. Activating spatial transfer, the entire ruins collapsed. With its guardian deity gone, it was now nothing more than a useless pile of rubble. The scene shifts back to Sian's dorm at Lewin Academy. Nana had finally perfected her skill. Standing before the mirror, Nana was visibly excited about her recent achievement. Everything was perfect. The little girl gave herself a once-over, checking for any flaws. I don't have horns, wings, or a tail. I've completely become a copy of Papa. Now it's time for me to do that. A mischievous idea popped into Nana's head, and just like that, in the guise of Sian, Nana calmly walked to class. The surrounding students were in disbelief. What? Why is he here? Is he here to attend a class? Is that really Sian? Doubtful gazes from all around focused on the little girl, Nana, sitting in the middle of the class. Only she herself remained carefree. She had no idea what was going on. I've always wondered what Papa's day is like. So today, Nana will live a day as Papa. Papa spends time studying with so many friends like this. It's amazing. The teacher is great too. This is so wonderful. I'm at a loss for words with this kid's antics. From up above, Princess Arin Vert was speechless, seeing sitting there, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Lysimus, sitting beside her, also added a few words. Could the young master have come to listen to the lecture? Princess Arin, do you think the young master is sick or something? The fifth princess didn't reply. The jumbled thoughts inside Arin were urging her to do something. What should I do? I really feel like I should tell him about that, about our engagement, And so, the class finally ended peacefully. Nana walked down the hallway, cheerful and excited. Ha ha, no one could recognize me. It's absolutely perfect, Nana shouted in the middle of the hallway without a care for her surroundings. This time, when Sian returns to the academy, he's going to become a laughingstock. Disguising as Sian and walking around like this was much more fun than what the little girl could only see through the window. For a child, being cooped up in a small room was truly unbearable. So this is the kind of world Papa lived in. This is so much fun, I should go to the next classes. Suddenly, from somewhere, Instructor Sarika appeared behind Nana with a cold voice. What are you doing here? Nana slowly turned her face and said, Instructor Sarika, humph, you think you can fool me, kid. Nana, did you really think no one would find out if you wandered around in this disguise? Nana's face filled with panic. It's over, she caught me. Sarek leaned in close to Nana's face with a terrifying voice. You were lucky Headmaster Kundel went to the royal palace. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been safe this long. What if someone found you here? Do you have any idea how unhappy that would make me? Nana's eyes began to well up with tears. Miss Sarek was so scary. I'm sorry. Suddenly, from a distance, a familiar voice unexpectedly rang out, interrupting the conversation. Excuse me, it was none other than Princess Arin Vert. I have something to discuss with you for a moment. Do you have some time? Instructor Sarek's expression immediately soared. Oh no. Why is Princess Arin here at a time like this? Unlike Sarek, Nana felt as if she'd just been thrown a lifeline. The girl quickly ran over, grabbed Arin's hand and said, Let's go. Nana pulled the princess away with great excitement. Let's go to your room, princess. Arin was completely taken aback by this strange reaction from Sian, and was too embarrassed to say a word. Wait, hold on. Does he want to talk in my room? Limus from behind boldly played matchmaker. I won't be going back to my room tonight, so I wish you the best of luck. A magic circle was drawn, leading back to the desert kingdom. Luna's body gradually materialized from the teleportation spell. After her, Sian and Set were also teleported over. Even the chunks of rock and earth that had fallen into the magic circle were transported here as well. It crashed to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured the entire space. As the dust slowly settled, Sian softly asked, Did we really escape that place? Looks like it. We were almost completely wiped out. Sian looked down at the magic circle at his feet and thought to himself, I can't believe she was able to cast a 9th-tier magic spell like that. It seems Luna has become so powerful that she can't be underestimated anymore. She let out an exhausted sigh after casting such a high-level spell. What a relief, honestly. I wasn't even sure if it would work. But we were only alive thanks to you, Lady Luna. You shouldn't be exerting yourself. Please get some more rest. Now let's head to the nearest city. Sian turned to Set and asked, Do you have any idea where we are, Set? Of course, this is a place I know very well. It's Nordeli, the city of outsiders. From within the city, a few people quickly emerged and approached Set, shouting, Why have you come back here again? The group was led by an old man, followed by 3 middle-aged men. They all looked extremely fearful and cautious at the sight of Set. Are you Elder Ben? Set burst out laughing cheerfully. Ha ha ha. Long time no see, old man. But contrary to Set's friendly demeanor, the people of Nordeli were terrified of him and showed no goodwill at all. Stay away from us. It's been 6 years. Prince Set, that time has allowed the people of this city to overcome their painful past and stand on their own 2 feet again. Please take pity on this old man and just leave. I'm begging you, don't take away the peace we worked so hard to achieve. Set's face filled with astonishment. Ha, I thought we were close friends. The elder trembled, pointing to the young man behind him and asked, Do you remember who this is? Set replied nonchalantly, without a hint of concern. Of course not. Why would I remember him? That's my son ago. When you were a child, you knocked out 2 of his front teeth because you wanted to spar with him. Hold on. That was just a fight between 2 kids. That's why my son still isn't married. Not only that, but every time you came here, you destroy the village well, leaving our people miserable without water. You even punched holes through innocent walls for no reason. Why would you do that? Why not just use the door? Hearing this, Set, far from denying it, answered confidently. Because they happened to be in my way. Hearing about the terrible things Set had done, Sian and Luna sighed in exasperation. He's known how to tick people off since he was a kid. That's why they call him the Prince of Destruction. I guess we won't be able to rest here. The elder and the villagers were resolute. Please turn back. We cannot allow you to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, Set's body was once again possessed by the sand god. Hemph, I can't let this stand. Markings quickly spread across the foolish prince's body. Behind them, Luna was completely shocked, as this was her first time seeing it. Sian, on the other hand, was all too familiar with it and just sighed her again. Set's expression became cheerful. A woman's mannerisms in such a muscular body looked truly comical. This child is my chosen one. I will not have you treat him so harshly. The elder, still not understanding what was happening, stammered. What do you mean by that? What are you talking about? The sand god stepped forward, its voice filled with pride. I am the ruler of the desert lands, and you will bring a tempest to this world. An image nearly 20 feet tall materialized behind Set, a clear display of divine power. The sand god wishes to stay in your village. So kneel and accept this honor. Witnessing the divine being's form, the elder could only gape in astonishment. Even Luna and Lamela behind him were utterly shocked. Is that the sand god? She's possessed Set's body, standing nearby, maintained his usual bored expression. An attention-seeking goddess and a foolish prince, they were a perfect match. With that said, the sand god returned Set's body to him, and the magical energy slowly faded away. He frantically turned to Sian and yelled, "You heard all of that just now, right? There was some woman talking." Sian pointed at the villagers and said, "Yes, and thanks to her, we get to stay in this village now." Set was shocked and bewildered. He had no idea why the elder and the others were kneeling on the ground before him. "Please forgive us, O sand god." Back at the academy, Lesimus closed the princess's door and thought to himself, I have a feeling something good will happen today. I hope the princess and young master Sian have a wonderful time together. You can do it.
Princess!
Inside the room, Arin Vert was still unaware that the Sian sitting beside her was an imposter. She was incredibly flustered, not knowing what she should do. What do I do now?
Spoke innocently, I'm so happy.
Professor Sarek is just so scary, huh? You think so? Suddenly, the princess realized something wasn't right. She looked down at her hand, which Nana was still holding tightly, refusing to let go. The princess screamed internally, a mix of happiness and shyness swirling within her at that very moment. Arin's face flushed bright red with embarrassment, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest at any second. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Before the princess could finish, Nana immediately placed a hand on Arin's forehead, startling her. You don't have a fever. Are you hungry, princess? Snapping out of her stupor, Arin quickly backed away. This was all too much for a young lady to handle. Wait, hold on a minute. The two stared at each other in silence, neither one speaking a word. Chaotic thoughts raced through the princess's mind. Damn it. I just accidentally rejected him. We re-engaged to be married. I shouldn't have reacted that way. Looking at the innocent face of Nana disguised as son, Arin truly couldn't contain herself. I can't run away anymore. Today I have to tell him. She called out in a weak voice. About our engagement. What do you think of it? Contrary to what Arin expected, Nana answered with blissful innocence. It's great. I like you a lot, princess. That's why I really like this marriage too. Arin's expression softened. Perhaps this was exactly what she had always longed to hear. Really, of course. I like you even more than sweet candy. Hearing those words, Arin didn't have a single shred of doubt. Is this a dream? Does Sian really like me? I never dared to imagine this would actually happen. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes, ready to overflow. I really do like Sian, don't I? As her emotions swelled, Arin's gaze suddenly landed on something. But hey, since when did you have a tail like that? At that very moment, the headmaster's carriage was returning to the academy after his long visit to the palace. Have you been away for so long? The academy feels unfamiliar. As he approached the gate, he sensed Nana's presence. Is this the aura of a dragon? No, there's another presence that has infiltrated this estate. Inside the princess's room, the two remained oblivious to the approaching danger. The princess's expression darkened as she realized the truth. So that's it. You were not the real Sian. You were Nana using a transformation spell, aren't you? The secret was out. Nana didn't dare say anything and just sat there taking it. I'm sorry, Princess Arin. It's okay, you didn't do anything wrong. Hearing that, Nana's expression immediately brightened. Really, then I will tell Papa what you said. Arin immediately got right in Nana's face and said threateningly,
Don't you dare!
You are absolutely never to speak of this, understand? She's pretty scary too. The princess sat down beside her, looking happy and relieved. But I'm very happy. You helped me realize some things I had long forgotten. What is it? If you promise to keep it a secret, I will tell you. Nana excitedly held up her hand for a pinky promise. Yes, I promise to keep it a secret. Alright, can you transform back into him? Okay, Nana once again transformed. But while she had the appearance, her demeanor was still that of a child. Ta-da! It's perfect, right? Arin clapped, praising the little girl. That's amazing, Nana. Suddenly, the princess's face flushed red. She wanted to pour out her heart. I really like you, Sian. Hearing this, Nana's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I've only just now realized my true feelings. I fell for you the very first time we met. I know that to you. I'm just a burden and nothing more. But I've tried so hard to become better every day, to be worthy of standing by your side, so please, don't just suddenly disappear without saying a word to me. Can you stay by my side forever? The words, spoken from the bottom of her heart, lifted the heavy burden of a child experiencing love for the first time. Nana. After speaking, Princess Arin quickly wiped away her tears. Don't tell Sian what you just heard, okay? She looked up towards Nana, who was observing something. What's wrong, Nana? Something is coming this way, Princess, we in trouble. Someone extremely powerful is approaching. Outside, Headmaster Kundal had arrived right in front of the princess's room, but was blocked by Lysimus. You cannot go inside right now. Headmaster, the princess is occupied with urgent matters. The headmaster's face darkened, his voice cold and authoritative. There is no place in this academy that I am forbidden to enter. So step aside. Lysimus faced the headmaster. Although she was terrified of him, she didn't back down. If it's an urgent matter, I will relay the message for you. So please return for now. Headmaster, he gently placed a hand on Lysimus's shoulder and cast a small spell. I don't have much time. Instantly, Lysimus aside with his magic. It was just strong enough to push her away, but not powerful enough to cause any injury. With his other hand, he used a basic wind spell to fling the door open without shattering it. The skill of someone at the pinnacle of magic was truly terrifying. Seeing the headmaster burst in, Princess Arin quickly spoke up. Headmaster Kundal, why are you here? What is all this about? I am having a private conversation with my Fank. Please leave at once. Even as a princess, she was still his granddaughter. There was no way she could fool him. Move aside, Princess Arin. That is not San. With that, he immediately fired a light spell straight towards Nana. Without a moment's hesitation, Arin quickly pushed Nana aside to dodge the attack, which easily blew away the chair behind them. If it had hit, Nana would have been done for. She shouted a warning, "Run, Nana. He's not someone you can defeat." Nana's face filled with panic. Yes, but escaping from a master of magic was impossible. Did you really think you could escape from here? Nana rushed towards the window, but a shattering sound rang out as it broke into pieces. Headmaster Kundal had caught Nana, effortlessly lifting the little girl into the air. Where do you think you are, sneaking in like this? My academy is no place for a monster like you. You will pay the price for your foolish decision. The headmaster's hands glowed with holy power, ready for a quick finishing blow. He unleashed a high-level holy magic spell, striking Nana directly from the air. Its name was the Holy Spear of Canis. Taking a direct hit from the attack, Nana's face contorted in pain, her eyes rapidly losing consciousness. Meanwhile, in Sian's training room, Brian and Amelia also heard the sound of the shockwave created by the headmaster. The thunder outside sounds really loud. Suddenly, a feeling welled up from deep inside Brian. Wait, that's not thunder, is it? Then what is it? The two of them immediately ran into Nana's room and threw open the door. Where did Nana disappear to? Brian had sensed a massive amount of magical power emanating from outside. He quickly threw on his shirt and rushed outside in a panic. I have to find Nana. She must be connected to that explosion. A bad feeling grew in his heart, and chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Please be okay, Nana. Outside, the rain began to pour down harder. A dark sky loomed over the academy. The headmaster was relentlessly assailing Nana with magic, showing no mercy. She struggled to dodge everything while maintaining Sian's form. Headmaster Kundalo's eyes narrowed in annoyance. How can it take a direct hit from a 9th level spell and still move like that? This creature is on a completely different level than ordinary dragons. Instantly, the ground beneath Nana began to crack and rise, launching her into the sky from the sides. Other massive chunks of earth and rock converged to crush her, giving her no room to escape. A deafening explosion erupted in midair. The two massive rocks slammed into each other, and everything seemed to shatter before the headmaster's overwhelming power. Just when it seemed the battle was over, the headmaster was stunned by her durability. Impressive. Is your body possessed by a god or something? Nana was still struggling to withstand the immense pressure from the two pillars of rock. A normal person would have died 10 times over by now. You re neither dragon nor human. So why won't you fight back? The headmaster asked, retracting his magic. Are you underestimating me? Or are you waiting for something else? Nana collapsed to the ground, her voice growing faint. You re not a bad person. Nana won't attack good people. Hearing this, the headmaster was taken aback for a moment. How could you possibly know that? He can smell a gentle scent coming from you. An image of Instructor Sarek flashed through Nana's mind. My teacher taught me to only use my power to punish the wicked. The headmaster's hands filled with holy power once more, his voice echoing through the air. Interesting. Then tell me more about this teacher you speak of. Is it the same teacher who brought an impure creature like you into this academy? I'm very curious to know who would be so audacious. The headmaster's entire body was enveloped in a series of 9th level spells, enough to obliterate the entire academy in a single strike if he wished. Nana gritted her teeth as dragon scales and dark magic began to manifest on her body. I'm not a bad person. Papa said Nana is a good girl. Her wings, tail, and claws were revealed, her disguise dropping. If she didn't get serious against a master of magic like Headmaster Kundalo, she feared she wouldn't even survive, let alone win. Across from her, the headmaster instantly unleashed a powerful magic attack. Stellar Judgment. The attack grazed past Nana's body, obliterating the stone pillar from earlier as if it were mere splinters. But immediately after, Headmaster Kundalo quickly adjusted the attack's trajectory. He won't let you escape. Another stellar judgment shot directly at the fleeing Nana. This time, it seemed impossible to dodge. Nana mustered all her strength to try and deflect the attack. It can't hold on any longer. She shoved the attack aside, pulverizing the ground behind her into rubble, seizing the opportunity. Headmaster Kundalo was on top of Nana in an instant. He unleashed a technique meant for close combat, the giant's kick. The attack, mimicking the force of a giant's kick, slammed squarely into Nana's face without missing by an inch. Its power was likely equivalent to hundreds of kicks to the face from a Myanmar fighter. What could possibly withstand that? Nana began to lose consciousness, spitting up blood as she collapsed to the ground after taking the fatal blow. From inside her room, Princess Arin had witnessed the entire thing. She desperately pounded on the barrier created by Headmaster Kundalo.
No, at this rate, she's gonna die.
Lima, standing behind her, spoke helplessly. It's no use, Princess, we can't possibly break it. That's a magical barrier created by the headmaster himself. We're just kids, how could we possibly break it? Arin's expression darkened as an idea seemed to strike her. There's still one person we can ask for help, Instructor Sarika. Hearing this, Limus's expression also showed surprise. Oh, we have to go get Instructor Sarik right away. She's very close with Sian, so she'll definitely help us. She might be willing to loosen a few rules. Before he could finish his sentence, the door to the princess's room opened again. No need to call for me. Both Arin and Lysimus immediately turned towards the voice. Brian had run to get Instructor Sarika earlier and brought her here before things got too late. It was hard not to notice the chaos happening here, but following behind Brian was a crowd of gossiping students. Things were getting more complicated than ever. What's going on here? This is bad. There are too many eyes and ears. Brian quickly shut the door tight. I'll block the entrance here so the students can't get in. Sarika turned and instructed, don't let anyone get past. Brian, yes, leave it to me. She approached and placed her hand on the defensive barrier. Was this shield put up by the headmaster? Is there a way to break it? Her voice turned cold as magical energy began to envelop her body. Nothing is impossible for Instructor Sarika. Although this method is a bit extreme, in urgent times like these, there's no other choice. Sarika activated her secret skill, Demon Fusion. Her eyes turned dark, and demon horns appeared along with sharp claws. Forget everything you're about to witness, or you will die. Back to the battle on the grounds. Nana was lying flat on the ground, unable to move. The camouflage magic was also gradually fading away. Have you finally calmed down? Suddenly, the headmaster's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? This is the dragon's true form, it's just a child. While he was still pondering, up above, Sarika had broken the barrier with her familiar misty sword slashes. She rushed over to stand in front of Nana. I apologize. Headmaster, please don't harm this child. Sarika's appearance also calmed the headmaster down a bit. You don't look very familiar, Instructor Sarika. What is your relationship with that child? Knowing she couldn't deceive the headmaster, Sarika had to tell the truth. She is my student, so I will take full responsibility for this. Lying on the ground, Nana faintly heard that. The little girl tried to utter a few weak words. Instructor Sarika, the headmaster shouted angrily. This isn't a matter of taking responsibility or not, step aside. Although Sarika was using her strongest form, she knew full well she was no match for the headmaster. I can't do that, surprisingly, Nana's voice cut in. Nana is sorry. The little girl tried to sit up with her injured body. Nana is not a bad child. Nana did wrong, so I will take the punishment. So please don't scold Instructor Sarika anymore. As she spoke, the little girl burst into tears amidst the heavy, pouring rain, the ultimate weapon of a child. Seeing that image, Headmaster Kundel was reminded of Alicia when she was little. She used to cry just like that, which moved the headmaster's heart. He looked down and said, it's really pouring today. The headmaster turned to leave, leaving only his final words. That child seems to be quite seriously injured. Take her for treatment first. And as for you, come to my office later to talk. Those words came as a surprise to Sarika. Headmaster. She bowed her head and said, thank you, sir. The headmaster replied, his expression still very stern. It's still too early for you to be thanking me. We still have to discuss how you will take responsibility for this. The scene shifts back to Sian. A very lively festival was taking place there. Someone was sitting on a throne-like chair, wearing flashy makeup. What the hell is going on here? Down below, all the people were celebrating as if it were a festival. They cheered everywhere. The sand god has descended upon this land. He has been summoned through the body of Prince Set. Hooray! Hooray! It turned out the person sitting in that high position was Set. He was made up with lipstick, looking just like some kind of pervert. I asked what the hell is going on here. Just blind me already. After witnessing the sand god descend into Set's body, the villagers' attitudes did a complete 180-degree turn. They didn't hesitate to shower him with flowery compliments they had never said before. Prince Set has been a genius since he was a child. I knew a day like this would come. The cheers echoing from all around made Set extremely uncomfortable. Long live, glory to you! The sand god Set couldn't take it anymore. Furiously shouted, stop this nonsense. In the blink of an eye, he ripped off the shirt he was wearing. From up high, Sian looked down at the crowd and thought to himself, today is truly a blessed day, isn't it? Suddenly, Karam appeared from behind and spoke. What on earth is that guy plotting? Sian turned around and asked, who do you mean? The god of death. I think he plans to observe us through that muscle-headed guy. Right? I really can't guess what he's aiming for. Sian recalled some of the world's rules. The gods cannot directly interfere in the human world. Once we leave the temple, they can't touch us. Hasn't that foolish god already proven that? But if he uses that fool to interfere with humanity, that's a different story. You'd better not let your guard down and get caught by surprise. Master, there's someone else watching us too. Just as he finished speaking, the nearby door immediately opened. Luna entered and spoke up. Senior, her face lit up with excitement. Were you waiting for me? Yes, I have something to talk to you about. Sian asked about Lamela's condition. How is she? Luna replied that she was out of critical condition, but still needed more rest. Lamela will probably need another day to fully recover. Luna also completely healed her internal injuries. Hearing this, Sian's expression darkened. He asked a question with a hidden meaning. Large-scale teleportation and high-level resurrection healing magic. Luna, you've really grown a lot, understanding what Sian meant. Luna just sighed and replied. So it was about that, huh? I was wondering why you hadn't said anything about it yet. She looked down at the book by her side. You obviously want to know how I found this grimoire. My harem, don't you? The scene shifts back to the academy, in Headmaster Kundal's office, where Sarek had come to report everything. Alright, tell me the whole story. How on earth did that kid Sian manage to bring a dragonkin into this academy? Sarek's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you? Headmaster Kundal calmly explained. That girl has the potential to withstand my attack. Not just anyone can do that, in this academy, besides that kid San, who else is strong enough to handle such a powerful creature? So, what punishment do you intend to apply? I'll decide that after speaking with the involved parties first. In any case, I've already guessed a few things. That kid Sian will surely try to trick me into letting this slide. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Sarek lowered her head and said in a faint voice, as their teacher, I will also take responsibility for this. Before she could finish, the headmaster interrupted. That's enough. Are you planning to take responsibility by leaving this academy? This world clearly distinguishes between good and evil, and what is considered evil is often shunned and despised. Regardless of what they do, you yourself possess a power that is called impure, and yet, you used it to protect others. That is what I firmly believe is your true nature. It doesn't matter what power a person possesses, but how they use it. It doesn't matter if you are part of the Mist Assassin organization. Isn't that still better than being a hypocrite? Hearing those words, Sarek's face couldn't help but show astonishment. She didn't think the headmaster knew her true identity. Yet he wasn't angry at all. A great crisis will soon befall this empire. I have tried to prevent it, but I cannot stop the tide of this era. He walked over and placed a hand on Sarek's shoulder, offering sincere words. When that time comes, fulfill your role at this academy. I have high expectations for you. With that said, he turned to leave. Well then, I have things to do, so I'll be going now. Sarek still didn't understand what the headmaster had just said. A great crisis. What is the meaning of the role you mentioned? Headmaster Kundal, what exactly are you seeing? Suddenly, the headmaster stopped in his tracks. Ah, that's right. What is that girl like? That child. Inside the hospital room, moonlight shone through the window, illuminating everything. Nana was lying in the hospital bed with bandages all over her body. Her injuries were so severe that she hadn't woken up yet. Standing by the bedside, Headmaster Cell looked at the child before him, reminded of his own daughter from years ago. I'm sorry, father. I'll never whine about wanting to see mother again. Please forgive me. He sighed and thought to himself, why did I suddenly think of Diane Severus? The headmaster's hands gently touched Nana's forehead. The little girl truly brought back many memories for him, placing a sweet candy on the bedside table as an apology gift. The headmaster quickly left Nana's room. I miss you so much today. My daughter, back at the festival in the desert village, Arin Vert and Luna's conversation continued. You don't need to give it to me. As long as you keep it safe, she turned in surprise and asked, don't you really need it, senior? Arin Vert looked back down at the crowd and spoke. I have other ways, so you don't need to worry about that, but you're not planning on taking that to the Garam Association, right? Yes, of course not. Suddenly, Arin Vert's eyes filled with killing intent, and his voice turned threatening. Don't let anyone else take it from you, or give it to another person. Unless you truly want to die by my hand. Luna was a bit overwhelmed but quickly replied, I understand. In that case, I'll head back to the academy first. I still have a few things to resolve. When everything here is settled, you can return with Seti. Watching Arin Vert's retreating figure, Luna thought helplessly, he's going off alone again. Suddenly, the voice of Lee Mai Haram spoke up. You really like that kid, don't you? She turned and spoke to Lee Mai Haram's shadow on the ground, of course. So tell me what he's trying to do. I don't know either. After all, this is the first time I've met the kid. Luna's expression darkened, her voice filled with determination. No matter what, I will help my senior to the very end. Yes, you can do something. At least the you of today can. Lee Mai Haram transformed into a magical snake, coiling around Luna's body. As long as you keep your pact with me, my truth will become yours. Luna Brian River. But why do you call me Luna? Because the name Lee Mai Haram is too long. Damn, back at the training grounds, Brian was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. He recalled Instructor Sarek's past assessment. You've adapted well to your own abilities, but you fundamentally lack talent, so there's nothing to be done about it. In the end, it was all because he was too weak. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, Brian vowed to himself, I can't stay discouraged like this. One day, I must become someone who can help the young master. While he was lost in thought, a strange figure appeared out of nowhere, a knight exuding a terrifying, dark killing intent and an oppressive magical aura that made it hard to breathe. He mumbled a few disjointed, incoherent words. Arin Vert, where is Lord V? Brian grew cautious. Who are you? The young master is not here. Brian himself could sense that there was something very abnormal about the opponent's magical energy. The knight immediately took out a peculiar item that couldn't be taken lightly. Hand over Sir Arin Vert at once. Guardian Knight. A barrier created by an artifact enveloped Brian's entire body, much to his surprise, wasting no time. The knight immediately drew his sword and charged forward. Hand him over now. In the blink of an eye, the knight was upon Brian. He swung his sword straight down, but Brian struggled to block the blow. Immediately, Brian retaliated with a counter skill. Knock his sword away. Don't you dare underestimate me. A slash cut across the knight's shoulder, but it seemed to have little effect on him. He gripped his sword and charged forward, as if nothing had happened, his killing intent growing ever denser. He swung down with another slash, which Brian managed to block again, but this time, it was much more difficult than before. The two clashed fiercely, their swords drawing deadly red arcs through the air. This bastard, is he even human anymore?
Bring out the young master! He belongs to me!
In a moment of carelessness, Brian was slashed across his stomach. He quickly retaliated with a sweeping blow that knocked the knight's helmet off. As the helmet clattered to the ground, the knight's face was revealed. Brian's eyes widened in astonishment at the person before him. You rekin. His face was dark and his eyes were lifeless, just like a walking corpse. Hand over Sir Arin Vert now. The scene cuts back to his room, where Arin Vert quickly changed his clothes and set off to return to the academy. Alright, I've finished my preparations, so it's time to go. Karam voiced its question. Are you really planning to leave the kids behind and go by yourself? Upon hearing that, Sian replied, Luna can go with Set and Lamela when she recovers. There's nothing I can do by staying here. Karam laughed and teased. Are you sure about that? That girl Luna is going to be hurt. Sian used his spatial ring to open a teleportation gate, as he replied nonchalantly, why? I don't think she'll mind that much. You will be alone forever if you keep thinking like that. There you go, master. He quickly stepped to the gate without a care. I'm not a big fan of those kids anyway. They're a nuisance. Besides, I'm already used to being alone. Immediately upon returning to the academy, Sian walked straight into the barrier that had been set up. He was quite surprised by the scene before him. What the hell is going on here? They both looked around in disbelief. Brian was slumped on the ground, covered in injuries. But thankfully, none of the wounds were fatal. But why was Kellen in that state? Seeing Sian return, Brian immediately yelled a warning. Young master, be careful. That's not Kellen anymore. Before he could finish his sentence, Kellen charged straight at Sian without any hesitation, his body somersaulting through the air with a look of pure ecstasy. I've found you, son. Without a second of hesitation, swiftly drew Karam to retaliate. Why does trouble always seem to find me? His eyes narrowed with determination, missed sword dance technique. Dozens of interwoven slashes were unleashed in a single instant, flying straight towards the enemy. All of Kellen's limbs were severed with utter simplicity, and he collapsed to the ground in agony. From behind, Brian watched in utter amazement. He took him down in a single strike. As expected of the young master, he's on a whole other level. Am I just a useless foot soldier in the end? Sian turned to Brian and spoke. You look pretty badly injured. Are you okay, Brian? Yes, I'm fine. Sian's voice suddenly grew quiet. You did a great job holding on while I was away. Brian, I'll handle the rest now. Suddenly, Kellen's faint voice unexpectedly rang out. Sian looked at his fading body, feeling a bit somber. You've come to your senses. Please be careful. Chian Boris Lam. They've found the location of the holy sword Durandalk. Hearing this, Sian's eyes narrowed in irritation. This is happening much faster than in my past life. Things are getting more and more unpredictable. After saying his piece, Kellen's body faded into nothingness. Be careful. All right, you did well, Kellen. Now rest in peace. They turned Kellen into a puppet. I don't even need to guess who's behind this. Brian ran over to Sian and asked, why did this happen to Kellen? I think it's because of this. He pulled a stone brimming with magical energy from where Kellen's body was. This is the mark of inversion. It twists the target's heart and makes them attack their allies. An ancient dark magic spell. He used his shadow self to make it betray its own master. I should have killed you then and there, Boris Liam. As long as that bastard is alive, things like this will continue to happen. Clenching the stone in his hand, Sian gritted his teeth furiously. I won't stand idly by and let those scumbags ruin everything like in my past life. I won't make the same mistake again. Your life will soon be in my hands. Boris Laham. After stealing his resolve for his next move, Sian said in a low voice, pack your bags. Brian, it's time for us to leave this academy. The purge officially begins. Elsewhere in the duchy, inside the Landalkal temple, Ashel arrived to meet a very important figure in the church. The woman before him turned and said, I was waiting for you, Sir Ashel. Ashel's expression was calm, his voice confident. Long time no see, Nephrodyrus. The beautiful girl with white hair slowly lowered her hood and spoke. It's been a very long time since anyone has called me by that name. But I'm more accustomed to being called the Saintess these days. I thought you were no longer cooperating with Prince Lewin. This visit has nothing to do with Prince Lewin. Hearing this, the Saintess's tone became playful. Oh my, so the rumors are true then, that you re-cooperating with Princess Violet Severus. Ignoring the Saintess's words, Ashel got straight to the important matter. I heard you recently received a divine revelation, huh? How boring, you still no fun at all. The sword Durandalk is said to rest on the hill, where the Guardian's Watch is kept. The Guardian's Watch refers to the land of the false Guardian. That is precisely why I called you here. Arin's expression became bewildered. The place with the clearest view of that land. You must know it well. Lady Arin, I have a place in mind, but why? Why is it so close? The Saintess leaned close to Arin and gave a pure smile. Whoever said the truth is always far away. Such is the love of Lord Lumendel. Returning to the academy, Sian placed the stone he had just found on the headmaster's desk and spoke. Do you recognize what this is? He observed it calmly before answering. Isn't this a reversal seal? Yes, I found it inside the academy today. Before Sian could finish, the headmaster furiously shouted in his face. What kind of disaster are you planning to cause this time? Are you dabbling in black magic now too? Sian thought to himself. Do you really think I'm that much of a scumbag? This wasn't my doing. Are you also trying to hide the fact that you brought a beastman into the academy? Right where it hurt, Sian froze, speechless. Oops, he found out. The headmaster's entire body trembled with rage. My tolerance has its limits. If you going to keep acting so stubborn, then get out of here. A torrent of words poured out, not giving Sian a moment to breathe. But contrary to his expectations, Sian quickly agreed to the demand. Very well, I'll do as you wish. Everything from now on will be much harder to control. As long as I remain at this academy, more and more trouble will follow. Hearing this, the headmaster was also extremely surprised. Yuri suddenly being strangely obedient. This is very suspicious. What's your reason? Sian pointed to the gem on the table and said, the owner of that reversal seal is one of the key figures in the blood banquet. His entire body radiated a dense killing intent, and his voice turned cold. I have to be the one to stop that bastard. If I don't, he will continue to threaten the people around me. Such formidable killing intent. What happened to make him so angry? Clutching the stone in his hand, the headmaster spoke softly. Let me tell you something interesting about this reversal seal. Do you know what this stone's transformation method is similar to? It's the Dara stone. For that reason, some believe these two minerals share the same origin. They theorize a connection to the Black Blood clan. Although that clan was said to have been wiped out long ago, there's a rumor that a few survivors remain in the slums of Alium, which is quite close to the capital. Sian's eyes widened in astonishment. Why are you telling me this? He slowly handed the stone to him and said, you cunning brat. Stop trying to shoulder everything by yourself, and listen carefully. This empire's era of peace is on the verge of collapse. If it falls, this academy will be swept away with it, so do your part well. I will take care of my own. Sian recalled the words the headmaster had told him in his past life. Let me give you a piece of advice. Listen closely. You won't hear anything comforting in that place. Whether it's a trial or a harsh destiny, it's a life that will bring you no benefit. That's what it means to be someone else's dog. In his past life, the headmaster's warnings had been correct. Don't shoulder all the hardships alone. Perhaps that's his advice for me in this life. While Sian was still lost in thought, Sarek blocked his path. So, you about to leave the academy? Professor Sarek, she spoke calmly. You planning to chase after that bastard Boris Liam, aren't you? You heard everything. Well, I heard bits and pieces. He's a target that needs to be eliminated, so it makes sense. Sian looked at Sarek with a suspicious gaze. Are you planning to go as the leader? No, as the leader. I would like to go. But for now, I must stay here and fulfill my role as an instructor. The headmaster has found my weakness. What? Don't tell me he's discovered our identities. No, it's more like he's known for a long time. Karam quickly chimed in. It's not for nothing that he's the headmaster. It's best you don't underestimate him. Master, it seems he has a plan of his own, this time. I'll leave it to you, kid. Just send a few words to Boris Liam for me. The moment he's at death's door, tell him that Instructor Sarek has a message for him. To go to hell. Arin Vert replied with his usual cunning smile. I will make sure he feels like he's in hell before he even gets there. Yes, make him wish he were in hell. The scene shifts to somewhere in the duchy. That fool and the saintess have found the way down to where the holy sword Durandalk is hidden. I can't believe we found it so close to the territory. Arin Vert's face showed a hint of worry. This is really the holy sword Durandalk. It's glowing just like in the myths. Arin Vert quickly grabbed the sword that was stuck in the floor, its energy core severed. But the light it emitted was still formidable. Answer my call, Durandalk, seeing the holy sword Durandalk stuck in crookedly. The saintess also found it quite strange. The holy sword being stuck in at an angle like that is a bit unsettling, but it'll be fine, right? A hand from the spirit within the holy sword Durandalk appeared, gently touching Arin Vert's cheek. You who inherited the god of light, my master. But immediately after, a massive slap landed right across Arin Vert's face, who still didn't understand what the hell was happening. He fell to the ground in pain. Clutching his cheek, Sir Arin Vert, are you alright? The personification of the holy sword Durandalk fully materialized, her voice filled with anger. Why are you so late? You were far too late, you idiot. A girl with a loli-like figure appeared before them. Having lost its energy core, the holy sword Durandalk could no longer maintain its adult form. She screamed at Arin Vert, full of resentment. How dare you let me suffer such humiliation? Unforgivable, you damn bastard. After reaching the basement where the holy sword Durandalk was hidden, an explosion roared. Why are you only showing up now? You too late, you fool. How dare you let me suffer such humiliation? I will never forgive you, you useless insect. Arin Vert covered her face in astonishment. Is that a child? The saintess also didn't understand what was happening. That must be the spirit form of the holy sword Durandalk. But I don't understand why it has such a form. The holy sword Durandalk pointed to its tear-streaked face and whimpered. Do you find me funny? It's all because of that bastard. How could he have possibly discovered this place? Was he born with clairvoyance or something?
Damn it!
They were all bastards, that master of Karam. He stole my power. The holy sword Durandalk screamed wildly. I can't endure this humiliation any longer. Bring it back to me right now, you damn successor of the light. The scene shifts back to Len Academy. Inside the infirmary, Arin Vert was sitting by Nana's sickbed, reflecting that it was fortunate things had ended this way. You faced the strongest archmage on the continent and still survived. To be honest, I'm a little surprised myself. Sian Vert's hands gently brushed back Nana's hair. You've truly grown to the point where you no longer need my protection. Suddenly from behind, Brian's voice unexpectedly cut in. I feel so ashamed, young Master Sian. Sian Vert turned his gaze towards him. For what? Because I keep disappointing you. I failed to fulfill my duty as a knight escort. Sian Vert's expression darkened, his voice filled with annoyance. If you know that, then do better. Yes. Yes. After saying that, Sian Vert stood up to leave. I have something to take care of, so I'll go on ahead. I will prepare the luggage as you instructed. Brian then asked a question. By the way, where are we going this time? Sian Vert calmly replied. I know a place in the outskirts of Len. Instructor Sarika will explain the details later, so you two should go on ahead. Brian ran after Sian Vert and continued, aren't you coming with us? I'll come later after I've finished my business. Brian's face lit up, his voice filled with determination. I understand. You can leave it to me. Right, one more thing. If it weren't for you, Nana wouldn't have been able to come this far. Those things were all beyond my capabilities. You did very well, Brian. Hearing those words made his expression turn puzzled. Why are you suddenly saying that? Anyway, remember to be careful. I'm leaving now, yes. Travel safely from inside. Emilia rushed out with a lunch bag in her hands. Young master, I already prepared lunch for you. You can't just leave like this. But before she could finish, the door slammed shut, leaving the two of them in the room. Emilia pouted in annoyance. Why did he leave in such a hurry? Brian just watched quietly, saying nothing. The scene shifts to another location. At the ancient Nordeli ruins that Sian had just left, The Garam Association had arrived, following a signal they received. Is this the place where Karen last made contact? Yes, Sir Regans. He took an artifact from his bag and spoke. He once held such great ambitions, yet he had to end his life in a place like this. Yes, what a pity. Regans's hands activated the artifact. O departed spirit, lift the veil and reveal yourself from the void. Streams of mana intertwined to form a spiritual body containing Karen's soul. His appearance was quite wretched, and his intermittent speech was difficult to listen to. You who have passed, have answered the summons. Regans began his interrogation. What happened to the grimoire? It disappeared along with Lady Luna, his face filled with astonishment. Luna was here. Why would that child? Karen continued his account, saying he was searching for the grimoire, and that Lady Luna had helped him. Hearing those words, old Regans's eyes filled with rage. Is that true? Murmurs erupted from behind him. Why would Lady Luna do such a thing? Regans spoke. I understand now. Rest in peace, Karen. He turned to his subordinates, his body radiating a terrifying killing intent. What are you all still standing around for? Bring Luna to me at once. Somewhere in the underground sewer system of Ilium, a group of beastmen were gathered. The girl with rabbit ears spoke up. Hey, can't you go any faster? The burly weasel man replied. I'm already going as fast as I can. Stop rushing me. A white-haired man with 4 arms spoke up from behind. The mana from those stones is incredible. An ordinary person definitely couldn't withstand it, right? The weasel man gently held the stone and replied. Have you forgotten why this place became a dead zone? The rabbit woman quickly interjected. Enough with the idle chatter and focus on the job. Lord Boris Liam is waiting. Hearing this, the white-haired man looked displeased. Hey now, you act like you're the only captain here. Don't order me around. Before he could finish his sentence, Sian had appeared from the shadows. His blade already at the man's neck. A slicing sound rang out and blood splattered everywhere. A minor character vanished, leaving behind only the name to buy. The other two stared wide-eyed at San. Who the hell are you? Without a moment's hesitation, the female beastman unleashed a fire-based magic attack, Blazing Burst. A giant fireball flew straight towards Sian, but it seemed he had no intention of dodging. With a single simple slash, effortlessly cut the fireball in two. He rushed forward at an unbelievable speed. Damn it, he can slice through magic. The weasel man hurriedly ran to block the front. Snap out of it. We need to be careful with this one. And as expected, how could these small fries possibly stop San, with the slashes of his mist sword dance? Sian easily sliced through the bodies of the two in front of him as if they were thin paper. Simply too overpowering. He slowly walked over to the female beastman collapsed on the ground. Looks like you know that Boris Liam guy, huh? Sian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Where is that bastard hiding? Hearing this, the female beastman broke into a crazed smile. Ah, so you read that, Arin Vert. Sparks quickly erupted from her body before turning into a terrifying explosion that blew everything away. A self-destruct attack. Its name was Pure Annihilation Burst. Elsewhere, with Luna, it seemed she also sensed that Sian was in danger. A strong premonition was telling her something. Lamela, noticing this, asked, Is something wrong, Lady Luna? Ah, it's nothing. Suddenly Set spoke up. Well then, allow me to continue. He took out his flying carpet with a very proud expression. This is something passed down, only through the generations of the Sahaha tribe. Allow me to introduce to you the treasure of all treasures. He threw out the flying carpet and shouted, its glorious name, the Arabian. With this artifact, we can reach the academy in the blink of an eye. I will grant you the honor of riding with me. But his moment of glory was short-lived as a harsh reality hit Set right in the face. Luna calmly took out another identical flying carpet and spoke. We have something like that too, Lamela calmly explained. Miss Myhan originally came from the Garam Guild, a place famous for collecting countless rare artifacts. An Arabian-style flying carpet is quite common for them, to put it simply. This is just a cheap, easy-to-find carpet. Set froze in embarrassment, completely speechless, stunned in the middle of the desert. Was he planning to go off on his own? Set quickly retrieved his flying carpet and climbed onto Luna's, taking off at full speed.
We have to go faster!
It's hard to explain, but my intuition is telling me that something has definitely happened to Senior Sian, in Excelum. An entire area was engulfed in fierce flames from the Beastwoman's attack. Sian had been observing everything from a high vantage point, not expecting someone to use explosive magic in a place like this. Karam agreed, noting that it was basically a suicide attack. This entire place is connected to mana-infused magic stones, you know. As long as they were placed artificially and aren't extinguished, the flames will continue to burn forever. Sian stood up and cast a spell to extinguish the fire. He quickly absorbed all the hidden mana within the stones, turning them back into ordinary stones, with no energy left to sustain them. The flames were quickly extinguished. Karam, beside him, voiced his surprise. Oh, you're quite kind, aren't you? But Sian simply replied nonchalantly, Look closer, I can't see them anymore. Karam wondered, weren't they burned to a crisp? They couldn't have been incinerated in such a short amount of time. Could they? Sian directed his gaze towards a cave that had just appeared. It seems they escaped in that direction. Didn't everyone except that woman die before the explosion? We should go and confirm that. Suddenly, unexpected voices rang out from behind him. What the hell? It's just a human brat. Turned towards the voices, only to see another group of beastmen shouting loudly, "Why is a human here?"
Get lost, human!
Karam looked quite annoyed. What now? You just put out the fire for them, and this is the attitude you get. Sian's eyes narrowed in thought. They simply don't want me here. A long time ago, this place was a small, peaceful village. But the Holy Demon War and Leviathan's attack shattered that peace. Fortunately, thanks to a hero of the God of Light, they were able to defeat the demon dragon. But the tragedy didn't end there. The corrupted magic stones left behind by the dragon made everything worse, due to the powerful mana radiating from those stones. The Exellum region became a barren, lifeless wasteland. It is said that the bodies of the inhabitants were mutated by its influence, and they came to be called demonkin. They still live here, diligently mining the magic stones. They curse any human they encounter, because humans treat them like stinking garbage. A werewolf roared loudly, "Damn you, how dare you set foot here?"
Ha! Get the hell out of here now!
Hearing this, Karam grew furious. Should I kill him? Sian rejected the offer. We shouldn't cause any unnecessary trouble. If they don't want us here, then we'll just leave. Back with the group of beastmen. The weasel man grumbled. Is this all we managed to collect? The rabbit woman looked annoyed. Tesk, what a waste of effort. All this mess just because of that one brat. He turned and replied, it could have been much worse. Yeah, you were right. The four-armed man clutched his neck and spoke up. If it weren't for the power Boris Liam gave us, we all would have died at the hands of that Sian guy. Suddenly, from the shadows, the figure of Boris Liam slowly emerged. Damn it, was everyone injured because of me? Sian has followed our trail all the way here. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Boris Liam stepped out with a wary body, his wounds apparently not yet fully healed. Hearing this, the rabbit woman quickly replied, "Why are you apologizing? He's the one who's in the wrong." The weasel man also chimed in. He's the one who started it. That's right, that Sian guy attacked first. The four-armed man laughed bitterly. I didn't even realize I'd been attacked until my head was severed from my neck. He's definitely very strong. Boris Liam looked remorseful. I shouldn't have dragged you all into this. Don't say that. If you hadn't sent us the money you earned working at the palace, we would have starved to death long ago. Now we can finally repay you, so stop complaining and just rely on us when you need to. Boris Liam replied gently. All right, but please don't overdo it. The weasel man approached and handed the box of magic stones to Boris Liam. We'll make sure that bastard pays for what he did to you. Boris Liam warily took the box and said, for everyone's sake, I guarantee this ritual will succeed. He poured the pile of stones onto the ground, then began his plan, initiating the ritual. Holy power from the Holy Scripture shone, spreading throughout the space, enveloping everything. His voice rang out, hurry up, Boris Liam. He's already here. After being cut in half, his had lost his spiritual form. Now he was only left in his most primitive and smallest form with angel wings. Outside, 3 beastmen were standing guard very carefully. The rabbit woman noticed something.
Hey, something's coming!
In just an instant, Granvert's figure approached. I'm ready to be beheaded again. His attack swept in quickly, but it was blocked by the weasel man's hand. His face showed anger. I won't be fooled by the same trick twice. Granvert's eyes showed interest. How are you all still alive? Did that bastard Boris Liam pull some trick? The weasel man gathered his strength and pushed Granvert back. He shoved him straight through the wall and outside, determined to keep Granvert away from Boris Liam at all costs. Inside the room, Boris Liam was still focusing all his energy on carrying out his plan. Granvert was just being held back by them. This was the only way to defeat Granvert, awaken Leviathan Boris Liam. We will destroy him once and for all. Back at the Len Academy, Princess Arin Severus and Limus were walking down the hallway. She turned to look at Arin Severus and wondered, what's wrong, princess? Arin Severus's face was embarrassed. It's just as I thought. It's so weird to visit him first like this. How young Master Granvert wouldn't have come first anyway. Arin Severus shouted, but this is so rude. No, it's fine, as long as we were not just here to see him. Hearing that, the princess was stunned, so we should go back. Limus said proudly, we just have to say we came to check if Nana is okay. Ah, right, that's it exactly. But suddenly, her eyes caught sight of something, It was the trio who had just returned from the ancient ruins. They also came to see Granvert. Luna, what are you doing here? Princess Arin Severus. Arin Severus stepped closer and said, you came here to find Granvert too. Yes, but he's not here. Arin Severus was astonished. Not here. What do you mean? Luna replied calmly, I just found out myself, but his room is empty. Arin Severus replied cheerfully, oh, he just disappears and comes back like always. No, it's different this time. I can tell his scent has completely vanished. Maybe this time, he will never come back. Hearing that made the princess freeze. His scent is gone. Is her nose that sensitive? Suddenly, Sed unexpectedly interjected. It's all my fault. I asked him to spar too much, so he left. I just wanted to be friends with him. But I guess that was too much. No one paid any attention to Set's monologue. Arin Severus turned to ask Luna, does anyone know where he might have gone? We'll start investigating now. She turned and said, you go check everywhere in the academy. All right, I'll help too, Luna spoke up. We'll check for information from the Garam Association. Just leave it to me. Lady Luna. Arin Severus turned and ran off. Then I'm counting on you, Luna. We will check with the royal family. Lemmy Haram's shadow suddenly appeared beside Luna. This won't be easy, huh? What do you mean? Lemmy Haram replied calmly. He has erased all traces of himself. Even I am having trouble tracking him. What did you say? On Arin Severus's side, the fear she had long harbored had finally become a reality. I've always been afraid. Feeling like Sian Vert could disappear at any moment. That kind of feeling. This time I absolutely won't just sit back and watch. I will definitely find him before he disappears. Returning to the battlefield, an explosion blew away the wall and pushed Sian Vert back. He calmly spoke, what in the world are you? Are you even really alive? The weasel man's entire body was covered in wounds and his arm had been severed. But they were rapidly regenerating. All of you humans see us as nothing but stinking trash. Are you kidding me? You re just a puppet of that Boris Liam. How did you realize that? The weasel man replied angrily. A human like you would never understand what it's like to live a life being treated like stinking trash. How miserable the life of a demi-human is. It was Boris Liam who took away that cursed pain and turned it into a blessing from the gods. At the safe house where Sian had told Brian to take the other two, he had finally finished tidying up. This is the last of it. Fortunately, this safe house was close to the Len Academy, so everything was quite good. Emilia, who was beside him, praised him. You did a great job. Brian, she continued to ask. Young Master Sian knows about this place too, right? Will he really come here after he's done? Brian replied gently. Instructor Serica said so. We can only put our faith in him and wait here. Emilia's face grew worried. I'm just so anxious about young Master Sian. Nana was also feeling very sad. Perhaps she was so down because the young master came and left while she was still unconscious. Brian's eyes widened in thought. He needed to do something. He recalled what Sian had said before. There are things that I cannot do. That's right. I have to do what I can. He approached Nana and smiled cheerfully. Why do you look so sad, kiddo? The little girl spoke with worry. Brian, did Papa leave because Nana made a mistake? Brian immediately replied, never. He patted her head and said, you didn't do anything wrong. He'll come back after he's finished his work. We just have to wait here. We have to be good and wait for him. Okay? Okay, Papa is a dummy. Scold him for me, Brian said. Haha, you got it. Back on the battlefield. Sian was taking on 3 opponents at once. The weasel man threw a powerful punch, but Sian jumped back and easily dodged it. Immediately, the 4-armed man rushed towards Sian's position with a surge of mana in his hands. He pushed off the ground and leaped high into the air. The voice of the rabbit woman echoed. Got you now. Even you can't dodge while you re in midair. She gave a triumphant smile. Her arm quickly conjuring a fireball, it flew towards Sian at a dizzying speed, but in response, he only showed eyes full of confidence and a slight smile. Sian unleashed a sword aura, slicing through the fireball with ease. She managed to dodge to the side, causing the attack to slash straight into the ground and blow it apart. Witnessing this, the faces of all 3 turned pale with fear. This is impossible. Is that kid a sword master? What the hell is going on? The 4-armed man charged forward angrily. Damn it, everyone attack at once. He's bound to show an opening somewhere. Don't give that kid a chance to block. Karam also voiced his question. Why do they all follow the same damn pattern? Sian replied with a menacing smile. They don't realize that thinking that way only exposes their weakness. Sian used the special technique, Mist Sword, 8th form, unleashing a series of slashes that enveloped his surroundings, hitting all 3 of them at once. The 4-armed man tried to defend, but his arm was severed. Seizing the opportunity, Sian immediately closed in on him, his killing intent filling the air. Before he could take the man's head, Sian had to pause for a moment because of the rabbit woman's fireball. She shouted a warning, attack together. You idiot. She continued to cast a rain of fire towards Sin. He quickly used his black sphere. It opened up and enveloped all of her magic.
Hey, don't just eat my magic.
From behind, the weasel man leaped up and gathered his strength for a powerful slam. He smashed down right where Sian had been standing, but only hit the air, shattering the ground into pieces. He used the special technique, Mist Sword, 7th form. His flickering silhouette had already appeared behind the beastman. Damn it. I was sure that attack landed. A series of slashes were unleashed, cutting through the weasel man's body in the blink of an eye. Without stopping there, He quickly switched to the next target, and as expected, the four-armed man couldn't do much either. Sian lightly slashed his head again. He could only curse inwardly, damn it. Did I get my head cut off again? He quickly turned his sword, and a decisive, sharp slash cut the female beastman in half before she could even understand what the hell was happening. All three of them collapsed to the ground, but thanks to Boris Liam's power, they didn't die. What is this monstrous power? One of them mumbled. The four-armed one picked up his own head and reattached it. It seems we can't defeat him. He's truly a monster. Sian turned his face and replied with annoyance. I don't want to hear that from someone who doesn't even die after being decapitated. What? The weasel men also chimed in. Aren't we here to try and defeat you? So why did you start this fight? What is your purpose? He gave a confident, dashing smile. We just need to buy time for him. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. From deep beneath the earth, a giant dragon skeleton was rapidly emerging. Haha, playtime is over. Sian watched what had just appeared and thought to himself, I knew that Boris Liam was up to something, but I didn't think he would resurrect the corpse of Leviathan as a puppet like this. The appearance of the disaster from hundreds of years ago blew away the entire area, plunging everything into smoke and dust. Its wings gradually appeared, covered in magical energy, its body nothing but white bones. But the pressure it exuded was not to be underestimated. Even he had to marvel. Well, how interesting. I didn't think I'd see it again. It would be terrible if that thing were to be released again. I won't let that happen. The first thing to do is to start purifying Boris Liam. The bastard standing on that dragon's head. He flashed a smile full of smugness, his eyes looking as if he had already secured victory. Down below, the voices of the beastmen also began to sound relaxed. Haha, it's too late. The world that abandoned and humiliated us ends right here. We will end everything and recreate it all from the beginning. This is the beginning of a revolution. No one can stop us. The weasel man remained smugly confident about what was happening, completely unaware that he had outlived his usefulness. Unbeknownst to them, Leviathan's mouth was already right next to the two fools, despite the rabbit woman's attempt to warn them, careful. But it was too late. In a single bite, both of them were gone, leaving nothing behind. The beast woman collapsed. It can't be. What is happening? Even Sian was extremely surprised. I didn't think he would do that. Karam also chimed in. It didn't just eat those two. It's using their life force to increase its own magical power. The voice of Boris Liam echoed across the battlefield. Sacrifice. A sacrifice for what? All of this was simply to restore power to the Holy Scripture. The rabbit woman spoke up, full of anger. What is the meaning of this, Boris Liam? This wasn't part of the plan. He began to speak in a hypocritical tone. What a pity. But all of this is for the greater good. I also feel very sad about this. It's a terrible tragedy, isn't it? She was furious at her own foolishness. That's not the face someone makes when they're rethinking something like that. Inside the ruins of Exilum, the citizens had also seen Leviathan. What is that monster? A dragon? Is that really a dragon?
Look, it's heading towards us. The death's breath. Everyone, run!
Boris Liam spoke with excitement. Now then, all you stinking trash of Exilum, it's time for you to pay your debts. The entire town fell into chaos. Everyone wanted to run for their lives from the newly awakened monster. Hurry up, or we'll all die. Kiara rushed over. Stop it, Boris Liam. She launched a fireball directly at Leviathan's body to stop its attack, but it had little effect. You truly disappoint me, Kiara. I thought we were friends, weren't we? His eyes were cold, his voice low as if speaking to a lowly, inferior creature. Kiara screamed in fury. I'll be waiting for you in hell, you son of a bitch. Leviathan blew a death breath towards her as a finishing blow. But suddenly, Boris Liam's expression froze. Well, you've quite surprised me. You can block the death breath of an ancient dragon. Sian's face was quite calm. He easily used a black orb to completely envelop the attack from Leviathan. Boris continued to speak arrogantly. But how long can you hold out? The firepower from Leviathan seemed ready to incinerate all its enemies. Sin stood calmly inside with a face devoid of worry or fear. Immediately after, he launched a sharp and powerful counterattack. The Black Snow Sword Dance, a slash that split space itself, cut through everything in its path and rushed towards Boris like an unstoppable whirlwind. Only when the blade was near his face did Boris realize what was happening. He ducked and narrowly avoided the fatal cut, but Leviathan wasn't so lucky. It had one of its horns severed. The horn fell to the ground, shattering the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Boris's face filled with horror. What in the world is this? Isn't his sword supposed to be a short sword? Sian began to explain. That's not the power of the sword. He changed the shape of his sword using his own power. From a small dagger, it had now become a longsword brimming with demonic energy. Its name is Repentance of the Other Shore. First form. Immediately after, Boris ordered Leviathan to advance and attack with its claws. But how could it possibly hit Sian at that speed? From above, Boris unleashed a long-range magic spell, the Rain of Lightning, as Sian hovered in mid-air. The bolts flew towards him like heat-seeking missiles. He spun, dancing through the air with exquisite and powerful sword strikes. He sliced through everything that came at him and countered with swift sword auras. All the sword paths seemed to converge on one point. They rushed towards Leviathan as if by fate. Boris himself could dodge. But Leviathan's massive body was nothing more than a moving punching bag for any opponent strong enough. Its arm was severed with ease. From its position, the arm began to fall towards the village of Exilium, completely unopposed. The beastman below screamed,
It's falling! Get out of the way!
Fortunately, Sian arrived just in time. He unleashed his mist sword technique, the 8-blossom sword slash. Hundreds of slashes minced Leviathan's arm, saving the beastmen's lives. But all they responded with was their own ingratitude and vileness.
He's the one!
He's the one who woke up Leviathan. Sian glanced towards the voice with a look of confusion. Perhaps he had encountered situations like this many times before. Boris, high above, was still laughing gleefully. Haha. Now is not the time for you to worry about others. All of you become my sacrifices. A powerful breath attack headed straight for Sian and the village. The beastmen were still screaming to run, but hadn't moved an inch. The name of the attack was Ragnarok, a merciless sphere of dark energy that rushed forward. Sian lowered his center of gravity. Ready for a spectacular counterattack, mist sword special technique, heaven-shattering sword thrust, a slash that split everything in its path. The energy sphere was split in two like a flimsy piece of paper before a sharp katana. Boris's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The attack grazed Leviathan's neck, nearly decapitating it. Seizing the opportunity, Sian quickly leaped onto the rubble and closed in on Boris, in the blink of an eye. His figure was already next to his sworn enemy. Got you, you filthy rat. He gave a triumphant smile. You can't imagine how long I've waited for this moment, Boris. Don't even dream of escaping this time. Sian immediately unleashed the adamantine divine pressure. A giant sphere of energy appeared behind him like an inescapable finishing blow. The outcome was already decided. It slammed straight into Boris's face before he could even react. It crushed Leviathan, which was powerless to resist. A world-shaking explosion tore through the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. A weapon of destruction created to level any enemy in its path. Meanwhile, at Lenin Academy, Lemai Harem also sensed the aura Sian had just created. That energy? Ivy found him. Luna looked happy you found him. This form is so cute. Lemai Harem walked over and pointed at the map. He's here. Luna pondered for a moment, then said, That's Exilium. A pile of ruins that's almost completely abandoned. But why would Senior go to a place like that? Lemai Harem quickly replied, I don't know either. I simply sense the magical power of an ancient dragon I once knew. But I can't be sure unless I go there and see it for myself. Luna grew worried. An ancient dragon. You don't need to worry. To Sian, it's just a big snake. Suddenly, Lamela burst in through the door from outside, startling Luna. Lady Luna. She hastily slammed the grimoire shut, causing Lemmy Harem to be pulled inside. She turned her head and calmly replied, What is it? Lemela slowly answered, I'm very sorry. The people from the Garum Association suddenly showed up. Then the men in white issued a command. Lord Regans is looking for you, Lady Luna. Come with us immediately. Lamela leaned close to her and said, I have a bad feeling about this. Let me hold them off while you escape. Luna turned and asked in confusion, Aren't you one of his people? Why are you helping me? Lamela leaned in again and whispered, You are the one who saved my life. I am simply fulfilling my duty as a knight. Hearing this, Luna just smiled. Thank you, Lamela. I will be right back. Please relay these words to Princess Arin for me. The soldiers also urged her, Lady Luna, this way please. She relayed everything to Lamela and took the grimoire, preparing to leave. I understand. I will pass the message to Princess Arin. After speaking, Luna immediately stepped outside. He must be calling me because of the ruins from before. Her eyes darkened, and a murderous aura enveloped her surroundings. He might even lay a hand on my senior because of this. If so, I will stop him at all costs. Returning to the battlefield, all that remained was a desolate pile of rubble. Karam appeared and said, Is he really dead this time? I can no longer sense his presence. I suppose so. Arin Vert looked at the giant crater he had just created. It's all over. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. This is all your fault.
Human!
A crowd of beastmen surrounded Arin Vert, criticizing him righteously. That's right. This only happened because he showed up here. I also saw you threatening that woman and child.
Get the hell out of here!
Karam was furious at being insulted after just saving the ungrateful bunch. Do you all have a death wish? Should I just kill them all? Arin Vert calmly pulled up his hood and walked away. It's fine, Karam shouted angrily. Are you really gonna let them live? They even saw your face. Arin Vert calmly replied. That's even better. This way, I won't have to wait much longer. He will show up soon enough. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, the first prince was enraged after reading a report that bastard Boris is dead. He slammed his hand on the table, cursing, useless bastard. I saved him from that pile of filthy trash, raised him to be something resembling a human, and he dares to die without repaying me in the slightest. Suddenly, another person appeared and spoke. You were looking for me. It was Atro. He approached and asked, what is it? Your Highness, Lul ran up angrily. Boris is dead. Excelum has also been completely incinerated. Atro calmly replied, I've already heard the news. The prince yelled in a rage. What? Why didn't you come to me sooner? Ignoring his words, Atro cut in. I have an urgent matter to report. The prince's face contorted in fury. Is your urgent matter more important than me, the first prince of the empire? Have you lost your mind? Atro gave a confident smile. I've already figured out who is behind this. Luai Neo was surprised. You know who it is. Atro turned and replied, we need to get to Len Academy immediately. The carriage is ready, your highness. The first prince's voice became urgent. Who in the world is at Len? I will explain it to you on the way. The prince's hands clenched, an indescribable feeling surging through his chest. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why do I feel like I'm being led by the nose? I really am being played. Back in Excelum, Boris had once again miraculously escaped death. He staggered forward and collapsed to the ground. The severed holy book fell out. He leaned against a wall and laughed helplessly. Haha. Everything has gone so wrong. The resurrection of Lord Hisgray has failed miserably. I can no longer show my face. If everything had gone according to plan, Lord Hisgray would have healed my wounds. From the holy book, a filthy thing began to crawl out and spoke. Boris, do not worry. Before me now is a sacrifice with extremely powerful magic, is it not? What do you mean, my lord? The pile of filth then transformed into a grotesque creature of filth, with horrifyingly full teeth. This is the will of the gods, so do not resent me. Wait, what is happening? Lord Hisgray did not hesitate. The angel enveloped Boris and absorbed his magic, a man who died by his own dirty tricks and betrayal. On a carriage in the outskirts of Lewin, Arin Vert and Yunel are on their way to the academy. Now, tell me, who exactly is at the Len Academy? Arin calmly replied, we will ask Headmaster Cell to cooperate in a matter concerning my younger brother. Yunel looked surprised. Sian. What does your younger brother have to do with this? Arin quickly replied, that child is the one who killed Boris. What? Arin's eyes narrowed in annoyance. That brat is the master of Karam, and also an assassin from the secret organization, the Mist. Yunel, as if not believing his ears, asked again, are you sure? Is this true? This is the information Boris risked his life to obtain. All this time, the one who has been secretly sabotaging our plans was that brat. Yunel's face darkened with anger. Finally, everything is clear now. He's been lurking around all this time just to mess with us. Arin continued, a wanted order has been issued through the royal palace. That order must have been sent to the Len Academy by now. A wanted order. Under what pretext? Arin gave a triumphant smile. The reason, isn't it obvious? The mastermind of the blood banquet and the Exilium incident. He is a leader of a wicked assassin organization. Aren't those reasons enough to put him on a wanted list? Hearing that, Yunel also smiled in satisfaction. So you plan to pin all the blame on him. As expected of the hair of the Saint of Light, Arin looked out the window and said in a hypocritical tone, although it pains my heart to point my sword at my own brother, he must be eliminated for the peace and justice of this land. That is the destiny he must face, and the inevitable will of the reigning divine spirit. Scene changes to another location. The door opens and Luna slowly walks in with composure. Did you come all the way to Lowen just to see me? Grandfather. Regin's face darkened as he spoke. It's surprising that you came here voluntarily, even though I was the one who summoned you. Very well. I will ask you as your grandfather, not as the leader of the council. Answer everything truthfully. Is it true that you went to the ruins in Nordeli with Sian? I'm asking if you provided any help for that brat to obtain the grimoire. Luna averted her gaze and hesitantly replied, I don't understand what you re talking about. Regens began to lose patience and exuded a powerful aura. Just as I suspected. You were trying to cover for that brat. A powerful pressure bore down on the entire room. But Luna managed to stand firm. She tried to protest. Isn't all of this just your speculation? Even if you do this, you won't get anything out of me. Regens was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, I didn't expect her to be able to resist my magical pressure. You've grown up, Luna. You are the future who will lead the Garam Council. He continued to increase the pressure, forcing Luna to her knees. The ground cracking under the weight. You must absolutely not be swayed by such trivial emotions. Luna clenched her teeth in anger. I'm so tired of this. I won't let you manipulate me anymore. Grandfather, immediately, she used her magic to shatter the pressure created by Regens. This left him utterly astonished. She neutralized it. Unbelievable. Luna stood firm, her body exhausted. This was still a bit too much for her. Just give up, you won't get anything from me. Hearing this, Regens just quietly and gently replied, I see. I have seen your determination. He snapped his fingers and continued. So you wish to bring suffering upon yourself. Magic circles quickly appeared all around her. This trap magic. He had already set up the spell in the room beforehand. From them, black magic tendrils shot towards Luna in the blink of an eye. Binding her limbs and easily restraining her movements, he slowly approached and spoke. Soon enough, even the memory of your regret will disappear. Her face was filled with anger and helplessness. Are you going to kill me? From his arm, ancient runes and a mysterious flow of magic slowly enveloped everything. I cannot kill the future of this association. Seeing those symbols, Luna's eyes widened in horror. Is he going to use will-destroying magic on me? His voice was cold, his eyes resolute. I will erase all of your useless memories. Resistance is futile. I will turn you into a perfect being. Go back to being the granddaughter I once cherished. Returning to Len Academy, he quickly went to Sian's room, but there was nothing left, not a single trace. The people who were with Sian had all left as well. He glanced at the spirit of the holy sword Duran Dauk beside him and asked, "Is it possible to track down that kid?" She clicked her tongue.
Damn it!
Not even the smallest trace can be found. Someone must have erased it completely. Her face was full of rage as memories of that day flooded back. So this is where the one who humiliated me lived. I will definitely repay that humiliation, descendant of the Black Mist. I was planning on asking a few things, but it seems that has become useless. The sword Duran Dauk turned away with an annoyed voice. Don't you dare underestimate me, you insolent fool. I'm sorry. As the two walked down the hallway, he said, We've sent royal soldiers to track him down. Now we can only wait for news. I don't trust humans. Go find him yourself. Hair. Alright, in his office. The headmaster had also finished reading the wanted notice. This is getting more and more complicated. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Crown Prince Lul stormed in, saying, Are you well, grandfather? He wore a triumphant and arrogant smile, his eyes looking as if victory was already in his grasp. Headmaster Kundel turned and said, What are you doing here? Lul looked annoyed. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you that displeased with me?
What makes you say that? Your Highness!
He shouted, exasperated. Don't play innocent. Not only did you cut off aid to the Gaw family, but you also secretly spoke to my father behind my back, didn't you? Lul, I just want to stop you from tarnishing the throne. His fists clenched in rage. You talk as if it's no big deal, just like my father, Violet, Fabian, and Nerobin, and even that girl Arin. Do you think they don't covet the throne? They will definitely use every dirty trick in the book to seize it. The headmaster's gaze sharpened. You are a fool. Are you really afraid of having something stolen from you that you, never even possessed? Only when you leave a legacy and are mature enough to lead the people will the world grant you the worthy title of emperor. It is not something you can snatch from others. He turned away and continued. This is the peace and prosperity your father worked so hard to build. Don't destroy it for nothing. Feeling looked down upon, Lul just gave a brazen smirk. Haha, peace. I don't think someone who raised the most brutal monster of our time has any right to say that, do you? Your student, where is he? Headmaster Kundel remained silent. He pointed a finger and said in an insolent tone, You wouldn't be covering for that murderer, would you? Suddenly, the door opened again, and Arin walked in from outside, surprised Brother Lul. She had come to ask the headmaster about Sian's whereabouts. Why was he here at a time like this? He turned around, annoyed. We were in the middle of an important conversation. Get lost. But Headmaster Kundel thought otherwise. You can leave now, Lul. What? What are you talking about? I was here first. Princess Arin arranged a meeting before you came here and caused a scene. He roared like a starved dog. I am the crown prince of this empire. Headmaster Kundel calmly replied. An appointment is an appointment. Besides, why can't you behave in a manner befitting the crown prince? Right now, you look like nothing more than a pathetic loser. The look in his eyes became unhinged, his anger flaring up like a wildfire before his grandfather. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut in. San's dormitory is completely empty. He is a major figure who threatens the peace of this empire. If you know where he is, sir, I would appreciate your cooperation. Oh, Princess Arin turned and asked in astonishment. What do you mean he threatens the peace of the empire? It's unfortunate to have to say this, Princess Arin. Sian has been exposed as the mastermind behind the bloody banquet and the destruction at Exilium. There are many witnesses and testimonies confirming it. He turned to the headmaster and continued. You must have received the letter from the royal family as well, right? That's right. Arin couldn't believe what she was hearing. Impossible. There's no way he would do something like that. A warrant for his arrest has been issued throughout the entire empire. You should be careful too. Princess Arin. Arin's face darkened, her voice trembling. This must be a lie. I don't believe it. Arin Vert would never do something like that. In a certain city, Arin Vert's wanted poster caused a stir among the crowd. Isn't that the youngest son of the Vert family? I heard that after causing the blood banquet, he wasn't satisfied and turned all of Exilium into a living hell. If that's the youngest son of the Vert family, then he's the kid who survived the demon tribe's attack, right? I heard he was a student at Len Academy. He has no reason to come to our town. Sian Vert gently picked his own wanted poster and contemplated Karam, beside him, also chimed in. The picture on this paper looks more dashing than the real thing. Are you satisfied now? Well, a little bit. He let out a mischievous, satisfied smile. Now, Arin Vert will have to drag herself here to find me. The most prestigious prize of the Empire is waiting for him, after all. Or it could be that bastard's grave. The scene shifts to the frozen plains of Prunia, where a figure was hastily running through the thick snow. It was Celia. She was holding a notice, running in a hurry, her ragged breaths filled with exhaustion and anxiety. When she reached a cliff edge, her voice echoed. Lady Alicia, something big has happened. Alicia's face slowly turned, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. Cecilia, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? She quickly handed over the notice and said, You must read this. Alicia took Sian Vert's wanted poster, stunned. Sian Vert is the cold-blooded culprit behind the blood banquet and the destruction of the town of Exilium. It can't be. Cecilia panted from exhaustion. She explained, I saw these posted all over the walls while I was patrolling the outskirts. What should we do now? Alicia Vert's expression grew grim. She recalled what Sian had said earlier, so this was why he told us we had to leave in a hurry. He must have known something like this was going to happen. She rolled up the wanted poster and said softly, We just need to focus on our training. Cecilia was surprised. Are you sure? Will this really be all right? Alicia calmly replied with conviction. I trust that Sian can handle this on his own. We wouldn't be of any help. The only thing we should focus on now is getting stronger as quickly as possible, because that is how we can truly help Sian, even if only a little. From afar, the sea goddess voiced her agreement. I admire that determined look in your eyes, Alicia. Now, let's resume our training. Her face filled with resolve, her body was enveloped by powerful currents of mana. Yes, Marion. The scene shifts back to Len Academy, where Luna is desperately resisting Regan's memory-erasing magic. Excruciating pain continuously tears at the young girl's will. Regan's was rather surprised by this. I'm impressed that you've managed to resist for so long, but the longer this drags on, the more pain you will be in. He channeled even more mana to invade Luna's memories. She resisted violently, refusing to give up. The memories of their time together, however brief, were priceless. She absolutely would not let him erase them. No, don't take Senior Sian out of my mind. But the old man Regan's was determined. Any further struggle would be useless. I will eliminate everything related to that brat from every nook and cranny of your memory. Sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, Limai Harem had no choice but to intervene before it was too late. The old man Regan's entire body was suddenly transported to another dimension. He blurted out in shock, What in the world? He looked around and quickly realized this was a domain. Who could this be? Then the cold and threatening voice of Limai Harem rang out. You dare cause a ruckus in my domain. His eyes widened in terror. This mana belongs to the Grimoire, Limai Harem. It stared down at the small old man before it and spoke. The killing intent it emitted was so intense it made it hard to breathe. Do you not know fear, you mere mortal? Anxiety and shock quickly overwhelmed Regan's mind. He couldn't believe what was happening right in front of him. Does this mean Luna is the owner of the Grimoire? The powerful attack easily blew Regan's away like a harmless fly. He caught up blood and pain, but luckily, he managed to keep his life. Back in reality, the chains binding Luna also quickly disappeared, and she collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, Luna slowly asked, Was that your doing? From behind Regan's body, the tiny hand of Lemmy Harem emerged and said, Stop the act, don't pretend this wasn't part of your plan. Realizing she'd been figured out, Luna just gave a tired smile. Thanks, Lemmy Harem. Let's hurry and find Senior Shine. The two of them went to the door and peeked outside, but the guards suddenly looked back. Seeming puzzled, Lady Luna, and Lemmy Harem in her tiny form sitting on Luna's head, looked annoyed. What are you looking at, you lowly insects? After dealing with Regan's, the rest seemed simple enough, returning to the hideout on the outskirts of Owen. The three of them were also extremely worried. This is an emergency? Brian slammed the wanted poster on the table, but Amelia seemed excited. Wow, young Master San, he's handsome even in a drawing.
No, that's not it. Look closer.
She was startled when she noticed the words printed on the poster. Is he wanted? The royal soldiers are swarming the streets out there. All of them are trying to catch the young master. Brian shouted angrily. He was definitely framed by someone. Nana chimed in from behind. That's right, framed. Just as she said that, there was a sudden, incessant knocking on the door. Brian cautiously gripped the sword in his hand, his eyes firm with determination. Seeing this, Amelia asked worriedly, What are you doing, Brian? Why are you holding a sword? Brian drew his sword and pointed it at the door, his voice firm and resolute. I swore to the young master that I would protect you and Nana with my life. Seeing this, the little girl jumped up. Nana wants to fight too. Alright, we attack the moment the door opens. The knocking grew louder, and Amelia panicked. Stop banging on the door. She moved closer and signaled, okay, I'm opening it. As the door opened, with the three of them at maximum tension, a familiar voice rang out. What took you guys so long? It was Sian. He had returned to hide the three burdens before the decisive battle. Young master, don't shout like that. She hugged him tightly, overjoyed. We were so worried about you. Seeing that Sian was safe, Brian and Nana couldn't hold back their tears. Young master, papa! They all rushed to crowd around him, but Sian kicked Brian away to keep him from getting close. I'm glad you re safe. Welcome home, papa. Then the group sat down to talk about the wanted posters that were plastered all over the kingdom. Course I didn't do those things. Emilia spoke up indignantly.
I knew it!
We never doubted you for a single second. So, what are you going to do now? I guess we were going to clear your name, right? Sian calmly replied, that's not happening. Huh. Why not? Anyway, as long as I'm being hunted so intensely, this place won't be safe for much longer. That damn bastard has already obtained the holy sword Durendal. With its help, it's only a matter of time before he finds us. That's why I want you all to stay inside my personal space for a while. At least in there. No one will be able to find you. As he spoke, Sian's gaze sharpened, his words carrying an immense weight. Before long, every sword in this empire will be pointed at me, and at that point, you will no longer be safe. Hearing this, Brian immediately knelt down. I, Brian, from the very first day I pledged my loyalty to you at the academy. My heart has never once wavered. I will devote all my strength to aid you, even if it costs me my life.
Yeah, I don't know. Hurry up and go.
Emilia, standing inside the portal, got goosebumps from his speech. Sigh, sometimes I think you, a little too dramatic. Hurry up, Brian. Sian watched as the group went inside and closed the portal. Feeling a sense of relief, Karam appeared behind him, her voice filled with amusement. Now that those guys are gone, our burden has been lightened. Sian smiled in reply. Actually, I have a special mission just for you, and I'm sure you're going to love it. Is that so? Back at Owen Academy, the old man Rygens angrily slammed his fist on the ground. Damn it, all this time I thought the Grimoire was with Sian. But it turns out it was with Luna. From outside, a soldier ran in frantically. Guildmaster Rygens, are you alright? Why are you the only one? Where are the others? He replied with a grim face. I'm very sorry, sir. All of them have been taken down by Lady Luna. Outside in the hallway, guards were lying scattered everywhere, every single one of them unconscious. He laughed loudly and said, haha, that little brat really managed to fool me. What should we do now? Guildmaster Rygens' eyes filled with anger, every word carrying an immeasurable weight. Luna is holding the grimoire that can find Sian. We must get it at all costs. At the same time, in the city of Brow, the royal soldiers were still searching for Sian until nightfall. Suddenly, a figure standing on a tall tower called out, You who up here? Karam appeared in the guise of Sian, full of arrogance. I hear you re-looking for me. The faces of the soldiers below were astonished. No way. Karam slowly took off his mask and sneered. If you've got the guts, come up here and get me, you idiots. Returning to Lewin Academy, a familiar voice spoke in a dull tone. The academy now feels so empty and tasteless. The place where my friend used to sit is now crying out in endless loneliness. Set plopped down on the ground, his gloomy face showing his disappointment. Is Sian really not coming back? This feeling of depression is terrible. He recalled their recent journey, the memories swirling in Set's mind. After everything we've been through together, how could you just leave me in a boring place like this? His eyes were lifeless, his breathing slow and full of despair. Should I just leave this school? It's so boring I could die. Suddenly, from a distance, the sound of Luna's hurried footsteps approached. She stood in front of Set, panting heavily. Looking rushed, Luna, what's wrong? She quickly explained. Ivy found him. Ivy found Senior Sian. Let's go there quickly. Set's face was startled, and he replied awkwardly. What? You found where Sian is? But more importantly, what is that cute little creature on your head? Hearing this, Lemahajim replied with annoyance. If you heard what she said, then hurry up and come with us, heir to the Demon King. Set's face suddenly flushed red with embarrassment. That thing is so cute. After thinking that, he immediately rushed to hug Luna and pull her along. His voice became as excited as usual. I get it, there's no time to think now. I'll show you the fastest shortcut. After saying that, Set grinned widely. He punched a hole in the wall as usual. They both free fell from the second floor, along with the crumbling Boris. Lemahajim jumped down first and spoke. From now on, I will lead the way. The Grimoire's entire body transformed into a giant creature with dense magical energy enveloping the space. Its shape resembled a demonic beast bird. The two of them jumped onto its back. Its wide wingspan and elongated body allowed it to travel at extremely high speeds. Hold on tight. The place isn't far from here. Scene changed to the swordsmanship training room. Princess Arin was trying to practice with a wooden sword in her hand. She recalled her previous conversation with Lamela, that Sian was in Exelium. Yes, well, Lady Luna wanted me to convey these words to you before she was brought to see you, son. Arin turned her face away and replied, for now I will go see Headmaster Kundel to ask for his help. Yes, then I apologize. Lamela lowered her head and said, I have other things to do, so I can't accompany you there. Oh, it's all right. Then she ran straight to the headmaster's office and found Crown Prince Luel and Achel there. Unbelievable news was waiting for the princess. They said that the culprit behind the bloody banquet and the fall of the city of Exelium was also him. And most importantly, the truth that Sian was a part of the mist stunned Arin. It was a cold-blooded assassin organization composed of those who serve the Black Mist, the god who brings death and destruction. Arin's expression darkened, chaotic thoughts surfacing in her mind. I don't know anything about him at all. Have I always been this ridiculously dazed and foolish? Lemus, who was beside her, spoke with concern. Aren't you going with them? Go for what? Arin gripped her sword tightly and replied, I've trained diligently every single day, just hoping that one day I could stand by his side and help him. But in the end, what happened? I'm just a useless person who can't do anything right. Sian was in a place far more distant than I could ever imagine. Perhaps he's in some dark and lonely place, a place I can never reach. What's even more pitiful is that I can't even do anything for him. I'm the princess of the empire, for crying out loud. Why am I so useless and helpless? Suddenly, from behind, a figure slowly approached. The princess turned to see Headmaster Cell drawing near. How much do you trust that boy? Do you really think Sian is the one behind the bloodbath and the destruction of Exelium? The princess looked down and replied, Sir, San would never do such things. I've only ever received his help. He has supported me in so many ways that I've never had a chance to repay. I know Sian isn't the kind of person who would do something like that. Hearing this, the headmaster extended his hand. Then we must hurry. There isn't much time left, if we want to help that boy. Arin was a bit surprised to hear that, but his decision wasn't entirely unexpected. Back in the city of Bordux, the royal soldiers were staring up in astonishment at the sky where Karam was provoking them. Before they could say a word, she swooped down and stomped on a soldier's face like a doormat. Karam landed in the middle of the enemy encirclement, and hurried shouts echoed all around. Get her now! They all jumped at once, crashing into each other. Karam leaped up lightly, dodging with ease. She didn't land on the ground but stood right on a royal soldier's head. Her voice filled with mockery and provocation. Your movements are just pathetic. Isn't there anyone a little stronger here? From the side, a confident voice called out, right here. Oh, a big guy with rooster-colored hair smirked triumphantly. You escaped from us the other day, but now it's all over. He calmly introduced himself with an arrogant smile, a rank strength, a rank magic. I'm the top student ZB. And I'm here to shut that arrogant mouth of yours soon enough. He created a massive, blazing fireball. Its name was Dragon's Breath. The soldiers beside him saw this and laughed smugly. Haha, that's Sir ZB's strongest move. Looks like this battle is already over. He roared resentfully and shot the attack fiercely towards where Karam was standing. Disappear with this flame of destruction. The soldiers behind them panicked and scattered. Run, we'll get caught up in the attack. Karam, however, just stood there calmly with a bored expression. She threw a simple punch straight at the incoming fireball. That was more than enough for these small fry. It pierced through the blazing flame and flew towards the rooster-haired guy at breakneck speed. He exclaimed in horror, what? But before he could finish, he took the attack head-on. A wall shattered, and the rooster-haired guy was punched so hard that not a single piece of his armor remained, leaving only his colorful pants and a look of utter shock on his face. The soldiers turned back, not believing their eyes. He was defeated that easily. Impossible! Karam calmly approached and said, was that kid the strongest one here? Her body radiated an overwhelming killing intent. Then I guess there's nothing left to entertain me. Shall I open a gate to hell here now? Hearing this, every soldier's face turned pale. They were standing before a real demon in the sky. Luna and Sian were getting close. Continuous explosions were blowing away a section of the city over there. Mahajim flew over in a hurry. I know. I can feel that magic power. Luna's expression turned grim and serious. Wait just a little longer, Senior Sian. I definitely won't let you fight alone. In a corner of the city, Sian was calmly observing everything. Send reinforcements here, to Sector B. He thought to himself. They were running around like a bunch of demons now. Karam is doing a great job drawing their attention. Maybe I should have her do this more often in the future. He jumped onto a roof, preparing to leave. I'd better head to their base while Karam is busy. He's definitely there right now. Sian let out a satisfied smile. Well, you hypocritical bastard. I will be seeing you soon. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning struck down in front of him, startling Sian. Sian quickly backed away. Dodging the mysterious ambush from above, the voice of the old man Jaros echoed, "Nice moves." Sian slowly turned his head and spoke, "You are." Jaros slowly stepped out and said, "You probably don't know who I am, but I know you very well, Sian. I am Jaros, the president of the Gazam Association." Sian wasn't surprised and calmly asked back, "What brings someone like you here? What do you want from me?" Jen flashed a satisfied smile, very direct. "I'm starting to like you. Looking at you up close, I see you resemble your father in many ways. All right then, I'll get straight to the point," he shouted with determination. "You will marry my granddaughter. Sian, you must marry Luna." The boy's face froze in bewilderment, having no idea what the hell was going on. "Are you out of your mind?" Sian's face was stunned. He quickly shot back, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Is that why you came here to see me?" Jen began to list what Sian had done recently. From stopping the Gazam Association's smuggling operations to interrupting the excavation of the ruins, and even severing our connection with the 1,000-year-old dragons. All of that was your doing, wasn't it? On top of that, my granddaughter really likes you. She even dared to defy her own grandfather for you. Hearing this, Sian was just plain shocked. "Is he serious?" Jen smiled triumphantly. His voice became full of confidence. "So join the Gazam Association. Sian, you have no other choice but to accept." But before he could finish his sentence, Sian quickly cut in,
Thanks, but no thanks, I'll have to refuse, huh? What?
The boy smiled and replied calmly, "A vast organization in a 9-star sage. And yet there was still something they couldn't obtain." Sian pointed his middle finger straight at the old man Jen's face, and replied confidently, "That ridiculous fantasy will never become a reality. I'm guessing you, replanning to use me and Luna for some personal scheme. But I won't let that happen." Hearing this, the old man flew into a rage, a thick killing intent radiating from his body. "So that's your answer?" His hands immediately conjured a magic circle, and Sian was surrounded by the stinking trash of the Gazam Association. "If you won't join us, then I'll make sure no one else can have you." Back at the command headquarters in the city of Bordazar, Solunio's furious voice echoed, "You call that a report?" He grabbed the commander by the collar and yelled, "That bastard is just a kid. And you retelling me all the royal knights were defeated. What the hell have you stinking pieces of trash been doing?" The commander hurriedly tried to explain, "Your Highness, please calm down. That's not the only problem we're facing right now." Out of nowhere, members of the Gazam Association had appeared and blocked the royal knight's path. Both sides were now engaged in a fierce battle. Louis Solunio's eyes darkened. "The Gazam Association? Why, I'm not sure about that either." He smirked with arrogant satisfaction. "Excellent." Louis Solunio threw the commander behind him and ordered, "Kill every last one of them." He let out a bitter laugh, looking just like a typical third-rate villain. "This is a provocation from Gazam. If you feel you need more manpower, then add the Knights of Light." The commander hastily tried to dissuade him. "Your Highness, the Knights of Light are on the front lines fighting against the demons." He replied with his own self-satisfaction, "What a bunch of stinking trash. I knew something like this would happen, so I've been prepared for a long time. The Legion of the Knights of Light should be arriving any minute now." The commander stammered, "Your Highness, what you've just said is a declaration of war." Principal Cell and Princess Aneps entered, clad in battle gear. He spoke calmly, "Are you really planning to start a war with Gazam?" Louis Solunio glanced at Aneps beside him and seethed, "What the hell is that bitch doing here?" He looked at the principal and replied, "Are you planning to get in my way again?" Princess Aneps presented an official decree and announced loudly, "This is a formal request from the Emperor. Lunal Academy will assist in the search for my fiancé." Hearing this, the prince gritted his teeth and roared in fury,
Aneps, you dare!
He pointed a finger at her and angrily questioned her. "So what if I do? Can you prove the legitimacy of that request?" Principal Cell stepped forward to shield Aneps and said, "I can. The Emperor's condition has worsened for vague, unspecified reasons. Therefore I was requested to assist Princess Aneps. However, it seems he didn't say anything to you suddenly." His eyes became terrifying, his voice filled with a threatening tone. "Should I perhaps investigate why you gathered all the strongest forces in one place, and are trying to start a war against Gam?" Feeling he could no longer deny it, Louis Neo resorted to violence, shouting an order to his soldiers, "Stop them now. They might be colluding and conspiring with the criminal." The whole lot charged forward like a pile of stinking trash. The headmaster simply erected a shield, which was enough to blow all that stinking trash away. Louis S. Neo glared at the royal soldiers and bellowed, "What a bunch of stinking trash." Headmaster Cal, emanating holy power from his entire body, calmly replied, "That's enough, Louis Neo. Are you trying to fight me now? You arrogant brat. Why do you always get in the way of what I'm trying to do? I am clearly your grandson." He watched in silence without another word. "I don't want you to destroy yourself any further." Immediately, A teleportation magic circle appeared at the headmaster's feet. Louis's Neo was still trying to stop them. Stop them. They were trying to escape. But all the stinking trash could do was watch the two of them leave. A bunch of stinking trash who didn't know their own limits. The commander hastily bowed his head and apologized. Please forgive us, your highness. He was beyond the capabilities of our royal knights.
Damn it!
You stinking trash.
All of you, go die!
The scene shifts to another corner of Bordoxor City. Headmaster Kale and Princess Ainifel had just appeared from the teleportation circle, and he spoke gently. We are on the outskirts of Bordoxor City. It's quite far from the command post, so they won't be able to find us here. Is that so? It's all thanks to you. She slowly held up the request form from earlier and said, but this is a fake. You told a blatant lie, haha. What are you talking about? We should get going. There's not much time to waste. Ainifel pondered for a moment then spoke. I have a few things I'd like to ask. Why are you helping me so much? He turned his face and slowly replied, who knows, perhaps it's curiosity. I really want to see what kind of future the kid who always bothers me is trying to build. It must be very interesting. At the same time, where Kame was running rampant. The top student who was talking big earlier was still stuck to the wall, with no one to get him down. Luna and Set had arrived thanks to Lemidgeton's speed. The two looked around at the scene of utter devastation. Suddenly, someone caught Set's attention. He let out a hearty laugh, his expression full of excitement. Haha, I've finally found you.
My dear friend!
Kame stood amidst a pile of bodies, some of which had been sent flying onto the rooftops. She turned with an indifferent face. Huh. You are? Suddenly, Lemidgeton issued a stern warning.
Wait, that's not Sian!
Hearing this, Luna immediately shouted, Stop. Then she quickly explained, That's not Sian, who are you? Where is the real senior shine? Kame smiled a bewitching smile. Oh, I guess you could tell because you read the master of the grimoire. Right? Kame slowly undid her disguise and returned to her original form. Although I know you two very well, it seems this is the first time you've met me. Isn't it? I am Kame, a pleasure to meet you. Set was stunned, pointing at Kame and stammering. Sian turned into a woman. Your timing is impeccable. It seems the plan has hit a small, unexpected snag. As she finished speaking, an explosion blew away the area behind Kame. The battle was raging fiercely. Both of them looked up and exclaimed, What incredible power. That's grandfather's magic. Lemidgeton slowly materialized and spoke. Looks like that old geezer Zen is pretty quick. I guess Sian is over there too. Hurry up. I will take you to him. Get on my back. The grimoire transformed into a cunning black panther. Perhaps the most suitable form. Kame watched with a smile and taunted. Transforming into a beast. Not too shabby. Hearing that, Lemidgeton just looked annoyed. What do you know? In a small alley, knights were running everywhere. What was that explosion just now? I don't know. It's in a different direction from where we reheaded. A soldier turned and asked. Could it be that he has other accomplices? We'll find out when we get there. Suddenly, the whole group stopped abruptly as the space around them began to shake violently. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? But before he could finish his sentence, Lemidgeton's claws descended from the sky. Wait. Hold on. What is that thing? The demon beast stomped down amidst the soldiers and roared loudly, causing them all to scatter in chaos. Oh my god, is this hell? While the battle was raging intensely, in the distance, Arin Vert saw the earth-shattering tremors erupting violently. He turned to look at his subordinates and said, Over there is my younger brother. He is also a traitor to the Empire. Never forget your oath. We must purge evil from this world. He raised the holy sword Durandal, which had lost its energy core, and spoke, Honorable knights, follow the light to illuminate the world. Let humanity know the greatness of the Almighty God of Light. Right now, I declare the hunt for Sian officially begins. All the soldiers were fired up with fighting spirit. Yes, sir, we will follow the light. Suddenly, the spirit of the holy sword Durandal appeared behind Arin Vert and spoke. You'd better not screw this up. Savior, her eyes became threatening, her voice filled with resentment. Take back the power that miserable rat stole from me. That is the only hope you have of living out your full lifespan. Below, the soldiers were murmuring amongst themselves. Can you imagine mobilizing the Empire's knights to kill your own blood brother? The Vert family is really something else. Another soldier turned and hastily tried to stop him. What if someone hears you? Who cares? The rumor has already spread throughout the Empire. He asked back, bewildered. What rumor? That this battle won't just end in Borges, huh? Not ending in Borges. What do you mean? The soldier's face turned serious, mixed with anxiety. They say we might march straight to the Emperor's palace. I can't understand what the prince is planning. If that's true, it's absurd. Doing that would completely turn the Empire upside down. But there must be some truth to it. Otherwise, why would they be with us? As he spoke, he glanced towards the figures behind them exuding a dark aura. Ever since we started marching here, they haven't said a single word. I have a really bad feeling about them. The two knights standing behind them had eyes filled with killing intent. Their bodies were definitely hiding something terrible. Returning to Sian's battle, he was easily crushing the men from the Kaza Association. Those still standing were in a constant state of panic. Monster, doesn't he ever get tired? I don't even know if that bastard is human anymore. He's truly a demon. Sian turned to look at them with a cold face, his voice full of provocation. Anyone who still has the strength to fight, come at me. I don't have much time to waste on you. Hearing this, the group could only grit their teeth in resentment. Damn it, the brat dares to look down on us. Suddenly old man Gijan's voice cut in. I have to admit, I see why Luna is so fond of you. He was floating in mid-air with a threatening magic circle behind him, and for that very reason, I cannot let you leave here alive. Immediately, Gijan turned and cast a meteor spell. The people below scrambled to flee. Run. It's a beautiful and destructive meteor spell. If we were not fast, we'll be crushed like bugs. From the dark night sky, something dazzling and brilliant gradually appeared. It was a giant meteor burning fiercely. Let's see if you can dodge this. Sian calmly watched the meteor fall with an indifferent expression. He's going to kill his own allies with this move. What a crazy old man. The impact shook the entire area and blew away everything around it. It crushed a part of the city to dust and incinerated every tiny living creature. Even the soldiers hiding far away were struggling to withstand it. Ah! With this speed and damage, we were all going to die. Everyone, hide behind the buildings. Suddenly a foot stepped forward and a voice spoke. Is my friend over there? Seth stood seriously in front of the soldiers, making them tremble. I'm starting to get tired of obstacles like you. Well, what? He spoke in an annoyed tone. Get out of my sight. Instantly the ground began to shake violently. A sandstorm appeared out of nowhere and swept away the panicked crowd, who didn't know what the hell was happening. Seth stood there, watching them get cleared away with a satisfied look. That's more like it. Luna came up from behind and urged him. Senior Seth, we have to hurry. It looks like Senior Sian is okay. At the same time, on the battlefield, old man Jinan was admiring his work, exclaiming how he finally got some peace and quiet. But I was sure that things wouldn't end that easily. And just as predicted, a hole quickly appeared on the meteorite's surface. It spread and became a giant crack that split the meteorite in two. As soon as he broke out, Sian rushed at Jinan without a moment's hesitation. He created countless black orbs in his hand and fired them straight at his enemy. They quickly grew to a massive size and surrounded Jinan from all sides, but he didn't show any sign of wavering, instead laughing mockingly with confidence. I've never seen anyone use black orbs with such flexibility. It's truly a sight to behold. He took a strange item from his pocket, surprising Arin Vert. What is that? In just a moment, a wave of power from the Kalakna beads in Jinan's hand easily destroyed all the black orbs Sian had created and pushed him back. The two stood on opposite sides of the split meteorite. Jinan slowly began to explain his item. The attribute contained within these Kalakna beads renders even your black orbs useless. Your void attribute is quite strong, but unfortunately, it's no match for me. Did you think I came here knowing nothing about you? I have researched everything thoroughly. Arin Vert's face darkened as troubled thoughts filled his mind. An artifact that rare isn't easy to come by. Only the Jinan family could possess it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinan gripped the beads once more. That wasn't the only function of these beads. From the void, streams of magical power intertwined, gradually forming a giant silhouette with mysterious energy. Skill summon death god. Jinan, gloating in his power, spoke. Are you paying attention to me now? Just as the battle was reaching its climax, a familiar voice interrupted everything. That's enough. The voice came from behind them. Luna slowly walked forward. Isn't my grimoire what you truly desire? Set followed behind Luna. They were both ready for the fight ahead. If so, then why don't you fight us? Don't you dare touch Senior Arin Vert. Karam also quickly returned to Set's hand and said, It seems a troublesome pest has followed us here. I'm afraid I can sense that bastard is nearby. Perhaps we should get going quickly. Hearing those words immediately made Arin Vert excited. So that's it, he's finally here. Yes, he's very close now. There's no time to waste. Set gently tore off his coat and said, I've bet everything to get here. My friend, you can't be held up here. Set's entire body erupted with intense holy power, and his voice became majestic and righteous. Leave everything here to us and go. Quickly, you'd think Arin Vert would be moved, but no, he just replied nonchalantly with a hint of teasing. Yeah. Thanks guys. Before Luna could even say a word, Arin Vert was already gone, leaving it to you all. See you later. She turned to glare at Set, shooting daggers with her eyes. What, you don't get it? Did I do something wrong? Even Mihan was surprised to see Set. Is he the hair of the black feather? He's completely different from what I imagined. Meanwhile, Jinan wasn't about to let them be. He shouted furiously. Do you think I'll just stand here and watch you leave?
You won't get away!
He ordered the death god to attack. Not about to let the old man run rampant, Luna now coldly activated a seal she had planted earlier. The seed of imprisonment appeared. Instantly, a crown of thorns materialized on old man Jenin's head, leaving him utterly stunned. What is this? A terrible pain shot straight into his mind. The agony made Jenin scream and drop the beads. Thanks to that, the death god's summon was forcibly dispelled before it could reach the fleeing Sian Vert. He clutched his head, falling to his knees and wondering, the seed of imprisonment. How could you plant it in my head? Luna replied in a cold, detached voice. I overcame that suffering the moment you tortured me before. Her entire body erupted with intense killing intent. Her magical power surged like an unstoppable storm. This is why you shouldn't have messed with me, Jenin screamed. Arf. Luna, you damn brat. He focused magical power into his hand and shattered the seed of imprisonment. This thing is useless once I destroy it, and the price for your betrayal will be steep. Hearing this, Luna didn't back down. On the contrary, she seemed even more excited. Did you think I came here unprepared? The old man Limihagium's beastly form quickly dissipated. It reassembled and transformed into a mask covering Luna's face. At this very moment, witness the truth and reality you have always been searching for. The sound of the soldier's footsteps grew more frantic, as a panicked soldier ran towards the nearby reinforcements. Aren't you from the reconnaissance team? Why are you here? His face was terrified, fear consuming everything. Help me! But before he could finish his sentence, San's figure was already standing behind him. Fog sword. First slash. Immediately, 3 soldiers were cleanly taken down by San. The remaining soldiers were terrified when they saw this. Draw your weapons and get in formation. Was the entire reconnaissance team taken down by a 13-year-old kid? Sian's entire body erupted with a fierce killing intent. He lunged forward with overwhelming speed. Sian gripped Karam tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with rage.
Hold the formation!
He is Karam, everyone attack. Fight with the honor of the Knights of Light.
Charge!
We will protect this empire with our lives. Both sides charged at each other in a chaotic battle. Hundreds of slashes were drawn in the air, as if severing all faint hopes for a false justice. Fog sword distant flash. As soon as he took down one group, another rushed in. A giant magic circle appeared right in front of Sian. And now he couldn't take another step forward. From within the magic circle, a giant hand of Lumendal appeared. It radiated a powerful holy force, like a whirlwind purging evil and bringing peace. The entire street was instantly crushed into a pile of rubble by the giant hand. The mage, seeing this, thought he had succeeded. We got him. But in the blink of an eye, Sian was standing right next to him like a grim reaper, with no warning of his impending doom. He kicked him straight into the nearby wall. The other one, seeing this, attacked in a panic. Damn it, take this. Bolts of lightning shot out from his staff towards Sian, but they were too weak and slow to even touch him. Sian leaped over and covered the troublesome mage's mouth before he could unleash any more lightning bolts. His entire body trembled in pain. Sian just smiled, a satisfied look in his eyes. A deafening explosion occurred, and the mage was flattened on the ground by his own power. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making Sian excited. I will lead you to the path of salvation. Sian, he's here. Astol leaped down from the sky, his hands tightly gripping the holy sword Durandal, his body erupting with intense holy power. Power of the god of light, Sun Chaos. A powerful slash headed straight for where Sian was standing. He calmly assessed, starting with the heavy artillery. The entire city block was instantly split in two with a violent tremor. Buildings were torn apart into piles of rubble. The two of them charged at each other, tearing into one another without mercy. Shockwaves spread out, making the very air tremble. Sian grimaced. I can feel all of Karam's pain right now. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to block the holy sword Durandal directly. Karam is trembling in pain. The power of the holy sword Durandal is basically a complete counter to Karam. Inside her consciousness, Karam was struggling to endure the terrible, tearing pain. Her entire body was covered in wounds caused by the holy power, with blood flowing endlessly. Appearing from somewhere, the holy sword Durandal slowly approached with an arrogant voice. Are my eyes deceiving me? This isn't like you at all. Don't tell me you've been tamed. Why haven't you taken over your master's body like you were supposed to? Her words suddenly stopped as she realized something. Karam was clutching her stomach, laughing hysterically. Haha, look at the state you're in now. Don't you dare laugh at me. This is all your damn master's fault. She ran up, grabbed Karam by the collar, and shouted,
Tell me what he did to my power!
Karam paid her no mind and just kept laughing heartily. I told you to stop laughing. Haha, are you grabbing me by the collar now? How cute, you said I was tamed. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Karam pierced the holy sword Durandal with a satisfied gaze. But seeing you in this pathetic state, I think it was worth it. Hearing this, her face erupted in fury. How did he do it? How did he know where I was? Karam slapped her hand away and continued. Does that really matter right now? Just sit back and enjoy the show. What do you mean by that? Kezam's eyes turned blood red, its excitement reaching its peak. Who do you think will be destroyed first, me or your hair? This is worth betting on. Instantly, Sian Vert's entire body was enveloped in a dense demonic aura, and his power rose to a new level, ultimate technique, demonic advent. Arin Vert quickly noticed something was different. Something in the air had just changed. The sword Duanrok in his hand was now knocked away by Sian Vert. The power gap was no more, the barrier of holy power was now disrupted, and its effectiveness interrupted by demonic energy. Arin Vert retreated with a bewildered expression. He broke through the power of the holy sword Duanrok. Could it be that brat has managed to use Kezam's full power? Kezam had now transformed into a longsword with its demonic energy amplified to the maximum. Black Blood Dance, first form. The beginning of atonement. Arin Vert's eyes narrowed in anger for a moment. It doesn't matter, in the end. The god of black mist is just an outcast. That brat can't possibly overcome the power of the highest-ranking god. Sian Vert slowly rested Kezam on his shoulder and sneered. Didn't expect Kezam's power to be able to rival the holy sword Duanrok, did you? You look surprised. But is it really that surprising that the holy sword Duanrok has a small flaw? Sian Vert said smugly, gently holding the energy core of the holy sword Duanrok in his hand. That's right. This is the other part of the precious holy sword Duanrok you, reholding. Come and get it if you can. Instantly, the sword Duanrok trembled violently with rage. It pointed straight at Sian Vert and roared, "Give it back to me!"
You damn brat!
Sian Vert calmly replied in a mocking tone, "Haha, you think I'm just going to hand it over for free? Looks like the brains of these gods aren't much better than a deer's, huh?" Hearing those words, she flew into an extreme rage and screamed, "You damn bastard, this is blasphemy. I will destroy you in this stinking, trashy city." Sian Vert gripped Kezam tightly, his voice unchanged. Now, calm down, I only said a few words and you're already flopping around like a fish out of water." Kezam spoke a warning, "Be careful. That wench is not an ordinary opponent you should underestimate." As soon as the words were spoken, holy power erupted violently, engulfing the entire surrounding space in a blinding light. Ultimate technique, sword advent. The power radiating outwards impressed even Sian Vert. It was truly a formidable power. "Get out of here, master." Arin Vert gripped the holy sword Duanrok tightly, his hair turning silver white. The power of the god of light. One sword, heaven's edge. His wings spread wide, his arm swept across, creating a powerful and majestic sword slash that flew forward, tore through and blew away everything that dared to be in the path of this ultimate technique. Sian Vert quickly leaped high into the air to dodge. The attack struck the nearby buildings, slicing them into a pile of rubble. Sian Vert landed cautiously on the ground. He looked around. A shimmering streak of light was now deeply etched into the surrounding walls. Taking a hit like that would not be good at all. Arin Vert felt the power surging through his body and exclaimed, "So this is the power of the holy sword Duanrok. You've only felt half of it. Little boy, you can use as much of my power as you want. As long as you bring back the other half of my power and the head of that little punk." Arin Vert slowly stepped forward. "As you wish, my lady." Sian Vert immediately got into a fighting stance. Arin Vert rushed forward and attacked relentlessly with a series of slashes. Immediately after, he followed up with long-range magic. Sian Vert used the Eight-Blossom Mist sword slash to defend, but the power granted by the holy sword Duanrok was still too great. The anxiety and pressure grew steadily. Arin Vert overwhelmed him in every aspect and easily pushed Sian Vert back. Sian Vert looked at Kezam in his hand and thought to himself, "You restarting to crack, it's fine, I can still fight." Kezam laughed maniacally. "If this is my destined end, then I'll drag that bastard down to hell with me." He recalled what he had been through. It was a good idea, but she won't get the chance to do that. He knew this because in his past life, Kezam had said something similar. On the day she confronted the Demon King, "I will drag this bastard to hell with me. Farewell, master. That was the day you lost Karam forever. What you held in your hand was just a cold piece of metal, devoid of any power or soul. This time, I can't let that happen again. I will need to find an opening while avoiding his attacks as much as possible." Seeing the predicament Sian was facing, Arin started to get cocky. "It seems your Karam is in the worst possible condition. Considering you can no longer defend against my attacks, this battle was decided from the very beginning." The arrogant sword Durandalk spoke out. "What did you just say? Karam, you wonder who will break first. Now witness the answer you've been waiting for." Now up above, the rotten gladiators watched in horror as the battle grew more intense. "That fight is far beyond human capabilities. There's no way we can interfere." They looked at the ones next to them worriedly. "Are you planning to intervene?" Two knights, exuding a deathly aura, were slowly advancing towards the battlefield. They look so terrifying. They haven't said a word. It's horrifying. Immediately, the group leaped towards Arin, where he was still overwhelming his opponent. Each slash from the holy sword Durandalk grew stronger, while Karam was useless. Realizing the appearance of the zombie soldiers, Sian immediately created countless dark orbs and fired them at the group. Are they puppets like Ken? It seems that Boris guy was extremely busy before he died. One thing after another keeps coming. What a troublesome mess. Shin swung Karam hard and pushed Arin back, who just sneered in response. Why don't you just give up? You don't have any other chances. He stood confidently amidst the circle of enemies and said, no chances. Can't you see I'm still perfectly fine? Brother, it seems you've become completely arrogant, haven't you? From the vast sky above, magic circles slowly appeared along with powerful spears of light. They covered the entire sky like an unchangeable judgment. You re the one who doesn't understand your own situation. Sian, it's time for you to return the power you stole from me, power of light, storm of judgment spears. Hundreds of attacks rained down, surrounding Sian, and even the zombies leaped in, determined to take his life. At the same time, at the command mansion, Lilua was observing the entire battle below. I didn't expect him to be able to fight that monster for so long. Young Master Arin Vert is truly a fearsome warrior. The prince spoke calmly. But that's still not enough. We need to use the holy punishment ray. But your highness, that's a magical artifact used for sieges. It could put Lord Arin Vert in danger. Hearing this, Luo turned to look at him with a murderous gaze. Don't make me say it a second time. Go and do it now. The group scrambled down to the basement. Yes, your highness, there. A carefully concealed light artifact was hidden, emitting a sparkling holy power. Back to Luna's battle. She had easily achieved an overwhelming victory. Why don't we just stop this here? Fighting any further is just pointless. You never stood a chance from the beginning. You've clearly been defeated. The old man, after being extremely arrogant, ended up smashed into a wall. Unable to move a muscle, his consciousness was now as hazy as still water nearby. Sian also spoke calmly. My side is all cleaned up too. They were just a bunch of pathetically weak fries. Luna gave a forced smile, thinking to herself. It's not that they were weak. It's because you have a god inside your body. Sian pointed behind him and said of course. She helped a lot too. Who would have thought we'd meet her here again? Luna approached with a smile and said, thank you, so you snuck here with the members of the Garam Association. Lamilla slowly pulled down her hood and replied shyly, please forgive me. I should have come to help you sooner. My lady, it's all right. You came just in time. We were able to eliminate all of them thanks to you. Suddenly, something appeared, drawing the attention of both of them. In the sky, giant magic circles were overlapping each other. A large-scale attack magic has just been activated. They've deactivated the magic device. But why? That device is usually only used in wars. Perhaps they want to kill Sian at all costs, inside the tower containing the magic device. The mages were doing their best to activate the attack. The crown prince, standing behind them, saw that everything was progressing well and smiled with satisfaction. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate all of them. Those who thought I was a fool and took advantage of me. This time, I will wipe them all out with my own hands. Arin Vert looked up at the sky and thought to himself, Prince Lunio, so you wanted to get rid of me. Well, I've had enough of that barbarian anyway. He quickly flew high into the air, leaving the stinking trash behind to struggle against the searing holy power. Sian Vert watched him go, his body covered in wounds. Yet he hadn't managed to land even a single scratch on Arin Vert. A magic device, they were using it now. As the attack shot down from the sky, Arin Vert quickly cast a divine protection spell to defend himself. A massive shield materialized, blocking the entirety of the Crown Prince's surprise attack. The aftershock from the explosion rippled across the city. The dispersed energy alone was enough to obliterate every building in its path. This is impossible. Did he actually destroy it? The entire building quickly came crashing down. Ahaha, the building is collapsing. Those mages and the stinking royal trash can only run to save their own lives. Hey, where do you think you're going? I am the Crown Prince. You must stay and protect me. You bastards. After those final words, the arrogant fool was crushed by the rubble and left buried in the wreckage. Arin Vert hovered in the air and spoke, It's a little quieter now. What a waste of time. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out. Stop, Sir Arin Vert. From out of nowhere, the fifth princess rushed to stand in front of Sian. He's struggling to even stand with a body covered in wounds. I will take him with me, so please stop. As the fifth princess of the Gusif Empire, I order you to sheathe your holy sword, Duran Dauk. Seeing this, Arin Vert's expression twisted in annoyance, another pest getting in the way. His face darkened with irritation. He glanced over at his puppets, who were being restrained by chains. Those puppets looked awfully familiar. Headmaster Kundel appeared and spoke. Today you have made one thing perfectly clear, that you and Lone were likely involved in the blood banquet. With that, he cast a spell, shooting out a barrage of chains to bind his arms and legs. The soldiers heard this, but Arin Vert simply raised a hand and replied, Headmaster Kundel, do you also dare to defy the will of a god? He then effortlessly shattered the chains. freeing the puppets that had been imprisoned by the magic. The headmaster looked on in astonishment. He destroyed them that quickly. The moment they were freed, the soldiers lunged at him. The headmaster quickly erected a heavenly Aegis protective shield. Back with the princess. She shouted a warning. Headmaster Kundel, look out. Standing behind her, slowly spoke up, what are you doing here? Princess, are you trying to commit suicide? Get out of here. You were just getting in the way. Arin Vert turned to Sian with a worried look. Are you kidding me? Take a look at yourself. You were my fiancé. Who's going to protect you if not me? Hearing this, Sian replied coolly, but I never accepted the engagement. That was the Emperor's decree. And how dare you talk back to me? You were so insolent. Arin Vert descended from above, his voice dripping with arrogance. It seems I have no choice but to grant salvation to you as well, Princess Arin Vert. His entire body erupted with immense holy power. The holy sword Durandalk was engulfed in a brilliant, burning light, the power of the supreme god, a divine aura. Sian's eyes widened. It's finally here. The ultimate attack of Lumendal Call, a technique said to be capable of killing even a god. This is what killed me in my past life. Princess Arin Vert desperately tried to stop him.
Stop it right now!
But he had absolutely no intention of leaving things half-finished. Arin Vert gripped the holy sword Durandalk tightly and roared. I apologize, but no one can defy the will of the divine. Arin Vert shut her eyes tightly in fear, but a moment later, Sian shoved her aside. His eyes blazed with excitement. This is the moment I've been waiting for, the moment you use that power. Across from him, Arin Vert grew suspicious. Why is he smiling? Wait, did he just throw the core of the holy sword Durandalk into the path of the attack? Arin Vert couldn't stop in time and blasted the core into shattered fragments. The attack continued its trajectory, grazing past Sian and obliterating the pile of rubble behind him into nothing but ruins. The holy sword Durandalk screamed in desperation.
On my power!
The scene shifts to Principal Kundalo. He tried to kill the soldiers, but it was all in vain. I can't kill them all. These undead are a real pain. The best I can do now is hold them off and buy more time. The principal looked back worriedly. I can feel a chaotic torrent of magic tearing through the space. This is really strange. What the hell is happening over there? His body was now covered by two different clashing auras, causing extreme pain. He sat down as the holy power weighed heavily on his body. What is he doing? Hearing this, the holy sword Durandalk responded angrily. You fool, you've shattered my power. Now he's trying to take it for himself. But that's impossible. It's like he's trying to light a fire in the middle of a hurricane. A meaningless gamble. Be grateful he has neither holy techniques nor a grimoire. Without a divine contract, he'll die soon enough, Echo replied smugly. Then I'll finish him off before anything else can interfere. Good idea, do it quickly. But once again, the princess stepped forward to block the way. I won't let that happen. He gritted his teeth in anger. You still want to stand in my way, Princess Arin Vert. I won't let you pass. The princess's heart was now in turmoil. I can't back down. If I don't stop him, I will truly lose him. From a distance, the grimoire was rushing towards the battlefield. The fighting principal was also surprised. That's Luna. She sat on the grimoire's back and shouted, her eyes turning frantic. Principal Kundalo. Senior Sian needs me. Please help me get to him. He immediately gathered magic in his hands. There's probably no time for explanations. Reverse flow. A wave of light blew away everything in its path, clearing a way for Luna to enter the center of the battle. The grimoire didn't hesitate to trample over the soldiers and charge forward. Its movements were as swift as a predator's, all too familiar with this terrain, carrying them all through the enemy ranks. But as soon as the soldiers regained their balance and landed, they resumed their attack. Seeing the chaos blocking their path, Set jumped down and threw a punch that sent them all flying. Luna turned back to ask Set worriedly, "Lamb," and Set stood proudly and spoke, "We'll handle these puppets here. You go to the young master." Lady Set charged straight into the horde of soldiers, not forgetting to add, "You'd better take good care of my best friend." Luna's eyes became determined. She urged Lemmy Harem on impatiently, "Hurry up. I can feel my senior's energy is weakening. We re-hear." "He's right ahead." Luna scanned the battlefield and saw Princess Arin Vert, exhausted from fending off at Cho's power, who was also on the verge of life and death. A sense of unease ran through the holy sword Durandalk. "Stop her, quickly. Why is the grimoire here?" Luna and Lemmy Harem leaped into the battlefield without a moment's hesitation. Their imposing presence enough to make it Cho fearfully launch a preemptive strike. He flew in and delivered a slash that tore through space, but Luna and the grimoire desperately dodged it. She leaped towards Sian. To the princess's astonishment, Senior, the torrent of holy power, was corroding Sian's body second by second. It seemed he couldn't last much longer. Luna hugged him tightly and pleaded with the grimoire, "Lemmy Harem, please. At this rate, we're going to lose him." The grimoire calmly observed the situation and remarked, "How did things come to this? Is he trying to commit suicide? Or perhaps he did this knowing this would happen. Could it be that he knew Luna and I would come here? But there was no more time to think about that. Acho was already behind the Grimwire, ready to finish them all in a single blow. Contract of the ancient god. Instantly, the space around them distorted, and a ferocious demonic power surged forth, opening ancient eye. Its name is Dan. The power in Sian's body was replenished. A strange symbol now appeared in his eyes. It was time for a counterattack. Acho and the holy sword Durandalk were overwhelmed by the terrifying power emanating from Sian, pushing them back. For the first time, fear appeared on his face, beads of sweat rolling down, mirroring the chaos in his mind. What is this? Sian effortlessly slashed away his attack with ease. The magical power blanketing the area roared wildly and furiously. The light had lost its inherent advantage. Arin Vert was pushed back, his feet dragging across the ground as he tried to resist the impact. The sword Durandalk roared angrily. Damn it, why did the Grimoire Maharam appear here? Arin Vert's gaze turned towards the stream of magical power converging into a vortex. We can't interfere with that. His entire body was covered in dense, interwoven layers of demonic energy. Power from the core of light, a power born from a pact with an ancient god. His hair turned white, wings of light erupted, and a pair of majestic horns appeared, opening a domain space. A flash of afterimages. Let's end this here. The brother wielding the holy sword Durandalk spoke cautiously. Be careful, you inheritor of light. He'll be much stronger than before. It doesn't matter, he's just a thief who stole his power anyway. Sian Vert gently laid the unconscious Princess Alicia Vert and Luna on the ground. The Grimoire Maharam hurriedly asked, "What are you going to do now?" "I'm going to kill my brother right here," Maharam continued in a worried voice. "Is revenge so important that you would absorb my curse to achieve it? I don't think you fully understand your current condition, but the symbol on your chest says it all. You will have to pay a price even greater than your own death." Karam in his hand suddenly spoke after a long silence. "Foolish master, is this what you were planning from the start?" Flashing back to before the fight, Sian had given Karam many instructions. If we cause enough of a commotion, Luna will show up sooner or later. Luna? You mean the girl with the grimoire? That's right. So if you see her, bring her to me immediately, and don't cause any trouble while you re in disguise. Someone might recognize you. Hearing this, Karam asked, "How are you so sure she'll come? If Luna doesn't show up, won't the whole plan collapse?" Sian turned back with a confident smile. "She'll definitely come. After all, Luna is a true stalker. That's enough talk. I'll entrust Luna and the princess to you, Grimoire. You don't need to worry about those two." As soon as Sian stood up to leave, Miharam smiled excitedly. The prophecy was finally coming true. Sian charged at Arin without a moment's hesitation. His power now completely surpassed his brother's in every way. "Dance. You fragments of the gods' artifacts." The two clashed in midair, the resulting shockwave suffocating everything nearby. It was a battle to the death, with no room for sentiment. Sian smirked sarcastically. "You suddenly look so weak, brother." He reached out and flicked Arin on the forehead, much to his brother's astonishment. "Everything is ready. Now it's time for the party to begin." "Ha ha, it seems the barrier of the god of light no longer has any effect on me. Not even the power of the supreme god can save you now." Meanwhile, outside the barrier where the divine and demonic powers clashed, Lamela, Set, and the headmaster were fighting off the soldiers. But suddenly, things took an unexpected turn. "What is this?" Before Lamila's eyes, the soldiers began to disintegrate. They were not regenerating anymore. Set walked over, picked up a fallen helmet, and said, I was hoping for a more intense battle." But it seems they were suddenly disconnected. Perhaps because their power source vanished. Both of them turned toward the sound of the voice, only to see Headmaster Kandel approaching slowly with an extremely calm demeanor. "I'm glad you all safe," Set replied enthusiastically. "This was nothing, Headmaster." He looked at the boy with a fond expression and continued, "You did very well, Prince Set. I commend you for rushing to help a friend. But even though it's exam season, you will be suspended for 2 months. You should choose your friends more carefully, and you've also never attended a single class." Hearing this, Set was petrified and speechless. "Wait. What?" "Headmaster." The man looked toward the space enveloped by the dense barrier and remarked, "It seems that space is the cause of this sudden change. There's nothing we can do but wait here." Suddenly, something emerged from within the barrier, and the headmaster's eyes widened. It was Princess Alicia Vert and Luna, both of whom had been brought out of the barrier by the Grimoire Miharam. Their injuries weren't too serious, but both were unconscious. Lamilla quickly rushed over in a panic. "Are they okay?" "It's all right. Neither of them has any life-threatening injuries." He then cast a holy healing spell on Princess Alicia Vert. Deep in thought, they wondered, were we intentionally removed from that space? If that's true, then Sian must have been the one to do it. What on earth is happening in there? Inside the fierce battle, Arin was panting from exhaustion. He clutched his injured arm, stunned. Impossible, how am I bleeding? The sword Durendal chimed in. I told you to be on your guard, you fool. Sian was hovering in midair with his wings. He is now the one who has devoured the light. The barrier of Lumendal can no longer protect you. You'll lose your life if you keep being this careless. From up high, Sian looked at Karam and spoke. How do you feel, Karam? What? Are you asking me seriously? So much power is surging through my body right now, so much that I want to destroy everything in an instant. Karam's form also evolved, resembling a bizarre demonic aura intertwined with the brilliant light it had absorbed. Sian spoke with a satisfied smile. Excellent, today I'll let you call all the shots. Karam in his hand transformed into a bloody mist, shifting into its black blood dance, second form Death Scythe. A sense of danger immediately surged within Arin. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate technique to resist, Master of the Light Wheel. Sian gripped the scythe tightly, his killing intent swirling like a destructive tornado. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight at Arin with unstoppable resolve. Mist sword art heaven-cleaving slash. An earth-shattering explosion slammed into the ground, causing everything to crack and shatter. The surroundings were reduced to dust and nothingness. But Arin wasn't one to just stand there and take it. The previous attack was merely a trap. He gritted his teeth and roared in anger. Darkness can never defeat the light. It's over. A powerful slash tore through space, flying straight toward Sian, but unfortunately, it hit nothing at all. In that hazy mist of blood, Karam slowly emerged with a triumphant smile, the incarnation of the demon sword. She appeared right behind Arin and spoke calmly. I bet you couldn't have seen this coming, right? Arin whipped around, but it was too late. What? In just a brief moment, the death scythe had effortlessly sliced off his shimmering wings. All that remained were his screams of pain. Sword dance of the light wheel. She watched the holy sword Durendal writhe in agony, unable to contain her satisfaction. This is all thanks to your power, Durendal. Perhaps I should offer you my sincere thanks. Hearing this, the sword Durendal could only see with rage. High in the sky, Sian simply observed and spoke. Seeing you writhing on the ground in pain like this, I have to say, it really suits a scumbag like you. Sian's eyes blazed with killing intent, his determination burning like an endless flame. Finally, Arin, I can shatter the chains of fate that bind us. Right here. As he finished speaking, he unleashed two incredibly powerful slashes into the air. The scythe's form further amplified the damage dealt. Mist sword rising cloud chain slash. Arin took the attack head-on, unable to resist, his entire body slamming into the ground and cracking it. For the first time in his glorious life, Arin was bleeding and in such dire straits. It was an incredibly painful defeat. He was born destined to save this world. That's what his mother had always told him when he was a child. She said she had received a divine revelation while she was pregnant, and that was why Arin was blessed with so many talents. But for some reason, she was killed after being branded a witch. Right before Arin's eyes, everyone involved was captured and publicly executed. That was the first time, and the only time, he had ever seen his father so enraged. He had to execute all of them himself. But clearly, that wasn't enough. That kind of evil must be eradicated at its very root. The wretch poor and those born of low status, they easily fall to the path of demons. Eventually, they will threaten those wealthier than themselves, just as they had taken his mother's life. But now, facing this life or death moment, he realized that all this time, he was the lowly one. Both Karam and Sian charged toward Arin, who was sprawled on the ground. This will be the blow that ends this battle. Demon sword fusion god-slaying king. The two now moved as one, simultaneously unleashing the demon blade fusion technique. The attack headed straight for Arin Vert. The impact shook the ground, shattering it into pieces. Arin Vert screamed in agony after taking a direct hit. After enduring the blow, Arin Vert was nearly out of strength to fight. He turned to Sian and said, I have a question. You always act as if you know the future. You found the holy sword and the demon sword before me, foiling my plans and the previous blood banquet. Could it just be luck? But I can't for the life of me understand the resentment you hold for me. Where does that emotion of yours stem from? Sian then slowly released the power from his body, and nonchalantly replied, It seems you've finally noticed. Do you not understand the current situation? When someone like me cuts across your path. Then he voiced Arin Vert's thoughts. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Isn't it because I saw him as a useless concubine's child and didn't bother to pay him any mind? If only I had paid more attention to him. I should have crushed him from the start. That's probably what you're rethinking right now. Am I right? Sian continued. I've always hated that way you think. Feeling as if Sian had read his every thought, Arin Vert gave a helpless smile and said, Haha, have we always been so close? In our past life we were very close, but the one who turned that life into a lie was you, Arin Vert. This karmic tie ends today. Just as Sian was about to turn and leave, Karam came forward and quickly said, It seems it's not over yet. This caused Sian to lower his guard for a few seconds. The sword Durin had now returned its original form. As a sword, she angrily shouted, Sian. I was truly surprised that you used a grimoire to absorb my power. But you've made a fatal mistake. A pain worse than hell itself will follow you to the very end. As she finished speaking, the mark on Sian's chest began to glow, releasing a massive wave of energy. The scene cuts to the Demon King, he said, at last. The black bone has devoured the light. The moment he spoke, the little girl Nana began to lose her composure. She gritted her teeth and said, Papa's in danger. Brian tried to stop her, saying, no. Seeing the two of them completely ignore him, the Demon King became annoyed and thought to himself, how dare they ignore me? Just like her master. Flashing back a bit, when the Demon King saw a portal open and 3 people, including Nana, emerge, he was completely stunned, thinking to himself, that damn descendant dares to send his servants to me. Does he think my domain is a daycare or something? Nana couldn't hold back any longer. She clenched her fist and punched Brian square in the gut, yelling, stupid Brian, I told you Papa is in danger. Witnessing this scene, the Demon King thought to himself, I have to admit, this guardian knight is pretty impressive. He's enduring a dragon's wrath without a scratch. The little girl's emotions boiled over. She clenched her fists, shouting, Nana has to go. Nana must help Papa. You hateful, stupid Brian. Brian still tried to reason with her. The young master sent us here because he was worried about us. Can't we just wait a little longer? Then Professor Sarek stepped forward from behind, pushed up his glasses, and said coldly, stop it, Nana, sit down. Seeing a true monster suddenly appear, Nana immediately obeyed, and obediently sat down as Sarek instructed. This left Brian gaping in astonishment. Sarek continued, didn't you hear him? The black bone has devoured the light. So something must have happened. Sitting up high, hearing these words, the Demon King was so overjoyed he could have cried, thinking to himself,
Oh, she heard me!
The leader is the best. At that moment Sarek removed his glasses, smiled, and said, then I will go with Nana and bring Sian back. You all can rest assured here. Back at Sian's location, the sword Durin suddenly began to glow, shooting up into the sky. Witnessing this, Karam's eyes widened, and he wondered, is the subspace being destroyed? This is terrifying, this holy power. Am I reverting to my spirit form? Damn it. Then Sian turned to warn him, get back into your sword form, Karam. This mark feels awful. After the sword shot into the sky, countless pillars of light pierced through the dark clouds in the sky, shining straight down. From them, innumerable strange objects began to fall. Sian clutched his sword tightly in one hand and grabbed his chest with the other, gritted his teeth and said, they re-here. Countless things shot down like meteors, causing the surrounding ground to shatter into pieces. When the dust settled, what appeared were giant golems. Looking at them, Sian cursed under his breath, damn it, what the hell are these massive things? In just a few seconds, countless giant golems tightly gripping long spears appeared before Sian. This sight caused Arin, who was beside him, to suddenly regain consciousness, and looked questioningly towards the mirror of light. At that moment, Sian and Karam were struggling to fight the giant golems, whose strength was anything but ordinary. One of them reached out and grabbed Sian's small body, causing him to cry out in pain. Witnessing this, Arin could only scream helplessly, repeatedly calling his name, before she sank deep into unconsciousness. Those were the last memories I had of Sian. Right after the appearance of the Giants of Light, Sian disappeared along with Prince Lunin and Achel, and the masterminds behind this whole plan also vanished without a trace. The independently acting Knights of Light were neutralized by the volunteer knights under Sir Yunel. The incident, which could have led to a rebellion, ultimately ended quietly. Once a major commercial city and seaport, was now reduced to a pile of ashes. After waking up, Arin found herself lying in a sickbed. Lesem approached and asked, Your Highness, are you awake? Arin, still unable to make out her surroundings, asked, Where am I? Lesem replied, This is the royal palace, and Lady Luna has also recovered. Arin turned to ask, What about Sian? Lesem answered, He has disappeared. So have Prince Lunian and Sir Achel. Hearing these words, Arin's eyes filled with helplessness. She covered her face with her hands, mumbling, In the end I still couldn't protect him. Lesem, who was beside her, quickly apologized. I should have gone with him. Seeing her blame herself, Arin comforted her. It's all right. You were just following my orders. What about the matter I asked you to look into? Lesem gradually regained her composure and stammered. Yes, about that. There's bad news. His Majesty is in a much worse condition than I thought. The scene shifts to the king, whose condition was not promising at all. He lay motionless on the bed. Vert sat beside the bed, bowing his head low as he spoke. I apologize, Your Majesty. I arrived too late. Because I was busy defending the border, I neglected my children. My eldest son proclaimed himself a Knight of Light, while my youngest became the murderer of an era. If not for the duties I bear, I would have begged for forgiveness with my own life. Yunel, standing nearby, comforted him. You shouldn't say such things. Vert cut him off. Even in your eyes, is there a father more pitiful than I? Achel's mother was assassinated by villains, and Sian's mother left her child behind early on due to illness. So I decided to be cold to them, so they would learn to be independent. Because I thought that was the only way to preserve the family's legacy. Despite being in similar circumstances, they both chose different paths. Achel chose the path of glory, while Sian chose to cultivate himself. Isn't everything the result of their own choices? Bren has been raised, and the family's legacy is also in danger of vanishing. Vert turned and asked, "Have you found out anything about that girl, Alicia?" Yunel replied, "Lady Alicia was last seen at the northern border, and then completely disappeared. As for young Master Granvert," before he could finish, Vert's expression darkened. He gently rubbed his forehead and said, "That's enough." Then he continued, "Lately, the boy has only been immersing himself in faith. I heard he has been ordained as a monk." Yunel nodded and replied, "That is correct." From a distance, Violet entered and spoke. "Well done, Duke Vert, Sir Yunel. The Empire owes you both a great debt." Seeing her appear, they both said in unison, "Princess Violet." "You've come." Violet entered, carrying a tray of medicine, and said, "I've brought medicine for my father, and hope he recovers soon. But why hasn't he shown any signs of waking up yet? We are doing everything we can to restore his health, but it seems nothing is working." She approached, and placed the vial of medicine beside him. Duke Vert spoke up, "You are truly dedicated, Princess. Do you always bring the medicine for His Majesty personally like this?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm simply fulfilling my duty as a daughter." She feigned tears and continued, "With everything falling into such chaos, I hope that His Majesty recovers his health quickly and stabilizes the Empire." Hearing this, the Duke said nothing more, simply bowing gently. "His Majesty will be very pleased to know of your unwavering determination, Your Highness. We shall take our leave now." The two of them left the room, leaving the ever-so-cautious princess behind. She slowly poured the bottle of poison into the Emperor's mouth and thought, "You don't need to worry about a thing, Father. Your empire will be in good hands with me, so you can rest in peace forever." Her eyes were filled with smug satisfaction. "And as for Yunel, I already sent him to the other side before you, back during the fierce battle. The prince was crushed by a building, but hadn't died yet. He struggled to escape the rubble, crawling and leaning against the collapsed walls. You useless bastards." His face contorted in a furious grimace, his voice distorted with anger.
Look what's happened to me!
They couldn't even kill one little brat. At that moment, Princess Violet's men were scouring the area for survivors. There must be someone around here. The foolish prince thought he'd found a lifeline and hurriedly called for help.
"Hey, I'm over here!"
But his hopes were met only with hateful glares. "Oh my, you were quite the cockroach." Yunel, still not understanding his situation, asked, "Violet, what are you doing here?" She replied with a gentle, confident smile. "Look at what you've done to our empire, brother. It's only natural for me to step up and clean up this mess. Don't you think? After all, that has always been my role, hasn't it?" Yunel stubbornly retorted, "I've heard enough of your nonsense. Now take me back to the palace at once. I need to be treated and rest." But Violet's answer left him stunned in disbelief. "I'm afraid that might be a little difficult." "What?" Violet turned away, looking pleased. "You see, the very thing I came to clean up in Bren today is your corpse." The guards immediately surrounded Yunel, their sharp swords ready and pointed at him. What is going on? Even on the verge of death, you still don't realize how foolish you are." "I've changed my mind. I'll declare that we couldn't even find the crown prince's body." Hearing that, Yunel roared in fury, "Violet, you damn bitch." Those were his last words before the soldiers took his head. His head was sent flying, and his body was hacked to pieces by the swordsman who had hated him for a long time. Back in the present, the Duke and his swordsmen were walking down a corridor. Willis spoke up. "What do you make of the second princess's medicine?" Yunel replied, "I find it rather suspicious." Willis continued, "You think so too? The shape and color of the liquid suggest it's the divine blessing potion of Maine." Yunel continued, "And yet, I sense a type of magic I've only ever encountered in the demon realm." Willis suggested they have someone follow the second princess. "The front lines are important, but don't forget to report matters like this, especially anything concerning the safety of Princess Arin Vert." Yunel nodded in response. "Yes, I understand, my lord. After Bren suffered an unprecedented disaster, its people came together to rebuild it. Piece by piece, Prince Yunel and Lord Chell were declared missing, although many controversial rumors circulated. Most people remembered the incident as a tragedy, where the older brother fell in battle trying to stop his younger brother, who had been manipulated by dark forces. Eyewitnesses said it was a pathetic sight, as his celestial wings were overwhelmingly crushed by the demon. In the end, Sian bore the wrath of the heavens and met a painful death at the hands of the gods' messengers. Someone had to bring order to the chaotic empire, but with His Majesty bedridden, the second princess stepped up and began her rule. She had built her reputation through many years of tireless effort. It was only natural that Violet became the chosen one, although this was completely different from what I knew. I didn't want to add anything to the story, because right now, silence is the only way to protect him. It's all for Arin Vert. The man she loves is surely still alive. Time flew by in the hall of the Royal Academy. A professor called out, "Arin, please choose your path." In the audience, many students were watching the ceremony intently. Arin stepped forward and placed her hand on the grimoire. "I will choose this. The wisdom of the god Maharam will always be with you and bless your future." "Well done." Sarek, with her short hair, approached and handed it to the princess. "This is your graduation diploma. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, Instructor Sarika. I am now a graduate of Len Academy. May your future path always be bright. I will strive to be a shining light for the Academy." After the ceremony ended, Instructor Sarika went to report to the headmaster. "Princess Arin chose the grimoire. How interesting. I thought she would choose a sword or a wand." "I thought so too." The headmaster turned to look out the window pensively. 3 years have passed since that day, and Princess Arin is still searching for clues about the giant gods of light. Sarek immediately asked, "Gods of light? Do you mean the giants that attacked Sian that day?" The headmaster calmly explained. "They are called the Nephilim. They are messengers of light sent by the high god Miharam." Sarek's eyes widened in astonishment. "But doesn't that mean the gods have directly interfered in human affairs?" The headmaster's voice grew quiet. "I'm not sure about that myself. There are no official records stating whether the Nephilim are gods or humans. But your speculation is quite good." Princess Arin said she would stay at the academy to conduct more research. "Why is that?" Suddenly, the headmaster's expression turned serious. "It's because of Sian. I assume that boy is still alive and well, right?" The scene shifts to outside the academy, where Princess Arin and Lysimus are taking a walk when someone suddenly blocks their path. "It's been a while, Princess." She looked up at the person in front of her. "Luna, I trust you've been well. Your Highness, congratulations on your graduation." Arin replied cheerfully. "It's been a while since I've seen you around." "Yes. I've been a bit busy with my work at the Garam Association, so is Guildmaster Regan still ill?" "He's much better now, but his internal injuries remain. You must be very worried about him." "Worried? Of course not. He learned a valuable lesson about what happens when he messes with people I care about. So I'm quite satisfied with the outcome." Hearing this, Princess Arin grew a little concerned. "How is your search for Senior Sian going?" Arin lowered her head and said sadly, "I'm still doing everything I can, but I haven't found anything. Except for the fact that those giants are Nephilim. But I won't give up." Baluna turned to her with an intimidating gaze. "I hope you succeed soon. Because at this rate, I'll find him first." "Oh no, I'll definitely be the one to find him first." Their gazes locked. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. "He won't let you win. All right then, let's both give it our all." "Of course, I'd be more than happy to help you until he's found." Lysimus, standing nearby, trembled at this merciless confrontation, so scary. In his room, Headmaster Kundel calmly observed everything with a pensive expression. The scene shifts to an endless void, where voices echo ceaselessly. "You have crossed the unimaginable boundary of a mortal being. You are no longer worthy to live in a world that I rule, so accept your fate. You will suffer a pain that no human has ever experienced before." Refusing to submit so easily, Sian leaped towards the giant of light. He unleashed a barrage of slashes, but their power was as feeble as falling leaves, posing no threat. Sian's eyes narrowed. His teeth clenched. "Damn it. With this level of damage, he'll recover in no time." The giant immediately seized the opportunity and swung its arm to counterattack. Sian gripped Karam tightly and plunged into the giant's armor, then sliced a long gash along its arm, without pausing. Sian spun around and created void orbs for a relentless assault. The giant's entire body was covered in countless dark orbs, but with a mere exertion of its power, all of Sian's efforts were reduced to nothing. The power of a deity is absolute. Sian was pushed back by the giant god's aura, as another attack rushed toward him from the side. In the blink of an eye, a being named Set jumped in front of Sian and shouted, "Don't be afraid, my friend. As long as I'm here, you won't." Before he could finish his sentence, Set was punched by the giant, leaving only half of him. But he probably wasn't dead. The giant slammed its fist straight into the ground, plunging everything into dust and rubble, sending Sian flying backward. Far from the battlefield, the aftershocks from the fight were still incredibly intense. Principal Kundel was struggling to maintain a barrier to protect Princess Arin and Luna. His eyes widened in constant amazement. What insane power! Its mere existence radiated an overwhelming aura. "If things continue like this, I'll have to stay here to protect the princess and Luna. I'm afraid I can't help you this time."
Sian.
The group of giants stood motionless, looking down at where Sian had been. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, something shot up. easily piercing through the giant's body. From Set's destroyed body, a hand was slowly regenerating, bearing a familiar symbol. Seeing this, Sian's confidence returned. Oh, I forgot to introduce my friend to you all. Say hello to the sand god, the noble sand god. Whirlwinds of sand enveloped Set's body, slowly restoring his form. The sand god also chimed in with a smile. Why would you half-baked fools dare to attack this dear child? You must all have a death wish, no more hesitation. The sand god immediately unleashed her power, divine sand-kin desert apocalypse from the ground. Giant sand serpents erupted, coiling around the giants and easily taking them down. She turned to Sian, who was sitting on the ground, and said, so the prophecy has come true. Successor, you don't stand a chance in this fight right now. I'll hold them off, you need to escape quickly. Sian clutched his wounds, feeling skeptical. Why are you helping me? What do you gain from this? Hearing that, the sand god simply smiled and replied, I'm not doing this for any personal gain. I just need you to keep your promise. Sian was confused. My promise. Yes, the sand god's eyes filled with bloodlust, a surge of excitement rising in her chest. Didn't you once say that if anyone dared to stand in your way, be it a god or anyone else, you would kill them? San recalled his own words from that day, stunned. I did say that, but that's not what I meant. The sand god charged forward and instructed, if you understand my meaning now, then go. Successor, there are too many of them. I can't handle them all by myself. Just as she finished speaking, a giant leaped directly toward where Sian was sitting. He could see it coming, but his body wouldn't move. Just as the spear was about to pierce Sian's body, someone jumped in and deflected the attack. It was none other than Nana. The little girl roared with fury.
Don't touch my papa!
San's eyes widened in astonishment. Nana, the little girl, unleashed a dragon's breath that sent the giant flying backward. The dark spirit was knocked flat on its back, and the other giants became more cautious. Sian turned and yelled at the little girl. Nana, I told you to wait for me over there, but Nana, unlike before, didn't readily accept and retorted frankly, I don't want to. Nana wants to help Papa too. Don't try to do everything by yourself, Papa. Sian's face froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Did she just talk back to me? Who brought you here? From behind him, Instructor Sarek and her high subordinates appeared. Speaking up, your leader brought her here. You re such a pain, you know that. She immediately ordered her subordinates to protect the successor. Yes, my am. The group quickly ran forward to surround and hold back the giants in front of them. Sian managed to look over and say, they don't stand a chance against those huge things, I know that. But more importantly, it looks like you can't even walk anymore. Sian's face fell, exhaustion clear in his eyes. Nothing gets past the leader of High. I can't even lift my arm now, and even Karam has fallen asleep. Sarek observed for a moment longer, then said in a cold voice, Nana, get him out of here. Sian's entire body was lifted up instantly, and then they all made a run for it. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is always the best option, you idiot! Sarek yelled angrily. Open the spatial gate now. Yes, immediately Nana tossed Sian inside without a second thought, and then the rest of them quickly jumped in and vanished. The portal slowly closed under the watchful eyes of Principal Kundel. He stood dumbfounded for a moment, trying to process his thoughts. They vanished in the blink of an eye. What should we do with those giants of light now? But when his gaze returned, something had completely changed the situation. What? The light titans were rapidly dissipating, as if they had no interest in anyone but Sian. Back in the present, Headmaster Kundel's eyes were pensive. They had disappeared the moment Sian left. If so, it was clear that Sian had become an existence the gods would not permit. That's why he still has to hide his identity, even if it means the Empire will brand him a traitor. The scene shifts to a meeting room in the Gusif Empire. The key figures of the kingdom had gathered. Princess Violet, who was now in charge of running the kingdom, began to speak. I thank you for your dedication during this chaos. To think that the center of all this was just a boy, it's truly hard to believe. Now before we discuss matters of state, allow me to introduce the Imperial Mage who will assist me during my regency. Hearing this, everyone in the room began to murmur. An Imperial Mage? Do you mean Grand Mage Kundel is returning to serve the Empire? I thought he wished to dedicate himself to managing the Academy. Violet's smile didn't falter. If he could assist me, that would be wonderful, but I'm afraid that's unlikely to happen. I refuse to be a pawn for your ambitions, but I will not interfere as long as you do not touch Sian and Princess Arin. Violet's expression hardened. My ambitions. Are you going to stand by and do nothing while the Empire is in chaos? But the headmaster remained firm in his conviction. I will not repeat myself. Do not touch those two, and you will be free to write your own history as you wish. The princess's eyes darkened, anger simmering within her. But what can be done? My grandfather has always been a resolute man, and besides, someone suitable for the role has coincidentally appeared. The doors to the room opened to countless gazes. Impossible. One person shot to their feet, exclaiming in shock, You supposed to be dead, yes, and he has returned after being killed by that demon, Sian. I dare say there is no one better for this job than him. Greet one another, everyone." A man with silver white hair appeared with a confident smile. "My name is Boris. It is an honor to serve you, your highness." But as his eyes opened, a glint appeared, signaling something ominous. This was the sacred text. Princess Violet continued to show off her new aid. "Boris possesses 8-star magic. I couldn't ask for a better royal mage than him." Suddenly, Violet's eyes widened in horror. "You overestimate me, your highness." Behind Boris's physical body, the spiritual form of the sacred text appeared in its complete form. There was something behind him. She quickly rubbed her eyes, and the nobles beside her asked with concern, "Your highness, are you all right?" Violet hurriedly looked again. What on earth was that? Did I just see a ghost? The spiritual form of the sacred text had already vanished. Or could she only see it for a fleeting moment? Violet quickly returned to the conversation. "Forgive me, I'm a bit unused to your new appearance. Shall we get down to business?" Boris calmly approached with a scheming look in his eyes. "That would be excellent. I look forward to serving you." The scene changes to a while later, in his private room, where the sacred text sat leisurely in a chair, speaking with self-satisfaction. Humans are truly simple creatures. As long as one has the appearance of someone they trust, they can be manipulated. 8-star magic. How dare they apply such a crude measurement to us? The sacred text looked at Boris's arm and body and muttered, "Because he is a clansman of high, this body more easily accepts my magical power. But I must admit, I feel a little sorry for that poor bastard." Suddenly, another voice interjected, "Looking at how you destroyed him, I don't see any of that guilt. Hemph, if you re so jealous, why don't you kill Arin Vert?" The spirit of the holy sword Durandalk, sitting atop a cabinet, growled angrily, "Shut up." In that state, the best I could do was try to recover my original power. The sacred text looked up and laughed with amusement. "Oh my. Our Durandalk has grown up. Be quiet before I kill you." He approached and opened the box containing the holy sword Durandalk, and spoke. "The prophecy did not unfold the way we had hoped, but we should be glad that all of your power has been restored. The energy core of the holy sword Durandalk has reappeared after the 3 years Sian was gone. So what do you plan to do next?" "I'm still considering that." The holy sword Durandalk squinted in confusion and asked again, "Considering what?" The holy scripture's gaze darkened, a new scheme rising within its chest. "Right now I'm considering whether I should find a new master for the holy sword Durandalk to dispel the mist of the sword that eclipses the sun, or if I should summon someone else." The scene shifts to a dark space, where Sian is sitting on the ground after sparring with the god Yu. "That's enough for today. 3 years have passed in the human world. It seems the mental suggestion I placed on you has worked. But once you leave this sub-dimension and return to the human world, it will wear off in just a few short days." Hearing this, Sian just smiled and replied, "So what if it does? Are you saying I should just hide here forever? If I don't die because of those gods of light, I'll die of claustrophobia." The god Yu threw 2 knives to the ground, created 2 new ones, and said, "So what do you want to do? When the mental suggestion wears off, they will hunt you down again." Sian's face was full of confidence, a familiar smile appearing on his large and sturdy frame. "Then I just need to kill them all, right? I just need to kill Lumendel, the supreme god, and it'll be over." Suddenly, Karim appeared from behind and spoke. "How about you defeat the outcast god standing in front of you first?" Hearing that, Yu agreed. "She's right. We've been at this for 3 years. You haven't even managed to touch me once, let alone defeat me, and you want to kill the supreme god. Enough with the big talk. All of your opponents up until now, including those from your past life, were beings who had surpassed human limits. But the ones you about to face in the future have all reached the realm of gods. The power of me, the god of darkness, won't be enough for you to defeat them." Hearing this, Sian's expression turned serious again. Surprisingly, he's actually talking like a god. "So what should I do?" "You have nothing to fear. This ancient prophecy will show you the exact path you must take." The god Yu turned and threw a knife at the map on the wall, but it didn't stick. He threw it a few more times, but none of them worked. Yu stared at the map and lamented. "This is much harder than I thought. It looked so easy when other people did it." Seeing this, Sian was speechless. "I take back what I just said. He's still just an idiot. Now, calm down, just you wait and see. I'll hit the center. We'll all have our prophecy in no time." Sian couldn't stand the dark god's useless antics anymore and decided to leave. "I'm leaving. I've spent too much time on him already. While I'm out, I'll test his mental suggestion too." Just as Sian was leaving, the knife struck the center of the map. "All right." The god Yu jumped for joy. "Here is our prophecy." He turned to look at Sian and called out, "Hey successor, come and receive your prophecy." But there was only empty space. As Sian had already left, the scene shifts to Len Academy, where instructor Sarika was strolling down a wide hallway. She recalled what Headmaster Kundal had instructed her, asking her to take care of Princess Arin. She's locked herself in her room for 3 years, studying any ancient text she can get her hands on. I'm entrusting her to you. Sarika approached the princess's room and knocked. If she's doing all this to find Sian, I can't just stand by and watch. A moment later, Princess Arin slowly opened the door. Her eyes were dark-ringed, as if exhausted from overwork. Instructor Sarika. Sarika was stunned by the sight before her. It's only been a day. How did she get so pale? Hello, Princess. I thought Limus would be the one to open the door. Arin replied slowly and tiredly. Limus is out on an errand I gave him. Is there something you need? Sarika gently pushed up her glasses and spoke. I heard I might be able to help you. I know you recollecting a lot of ancient texts. But the princess immediately refused thank you. But I can do it myself. Sarika stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Aren't you looking for Sian? You'll definitely need help. Hearing that, the princess's eyes lit up with interest. In the end, the only thing she cared about was her missing fiancé. Please, come in. The two of them quickly stepped into the room. Sorry for the mess. As soon as she stepped inside, the one thing that caught Sarika's eye and left her astonished was the symbol in the center of the room. On the blackboard was the very symbol that had been carved on Sian's chest the day the contract was made. I found it while researching the forgotten history of the continent. This symbol always appears alongside the giants of light. Have you seen it before? Sarika quickly shook her head. Oh no, of course not. Inside, she thought, this girl knows more than I thought. I have a lot of interesting ancient texts here. The giants of light once appeared in Bren. They are the Nephilim, children of the supreme god Lumendal, or as they were also called in the documents, his guardians. But I don't know why those beings attacked Sian, or if he was simply undergoing a trial. Instructor Sarika, do you have any theories about it? Could it be related to the Black Mist organization he joined? They serve the god of the Black Mist, so it's definitely connected to the supreme god Mihan. That means Sian isn't facing any judgment at all, but is instead hiding thanks to the power of the Black Mist. These sharp and accurate deductions surprised Sarika. That's impressive, Princess. I don't know either. I've never considered that. Hearing this, the princess turned away in disappointment. I see? How disappointing. I thought you'd know something, huh? Why would you think that? Arin turned to her with a sharp gaze. Because I thought you were very close to Sian, so you would probably know something. Any woman would understand what that look meant, but why? Why is she jealous of me? The confusion left Sarika flustered. Haha, is that so? We're not close at all, Arin replied angrily, looking completely dissatisfied. Alright, this isn't good. It looks like I'll have to keep an eye on her for the time being. A burst of anger erupted inside Sarika, causing her glasses to crack. The next time I see you, I'm definitely going to smack you on the head, Sian. The scene shifts to the frozen lands of Bruna. A giant fir tree stood majestically in the middle of a vast forest. Beneath the roots of that giant tree, a girl with long ears was sitting in prayer. Is that so? If the black mist has vanished, all that's left in this world is blinding light. But in a world like that, I wonder if I can endure it. A spatial gate slowly opened in the middle of a room, and a pair of feet quickly stepped out. Sian calmly walked out after leaving the domain of the god of the black mist. Entering Instructor Sarika's office, for the first time in a long while. Looks like there's a new desk here. It feels like I was just here yesterday. Back then, she even tried to poison me. That was a pretty memorable experience, wasn't it? Has it really been 3 years already? Time is so cruel. While he was still lost in his memories, the door suddenly burst open. Sarika appeared, radiating killing intent, and she immediately attacked without any warning. But Sian had quickly sensed that someone capable of concealing their aura and presence had just appeared. In this academy, Sarika was the only one capable of doing so. A thrilled smile appeared on her face, her voice tinged with anger. You noticed me, huh? It seems I underestimated you. Sian turned to look at her and spoke. Is this how you greet a former student? But I have to say, it's making me quite nostalgic. Before he could say another word, Sarika attacked again, forcing Sian to retreat hastily. Then let's see how much you've improved over the past 3 years. Sarika continued with a precise kick that sliced through the air, aimed straight at where Sian stood. But he flipped back into the air and easily dodged it. Then it would be my pleasure. Magic converged in his hand, streams of energy gathering at his will, void sphere disintegration. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was enveloped by countless black orbs, and the floor shattered into fragments. Sarika gracefully weaved through the tiny gaps, dodging with incredible skill. Unfortunately, the room couldn't dodge so easily. Everything began to collapse in an instant. Sarika glared at Sian and said, Are you trying to destroy this entire place? This is an instructor's office. Don't you have any respect? Her anger made Sarika's blood boil. It seems I'll have to teach you a proper lesson again, but Sian immediately retorted, his body transforming into its demigod form. A confident smile spread across his face. That might be a little difficult. The two of them clashed in mid-air, a terrifying power spreading throughout the room. At the same time, in her private room, Luna also recognized the familiar presence she had been searching for all this time. Her senior quickly confirmed it with Lemiharam beside her. Do you feel it, Lem? Of course I do. It seems to be real. It's been quite a while, probably 3 years in human terms. Luna covered her face, lost in a wave of excitement. Her voice was a soft whisper, yet it would make anyone tremble in fear. This day has finally come. The day I can finally meet my senior again. I'm so happy. Even Lemiharam beside her was sweating bullets, even though I'm a powerful grimoire. Sometimes she's the one who scares me. Humans are truly dangerous. The scene shifts to Headmaster Kundelo's office, where he also sensed Sian's return. Good heavens, he just got back and he's already causing such a ruckus. This kid. It seems my peaceful days are coming to an end. The storm is about to hit again. Back in Sarika's office, everything was now smashed to smithereens. You've improved a lot. You've also completely destroyed my office. She angrily questioned Sian. Was it really necessary to wreck everything like this? Hey, wait a minute. You clearly attacked me first. Sarika sighed and calmly asked. So what happened? Did Aru say you were allowed to come back? Not yet. I came back against his wishes. I would be gone crazy if I stayed there any longer. Thanks to the mitigation spell he cast on this symbol, I can be out for about 1 day without being detected. If it exceeds a day, it gets reactivated. But actually, I got here yesterday, so the spell is probably about to wear off now. Sian laughed nonchalantly, without a hint of worry. Sorry about that, but being trapped in there for so long has made me more and more careless. Just as he finished speaking, tremors began to shake the area. A light from the sky began to shine down rapidly. It was the sign that the great gods of light were about to descend upon the human world once again. Sarika rushed over, shook Sian's foolish head, and yelled, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Haha, I told you, I'm getting more and more careless. Sarika's face darkened, anxiety flooding her mind. Hurry up and go back, you brat. Alright, I'm going. He used his ring to create a teleportation gate. I'm leaving. Sarika couldn't hold back anymore and angrily shoved him inside. Ah, you foolish brat. Sarika followed him into the dark space, leaving behind the messy room after their very affectionate reunion. As soon as Sian's presence vanished, the judgment of the god of light also stopped. The gates leading to the human world quickly dissipated. After getting Sian back to the Palace of Darkness, Sarika immediately gave him a beating. What the hell were you thinking back there? What if those giants had appeared again? Were you trying to destroy the entire academy? The god of black mist watched the scene helplessly. This is my home. Do they really have to do this in my space? Sarika continued to mercilessly beat Sian, who just lay there and took it.
That's enough!
What is this disrespectful behavior?
I'm the god you serve!
But in response, Sarika turned and yelled right in the god's face. You shut up, Iru. This is all your fault for letting this brat escape. Hearing this, the god of black mist collapsed to his knees, helplessness overwhelming him. You people are unbelievable. I'm clearly a god. The power you have was granted by me. This is complete chaos. Sian slowly got up and spoke. Say what you will. At least I've confirmed one thing for sure. As long as I'm stuck with this thing, I can't spend more than 1 day outside. In that case, I can't even travel anywhere far from behind. Sarika slowly approached, her voice thoughtful. Let's see. She stared intently at the symbol on Sian's chest. If Aru can cast the mitigation spell on it again, there probably won't be any issues. But I didn't expect it to only last for 1 day, though I guess it's not that surprising. After all, this magic symbol belongs to the supreme god. But look at you. You've gotten so much taller now, haven't you? To be fair, you really look like a true man now. Just as she finished speaking, Karam appeared and punched Sarek right away. Damn it. Go use those cheap seduction tricks of yours on someone else. The two of them started arguing loudly. Why did you hit me? You damn demon sword. Because you deserved it, you flirty instructor. Sian watched the fight before him, at a complete loss for words. Meanwhile, the god of black mist struggled to climb onto his chair. He sat up straight and spoke. Receive your prophecy. Your successor must go to the frozen land of Phryna, for there is a prophet waiting for you there. Once you arrive, you will know your next path. Sian recalled what he had done the day before. He's calling that dart-throwing game as a prophecy. Is he kidding? But before he could finish his sentence, a beam of light shot straight into his chest, knocking Sian backward. Sarek's expression also changed quickly. What was that? I can no longer feel the energy of the magic symbol. The god of black mist slowly explained. 3 years ago, I couldn't cast the reduction spell on you with my full power. Because back then, your body couldn't handle it. But now you have developed to a state where you can endure it. With this, you can go out into the world for 2 weeks. It's not a lot of time, considering you have to go all the way to Frina. But it's still better than just 1 day, but you must always be on guard. After 2 weeks, death will come knocking on your door once again. Your time is limited to just 2 weeks, during which you must find the prophet who will change your destiny. Hearing those serious words suddenly left Sian bewildered. Why is he suddenly acting just like a god? All this time, I thought he was just a goofball. But now that he's suddenly acting like this, it's really, really annoying. While the group was thinking that this god of black mist was just pretending to be a fool, the truth is, he really is a fool on the inside. Oh my god, I'm so cool. Scene changed to the eastern district of Ruin, where 2 guards are standing around complaining, I miss home so much. Being stationed this far away is pure torture. Another soldier next to him spoke up, stay positive, rookie. This is all for the benefit of the Garam Magic Association. The rookie turned and replied, but ever since Guild Master Regens messed everything up 3 years ago, hardly anyone bothers to come here anymore. But that doesn't mean we can just let this vast magic network fall apart. This is a priceless asset that the Garam Association forged with its own blood, sweat, and tears. We can't let it fall into the hands of Gusif or any other power. But sir, someone's coming. Wearing a mask, spoke in a calm but threatening voice. This is where you, rehiding the teleportation gate, isn't it? The soldier's face immediately filled with panic. How did you? He hurriedly ordered the other one. This enemy is no pushover. Draw your sword. Yes, Commander. He roared as his mana flared. I'll make you regret ever revealing this secret. Today is the day you pay the price for your foolishness. Sian watched with indifference.
Oh, is that so?
He took down both of them in an instant and gently pushed the door open to enter. Karam appeared beside him and asked, a teleportation gate. I didn't even know such a thing existed. It's a magic tool that Ron Rain River often used. But this is also the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. If we want to get to Frina and back within 2 weeks, we have no choice but to use it. Although this method is a bit dangerous, Sian approached the device and began to pour his mana into it. Oh, so this is a magic tool. It's emitting energy on its own. This is a magic tool that didn't exist 300 years ago, right? When the mana in the core is released by the user, the ancient runes engraved around it form a magic circuit and complete the spell. The demon's sword stared at the moving machine in awe. I have to admit, humans are really clever. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out. Please select a destination, Northern Frina. Waves of energy surged throughout the room. The lines of ancient text quickly completed themselves, confirming the selected location. The gate to Northern Frina is now opening. Sian and the demon's sword turned to look at the gate behind them with some surprise. Didn't we just come through that gate? It should still be open, shouldn't it? No, something's a bit off. Karam's expression grew puzzled. What the hell are you talking about? I'm saying that door closed, and now a different one is open. The moment Sian stepped forward and flung the door open. An icy gust of wind immediately blasted him. On the other side was a forest blanketed in pure white snow. Karam stared wide-eyed through the doorway in utter disbelief. What, we were really in Fruna? Sian casually shoved his hands in his pockets and started walking briskly. Hurry up, or I'll leave you behind. Wait for me. He turned back to look at Karam and wondered, is this your first time in Fruna? Of course not. Do you have any idea how many years I've lived, huh? But come to think of it, I've never brought you here before. Did you come here with your previous master? The demon's sword hesitated for a moment before reluctantly replying, I guess so. Sian immediately sensed something was strange. What was that expression? His eyes narrowed, suspicion filling his mind. Did something happen between her and the previous master? Yeah, the demon's sword said, flustered. But wait, I think I smell blood nearby. Too, and it doesn't seem far. He summoned the demon's sword, a wide grin spreading across his face. Finally, things are starting to get interesting. I can't wait. The scene shifts to another location, where the 2 men Sian knocked out have woken up and are quickly reporting everything to Luna. Someone infiltrated the teleportation gate. Please forgive us, Luna mused for a moment before speaking. What a surprise. I never thought someone could defeat the Thunder King of the Garam Association. It seems this enemy is no pushover. The commander bowed his head in shame. I was utterly defeated without putting up a fight. He concealed his face with a mask, so I couldn't see him. But one thing was unmistakable, and that was the Black Mist. He definitely belongs to the Mist Assassin organization. The other guard hurriedly chimed in. He did nothing wrong. It was all my fault. But Luna ignored their pointless excuses and cut in with a chilling question. What was his scent? The rookie looked up, bewildered. What do you mean, my lady? Luna glared at the 2 of them, her voice filled with terrifying killing intent. I asked what his scent was. The commander trembled and stammered in reply. I don't know, my lady. Then where did he teleport to? He went to Northern Fruna, the frozen lands. My lady, very well. I'll go there myself to investigate. You two will continue to secure the teleportation gate, understood, but are you going alone, my lady? Luna turned back with a smile on her lips. Yes, I have a feeling it's someone I know, returning to Sian. He had quickly rushed to where the scent of blood originated. But by the time he arrived, it seemed everything was already over. The bodies of guards and swordsmen were strewn everywhere, blood staining the cold. White snow, we were too late. He scanned the battlefield and remarked, the holy knights and the white elves have all been taken down. Looks like this was a pretty even fight. Karam spoke up. It seems Yu's prophecy was correct after all. Sian let out a sigh and replied, as much as I hate to say it. I have to agree. The cause of the battle is probably in there. He walked towards the entrance of a cave surrounded by bodies. Are you sure you want to go inside? All the bodies lead in this direction. The two of them slowly advanced into the cave. Whoa, this place is a lot bigger than I thought. The walls were covered in glittering magic crystals, illuminating the space. Be careful, this place seems designed to deceive intruders. After walking for a bit, Sian suddenly realized, looks like you were right. We were back at the entrance again. I was walking in a straight line, but it didn't matter, and I don't sense any magic around here either. Sian bent down and picked up a few pebbles. It's probably an illusion spell. That makes sense. Is this elven territory? He began tossing the stones against the surrounding walls, listening to the echoes. One spot produced a sound that was different from the rest. Looks like we found it. It's right there. Sian approached the wall, which was concealed by ancient runes, as the demon sword commented in a bored tone. That was a little too easy, don't you think? I learned this trick in my past life. Now then, let's see what they were hiding in here. Mist technique, collapsing waterfall. A single, immensely powerful slash split the boulder in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the runes were severed and neutralized by him, as soon as the illusion was dispelled. The layers of camouflage hiding the real door slowly appeared before their eyes. Looks like we found the right way. That's right. As soon as the shield disappeared, I could feel the magic inside that door. Sian placed a hand on his chin in thought, but this magical energy felt a bit strange. It's the magic of the holy tree. Sian turned to look at her quizzically. The holy tree, what is that? It's a giant tree with roots originating in the past and leaves ending in the future. A sacred object that records everything that happens in this world. Inside the shrine, the prophet realized the illusionary barrier protecting this place had been broken. Have the guardians of this place died? She quickly summoned a small dagger, then pointed it straight at her own throat. If that's the case, there's only one way left. I must protect everything. But before she could end her own life, something flew in and broke the dagger in her hand. The prophet turned to look with utter shock. Sorry for the interruption, but would you mind telling me why the humans outside are trying to get here? At the very least, you should say something before you die, right? The little elf girl, her hands trembled, her eyes filled with tears of fear. She hurriedly tried to jump down from the ceremonial pool. Sian, on the other hand, watched with a confused expression. As soon as her feet touched the ground, the prophet ran to Sian's side. She looked at him with a determined gaze, without a hint of fear. This also confused Sian. What is she trying to do? Without a word, she grabbed his hand with her small one and said, Sian, you will die soon. I have seen that future. Sian looked down at his arm and slowly replied, is this telepathy? What on earth are you talking about? How do you know who I am? The little girl's face became serious, her voice carrying a dreadful curse. My name is Hastia, the prophet of the holy tree. Why did you come here? Did you not heed the prophecy? Hearing those words, Sian's mind suddenly cleared. So that's it. I finally understand why humans came here. They want to seize this prophet's power to know the future. A power that can change fate. Scene changed outside the cave. Bodies lie scattered in pools of dark red blood. A group of strangers is slowly approaching. They are the knights of the church, led by the saintess's personal escort knight, Mihan Hasselus. He slowly wiped the blood from his cheek and muttered, it seems the vanguard we sent has been completely wiped out. I find this situation quite unpleasant. But it looks like the enemy suffered a similar fate. Immediately report that this area is secure, understood. He stared at the cave in front of him. The blood trail leads in there. Be careful not to get your armor dirty. His eyes swept across the battlefield. The armies of both sides were in chaos, with no survivors on either side. This is truly a bit strange. Surely someone must have survived. Suddenly from behind, a girl with pure white hair slowly approached and spoke. What is it that makes you look so pensive, Sir Mihan? Is that you, Saintess? She gently pulled down her hood and gave a saintly smile. This is a sacred mission personally guided by Lord Lumendal. He will lead us to the final victory. Everyone, do not worry too much. Hearing this, Mihan just smiled and bowed his head. My faith has not wavered, Saintess. It's just that a place so filled with the stench of blood like this has taken me a bit by surprise. I know things here will surely be difficult, but can I rest assured and leave everything to you? My hand's face showed a hint of confusion. Are you really planning to go inside alone? The saintess cheerfully turned and walked away, saying, the god Lumenda will always be by my side, so there's no need to worry. Nothing can harm me, besides, there is a barrier inside. At this point, she suddenly stopped. Did something happen? Saintess, someone has broken the surrounding barrier. The elven power hidden in the mysterious script cannot be broken by an ordinary person. It's highly likely the intruder possesses extraordinary power. The saintess's eyes filled with killing intent, her voice chillingly cold. I had better hurry. I can't let anyone take the prophet. A symbol appeared on her hand, identical to the curse Sian is bearing. You stand guard out here. Ivy got it from afar. A surviving elf was carefully watching the group's every move. He gritted his teeth and bandaged his wound, his rage simmering, ready to explode at any moment. Inside the cave, Sian was explaining the situation to the small, fearful prophet. Her eyes were wet with tears, a profound sadness permeating her very being. So the guards outside are all to protect someone as useless as me, she whispered, still clutching Sian's hand tightly. I'm sorry, Sian looked at the prophet, bewildered. But do we really have to do this just to talk? Of course, it's a curse called the silence of the holy tree. In other words, the holy tree took my voice. In exchange, I gained this ability to foresee the future. Sian narrowed his eyes in thought. So that's it, that's the price for becoming a prophet. The prophet's face turned red with embarrassment. That's why I'm sorry if this makes you uncomfortable. But I can't help it, huh? Why is she acting like this? Suddenly, unexpected voice interrupted them. A spatial rift quickly appeared before their eyes, creating a portal. Hastia immediately recognized who was coming. It's her. Sian turned and asked her, confused, you know who that woman is? The saintess slowly emerged from the portal with a confident smile, filled with hatred. The prophet began to explain to him. She's the one who has been hunting me all this time. She's also the one who ordered the massacre of the elves. The saintess spoke as she walked, her voice still incredibly gentle and graceful. I apologize for what was done to the elves. I never intended to harm them. But there was truly no other way. None of this would have happened if you had just cooperated with me. Prophet Hastia, now, will you come with me quietly? Considering the sacrifices that will be made if we clash again, I propose we end things here. But it seems someone has already beaten me to it. Sian quickly stepped in front of Hastia. Sorry, but I have a prior engagement with her. You will have to wait your turn. The saintess took a step forward and spoke. That's right. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Neriel Iris, the saintess who serves the almighty Lumendal. I never expected to be so fortunate as to meet the famous Arin Vert here. Truly, this day is filled with the radiance of Lumendal. Sian was startled to hear his name come from a stranger's lips. She knows who I am. Without a moment's hesitation, Sian lunged at the saintess, the bloodthirsty demon sword in his hand. Then let's see what this saintess can do. Unflinching, Iris immediately raised her arm, revealing a strange symbol. It seems the rumors of your aggression were true. Sian's eyes widened in shock. That symbol, behind him. Hastia was also stunned by what had just appeared. A giant sword materialized to block Sian's attack before it could reach the saintess. Damn it, what the hell is this? Right before his eyes, a giant of light appeared behind the saintess, protecting her. The 2-week time limit isn't up yet. So why did this bastard appear? No, something isn't right here. He's not the one I summoned. The symbol on my body is still sealed. In that case, she must be the one who caused this. She has a similar symbol on her hand, too. The saintess stood tall with an incredibly smug smile. Now then, dispel that pitch-black mist. O messenger of light. The giant god slammed its massive shield into the ground, shattering the earth. Sian was thrown back by the terrifying pressure. Hastia, behind him, screamed in worry, Sir Sian. Suddenly, a hand landed on the prophet's shoulder as a voice spoke. Should we leave those two alone? After all, we don't want to get in their way, right? The prophet turned, her eyes filled with despair. I can finally hear your voice. It seems I have to be touching you to hear it. Doesn't it? Suddenly, the saintess's ears grew long, returning to their true form. This shocked Hastia, Urian elf. Iris gave a bitter smile. Oh dear, you've found me out. I suppose I can't hide it, being so close to the holy tree. Then how could you do that to your own people? What is it that you want? The saintess replied softly in a cold voice. Isn't it obvious? I want your power of prophecy. Back with Sian, he was kneeling on the ground after a surprise attack from the giant titan. Damn it. The mask he was wearing fell to the ground and shattered. I never expected to meet one of you here again. Suddenly, Karam's voice rang out with a warning. It seems that woman has taken the little elf girl, Hastia, but when he turned back, only a faint trace of magic remained. When did the door close? Sian stood up straight, letting out a frustrated breath. Sian swung his sword in a simple horizontal slash, his words filled with anger. Where did you suddenly come from to ruin all my plans? The shield in his hand was easily sliced in two and fell to the ground. Layers of crimson mist slowly rose, enveloping the area. What is your real name? Sian gripped the demon sword tightly, a smile on his face as intense rage boiled within him. I'm going to make your death anything but pretty. Cutting to the outside, the Saintess was leading Hashji up the stairs. Now it's just the two of us. You'll listen to me, won't you? The prophet whispered in a tired and desperate voice. Is my power worth slaughtering your own people for? If you obtain this power, you will lose your voice as well. The Saintess smiled in response. I am willing to do anything. As long as it is for the glory of Lumendel. Is that what power is? But did you know? You will die soon hearing this. The Saintess simply smiled. You re such a cute little girl. Do you think saying things like that will change the situation? But the reply was crystal clear. That was a prophecy. I am telling you about a future I saw through the holy tree. You will soon see it become reality. Just as she finished, agonizing screams echoed from outside. The Saintess hurriedly ran out. When she arrived, she saw an incredibly tense battle. What is happening here? My hand. The attendant knight, panting with exhaustion, spoke. Don't come any closer. Saintess Iris's eyes widened as she stared ahead. There, it was Mihan. Gripping his spear as streams of holy power began to swirl around it. Divine art execution of justice. The moment he spoke, he charged straight at the warrior who was fighting off 3 or 4 swordsmen. It was none other than the elf warrior from the beginning, his gaze as sharp as a seasoned veteran of 100 battles. He immediately stomped hard on the ground, and a slab of rock rose up, easily forming a shield to block the knight's ferocious attack. Mahan poured his strength into his spear, and charged at the elf warrior who was raking havoc among the soldiers. The warrior's eyes were sharp, his expression calm and composed. Instantly, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing it to crack and form a wall that blocked the powerful attack. Mahan's eyes filled with concern. He just did something no ordinary person could do. Not bad. In the brief moment he was surrounded by soldiers. He reacted to the attack instantly as if it were completely normal. How can an elf do that? The knight captain planted his spear in the ground and spoke loudly. My name is Manhwa and you are. The elf warrior frowned in response. I have no reason to give my name to a dead man walking, you rude bastard. Mihan continued to ponder. Elves are famous for their archery and magic, so it's extremely rare for one to focus on physical training. That's why the number of melee warriors among them is almost non-existent. The technique you used to block my attack didn't look like magic. It is magic. Mihan's face grew bewildered. That's magic. But I clearly didn't feel any magical power at all. In response, the elf warrior stubbornly insisted. It is magic. Hearing that, Mihan gave up. Alright, I shouldn't have expected anything from this blockhead. Suddenly, from behind him, the Saintess slowly approached and began to speak. I don't think that warrior can use magic. You know him. Iris spoke cautiously, her voice tinged with fear. His name is Ganyan, and although he can't use magic, he is one of the strongest warriors of the elf tribe. I heard a rumor that he went deep into the frozen valley to train. I never expected to meet him here. Ganyan stepped in front of the Saintess, looking irritated. Are you their leader? Hand over the prophetess. With that, he charged forward with a powerful fist. Hold on, Ganyan. I am the one who carries the will of the gods. I have no interest in knowing the name of a man who is about to die. From behind, Mihan screamed in a panic.
Saintess, watch out!
On the verge of death, the Saintess immediately drew a knife and held it to Hastia's throat, threatening, if you dare kill me, the prophetess will die too. You will not obstruct the will of the Almighty One. But before she could finish her sentence, Gan had already snatched the knife from her hand. He simply crushed it into tiny pieces with a single squeeze of his hand. You were using this useless thing to threaten me. Mahan's eyes widened, his voice catching in his throat from shock. He broke that steel knife with his bare hands. Huh, is that even possible? The Saintess's face turned deathly pale, sweat streaming down her cheeks in fear. Gan stared at her with a suffocating killing intent, and every cell in her body trembled as a warning. I told you, all of you will die here. Each word he uttered was like a death knell striking Iris's mind. Her body froze, and a wave of shock clouded her last shred of reason. Hashji turned to her and added, What are you standing there gawking for? Why aren't you running? Instantly, her survival instincts took over. The Saintess pushed the prophetess aside and turned to flee. I trust you will handle everything here. Mihan, I'm going to call for reinforcements. May the god Lumendel always be by your side. Hearing this, the knight captain was stunned for a moment. Seriously, you can just do that? What reinforcements? Anyone could see she was running for her life out of fear. Ganyan pointed straight at the Saintess and said, Reinforcements. I think she's just afraid to die. Mahan yelled.
All right, we all know that.
He corrected his posture and began. I don't need reinforcements. I'd rather have a one-on-one fight with the goblins, strongest warrior. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Mihan Hawes, formerly the greatest spearman of the Order of Light, and above all, Arin Vert. The leader of the Order of Light is, before he could finish his sentence, a fist slammed right into his stomach, silencing all sound. Pain shot straight to his brain as he caught up blood. This bastard. He attacked me in the middle of my introduction. The punch was so powerful it sent my hand flying into the sky, leaving only the whistling sound of a defeated man being blown away. After dealing with the guard, Ganyan turned to look at the fleeing saintess.
Hey you!
Stop right there. Iris's face was a mask of pure terror. Mahan couldn't even withstand a single blow. What kind of monster is he? Suddenly, a figure appeared blocking her path, and the saintess ran right into him. She fell to the ground with a thud as a familiar voice rang out. Well, there you are. Sian tossed the Titan's head onto the ground and said, Where are you off to in such a rush? Don't you have a moment to talk? How is the Nephilim? Did you kill it? You killed a guardian of the god Lumendel. In response, Sian just yelled in the saintess's face, Cut the crap. There's no way that piece of trash was a real Nephilim. Every word struck Iris's mind like a verdict. What do you mean? That Nephilim was a fake. Sian narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping a little. Compared to the Nephilim I fought 3 years ago, the one you summoned was laughably weak. I cut through its shield like it was a stick of butter, and it had no regenerative abilities after I decapitated it. You call that weak piece of garbage a Nephilim? If you wanted to trick me, you should have tried a lot harder. The saintess clutched the hand bearing her symbol and mumbled, Impossible. That can't be right. The god Lumendel himself granted this to me. How could it be a fake? Seeing her reaction, the demon sword also expressed surprise. Hey master, it looks like she really doesn't know anything. You were right. Even I'm a bit surprised. Suddenly Iris screamed in fury, the truth having wounded her pride. What blasphemy! If you dare to doubt me, I'll show you. But before she could finish the summoning spell, Sian kicked her square in the stomach, knocking the saintess unconscious. He threw Iris over his shoulder and grumbled so noisy, I'll just say hello myself later. As he started to walk away, something suddenly latched onto him. Sian looked down to see Hastia hugging him tightly. Oh, right, I forgot about this kid. Thank you, I was so worried when that giant appeared. I'm so glad you alright. Sian glanced at the small prophetess and replied coolly. It's not over yet. Ganyan's figure appeared right behind Sian, his legs swinging powerfully toward him. Get back. The elf warrior's powerful knee strike was easily blocked by Sian's arm. However, his entire body was immediately pushed backward. Am I being pushed back? Slid across the ice and snow for a distance of about 10 paces. Proving that the last attack was anything but ordinary, Sian regained his balance, his arm aching from where he had blocked Ganyan's kick. He pushed me all the way back here, even though I blocked it. Who is this guy anyway? Ganyan stepped forward, radiating killing intent. Bring her out now. A human, sensing the situation was bad, Hashti rushed out to stand in front of Ganyan. Stop. You don't need to attack him. Sian is not our enemy. Ganyan's eyes narrowed in question. Sian V. If it's V, is he related to her? The mention of her took Sian by surprise. Could he mean Alicia? She's here with the elf tribe. Afterward, as the group headed back to the village, someone's voice rang out. I heard that you protected the prophetess. On behalf of the elf tribe, we are very grateful to you. The woman stood up straight and introduced herself. I am Elder Elfurith of the White Elf tribe. Welcome to our village. You must be tired from your journey. We will prepare a place for you to rest. Please rest easy and make yourself at home. Sian looked down at his hand and thought, how am I supposed to rest with this kid clinging to me all the time? The demon sword appeared, laughing gleefully. Looks like she doesn't want to let you go. Prophetess, how much longer are you going to keep this up? Hastia's face flushed red, but this is the only way I can talk to you. Does it bother you? Immediately, Ganyan moved in close, his voice grim. You are truly rude. Hey, how is this rude? Sian turned back to the elf in confusion. Wait a minute, you can hear her without touching her. Ganyan growled in response. I have the blessing of clairvoyance. I'm nothing like you. Hearing that, Sian grew even more confused. The blessing of clairvoyance. What's that? Elder Elfurith quickly waved her hand and stepped in. All right, that's enough greetings for now. Everyone, please come inside. Although it may not seem like it. Ganyan is also one of our elders. I'm sure he was just greeting you in his own way. He didn't seem very welcoming. How can he be an elder? Elfurith sighed in response. Please try to understand. He's not very experienced in these matters, as you've noticed. It's very rare for our village to have visitors. Suddenly, Sian's gaze turned serious. I don't have a problem with that. But what do you plan to do with the saintess I brought back? The elder's voice grew somber. We will ask her for the reason she betrayed her own tribe. The scene shifts to a holding cell. The saintess was bound and sitting in the middle of a vast room. A large door creaked open, and 2 figures slowly entered. So, we finally meet. Saintess, I have many questions for you, but I'll start with this one. That human, the one who calls himself Sian V. Who exactly is he, And why is he an enemy of you and your organization? The Saintess's face twisted with indignation, resentment boiling up inside her. The scene changes to the room where Sian is resting. I don't like this place one bit. Are you sure it's okay to just leave things be? It's fine. Everything will be alright. They've discovered that the Saintess, a major figure in the Church of Light, is a white elf. Of course they'd want to talk to her, but don't you feel like something is abnormal about this? What do you mean? Karam moved closer and thumped his head against Sian's chest. I'm talking about that fake Nephilim. When you defeated him, something appeared from under his hood. The skull inside was clearly that of an ancient giant, but he didn't look like a puppet at all. Hearing this, Sian sat up abruptly, his face etched with concern.
That's impossible.
The demon sword looked at Sian nonchalantly and spoke. See, I told you something was off, back in the interrogation room. The Saintess had told the Elder everything, so he's the heir of the Black Mist. He's the one who killed the heir of Lumendel. Does this align with the prophecy you heard? The Saintess lowered her head in response. At least, that's what I've believed until now. I never once doubted that the voice I heard was Lumendel's. But now it's different. I don't know what to think anymore. Ganyan stepped forward and said, It doesn't matter. It's already too late. You've caused countless elves to die. You say your name is Nephrodite, but no white elf has a name like that. The Saintess whispered weakly, My name is. But before she could say another word, a voice in her head overpowered everything else. I have a prophecy for you. The Saintess's mind began to be controlled, her body trembling uncontrollably. Hey, are you alright? You don't look well. Instantly, a dangerous pressure spread out, startling Ganyan. Elfurith, fall back now. The Saintess's face twisted into a crazed expression. The symbol on her palm activated powerfully, as she continuously uttered broken words. Kill, I must kill the prophetess, kill the prophetess. From behind her, holy power erupted violently. A hideous giant appeared, no longer the familiar armored Nephilim. It blew the room apart in an instant, the exploding door sending the guards outside flying. Ganyan quickly grabbed the Elder and retreated. Its giant arm stretched out, tearing through the flimsy wall as if it were scrap paper. Its body was a tangled mess of bulging blood vessels, and the ground was about to collapse under its immense weight. It let out a ferocious roar, its white skeleton glowing with holy power. A truly disgusting sight. Ganyan stared at it for a moment and said, What is this monster? The Elder clutched his back in pain. This wasn't the time. The villagers were in danger. And just as he said that, a crack spread across the entire floor. Ganyan turned to see everything starting to collapse rapidly. Damn it. A chunk of the wall broke loose and began to plummet toward the people below. They were so stunned by the sight that they didn't notice the danger about to crush them. Fortunately, at the last second, Ganyan arrived and held it up, saving them all. The Elder yelled, urging them on. Everyone, this way. He can't hold it for long. We have to hurry. The giant titan roared, searching for its target. Prophetess, where are you? Do I have to look for you? It looked straight at the tower before it and decided, if I destroy everything, you'll have to show yourself. It gathered energy in its mouth, preparing to obliterate the elf village, but before it could strike, a single slash split its head in two. 8 blossom sword dance. It was followed by dozens of other slashes that diced the giant into pieces. Arin Vert landed on the ground, his eyes filled with killing intent and disgust. However many more of you there are, just bring it on. In her room, the prophetess was brushing her hair when she suddenly felt a violent tremor spread through the area. What's happening? She rushed outside to assess the situation. This isn't an earthquake. I can feel a much stronger magical power. When Hastia reached the outer hallway, a scene of chaos greeted her. That's the body of an ancient giant. What happened to Arin Vert? Amidst the rubble, the giant's body was rapidly dissipating. It was just like the one he had dealt with before. Arin Vert looked at the massive corpse and remarked, Good thing I got here just in time. I can't believe she dared to summon this thing again. Karam chimed in. Summoning something like this here is basically suicide. Not quite. The Saintess is still alive. She's very weak, but I can still sense her holy power. The demon sword continued to wonder. Why do you think she went to such lengths? My guess is she just wanted to capture the prophetess at all costs. For her to risk her life like that, someone must be pulling the strings. Arin Vert walked over to the unconscious Saintess, the ground torn to shreds by the rampaging ancient giant. We'll just have to ask her ourselves. Let's see if he's the one behind all this. He stood before her and spoke clearly. I know you're not dead. Stop playing possum and get up. The Saintess slowly opened her eyes, her voice a faint whisper. Arin Vert, it's you. Arin Vert got straight to the point and demanded, Tell me who gave you that fake Nephilim, and I will grant you a painless death. Neriel Iris. Hearing that name, the Saintess quickly interjected, My name. My real name is Neriel. Nephrodite was the name I used while living among humans. His face scrunched up in annoyance. I didn't ask you that. She closed her eyes, her voice growing clearer. A year ago, I was a candidate to become the prophetess of the elf tribe. But the outcome was far from what I had imagined. The prophetess chosen by the holy tree was another elf. She was the chosen one. I swear to fulfill my duties as a prophetess. The cruel moment arrived when she failed to obtain that power. At that time, I believed I desired to become the prophetess more than anyone else. That outcome was a direct blow to her pride. The flower-wreathed Neriel, once cherished, now became a knife twisting the deep pain in her soul, unable to contain her rage. Neriel left the frozen lands and wandered the continent, and the price for that impulsive decision was steep, as she was deceived and sold into slavery. Every time she struggled to escape, she was recaptured by another. Her life became a dead end of endless, gloomy days, until she met a group of men in shining armor. They were the holy knights who served the god of light, Lumendel. And that was when Neriel began to hear the voices in her head that she believed were prophecies. She became a saintess after receiving a blessing and a mark on the back of her hand. Sian's eyes narrowed in annoyance. He replied in a low voice, "How ridiculous. They were just using you as a tool because you live longer than others. All to hide your true identity and pass it off as a divine blessing. A blessing that grants you eternal life." Sian stepped forward and grabbed the saintess by her hair. "But what I'm really interested in are the so-called prophecies you've been hearing. Let me tell you something. That voice isn't a prophecy or anything like that. Then what is it?" Sian stared intently at Neriel, his killing intent flaring violently. "Come on out. Boris, I know you rewatching everything from your damn hiding spot." Sian's words passed straight through the saintess's mind, leaving her bewildered and unable to comprehend what was happening, and just as Sian predicted, on the other side was the holy tree, sitting smugly in the royal palace. "You never disappoint, San, or should I say, the hair of the black mist. But unfortunately, the real Boris has been dead for a long time. I am an existence far more ancient than he is." Sian looked confused. "What do you mean?" But the only response was a smile and a cryptic promise. "We will meet again soon, so there's no need to be hasty. At that sacred moment, you will learn what you need to. I will be waiting." With that, he snapped his fingers and severed the connection. The saintess's brain instantly exploded. Her body collapsed to the side, ending the life of a lost soul. Karam looked at the body and said, "She's dead." Sian was still stunned by the holy tree's last words echoing in his mind. An existence more ancient than Boris. Who the hell is he? The demon sword heard this and replied, "I think I know who he is." "You do?" Suddenly from behind, the small figure of the prophetess appeared and hugged Sian tightly. "Thank goodness you. All right, Sian. I was so worried something would happen to you." "Hastia, not this again. How many times do we have to talk about this?" From behind them, two familiar figures slowly appeared and spoke. "We are in your debt once again." The elf elder bowed sincerely on behalf of the elf tribe. "My sincerest thanks to you." Hastia also turned to the two of them and spoke. "I must also thank you both for everything you have done. I can rest assured with you two as the elders." Hearing this, Ganyan replied, "We are merely carrying out our duties." At this, Sian turned to Hastia, puzzled. "Hey, how was he able to hear everything you said?" Hastia answered slowly, a bit shyly, "That's because he is my guardian." The prophetess began to explain further. Guardians are warriors who protect the prophetess from danger, and due to the unique nature of this duty, they have the ability to hear the prophetess's words from afar. It's something called the blessing of clairvoyance. In addition, the blessing also points them to the path they must take. Her words hit upon something Sian had been looking for. The blessing can show a guardian the path they need to take. He immediately turned his head, though he didn't fully understand. "But from now on I will be her guard." Hastia's face lit up with joy. "Really? You really want to be my guard?" Ganyan stepped forward with an annoyed tone. "Unfortunately. But I can't let that happen." Arin Vert turned to look at the elf warrior with a contemptuous gaze. "Who asked you? Didn't you hear the prophetess's decision?" Ganyan's face darkened with anger. "A guard is not something a human can just become because they want to. That position is not to be taken so lightly." His eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Ganyan turned and continued, "Follow me." The elder beside them also sighed. "I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about this, so please, just listen to him." Arin Vert let out a tired sigh. "This is such a pain." A moment later, somewhere in the frigid, snowy mountain range, the two of them stood facing each other under the setting afternoon sun. Ganyan began to explain his test. "This is Lake Sa, one of the few lakes in this frozen land that never freezes over. This is where I was trained, as guided by the blessing of clairvoyance. The condition to pass this test is simple. You just have to defeat me." Arin Vert's expression was nonchalant, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Is that all? I'm going to win no matter what." Ganyan's anger was visible on his face. "Such an arrogant brat. Don't you dare underestimate me." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward with a powerful knee strike, but Arin Vert easily leaned back to dodge it. He placed one hand on the ground, then used the momentum, to spin and land a precise kick right on Ganyan's hip. He gritted his teeth in pain and clenched his fist. That last attack was just bait. For a moment, Sian Vert was also surprised by this tactic. Did he take that kick on purpose? The punch slammed into the ground, shattering the ice surface into pieces. But unfortunately, it was a meaningless attack. There was no one there, only an eerie silence. Ganyan's face began to show anxiety, sweat pouring down relentlessly. He dodged my attack in midair. Sian Vert's figure, his cloak fluttering in the wind, was poised for a powerful counterattack. This is impossible. His eyes narrowed, showing absolutely no mercy, as an earth-shattering punch was about to be unleashed.